This book is in her.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to what is day number 4 of the South American qualifiers here for TI. I'm AcatSuki, joined by KZ. We're kicking it off once again as we got an awesome series ahead of us here to kick it off. What's going to be, I believe, 3, if I'm not mistaken, series in total, including a later one that'll determine one of those TI spots. Looking forward to a great day of Dota 2. With that said, Keizu, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. You know, I think we're getting towards the later stages of the tournament. As you said, one team already even gets to TI today, so that is that's a big series for both those teams coming up. But even the one that we're starting with, if you want a chance yourself, then these teams, they can't afford to lose anymore.
Obviously not. This is elimination time, baby, for these first couple of series, including the one that we're going to be kicking it off with, what will be Mad Kings versus Infinity. But what a run it's been. Again, the event itself starting with 12 teams in total. Yeah. Obviously, or more so 11 teams technically, because obviously one of the teams unfortunately dropped out the last minute. But the point is, those 2 spots on the line here for South America, whatever you think about that, it is a fact. And these teams definitely putting in some good competition. And we've had a great competition so far, Casey.
Oh, yeah.
A very grindy competition. I'm trying to think of the right word, but yesterday, all 4 series going to this.
Competitive.
Competitive. If I'm not mistaken, day 2 is the same thing. They all win 3 games. There's been a lot of matches.
I mean, it's just, I feel like this tends to happen in like some of these qualifiers. I think at least in like the middling stages, you have well, I would say like some teams will play more safe, some teams will go a bit more on the aggressive, and then it's like it kind of like ping pongs back and forth. Like, okay, how safe do we need to play? Do some people deal with nerfs? But either way, we've had honestly just banger matches. Like apparently some of the other matches yesterday that we were not a part of, some 66-minute game, some more rapiers. It's the games are delivering.
Yeah, I mean, hell, the series that we got the chance to cover, the first one, Thunder Awaken versus Keystars, that also had some longer games, some great competition. But yeah, several matches going even an hour plus throughout yesterday, all the way through these 3-game series. But in the end, 4 teams coming out on the winning end, of course, including 2 teams that did get eliminated yesterday, that being Lava Esports as well as Universitario Esports. So we are down to, what is it? We're down to 6 teams now. There's 2 of those spots remaining. Again, only 6 teams having a chance at those spots. One of them, like we said, will be claimed in the series later today. So obviously getting things set up for our first series here. But speaking of that, as we're talking about what's been happening so far, let's look at the brackets, more visual for those people that appreciate it. So again, as we mentioned, all of these 3-game series. The first day, you know, we had the 2-0s.
All
things
clean.
off to a quick start, all pretty clean. Yeah, but then it's really picked up. And again, what a journey it's been so far.
Yeah, and then like just day 2, right? Everything goes 2-1. And then next games, you have like everything else after day 1 is just straight up 2-1s, like all across the board. I'm not too surprised. I have not seen too much of AcatSuki, but I remember looking at them prior to the start. I was like, yeah, you know, they look pretty good. They're in the finals now. VKS, they're going to be playing later today for their first match. But Infinity as well. They have 3 players. They played at the last TI. You know, I did a little more research. Okay. They're in position 1, 3, and 5. They all played for Hokori last year. I mean, they didn't get too far, but I remember that they were upsetting in the qualifier and they got there. So, you know, overall having some of this, like, recent or prior experience will certainly help them out. And today they'll have to go up against the good old Mad Kings.
Yeah, Mad Kings. Of course, a player by the name of Oscar on that roster over there.
All of you guys got to know.
There's obviously other players on the team. No.
That's 1v5.
Exactly. No, but their full roster, though, we had the chance to see them on day number 1. They actually were matched up against Keystars at that point. And again, they came out on the losing end, but obviously what we see now, I mean, Keystars, they defeated Thunder Awaken yesterday, the tournament favorite for a lot of people. So that is a very legitimate team. And Mad Kings has obviously grinded through the lower bracket including defeating Lava Esports yesterday to now get to this point. So yeah, but Infinity, even further to your point, yeah, they finished second, or they were the number 2 seed, I should say, going into these qualifiers. But yeah, knocked down by AcatSuki. So how about that, by the way, Keizu? The number 1 and 2 seeds are actually in the lower bracket. One of those 2 teams is not going to TI.
Yep, that's why, at some point, like, yeah, seeds help you, and like you get this one matchup or a nicer bracket, but at the end of the day, no one cares what seed you are. You need to win your games, right? And suddenly, if some other team like just shows up, I'm sure AcatSuki, they don't give a damn what seed they were, as they're just chilling in the upper bracket finals. They're feeling good.
Yeah, I can't imagine many people would have predicted that to be an upper bracket finals, but maybe there are. And of course, those teams themselves certainly predicted that to be there, and they are deserving of it. But yeah, it's going to be a fun day today because, like I said, we got 2 elimination matches. Fun for us, not so much for the teams that get eliminated, but that is just the name of the game. Again, so to kind of clarify as we go down, they run a schedule for today. The first match that we're going to kick off today is Mad Kings versus Infinity. That's starting here at 10 a.m. Eastern in just a couple of minutes. Thunder Awaken versus Qhali. Obviously, that's a very enticing one as well. Again, an elimination match. Thunder Awaken, the tournament favorite, getting knocked down as we keep talking about. Qhali, a solid team themselves, coming, actually getting some good victory yesterday against Universitario that maybe people didn't. This is a team that finished 7th in Division 2, but as you keep going back to, hey, if things just start clicking, you never know what's going to happen.
I mean, they beat Infamous first 2-1, like another pretty. That's maybe even the biggest like household name alongside Thunder Awaken in this qualifier. They beat them in the first round, second round, another 2-1. I mean, even if you're Thunder Awaken, sure, you're still like you're feeling good because that maybe on paper you should at least get one of the 2 spots, but if the start of your next series goes bad, after losing yesterday as well, some of those nerves can definitely kick in, and for the worse, for sure, as well.
And then, again, worth reiterating to finish it off, it's going to be that winner bracket finals. Stars versus AcatSuki. That is a qualifier match. The winner of that going to TI, claiming the first of the 2 spots from South America. So a very big deal later on today. It is a rolling schedule as well. Want to keep stressing that, especially after, what happened yesterday. I mean, you never really know, but these are the default times.
Yeah.
Give you a general idea of when they're supposed to start, but they start after the previous series finishes. So yeah, Infinity versus Mad Kings. We are going to be starting here as expected at 10 a.m. in just a couple of minutes. But after that, it will be the rolling schedule there. But yeah, all 3 of these series. Again, we're obviously now at this point where, I mean, it's been fun to watch so far, but knowing how close we are, including even a spot being claimed later today, this is when things get really good.
Yeah, like you're gonna have all these teams like knowing, like I would say the hero pool starts getting like a little thinner as well. I think you'll still like pick a couple heroes like outside of the pool currently, but you're kind of starting to know that Treant is working for most teams. I think Pango has looked very good. Your Invokers, your Gyros. So it's kind of like, okay, now you look at the recent drafts, how do you prepare, and just try to make sure you start off with a strong foot in the draft and in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, it's speaking of the draft, obviously the hero picks and kind of going over some numbers right here as we enter now into day number 4. This is overall throughout these qualifiers, but again, Ember Spirit still on top. That win percentage hovering around that 40%, even despite being the top pick. A couple of heroes that we really haven't seen too much, and I think we brought this up yesterday as well, but Skyrath Mage, even slightly better, 23-8 record. This hero is very impressive right now, according to the stats.
He's just doing it, apparently. I don't know exactly how and why, but I think it's just a solid 4. It gives you the damage. Honestly, I would just like to kind of see it myself as opposed to have to theorize about it, but, I can kind of see it.
Yeah, it's and we also mentioned how there's that Legion Commander win-loss record, looking pretty good too. They happen to be a decent pairing, so that's obviously worth considering. Your boy Darkseer, we have seen him several times. I mean, it makes sense on paper why this hero's potentially good. A very strong laner, of course, builds those auras. 8-18 record though, so when it comes to win-loss, isn't necessarily looking too strong right now. Only a 30% win percentage.
Yeah, that is. Doesn't seem too hot, I think, even though I remember like reading for some of the change people like, oh yeah, this hero is going to be really good, and But, you know, sometimes it looks good on paper, you read the numbers, but then you play it out and, I don't know, just something's off, whether it's you don't have the right item build yet or it's the heroes that are being played that you don't mesh up well. And it's like, yeah, it's just a bit strange sometimes.
Yeah. Now I'm sorting this even a little bit further as we're still waiting for game number 1 of the series to get going here. Treant Protector. So South America specifically, Treant Protector is actually the most successful top pick, 12 games. Has a 10-2 record. So,
yep,
yeah, this hero is getting a lot of attention, a great support option, and yeah, we've seen it played very well.
Yeah, I still think that, obviously, I mean, most Dota heroes have... you can play against them and beat them, and I do think there is a lot of space to beat Treant as... You know, there's like always heroes like, whatever, some Bad Riders, Darkseer, or like very heavy team fight with some Phoenix. All of these work well, but it's still... You need to find those type of answers, because I think if you just do some casual dual offlane... I feel like this Treant just kind of seems like the old Undying. You know, you do well in lane, you give team fight, it just feels great.
Just a bully, yeah. That
exactly.
leech seed spam that he does on you, he just runs up and right-clicks you for almost 100 damage, it feels like, every time. Yeah, he's a great support. And, well, as we can hear and now as we can see, the draft is underway. So, we're talking about all these... heroes as far as how they've been looking so far. Obviously, this is where it really matters now. And, you know, another hero that we haven't talked about yet, but is inevitably going to come up is Gyrocopter, right? This is the popular carry. You know he's coming in one way or another in sense of a ban or a pick. It's just no matter which one it is.
Especially when you have some other heroes. Like, what I've seen so far, the most traditional answer does just seem to be... it's a mixture of having Razor with heroes that can get on top of the Gyro. Like, I've seen Queen of Pain twice now against Gyro. We've seen the Razor against Gyro. Even Sven. Just all in all, heroes that get on top of you. So already with Razor being banned out, I think it should maybe make Infinity feel more like, okay, should we just first pick it? If we don't want to first pick it, do we need to ban it? And just, yeah, the classic of you have this really OP hero and you're just going to have to deal with it one way or the other.
Yeah, game number 1, even a bit more willing perhaps to do that as well, knowing that you have a fallback of at least the game 2 and 3. So something to certainly think about here. And they have the option. I mean, they got the final ban of these first set of bans with the first pick on top of that. So Infinity, I'm sure that's at least running through their minds as a possibility. But yeah, Treant's banned. Nature's Prophet is still on the board as well. We got the chance to see a little bit of NP yesterday finally. And yeah, a strong support, but... hasn't really been seen too much and wasn't a loss yesterday, at least with what we saw. So, yeah,
it's a little strange. I still think the hero's very good, but if you have other stuff in the pool, I feel like, you know, there's probably still other better heroes. It looks like that Infinity yesterday, they opted not to first pick Gyro in both the games that they played against AcatSuki. One time they won, and then the second time around they lost. So I don't know if that gives you like any better idea as well, where they're like, okay, we tried it and it still doesn't feel that good, because, I mean, I don't think anything speaks against necessarily a first pick Gyro here, unless you have a cool idea.
Oh, there's Pango. Pango's just another one of these sound options that if you're not even really too sure, well, let's just pick up the Pango and we can be happy and satisfied no matter what happens from here. So,
okay, so if you're Mad Kings, I mean, at the end of the day, Dota is so open that, you know, you can do a lot of different things. I don't think it's out of the question that a team would skip Gyro or that maybe they look for it later down the line as, all right, that's a big boy response. Yeah.
Yeah, that's as we see a lot of teams banning this Bloodseeker if you're going to be picking up Pango, or if he had, but obviously they didn't have the chance to ban. I'm sure they would have if that wasn't a Bloodseeker pick here. But yeah, for the obvious reason, the Rupture. It works against Pango, and it is good. So they already have the good matchup there, and that's got to be a little bit frustrating. We're sitting here talking about, you pick Pango, you're feeling safe, you're feeling good. That's kind of the one hero where you're like, like maybe don't wish, but.
So if you're Infinity, like the way that I think this should be viewed is that, we pick Pango, they take a counter for it. It's kind of on Infinity now to make sure that the Pangos game doesn't just get completely dumpstered by him getting ruptured, because let's be real, he's gonna get ruptured until he gets a Lincoln Sphere later in the game. So you could look at heroes like that can maybe upkeep his HP during the roll, or maybe you get an offlaner that will be able to build auras, or perhaps you find an offlane dual lane that can shut down the Bloodseeker, or they continuously get on top of him in the mid game so that you can go in later with the roll and someone else goes in for you first to just do stuff like that. Because if you just like, okay, this Pangos game is kind of owned now, whatever, you do you, this guy's gonna get destroyed and not play Dota this game.
So looking back at recent games here for both these teams, Infinity, yesterday in their series against AcatSuki, they ran Disruptor all 3 games actually. So that's certainly the support option that keeping my eye on. And, you know, potentially pretty good against a hero like Bloodseeker too even. So wouldn't be surprised to see a Disruptor once again coming out. So no ban on it yet, at least.
Yeah, there's other hero that I generally like a lot that I don't think we've seen yet in this region is a hero like Snapfire. I think something like that is always a hero that I like a lot against early snowballing heroes, such as a hero like Bloodseeker or Monkey Kings, because they hate when they can get rotated on early or just heavy magic damage early on. So could be a hero that Infinity could look at, but this Vengeful Spirit hero does... I feel like stonks are rising. This hero seems damn strong.
Oh, yeah. It's one of the top picks. Yeah, what is it? The 3rd overall throughout these qualifiers. Win percentage is a little bit under 50%, but overall, the qualifiers, all the regions seem to definitely value this here. And yeah, there was the match yesterday where you were pointing out the Wave of Terror is just an amazing ability all around. It does like 5 different things for the one simple press of a button. It feels really good to use that, not only in the laning phase, but just throughout the game. So yeah, solid Vengeful Spirit pick. Infinity, I got to point this out, too. I mean, Gyrocopter is still there. Now, Mad Kings does have Bloodseeker, so a little bit less likely to pick it, but, I mean, Gyro's an option.
I mean, any hero that stands his ground in a way against Bloodseeker is pretty good, because it means that you don't really care against Rupture, and if he ruptures anyone else, then it also means you stand your ground and deal a lot of damage. So Gyro could be cool in a way for Infinity. Maybe a hero like TV could be on the line later as well, if that's something you want. Okay, Dawnbreaker. I think that is overall just a good hero, and it is semi in the way of, okay, if Pango goes in, it's like a semi enabler, right? Because you can ult on top, heal him up, and yep, Gyro as well.
Yeah, it's hard to pass up that hero, and as you even said, against somebody like a Bloodseeker, kind of makes sense too. So let's just play it safe here. If you're Infinity. Pairing that up with the Dawnbreaker with their 2-3s. They have spent a lot of reserve time, already down to 37 seconds, but ultimately getting to that conclusion there, that makes sense here in this game. So Mad King's up to them to respond now themselves with their 3rd and 4th pick. And again, they don't have that Razor option. It's not that classic idea of like, how do you deal with the Gyro now?
Yeah. Okay. Beastmaster's in the pool if you want to look for like some more buffs. You already have some auras. I think you have the Roar against the Gyro. You also have Roar against Pango to potentially kill him. So if you're like looking to... Because I feel like at this point, Bloodseeker's the type of hero even though he's not a hard carry, if you help his timings, he can kind of be one. So if you can look for this type of hero that helps his timings, I think that would be good. Or maybe some Queen of Pain +1. Those are kind of the heroes that I would be eyeing here. But let's see.
Yeah, Beastmaster's banned quite a bit, actually, throughout these qualifiers.
Not this time.
Yeah, good point to bring up there that he is available, but not going to go the Beastmaster. They're going the Doom instead, and hey, there's that Snapfire. So you asked, and you're going to receive here, Kezu.
At least I get one of the ones I want. And Doom is, I don't know, with the changes, I feel like this hero still... It's pretty cool and not super... I don't think he's been fully figured out yet, but I do like this new... It reminds me of like AA from the core role in a way where you're just an anti-hero. Like whoever you Ice Blast or Doom, they just can't heal, they can't man-fight, and... Yeah, we talked about what heroes you want against Bloodseeker, ones that stand their ground and fight. Now you Doom them, they can't heal. Suddenly that matchup might change.
Yeah, and we saw that, didn't we? It was yesterday in the Gyrocopter matchup. There was a couple of epic moments right there where, the Doom came out. He had cheese on him, but he couldn't use it because he was Doom. And obviously, Satanic, another item that you certainly build on Gyrocopter, that's going to be negated if he gets Doom. So, yeah, it certainly has value and makes sense. And that's the direction they decide to go in. Undying is going to be the pick for Infinity, a support option that also does get usually a lot of ban attention, but not here, and Infinity will gladly pick it up themselves.
Yeah, that's a pretty good Undying pick. I mean, in the lane, I would say Snapfire definitely has an option to be fairly annoying to you, right? If you drop the Tomb, he goes one level, little Shredder, bam, it's dead. But overall, you're going to do well in the lane, of course, against the Doom. You'll help your Gyro. And later on, I mean, you can get your Shard with the kind of grab ally, get people out of, like, maybe save them in the Rupture, save them from the Doom, at least for the time being. So overall, I still think, I mean, it's just a good Undying pick.
Is there any part of you that's thinking that this is a potential mid Bloodseeker, or pretty set on the safe lane Bloodseeker?
Probably not. I mean, kind of anything is possible, but I think carry Bloodseeker just seems very solid, I think. And at least, I would say if you play against Pango mid, if you're Bloodseeker, you always have to follow him. Whereas instead, I would prefer if you just have like some Spirit Playmaker mid that can always do his thing, and then carry Bloodseeker. You do well in lane, you get Rupture, and if Pango ever goes anywhere, then you just TP there. So you free farm and get kills. So I think carry Bloodseeker just seems chill.
Going through a couple of the camera shots here. To each their own, and obviously every player prepares differently. I know it's early on, etc., but man, some of these players slouched in their chair. You gotta wake up, man. You're about to play game 1 of this best out of 3 series. Let's go.
I mean, you have players like Ana. I remember back in the day, what I heard is that this guy doesn't play pubs, and you just need to let him be. If he wakes up 5 minutes before the game, that's his mojo, man. Like that's his way to get in the game. So maybe some of them are channeling their inner, I don't know, sleepyhead, and that's how they, perform well.
Ooh, interesting. So it's an offlane Dawnbreaker?
Yeah, offlane Dawn, 4 Lion. We've been seeing more Lion, right? Just seems solid. Good laner, lockdown, stun, damage. Just a solid package.
I guess that does make sense. For some reason, I was stuck on the idea that Dawnbreaker was going to be a support, but no, she's certainly a core role as well. And yeah, so the Lion final pick, solid all around. As mentioned, Mad Kings, they do got about a minute here to decide what they want to go with. Mid option, as we figure, matched up against the Pango. So what do we got? The Puck Band Quap is still there. We saw some successful Quap play recently.
Yeah, I would say. All right. Okay. It's always good against melee heroes, so I do kind of like it. I think Quap was probably one of the other options that were pretty good as you lane well against Pango and whatnot. But yeah, I'm just a fan of the mid shaker. It's also been getting buffed. We talked about it one of the other days. So yeah, this is a banger of a hero.
You were talking about this as we were getting into these qualifiers,
yeah.
As like with the patch and everything, the possibility of a mid Earthshaker, and we hadn't seen any chance of it yet, but it's definitely a mid Earthshaker right here. So you talked about the mid matchup, being a melee matchup makes sense. I am extra intrigued now. So it sounded like more of that Axe build, kind of just being able to get that early on Axe and be the monster that he can be as far as just flying around and getting on top of a hero like Gyrocopter, which is we always go back to, is important.
Yeah, I've seen like some people still like to go to Blink Rush first. So I think you go like Blink, Ags, and then BKB. Some people like to be really greedy. They go Ags first. So I do just overall think that he should have a good early game laning against Pango. Or I mean, both of them will do well. But Pango overall has very low HP pool. So if you get like some sneaky level 6 on Shaker, you get some Echo, there's a lot of playthrough ability there. But I think both teams have honestly very SA drafts and lots of fighting. It's going to be coming our way, I think.
Nothing wrong with that here.
Yep.
In game number 1 of our first best out of 3 of the day, elimination match once again, as we have Infinity versus Mad King. So South American Dota at its finest, expecting plenty of action. Here, as you mentioned. So yeah, this is a good one. Here we are in day number 4. We're getting some different things. The mid Earthshaker, even a Bloodseeker pick. Granted, this gets a Pango, makes sense, but we haven't really seen a lot of him. We got that Doom versus Gyrocopter matchup. It's a lot of potential to be pretty fun here, and kind of on paper it makes sense how it should play out, but at the same time, obviously you got to execute.
And there's also like a lot of I like Dota games where you have a lot of X factors, I would say, in a way. As Thinkers over here is gonna have to run away with the shield crash, so they probably know that there's a high chance for a ward being in the area. I don't know why Pango would be here otherwise, so there's a chance that they will have a look.
Yeah.
If they have any sentries, that is, which I'm not sure of. They do have one.
Oh, is that out of range? Okay, it's barely in range. Wow, that was close.
Yep, easy little D-War. But yeah, to go back to the small little X factors, like I think Venge Swap is always like, it can be a difference maker. I think also nowadays Undying, you know, with the shard, you put people down in the bunker. You of course have some Echo Slams, so there's definitely a lot of things that can happen in this mid game that can just turn the game around.
Yeah. Bounty Rune battle. Up at the top, at least, looks like a slight clash. You got the stun initially from Michael, or Spike used. And it's going to be picked up in the end by Undying there. So we got a 2-for-2 trade, and into the lanes we go. So you mentioned Undying here, protecting the Gyrocopter up at the top lane, that is.
Yeah.
But maybe going to be annoyed by Snapfire quite a bit. But you'd figure also at the same time with that Decay spam, that's feels like it's pretty good against these two heroes, though, right?
Yeah, it's very good against both of them. It will obviously, if you're sniping Universal, it still lowers some damage from Snap as well. You've got the Decay against Doom, which is super annoying. So, and also, if Snapfire wants to deal with your Tomb, it means he's gonna have to go low Shredder. So their aggressive playability isn't that good either with the cookie. So I think Gyro's just gonna free farm. The one that I'm gonna be looking at is the it's top lane. Oscar's already in a lot of trouble.
He's dead. Yeah,
Yep,
he's not getting away
gone.
from that. The Blood Grenade came out, and that was basically the end of him. Snapfire using the Scatter Blast, but not much more he could do. So I guess just underestimating what Gyrocopter could do with the early homing missile, and a couple of Decay spams later, he's dead.
Yeah, you cannot do that. Undying, like just the strongest support, especially level 1. And now with the addition of Blood Grenades, it makes kills even easier. And yeah, you know, Gyro, no stranger to being a helpful carry, right? Homing missiles, some auto attacks, just easy.
So mid lane matchup, though, I was actually bottom lane taking a look down there. But yeah, mid lane matchup, Earthshaker versus Pango. So again, a very intriguing one. Mentioned on paper, Earthshaker in a melee matchup definitely makes sense. He's got the Enchant Totem with our Aftershock early on, and expecting him to, you know, get some pretty good last hit. Almost, it seems like maybe similar to like a Tiny in a way where he's just gonna be hitting really hard, getting those last hits.
I mean, it's just super annoying because so they buff the Aftershock radius, they also buff the range of your totem after the hit. So overall, you're definitely supposed to be winning this matchup, like both in CS and Harass, and probably also denies. Like you can get last hits with your Aftershock, then deny with the totem. So as we can see right there.
Right now, what is he? 7-7. Yeah, geez.
Yep.
7 denies already. 7-2 Pango. So yeah, Pippi's feeling pretty good about how the start's looking right now. And Faker, all he can do is just be annoyed, but do his best. And yeah, Pango continues to be that hero of, as we always go back to, it's expect him to still have a decent enough game. And he is going to need a pretty solid game because it goes back to that Bloodseeker matchup.
Yeah.
You know, you mentioned the Lincolns. I don't know if he's going to... does he look to prioritize that like as his first true item, or does he still need like usually you think?
I guess it's probably still Diffu into Lincolns. If your game is good, I think you can do both. If your game is bad, maybe you just Lincoln straight up, something like that. But another thing we need to consider is that Shaker's not only good in lane against Pango, but until later when Pango has like blinks and higher levels, you can just Fisher him off. Or like Fisher his role, redirect him as well. So that's something else you will have to play around with the shield crash, of course.
Yeah, we're so focused on the Bloodseeker versus the Pango match. But yeah, you're right. That is another tool that they have in their arsenal to deal with this Pango. That was that first pick. So top lane, bottom lane, excuse me. Yeah, there's actually action out there. Bloodright going to be coming out and double silence, but more so just helping to secure the last hits in there. How is that Bloodseeker doing? 14-0. You got 15-2 Dawnbreaker, so very back and forth, even trade there.
Yeah, it looks like another type of game where I think most of the cores will be doing pretty well and will be pretty happy when it comes to the early game. So I think this mid matchup will be very important. If Pippi can kind of push the game forward, will Faker do well mid, and he can maybe go bot against this Bloodseeker before he has levels. Because I think side lanes seem like they've gotten into more chill territory now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gyrocopter is leading the way. 20-4 now CS. Doom 13-2. So yeah, we saw that similar last time though with the Doom versus Gyro matchup, especially even in the laning phase. Doom maybe a bit more of a struggle than what we've seen in recent past when it comes to his laning phase, despite not necessarily receiving the change. But in this Gyrocopter matchup, especially with the Undying support, it's understandable. It's not the easiest.
Yeah, as well, Snap also good against Gyrocopter, as we can see here. So Low Shredder not only good against a Tombstone, but you just insta-kill the missile. I'm a little intrigued, or I don't don't like the decision of Oscar to have Infernal Blade in this lane. I feel like that's generally what you want to do when you can fight back as Adrian in a lot of trouble. Does have sticks for now.
He's running. He's trying to. He's got that thirst level 2, so plenty of speed to work with. And yeah, he will survive. Vengeful Spirit, though, also going to be comboed, and he is not getting away. That'll be the number 2 kill on the board. And out for the Dire.
Well, that's pretty good. Well, we all know how Bloodseeker works, right? This hero wants to lane well, you stay on high HP, but sometimes when you lane against some of these heroes, you have Dawn, Lion. They basically have 4 spells between themselves as, yep, you're dead.
You got to respect that combo. It's got good range, and it'll burst you down like it does right there. So if he obviously wasn't maybe anticipating that already, certainly he's got to be thinking about that now with his death.
Yeah, and this is, well, Bloodseeker generally wants to be playing from ahead. You keep being fast with your thirst. You stay high HP. You don't have to spend gold on regen. But, you know, when you play against these double nuke lanes, as you said, you have to respect that. Because if you don't, you're going to die. And that will majorly set you back on a hero like Bloodseeker.
Yeah. He's back in the lane, recovering on farm, but obviously that bottom lane certainly going the way of Infinity, and well, top lane is too. I guess the mid lane, it puts more pressure even on Pippi if there wasn't some already that needing him to make use of this early star, because he is having a great time. 33-11 now as I say this. Look what's going on. We're coming up to 6 minutes, and he knocks it. Oh, Ultimate's going to be coming up with the Echo Slam, and he completely turns on top of the line. He's going for Pango. Pango will survive, but Undying cannot say the same. You just see all of a sudden he presses R with the Echo Slam and things completely shift.
I've seen this too many times before. Like, you know, you have this tiny Kunkka Earthshaker mid. They just have like 1200 HP at minute 6. You're not killing them without ults if they're full HP. So a bit of an ambitious play, but I like that Pippi is just like, what the hell are you guys doing? Presses R, literally just killed the Lion with 1 spell.
It just melted right there, yeah. Wait a second, this is not going to go as planned. So, yeah, great turn. And again, goes to the point. Earthshaker needed to really have a good game off of that bottom lane.
Oh, there's a roll.
Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker in trouble. The roll coming through. Bloodseeker holding his ground. Has supports here, including Snapfire. But Pango still atop. The silence coming out. Swashbuckle, though. Oh, he misses a good dodge coming out from Adrian. And now Faker.
Oh, that.
But Adrian still taking some damage. The Celestial Hammer comes through and helps burn him down. Starbreaker. Not going to matter as they already killed the Snapfire. Oof, what a turn for Infinity.
All right, if I'm Vitaly, I'm definitely feeling pretty good in this game. He's 4-0. Hold that. Yeah, okay, he will... hold. Yeah, he will stay 4-0. I feel like he's just like collecting a couple of free kills around. You know, earlier Bloodseeker stays a bit too... Ooh, he barely gets out. All right, all right. So it will slow down a little bit now. We'll have to TP back to base, but yeah. Infinity doing a very nice punchback here.
Oh, Pippi, one more attack needed, but Pango, the swashbuckle away. Very close call. Can't finish the job, though. At least going to force him back for some regen, I suppose. But, yeah, it really continues to be in the hands of Earthshaker, though, it feels like, especially with the start now for Mad Kings. And, you know, not that he hasn't been doing this part. He certainly has. He has even now 2 kills without a mid, but he's going to be building Blink. But when he gets the Blink, he needs to start going, right?
Yeah, he's going to have to... Well, it's going to be him plus the Snapfire that need to get stuff done. It's Michael helping with the rune for now. No roll available yet, so I guess Pippi should be okay. No, there's a roll. A bit too late, though.
Choosing not to there. So, yeah, him and Snapfire perhaps roaming around. Doom, expect him to continue to farm as he's got the Vanguard and the Midas being built. But, yeah, you see they're clearing out some jungle that they want to get this Earthshaker Blink as soon as possible. Yeah, right? Yeah. It feels, you know it's tempting.
Yeah, it's so tempting, but you know that you just got to fight this, like, intrusive thought of just pressing R. Oh, never mind.
The intrusive thoughts win the day.
Yeah. Okay, so they had a ward. They saw that they were maybe coming. So before some weird stuff happens, they just echo that shit. Seems good to me.
You are right. He did see them nearby. So, yeah, that actually makes a little more sense. But Oscar's in trouble. Oh, Solar Guardian crashing down as well. Celestial Hammer Burr.
This is in a tier 2, by the way. At 9 minutes.
The tier 1 is still up. And they don't even care. They go all the way to tier 2. They get 3 kills. And they're like, oh, yeah, let's go ahead and kill the tower now.
I kind of like this play. You know, sometimes it's like, there's a lot of teams that will play like a script where it's like, if a tier 1 is up, you can't dive to tier 2. Or, you know, if one of us is dead, don't take a team fight. Just play the situation. Like, you see that you can get in there, you have Donald. Just go. I love it.
We talk about South American Dota, especially, and what we expect out of it. And this is definitely along those lines, specifically from Infinity. Just go, go, go. And it is a thing of beauty to watch.
Yeah.
For sure. So, yeah, this is, I don't want to say getting out of hand for Mad Kings necessarily just yet, but obviously they find themselves continuing to be behind about 2,000 net worth advantage. I mean, I keep looking back at this blink status, though, for Earthshaker, and he almost has it. A couple more creep kills.
It will be important that it's not just him, so his Snapfire needs to start getting closer to level 6. Gennett is only level 4.5, so like you need to give him a lane or maybe clear a couple more stacks in the triangle, because without his 6, it's not that easy to kill some of these heroes. Like Dawnbreaker, 1300 HP without the neutral item, so now he has even more armor. Gyro himself as well, 1500 HP if he's on strength threat, so you need follow-up damage.
Bloodseeker continues to try to recover down here at the bottom. I mean, his net worth is not horrendous, but he is having to find himself jungling while his bottom tier 1 tower is being heavily pressured. And as I say this, a smoke play coming bottom, and Earthshaker, guess what he now has? The Blink Dagger is delivered. You know he wants to make use of it as soon as possible. He's got the Echo Slam ready to go. Sets up the Enchant Totem. They want to go mid, but Undying he's not showing yet.
Well, the mid play would be good, but this play doesn't work if you're not showing any. Like, if no one is pushing it into the tower, no one from Infinity is going to have to defend it. So at least their heroes are getting to farm, Bloodseeker is shooting bottom, Doom is getting to farm top, but okay, looks like Infinity are looking to make a play top themselves, so maybe you can do something there. Let's see.
Double smoke wrapping around onto Doom. Doom going to be caught.
There's a Dawn ult.
He is going to pop the roll. Starbreak, or Dawn will come and do with the clash on Solar Guardian, and it is an easy kill in the end. So yeah, there was Snapfire and Earthshaker kind of nearby, but by the time they thought about doing something, it was already over.
Yeah, as Infinity just making better moves on the map. Like, Lumiere, he gets out of top, he's now going to mid, he knows that this is like a little more safe for him. They dodge the smoke, they get the return kill. Just feel like they're using their heroes better on the map. Like, the Gyro's farming, Dawn is just connecting to every play, which is, I mean, it's no stranger to knowing how Dawn plays, but it's just working out very well.
Yeah, that Solar Guardian, such a strong ability we've seen so many times when this hero makes an appearance. So, yeah, as you were mentioning though, Gyrocopter was just farming stacked Ancients in jungle while that gank took place by Infinity. So
yeah,
you look at his net worth up to 7,000 just about, which includes him. He's going to finish the Ags with a Falcon Blade and Power Treads on top of that, about 12.5 minutes. I would say that's pretty good timing here.
Yeah, it's a nasty timing. And he has a higher level in Rocket Barrage, which, you know, a lot of the time, we don't really see that on these Gyros. They go stats. So I would say, I would attribute some of Oscar's bad early game is because of the, well, Gyro skill build early on to like shut him down a little bit more. He also has, I think he's got an Arcane Ring on Gyro that helps him with that too. So yeah, I like to switch up.
Yeah, it's slightly different. You're right. I remember pointing that out, how Rocket Barrage completely skipped in a lot of these Gyros that we've been seeing. But adjusting and adapting to the game, what makes sense, and certainly feels like it's working out pretty well here. But Bloodseeker, Maelstrom has been delivered, so he can start even recovering more when it comes to his farm. As, you know, again, 5,600 net worth, still fairly respectable, but hey, continue to look back at this Earthshaker, and yeah, he's had the blink for a little bit. Hasn't been able to use it. I assume by now they've seen also that he has it, so
yeah, for sure.
Not so much of a secret.
Like now it's more like they're just still waiting for Ginnick to get 6. He needs 1 or 2 more creeps off of the mid lane to maybe make that happen. We have this Invis rune on Pippi to like maybe try and make something happen, so he's, well, looking around, but with every minute that passes by, like, you've got your blink, you've got all your damage. With every minute that passes by, like, Infinity are getting more levels, they're getting more items, higher HP to potentially live through your combos. So you would love to get something done rather, you know, sooner rather than later.
And getting a kill on Doom here for Infinity would be massive, especially since he's getting so close to finishing Hannah Midas, because again, it's been a struggle for Doom so far this game. There is no ifs and buts about it. Now, a nice scan right there does give him information and TP support, so good set up for the turn. Yeah, he is definitely baited. Doom goes out on a dive. There's the Echo. Solar Guardian, but with the Mortimer's Kisses, you got to be careful about that. However, Dawnbreaker doesn't care. The Starbreaker on top of Earthshaker, and Earthshaker taking the roll damage as well. He will end up falling. There's the Rupture, though. Pango in trouble. The swap will finish the job. So it's still looking pretty good for Mad Kings overall, despite losing the Earthshaker. They get a 2-for-1. They're going to make it a 3-for-1 as Lion will fall. So double kill for Adrian, and the bait does work out in the end.
That was just a very clutch scan. If you don't scan like that, you just lose your Doom for nothing. But instead, you get to bait it like that. And it didn't actually look that bad for Infinity at the start. Like, they all live because of the Dawn ult, but then just some overplay. Adrian TPs, he's like, sure, don't mind if I do. Free Rupture on Pango, runs at 1k move speed and just zooms on out.
Yeah, that's the prime example right there of why this hero's considered so good against Pango. It's as soon as that Rupture went out, you knew that was the end of him. No chance to get away for the Pango. It used to be unable to slip out in cases like that a lot of the time. But Dawnbreaker at the top lane is still protecting this potential tower push. We'll see if she gets reinforcements or not. As currently teammates look like they're headed towards the bottom lane to push the tower themselves. So not going to need the defense at the top lane. The Celestial Hammer clears the creep wave, and bottom lane is going to be pressured by Infinity. So even despite that last fight, Infinity's still keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, you just got your gyro at the top of the network. And, well, another small thing that I like is him going Mask of Madness on the gyro. I think that's other people that we have not seen go for that build. I mean, sure, we talked about the fact that you're playing against Doom, so you won't lifesteal as much. But I think Mask of Madness is more of the, you stay at high HP and you just increase your farm even more. So I think he's gonna like make an even bigger discrepancy between him and the Bloodseeker.
Interesting. Yeah, that is a pretty unique stuff there for sure, but wants to really keep that enhanced farm going, and right now it's feeling pretty good, almost 10,000 net worth. Just about finished clearing up some more Ancients. Wisdom Brood is also up here at the dire side for them to still pick up, in there for a couple of minutes now, but I'm sure they'll eventually get over there to snatch it up. Dawnbreaker, she's a hero that certainly can go many directions in terms of her item builds. She has chosen to go the Echo Saber first and going to go more of a BKB now. So we saw the Desolator queued up, and we've seen that before a couple of times, but yeah, a bit more of a survivalist build here.
I think the BKB against these Radiant heroes is so good. Like literally against all of the heroes. Oh, they're looking at mid. Gardic, snap ult, and he's dead.
Combo, it's, again, just an Undying, but still, only needed the one ultimate to get a kill.
Which is, I mean, yeah, it's both Oscar and Pango are struggling a little bit here. They're hunting him again down bottom. I mean, this Doom is not having the nicest time right now.
No, he's got to be frustrated. That's even a Solar Guardian, yeah. But now they're in a bad spot. I mean, he survives. Oh,
another Echo.
Pippi, well placed right there. Gonna get the 2 kills for sure. Dawnbreaker, I think a third one's coming. The BKB likely not going to save her. Celestial Hammer, she goes back in, says, all right, let's fight then, but it's not going to matter. Down she goes, and back-to-back times now. They killed Doom, or they didn't even kill Doom the first time, but the point is, it's bait. Returns there.
I mean, sure, Oscar continues to maybe not have the greatest game, but at this point, he is just owning for his team. Like, yeah, they kill him, but Infinity are going way too deep for these plays. Like, if you're Gyrocopter in this case, I think you're not feeling too happy about what your team is doing. You probably need to tell them to, like, yo, guys, relax. I've got this game on lock. You know, like, don't feed this net worth into them, because I'm farming everything on the entire map the whole game.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. I think that's pretty appropriately here, Casey, because, yeah, we talk about South America Dota, you know, this very fast-paced, constantly run-at-you action. It was great earlier on, but those are a couple of back-to-back examples that, you may want to chill out a little bit, because you're right, Gyrocopter is having a great game, but suddenly that net worth lead is gone. It's actually slightly favoring that Kings now.
Yeah, they just need to be, I think, more careful on Infinity, really, because now you've got double BKB completed, I think, or does Bloodseeker? Yeah, Bloodseeker has it. Your Earthshaker has it. Your Doom is getting closer to his as well, and a lot of like this early lead you've had, even with the fat Gyrocopter, who looks like he might get... Ooh, hello, Pippi.
What? Pippi shows up. He's going to try to ruin this Roshan party. Popping the BKB. Line's getting low, but the Aegis is picked up by Gyrocopter.
Yeah, but side of TP, my friend.
Earthshaker. Oh, barely gets out, but he does. That's what matters.
Okay, this is at least a good move, right? You now get the Aegis on your top net worth Gyrocopter, which I think it should help you and your team to just like try and get him involved in the game. And I don't think it's been his fault at all. Like, he's been doing the right thing, just farming. His team may be doing a bit of overplay, so now it's important that they realize what they need to do together.
Yeah. Blink on Lion definitely helps their cause as well.
Yep.
You mentioned Pango. Yeah, it has been actually a little bit more of a struggle than would have thought. It seemed like the game was going pretty well for him overall, but he is the worst net worth as far as the cores go. Does have the defusal. We talked about the potential for a Lincoln, but I think he just bought a Blink, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
so he is going to have a Blink now.
He will not have a Lincoln for quite a while. I mean, with some of these overplays, right, you just end up dying, you miss out on time that you could be farming where, yeah, you killed Oscar, but he's going to Midas, he's going to Devour, you know, even if he dies, there's so much gold just being printed out.
Yeah. Certainly a hero that can and has recovered. I mean, he's, 9,000 net worth. For being 0-5-4, that's pretty damn good, considering the game state. Pango does queue up the Lincolns now, so choosing to get a bit more aggressive with this item build early on, but realizing, he needs that item, and is going to be coming. But these BKBs, I know you were stressing earlier for the Radiant side, they're happening. All 3 cores having their BKBs, so they're in a much more prime spot to fight now. And take action in this game.
Like, sure, you're just gonna have to use this gyro, I think, very nicely. And I do like that he's going Daedalus. So, like, the Daedalus, you've got the Mask of Madness. His damage output is gonna be really, really high. And they need to use that too, because we've touched on it later. I wouldn't say Doom like Harkon as gyro, but the matchup later where you stop his lifesteal it's huge.
Yeah. Constantly seeing him in the jungle there, farming up some Ancients. You got Pippi pushing out mid a little bit, working on the Ags next himself. As we're approaching about 21 minutes right now. So, yeah, the Aegis still has 245 remaining on it. So, Mad Kings, although they can feel pretty comfortable with their item builds and where they're at right now, I suppose you're not necessarily looking to take the action just yet. The Tormentor is a good play in the meantime. They give the Shard to Vengeful Spirit. That's that Solar Crest as well, but yeah, Mad Kings, I mean, knowing that they're up against an Aegis, it makes sense how they're playing this, would you say?
Yeah, I would tend to agree, like, with what they're doing. I think it's good. You just kind of, you want to wait out the Aegis, and once it's gone, I think with your triple BKB, you could probably look to fight. Also about the Shards, I think Undying, being able to get the Grab Ally or Tombstone, I'll call it Grab Ally forever, is pretty good, as we talked about against the Radiant Heroes, but still, with this Aegis, you want to be getting more, like maybe a tier 2, a smoke around, a team fight. You want to be getting something.
Interesting stat shown by production right there. The Daedalus pickup on Gyrocopter, it's actually been picked up 3 times before in these qualifiers, so we'll talk about that in a second, because big fight. Swap, Vengeful Spirit swaps out his teammate Bloodseeker, puts himself, of course, in a bad spot, but keeps his core alive for now. BKB's being used. There's a Rupture. Rupture on a Faker. He has to stand still, but the retreat is happening. And that'll be the end of any pursuit right there, so out.
Well, they do get a kill, but they had to use Dawnode, a lot of rotations, and didn't quite get the bottom tier 2, so maybe they can transition into the top tier 2 as, you know, you still have Aegis on the deck for a little bit, and, well, touched on it before. Always want to get stuff done with this.
Something we did see there as well, Casey, was actually the Undying Shard effect coming into play, and it is a little bit of a nice tool to have for the Pango. If he gets ruptured like that, throw the Tombstone out, so that's something that now Mad Kings is going to have to be aware of that exists.
Yeah, like there's a lot of like good saving, because if you think about the Radiant Heroes, it's a lot of single target commitment, like Bloodseeker, BKB, Rupture, right click, Doom, right click as well. You want to kill this Doom target. It's like Earthshaker's got the AoE, but even then, if you don't have more than one hero, this Tombstone is going to be very annoying.
Yeah. So right there, Undying 6-2 in these South American qualifiers. Yeah, very successful support hero right now, understandably. But yeah, the one I was talking about before, Daedalus pickup on Gyrocopter, the fastest Daedalus pickup on the Gyro so far in these SA qualifiers, and is 3-0 when Gyrocopter picks up Daedalus as far as win-loss goes. So yeah, a very powerful item for the hero. With the Black Cannon, a lot of big red numbers coming out, feels good.
Incredibly. I'm still looking at a Vitality on this Dawnbreaker. Like, him having Deso is... I like it, because you know that like the enemy team, they have like kind of these heroes where it makes it harder to solo carry a game, like especially Doom. So just help your Gyro out, you know, instead of giving him auras. I think it's better for you to just become a secondary core.
Yeah. Yeah, that single target certainly there. Has the blink, even a shard queued up himself on Dawnbreaker. Of course, a great shard effect for him, making him immune, kind of a mini BKB of sorts when he uses that Starbreaker. But obviously, Aegis no longer in play. We're at 24 minutes in right now, and it's going to be a smoke from Mad Kings headed towards top. Tier 1 is still up, although, no, never mind, Dawnbreaker. It's like, I'm going to change that.
He's like, nope. I think if Mad Kings can get a clear initiation, it is very hard for Infinity to fight back. Like, let's say they smoke. If they just swap in the gyro and doom him, that guy is just gonna die. Sure, maybe you then drop the tombstone and like try to save him. But if Snap is around with a little shredder, he's gonna put a stop to that real quick.
Stop. Yeah, you certainly have the execution potential is there for Mad Kings. You're right, as far as being able to deal with it. So we'll be able to do so, but unable to find anyone at the top lane. But they are able to get some objectives, of course, and Earthshaker, he's getting very close to an axe. He just needs the point booster, about 1,000 gold, and then that'll be online too. There's the BKB purchase, though, by Gyrocopter on the other side. It certainly feels like that was going to be needed. As we were just talking about, they have potential to just kind of blow him up if he's not careful.
I mean, this will certainly help, because when you get doomed, unless he gets stunned right away, he will be able to pop the BKB, and I guess a lot of the damage from the Radiant side. It's not a... It doesn't pierce BKB too well at the moment. Bloodseeker will need probably a couple more items, maybe level 20 talent, you know, just kind of get to continue to hit. So perhaps still one of the better timings for Infinity. I definitely prefer Radiant scaling like into the late game in this game.
And Bloodseeker kind of leading the charge with that. Has the full Mjolnir, has the Basher in works. Of course, the BKB in hand, as we talked about, all 3 cores looking good there. Ooh, potential for top lane. Smoke play from Infinity. They got a good flank position. Faker channeling up the roll. Never mind. He cancels it for now. There's another channel. Line goes in, but the BKB use. Vengeful with the immediate swap. So Vengeful will die. BKB in the flat cannon attacks, though. Dear Lord. That was damage.
That was quick. Yeah, they kind of put a quick end to all of them. Great initiation there from Infinity. You have to smoke out. Michael finds the kill. Sure, even though you swap out your Bloodseeker, your Venge is dead, and all these fights will be decided on whoever starts the fight. If Mad Kings can find a way to do this to Infinity, I think they would be the winners of the fight.
Yeah, very key on initiation, and those are the games you really love to see. It comes down to just who's going to get that better positioning and getting the jump first. Makes for some great play. But by the way, it's Snapfire barely surviving there. Thank you to his teammate, though, as Earthshaker throws up the fissure and helps a homie out. But it's kind of a minor victory in the big scheme of things, as Infinity obviously having this successful fight right there just prior, and they take more. They get the tier 2, they take out some of the Ancients as well as the jungle, and this Gyrocopter, 6,000 net worth lead over his counterpart on the other side.
I mean, he is really big after this fight. Like, this second Roach, if they can get it, I actually think if they can take another clean fight like that, their net worth lead could just be incredibly high, like some 15k. But they get this whether they get this Aegis now or not, we'll have to see. It looks like Mad Kings, they know what's up. Like, second Roach, next objective, they're gonna have to fight for it.
See right there, it's about close to a 70-30 split favoring Infinity. It feels about right. It still comes back to, though, that initiation that you talked about. As farmed as this Gyrocopter is, if Mad King's able to get the jump first, then still have potential to do a bit of a blow up. But yeah, you saw the damage in that previous fight. Let him get a couple of flat cannon auto attacks out, and suddenly your team is half dead and all dead. So there's the Roshan.
He's got a Satanic completed as well. Of course, you can split the Mask of Madness for that, which is great.
They smoke, but it's not going to be in time. It's going to be too late. You mentioned they were aware of the potential of this, but their timing is going to be just slightly off when the Aegis is picked up. And yeah, Mad Kings will just have to choose now. Do they just retreat, or do they try to make a gotcha play? But they're going to retreat.
Well, they were aware of the potential, but maybe not the speed of it, as Infinity just go there straight up, kill it, and you already had trouble dealing with Gyro last fight. Now he's getting Aegis, so I mean, for now, I feel like Mad Kings, someone needs to make the right call about how to team fight, because for now, I'm not seeing it out of their movement yet. Like, sure, maybe if this Aegis, you wait another 4 minutes, but then if you don't use these 4 minutes to talk about how to fight after the expiration of the Aegis, I'm not sure you've got it in yourselves to win this game.
Yeah, the successful fights for them, really thinking about it, have been due to mistakes of Infinity, right? With trying to get these ganks like on Doom. And yeah, overplaying their hand, and then they just respond, which is great. It's good to do that and execute, but you only can do that so many times, or bank on the other team making that mistake so many times, right? So, Vengeful A little scary spot for him to be in, but gets the ward down.
Because sure, you know when you are down in a game, it's not the easiest, as there are some TPs coming to the bottom lane, so maybe there is a call being made. It's Pippi just chatting it up, does get a kill.
And Earthshaker, the BKB, is going to be saved once again from the Vengeful Spirit, but Gyrocopter, oh, he's going to lock down now. He missed some late hits and puts it under by the Tombstone, but the Tombstone killed quickly as mentioned, and down goes Gyro. He is going to be resurrecting right here. Undying.
Okay. BKB.
He's still alive somehow. The BKB comes out after with the call down, and it forces the spread of Mad Kings. But now Gyrocopter thinking about running, although Earthshaker stalling that slightly, but yeah, I don't think they're going to overcommit to it. So yeah, he saw right there again. He gets locked down, able to get the Aegis burnt at least. And I thought I saw an Abyssal Blade, but I guess that was just the Basher coming through.
Yeah.
Either way.
No, at the end of the fight, I actually saw it too. I was like, wait, who the hell's got an Abyssal? But yeah, it's just some casual bashes, as I like it. You know, Pippi, he's had enough. He's like, whatever, guys, I will do it for you. Just TP's in, does it on his own, solo kills the Lion with his BKB, kind of gets the fight going and shows his team that, guys, this Aegis, we don't care. We have strong enough heroes that if we execute, we can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, so certainly a feels good moment for the side of Mad Kings right there. And like I said, it continues to be the game. Really, with that win probability chart can say what it wants, but as far as I'm concerned, it continues to be that coin flip. And like you keep going back to that initiation, who's going to get the better jump anyway. So
yep.
This Gyrocopter is going to continue to get more and more farmed with that said. In fact, he's soloing the Tormentor currently. Feeling pretty confident right there, maybe too confident.
He tried to Satanic against Tormentor, but I'm sorry, my bro, that does not work. Not yet. The Harry Potter Rubik's Cube does not care about your lifesteal.
He picked up on that pretty quickly, thankfully. So he's going to reset here, get some teammate support, and now they're going to kill the Tormentor as a team, as it's meant to be done. So there you go, Shard given a Lion. He'll take advantage of that with the improved mana drain, that is.
So now Mad Kings themselves might want to get another Shard on the deck, as their Tormentor, of course, is up as well. So we might have Genic as Michael Jordan comes by with a quick dunk. It's going to help him with the secondary Tormentor. Well, you need a third hero. Right, here they are. The brothers have arrived.
Genic's like, I got to get out of here. It's killing me. Pretty low, but yeah, you want to regen off of that. It's like Genic will get the Shard. Adrian hits level 20, by the way, on Bloodseeker, so that Rupture cast range has been significantly increased, which great ability to have.
I guess the nicer thing is nowadays Linken's isn't as good against Bloodseeker as it used to be, because you can click all of the spells now on the Linken's, as long as you have any. And I'm looking, I guess they don't have that many on Mad Kings, unless you need to cast a Magic Missile or a Swap at the moment to cancel the Linken's for the Rupture. So still a little bit annoying.
I guess Doom could get something, but currently he has the Alpha Wolf.
He could pick up a Linken's Break, I guess, but Wolf Aura for this draft I think is pretty good, especially for your Bloodseeker and your Shaker with his Totem. His damage is off the charts, with the Venge Aura as well, so...
Yeah. Got the Shadow Blade, as you say. Yeah, that Silver Edge is coming. So it's Earthshaker had some prime plays early on in this game. We haven't felt it necessarily in recent history, although that's not, I said it's a fault of his by any means, but that's coming. We're talking about big numbers coming out from Gyrocopter. Earthshaker certainly has that potential too to thwack you pretty hard.
Yeah.
But Vengeful, she sees them.
Okay, it's time to run away.
Smoke broke though, and he's like, gotta go. There's a Magic
Gotta
Missile.
go fast.
That Sonic impression here. Homing Missile though. Does it go for a swap play of sorts? How do they play this out? Do they commit to a defense? Okay, Vengeful just gonna keep on running and eventually gets the distance, although Pango trying to chase. Okay, it's a bit of an awkward fight so far. It's almost like, are they really doing this? Okay, I guess they are. But Vengeful Spirit's going to be blown up. Has a buyback if they want to do this, but the TP play means no more.
All right, so in the meantime, the biggest winner of all of this is my boy Dawnbreaker, just getting to farm and chill in the top lane. Guys, I'm ready to press ult. Don't worry, you do you. I'm going to kill some creeps, and the Abyssal Blade that you thought you'd seen earlier, it's coming soon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dawnbreaker is going to have one herself, so Yeah, she's picking one. We'll see if Bloodseeker goes that direction as well eventually, but Bloodseeker actually going the refresher route. Very interesting there, but obviously double BKB, double rupture. I mean, it is certainly strong capabilities there.
I like it. I do think like refresher over I would say there's been a big increase like over maybe the past 2 years or so where you just get this refresher later on these heroes where without BKB I'm not hitting. So it just gives you like a second BKB, a second rupture, later on even like multiple ruptures if you take the double rupture talent. So as you know, he hears me talk about it and he's like, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm gonna get a butterfly.
He's like, yeah, you're right, Keizu. I don't like it anymore.
Yeah.
You convinced me.
Yeah, you just made it sound like this is horrible. This is dog shit. So
kind of hearing it out. Like, wait, I don't know if I want to. Oh, Earthshaker top lane. No, he avoids Zero Spike some way, somehow. He blink away, but
that's a lot of heroes.
Attacks. Oh my god. Stun on a gyrocopter. He doesn't care. He is doomed up, having to hold his ground, has to fuck around, and though Adrian going for the kill, trying to kill it, but he can't. He's just locked out. Suddenly, everyone's dead. The ultra kill for Lemire, and it's time for Infinity to push.
Oh, just making it look a little too easy. You know, Lion is like, oh, guys, I found Earthshaker. 10 seconds later, you've killed every single hero in the enemy team.
It just happened so quick. You're like, okay, yeah, the blow up on Earthshaker was one thing, but suddenly the whole team is just dead.
That's like a Shaker is dying, and then everyone is like kind of trying to commit, but if you're not doing it properly, Gyro still just stands his ground, and he has flag available. You're all getting hit, and sooner, like, you blink 1 second, and well, you're dead.
Yeah, it's one of those, again, easy to say this in hindsight. It's understandable in the moment. The heat of the call is made of like, let's go in, despite Earthshaker getting blown up so fast. But yeah, you look back at that. That's one of those learning moments, I'm sure, if you're a team like Mad Kings.
Yeah.
Again, we'll still see what happens in this game, but you kind of go back to the replay on that one. You're like, okay, yeah, we definitely should not have committed after the Earthshaker got blown up as fast as he did, because there was really no chance.
Well, that was, Well, they definitely know that they don't want to do that again, because this blink dodge or the Earth Spike dodge was cool, but look how fast he just dies.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so Doom goes in right as he dies. I mean, the timing wasn't that bad, I guess, but yeah, it was.
Because the thing is still, like, when you have these type of drafts where even if you're far behind, we all know that right now, if Mad Kings make a correct play or find a good timing, and they all in the gyro, he will die. There's no way about it. So even though they're down this much, their draft has playability as long as they find it themselves. They need to see it, and then they need to execute it. Yeah.
Well, Gyrocopter, he also hits 25, by the way. So he also has a Swift Blink now, so there's that. He gets the -6 second Flak Cannon. Oh, yeah. You have to deal with that now. You thought that last fight was ridiculous, but Mad Kings, you can start to feel the desperation now.
Yep.
They are going to 5-player smoke. Gonna go for a play.
Roshan
not up yet. Roshan, it's a very long respawn though, so both teams kind of waiting around, hoping for the spawn soon. 40 more seconds though.
Gonna smoke around. Neither team sees each other yet, at least.
The ping's coming out.
Dire are scanning.
They're very split. Okay,
yeah, they're really split now.
Yeah. Avenge just... Oh, okay. Snap TP'd out and cancelled it. But, okay, they're continuing to stay. Michael.
Well, the jump in, never mind. Kisses, they'll miss.
A little fake. Okay.
I mean...
Roche is up soon.
Yeah, Lion has a gem as well. Like, it's understandable why they want to try to blow him up immediately, even being a support, but yeah, just unable to catch him was the Earthshaker.
Well, looks like the call is being made to... Well, maybe not ditch, but rather that, okay, I have to go back and defend real quick, but this is... Yeah, this is just enough time for Infinity to take Roche.
It goes back to, though, as I was just saying right there, without Mortimer's Kisses, man, because it's so good against Roshan defense. It's like the ultimate ability for obvious reasons, but now that that's on cooldown, yeah, you're just not nearly as confident anymore as far as defending it. So they got to go farm tier 4 items, basically give up the Roshan as a result. That's a shard. She's in Aegis, though, going the way of Infinity now.
Okay, so I mean, you'll just drop something on your gyro, right? Yeah, looks like he's gonna consume his Aghanims with the Blessing. pick up the Aegis. They're gonna have a second cheese actually as well. They already have one on Dawnbreaker. I kind of didn't even realize that. There's a refresher shard as well, so yeah, I mean, Roshan is always big, but this one especially. Oh, as we found someone. See you, Adrian.
Someone's a big one. Bloodseeker is found, and he's out for 80 seconds. Has buyback if it's necessary, but that is a great find. Yeah, I saw Dawnbreaker flying across the map, and by the time I got there, it was just a dead Bloodseeker at that point. Now Infinity. They're marching down bottom lane.
22k gold lead. You've got all the Aegis, all the items we talked about already, and yeah, Mad Kings, it's time to talk about what you need to do, because I think this is your last hold in this game.
Again, mentioning he has the buyback. Want to, but may just have to. Oh, Vengeful goes down. The Echo Slam initiation, but
that's not good enough.
There's just no follow-up. With Vengeful dead at that point, Bloodseeker is not buying back yet. An ambitious initiation. And you can kind of feel like they're a little on different pages now. It's obviously gotten to them. This game has gotten out of hand.
Yeah, no, like it's Pippi for me, even with this play, like, yeah, you know, it's kind of like some desperation play. Who cares? He's been playing very cleanly, but as you just mentioned it, they're not on the same page. And if you want to come back or win these games, you have got to be like, look at Infinity. It's a complete opposite for them. They know what they want to do. They know who to play around, how to team fight, how to use your spells. I mean, they just claim megas.
And that really feels like that should just be it. It's still 40 seconds for Earthshaker before he's even going to be relevant right now.
Yeah.
And there's no reason for Infinity to leave the base at this point. So they're just going to try to finish the game the old-fashioned way of actually destroying the Ancient. But Mad Kings attempting their darnest to put up a fight. Lumiere tanking the damage, has that Swift Blink, has Satanic. Well, he
killed the creep so fast he didn't really heal from it.
Yeah, he stayed like at half-life. Okay, there's a
swap Doom. That's one kill. Oh, he's got Refresher Shard of 2 BKBs.
Yeah, how do you do number 2 now without an Earthshaker especially, and your swap's been used? Doom's going to get back to base thanks to a BKB, but now the focus on the Ancient, and game number 1 all but over in favor of Infinity.
I'm just playing it pretty cleanly as Pippi is trying his best, but he just gets like 3 shots, so... yeah.
Why not?
It's at least from this game, Infinity definitely played way better than Mad Kings. I think they had like some good things here and there. I think Pippi's still on Earthshaker, like he had some good timings and they tried to make things happen, but they need to wake up for the next game. Like someone needs to kind of, you've got to make some calls on how to play the game, because I think this game was all Infinity.
Yeah, really, for the most part, it certainly was. I mean, Mad Kings, they had their moments. We talked about it. It felt like there was points in that game, more in the mid-game. It was a bit of a coin flip, came down to initiation. But in the end, Infinity felt like they were in control for the most part, because even the tools that Mad Kings had as far as this counterplay with things like the Rupture against Pango, you know, the blow-up on Gyrocopter, by the time they were able to do these things later on in the game, Infinity was able to get answers, because if you're not able to draft answers, there's always items that come into play, from the Lincolns to the Shard on Undying with the Tombstone save, etc. You get the point. So yeah, it's about that adaptation and eventually getting to a point in case of Infinity that those quote-unquote counter picks just didn't matter.
Yeah, because Infinity played well. Like even here, we see the dives like early on, 8 minutes, they're diving you between your tier 1 into like your tier 2, because they know they can. Like they're just playing their heroes, they're playing their map properly, they know they can do this. And I didn't feel the same out of Mad Kings, because with their draft, this is not a type of game where you lose and you're like, yeah, this draft was garbage, let's do next. This draft is very playable, so you need to be able to do more moves. So try to reset next game. You know, maybe someone makes a quick speech right now, tells, you know, go wash your face, wake up, and let's go next game.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the pregame. I mean, even at the end there, you got the stretching coming out from Infinity. Obviously, they're on the winning end, so certainly, you know, play, you know, do as they will. But yeah, everyone has to deal with these earlier times, especially in these earlier gamer hours, certainly. So it's hard to use that as should be difficult to use it as an excuse, frankly. But in the end, Mad Kings, they certainly got to figure something out, because game 1, even with these counterplay, the counter picks, the draft looking solid, did just seem to get outplayed fairly much across the board. So yeah, we see the final fight right here. By now, it was
look at it.
That's a pretty farm Earthshaker. He evaporates in like literally 1 second. He jumps in, 2 hits later, he's dead.
Perhaps if you have something like where it's too hard in a way where, we like Doom against Gyro. Like if it's too hard to execute, then do something else or just ban the Gyro. You know, like some teams will do better if your offlaner has to initiate. Some other teams will do better when he's a ranged hero. Whatever it may be. Whatever you need to do in the next game to make it easier, just do that if you're Mad Kings.
Yeah, and as you've mentioned many times before, no hero's uncounterable or undefeated by any means. So it's not that you have an issue with these teams giving up the gyrocopter, especially in game 1. But yeah, it's now going into game 2, either pick it up yourselves if you have the chance or just ban it out. Feels like the kind of the most obvious thing to say, but at the same time, just kind of give yourselves that chance to not have to overthink it when dealing with such a hero, because Gyrocopter yet again, certainly, and apparently with Daedalus, is now what was it now, 4-0 here in these South American qualifiers, if he farms that item specifically. So, Lumiere, great game himself across the board, obviously great effort. But as far as the MVP goes, I think we could throw this one maybe Dawnbreaker's way.
Yeah,
Vitality over there.
Yeah, like honestly, he kind of owned. Dawnbreaker's just looking good in these games, right? You have a good lane, excuse me, then you just keep farming, you come with your ult, and this hero just scales well. You help your team like go in, you can help your team when they go on you. I don't know, like some of these recent buffs, this hero just looks good, and he played it really well.
Yeah, see there, the numbers looking great. Kill participation, of course, highly up there, 80%, has that Solar Guardian to make sure that they are involved as much as possible. And yeah, this kind of semi-carry, I was even noticed the level 20 talent he got was that passive ability, one less hit needed for it to proc. I mean, that with the shield breaker, Desolator, as well as the Abyssal Blade. A little bit of slip up there. You get the point of what I was going at.
Yeah,
but yeah, Dawnbreaker is a semi-core that certainly can build into that. So even though Gyrocopter was very impressive, it didn't necessarily need the backup damage. Yeah, she was still providing it nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't know. I just seemed so hard. Like I know that these games are stressful, and I think for the next game, like maybe you just do like okay, this was game 1. Let's just shrug it off. Next game, let's focus more on our lanes. Let's not feed First Blood like 20 seconds into the game in the off lane. Let's just give ourselves a more playable draft. Let's help each other, keep the comms up, and just go one game at a time as we keep talking about. Yeah, one game at a time, and that's how Mad Kings needs to think about it. But also for Infinity, they're feeling pretty good, and they're feeling like they have a good shot here of even closing it out in 2-0 if things continue to go their way. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to that break. I'm Breaky CBK, joined by Keizu. Game number 2 will be coming up next.
It's almost like the PGL production knew what to expect when it came to these qualifiers. We keep seeing it. We keep reminded of Gyrocopter, both in the production side of things as well as in the actual games. Another Gyrocopter successful game in the hands of Infinity last time around. Of course, much more than just that, but certainly has been the go-to core hero of choice. I'm BrickCBK, joined by Casey, though, once again. Game number 2 is upon us here. But Casey, what do you think?
What do I think? There's got to be something, or I don't mind people's answers against Gyro, but there's got to be something easier. So scrap the Doom, because even though I think it works, I have not seen people be confident with the hero yet. So there's got to be something better, and it's banning it, but it's Infinity, so they get it. So Mad Kings, they get Nature's Prophet. It's a new game. No one cares about the last one. Let's play better and just do it.
Yeah, I mean, what is the easiest way to counter a hero? Is just ban it. Just take it out. Like I said, it's game 1. It's understandable. Game 2, though, especially after just what happened, you don't let that get through again. So it is interesting that Infinity, takes care of it. But obviously, not having the first pick, or worried that Mad Kings may have snatched it up themselves, and they show that respect right there. So they are going to get their Pango, though, once again, but the Nature's Prophet is coming out for Mad Kings.
Yeah, that's, well, we saw it once, but we know the hero's good. Infinity get their hands on the Pango yet again, so he was still very good last game. Didn't maybe have the best, early game, but overall, just hero, Pango, did Pango things in the game, gave your team a lot of team fight and all of that, so overall, I think just very solid.
It's been seen 4 times in these South American qualifiers, a 2-2 record. But yeah, we also talked about is the most banned hero of overall in all these qualifiers is Nature's Prophet. So yeah, it's certainly high expectations with it. It's understandable why Mad Kings wants to make the priority there. But yeah, the Pango pick. I'm curious if they ban. Well, I guess they didn't. So no ban of Bloodseeker to that point. They are going to pick up Disruptor, as I mentioned in the previous series. They played Disruptor all 3 games, so this is a comfortable support for them.
Yeah, so Disruptor makes sense, right? You already have your Pango, who's going to help you get in the game, try to play fast. I do if you double pick here on Mad Kings and you take Bloodseeker, I feel like you're going to get Terrorbladed, and I don't know if you feel too good about it, so you would probably have to hold the Seeker off until maybe later. So perhaps here you just take your mid, because I mean most likely the Pango is just gonna be mid. So you take your mid and your 4. So maybe a mid hero that is either gonna buy a BKB or tanks up by nature, so that you don't just get owned by Disruptor with some follow-up damage from your 4. Because I think Nature's Prophet as a 5, hold on, he is a core. I think he should be.
I mean, yeah, you'd look at these 3 heroes, you would think that Nature's Prophet is going to be the core, but
yeah,
Grimstroke, there's some potential there.
Yeah, it's Grimstroke, Earth Spirit, Nature's Prophet. It's time to play on high speed and just play your heart out. I'm down for it.
Yeah, Inkswell buff. You talked about that before the last time we saw this hero, and pair it with somebody like an Earth Spirit. Very, very good synergy there. So. Makes sense from that perspective. Again, the Soulbind itself, I know when this hero first came out, it was all about that theory crafting of double doom.
Holy
that
shit.
was the big one. What can you do that doubles up? But I feel like over time, as his heroes is occasionally picked up here and there, that's really not as relevant. People kind of got over that, and they realize his other abilities are actually still pretty good too, the Inkswell especially, and you kind of pick him up for those reasons.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's not as extreme as Enigma, but I think over the course of Dota, it's more there's so many other things that heroes offer that you just sometimes have other spells as bonuses. And I feel like Soulbind is kind of I feel like it's just an added bonus. If it turns out to be good or it's good against the enemy, it's you'll take it.
We'll see what comes of that throughout this game. Again, obviously so far not the craziest Soulbind synergy, but still a couple more heroes to come. But speaking of heroes being on the board, Mars going to be the offlane of choice for Infinity to go with the Disruptor. Obviously, some good synergy potential there. Static Storm into the arena.
Okay, so overall, good team fight, right? You've got the Pango, you've got the Mars. Now we have, again, just a casual Lion, good laner, good spells, follow-up damage, and all like that. If I'm Mad Kings here, I mean, I don't exactly know which role they want to play the Nature's Prophet in. It could be a carry, it could be an offlane. But if you are looking for a new carry, I think it's gotta be a hero that is gonna buy a fairly well-timed BKB. Which, okay, I think PA could kind of do that. And now you have a PA Grimstroke lane, which honestly is very strong if you can get on top of it. So if you're Mars, you're going to have to make sure that you spear this guy away when he gets on top of you with the Inkswell.
Yeah, another hero that has great synergy with the Inkswell, so it definitely makes sense there. Looking at the stats, South America, okay, we saw it the one time, and boy, did she wreck. But overall, it's 5-1 in 6 games, so it does have a very high win percentage.
That's a very good stat line. Yeah, like really good, actually. So if you're Mad Kings, you gotta ban... Well, obviously you have to ban 2 heroes. I don't know if Bloodseeker would have been my first choice. I feel like there's 2 heroes that really scream to me for Infinity for them to pick later. And it's like Terrorblade and probably a hero like Sven. I think Sven just free farms against Nature's Prophet in the lane. Sure, you maybe don't like super hard counter the PA like early on, but you give Warcry, which is super good against these 2 cores. You can just kill the entire team. You can also cleave the PA off of other heroes. And TB overall, yeah, I would say also a double crazy good matchup for you already.
They ban the Bloodseeker, does Mad Kings. But of those options, you know, maybe thinking one of those, of course, going to get banned out as well. Sven, Terrorblade coming to mind. But Infinity, they need to think about who they want to ban, and it's likely to be a mid hero, of course. Yeah. It's going to be matched up against Pango.
If you're Mad Kings, I think you... Well, obviously you're going to want a mid hero that does well against Pango, which are most heroes. And then I would say, second of all, you need a hero that will... I mean, give you some more lockdown and definitely help your PA to carry against whichever last pick is coming out from Infinity. Because if Infinity want, they will have the carry-to-carry matchup since they get to last pick into the PA. So I feel like your mid hero has got to be some sort of playmaker.
5 seconds remaining.
Puck kind of leads the way as far as coming to mind. There's a Void Spirit ban as well as the Shadow Fiend. But yeah, Puck, Quap, to maybe the leading candidates there.
Yeah. You could maybe do something like... I'm generally not the biggest fan when it comes to a hero like Tiny, but I think having a tanky-ish mid hero would make it harder for Infinity to play through the mid in terms of Pango, Lion Disrupted, they need a lot of time. You have Grimstroke that can like kind of change your matchup. You have Nature's Prophet all globally to help you out. I think as long as your hero can make plays, I think your pick is fine enough. Like this pick doesn't need to be like the... You know, like this golden pick. Just playmaker mid, you're gonna have a good enough draft to just be able to play the game.
Yeah, don't overthink it. Just go Meepo.
Exactly. God, you're good. If you don't know how to deal with a hero, guys, just ban it. Last pick, go Meepo. You should become a coach. You should become a coach.
Hey, we saw it before. We did. Before. Slate him showing off his Meepo plays earlier on in this event. So. No, but yeah, Quap and Puck again still continue to be the ones at the forefront here. Maybe just have a discussion on which of those, perhaps another hero is coming to mind. But yeah, those just seem like those sound picks that you can expect to get the job done. And Pippi, he's every time I glance at him, I'm not gonna lie, he's like sitting there lounging in his chair, yawning, like waiting.
That's an
like,
Underlord. Right. So we've got
is it Grim mid?
I feel like that's the last one to go mid, but he could.
Really?
I feel like maybe it's an Earth Spirit mid, but it could also be a Nature's Prophet mid.
Mid.
What I love is Earth Spirit mid. You just go there, you're strong, you can rotate around. I'm kind of down for it. So now if you're Infinity, maybe something changes in terms of your hero pick. I think TB became worse because there's an Underlord who's probably offlane. I'm also a bit confused. Maybe you just go Ursa because you're going to lane against Earth Spirit Underlord, probably. Or maybe it's Underlord mid. Dude, I don't know what's going on.
Probably. You keep saying this probably word, KZoo.
I like Ursa. Just go Ursa. Whoever lanes against you, you know, just kill them. It's simple anyway.
Simply put there. You said Ursa, get on top of them and swipe down their face. So yeah, they're gonna have to choose quickly right here. But there is something to that though, where you have a bit of a confusing draft like this. You're really not sure what they're doing, then it is gonna be a Slark. So
the thing is, I hope they know what they're doing.
Sure, that's a good point. Pippi is on the Earth Spirit.
All right, let's go. Sure. Pippi, my man. This guy's good. You know, he picks Earthshaker mid. He owns. He does his stuff. Now he plays Earth Spirit mid. And he's going to deliver again. He's going to get some Soulbind. He's going to get an Inkswell. I'm ready for Pippi to just pop off.
The one thing I was going to say on this too, and now that we know for sure, it is triple melee core. Is there something of concern there, or is that not really a big deal to you?
I think it's probably okay. There isn't like some crazy amount of AoE. Like maybe the Soulbind is a bit annoying, like later in the game, right? Since they're generally going to be together. And you have, I mean, it's pretty deep. If Underlord can get through the lane, I think he should have quite a bit of impact. So their laning stage is going to be very important.
You know, I'm sitting here talking about Mad King's lineup, but that just hit me. Infinity's lineup is also triple melee core. Both teams are actually just heavy on the melee. This is going to be a brutal battle, heavyweight battle, just clashing against one another in their face. So that's that'll be interesting. I mean, to be fair, like heroes like Earth Spirit, though, yes, he is melee, but obviously he's zip zapping around with his rolls and everything.
Yeah, like I feel like he's not even like he's a melee hero, but this guy never hits anyway. Like he's just rolling around, popping some spells. Yeah. So yeah, he's like he's whatever you want him to be.
That's good. He's a mid-Earth Spirit.
Yeah, you decide, man. You decide. You know.
I love it. I love it. Just the unknown that is South American Dota so much of the time, and you come to love it. It's been fun to watch. So this is exciting, though. I mean, Mac, hey, their backs are against the wall. This is it for them. They're down 0-1. Yep. Elimination match. They're going with a mid-Earth Spirit in terms of trying to keep hope alive. But as you talk about, I mean, it's one of those things where, as odd as it may sound to say, it kind of makes sense, you know, when you really talk it out and where their logic lies. It's just a matter now, you know, how good truly is it? Because it's one of those also, how many times has he played mid-Earth Spirit, even if it's in pubs?
Well,
it's not like heroes do much.
Yeah, apparently he's a golden Earth Spirit. Okay. So he's got to have at least played it a few times. Also, if you guys hear the fire alarm in the back, I'm sorry, but I hope people cannot hear it.
Uh-oh.
Maybe it's just because PP is about to play mid-Earth Spirit. He's about to put on a fucking show.
Waking up the crowd here. It's alerting everyone. No, I can't hear it personally. I think you're good there. But
we're probably good then.
Well, I mean, hopefully everything's fine, though, by the way. I mean,
as long as I'm good, you know. As long as I'm good, we're fine.
If you start smelling smoke or anything, you're getting a little worried. I mean, please feel free to...
If I'm in trouble, guys, and I'm not here anymore, then just know that I ran away. I'm safe.
That's all good. Just do what you got to do. All right. But as far as these two teams, again, they're going to try to do what they got to do, and that's an early start and ultimately win this game. Infinity, of course, trying to close out the series themselves. But yeah, the Slark final pick. We didn't really talk too much about that yet in this matchup here. I mean, Dark Pact does seem like it's a very useful tool here, certainly. How does he match up against a hero like Phantom Assassin, though?
I would say you need a bit of time. Like the mid game is like a bit weird, but I would say you're good because you can go in and out and kind of ignore her. Or if you do find her with some double pounds, you of course will be able to lock her down. So overall, I would say Slark is pretty good against PA.
Yeah. Well, Lemire, gonna check out the bounty rune, but realizing there's a couple heroes there, not worth fighting. It ends up being a 2-for-2 split. So the lane's coming about. Of course, the intriguing one is that Earth Spirit mid matched up against the Pango on the other side. Faker, back-to-back Pango games. Solid Pango game there, number one. But, and to that point, too, we're talking about how much has Pippi played Earth Spirit mid himself. It seems like you mentioned he's gold, so a fair amount. But how many times have you played against an Earth Spirit mid? That's the other thing.
Not many times. That's for sure, because you don't have many people play that. So overall, I would say Pippi will do well mid. I believe that Earth Spirit should slightly win this lane. Like you just scale pretty nicely with damage. I think you have slightly better spells, so should be okay. So a lot of the eyes will be on the mid heroes here in this game.
Yeah, got the 3 eyes out right now at all 3 lanes, but attention certainly focused in the middle. We'll keep a bold eye on that one. So the top lane action, there was a little bit there. A nice double Earth Spike took place, but overall the creep wave pushed into the tower. But speaking of sprouts from Nature's Prophet, using it there, Michael quickly chopping his way through, though he actually has a quelling blade.
Yeah, it's really annoying nowadays because when you tango a tree from Sprout, it doesn't heal you. So you don't really want to tango your way out because, well, you're just wasting gold. So you just kind of have to buy a quelling blade.
That is
a bit of trouble.
As a support, interesting investment. He is in trouble indeed. Nice spear, though. It actually hits the tree from the Sprout and prevents Phantom Assassin from chasing.
Yeah, very needed. spear there, because honestly Michael was taking a lot of pressure, but Vitaly doing some good stuff in the lane. 7 and 2 already, squeezing in a few denies as well.
Adrian did not have her Phantom Strike just yet. She just hit level 2, so that could have been a game changer there as well. But has it now, and that means Lion has to be even a bit more worried as far as that gap closer tool available now for the Phantom Assassin. And getting on top.
Okay, yeah. Mid should be fairly even as we touched on. Maybe a small lead for Pippi on the Earth Spirit, as he can just kind of hold the Pango hostage, because you can just roll over. And then bottom lane, yeah, if Underlord can get through the early stages nicely, then he will have a good time.
Yeah, there was a bit of clashing on right there. You saw the Ink Swell being used on that Underlord and almost getting a kill on Disruptor, but managed to get out of there. Slark was doing good damage to Grimstoke, though, in the back lines, who is now regened, doing some Sentry and going at it with the other support. Take a look at Underlord's stats right there. It's 4-1 in these qualifiers. So you mentioned, we were talking about that with Phantom Assassin as well. High win percentage. Seems like these heroes, win percentage-wise, in the South American qualifiers, pretty good.
Yeah, doing pretty good. Underlord overall should be doing, I think, pretty well. Generally, when you do like not as good with Underlord, it's because you're level 1 and 2. Like your first waves don't go too well, but he's currently winning bottom. So, and when that happens with this hero, you generally like keep a winning situation in your lane.
Sark 11 and 3, Underlord 16 and 4. Gets the leash up as Gardic has to be careful. Had a glimpse if needed. Using that kinetic field. Doesn't have Thunderstrike yet, so choosing to go more of the crowd control side of things early on in Disruptor. Ooh, not the greatest. It's the opposite on the other side. 1 and 4 on Disruptor.
Yeah. It's been picked quite a bit actually, but I guess just not the most impact. I mean, I guess generally when you lose with Disruptor, you're just losing kind of the early game, and then it's just hard to play the hero. As for now, we haven't had too much action on the lanes, right? Like bottom, you have Slark Disruptor, you just kind of get slowed and spammed. Mid heroes need levels. Top lane as well. If you go on the Mars, you can always just spear or bonk your way, so a bit more of a chill early game.
Glimpse play right there. But again, Oscar on Underlord, much better game than it was on Doom in the first game, where he was having a bit of struggle. Mid lane, actually bottom lane, yeah, Disruptor getting low. Speaking of Underlord, trying to finish the job, unable to do so.
Lotus
coming into play. We saw the mid lane, though, there was some rune control action, and Pippi manages to snatch up that water rune down there as the race was on. But it's very close, you called it. I mean, deny advantage is favoring Pango with the 5 denies there.
Yeah, so like mid matchup, as long as both of them get levels, which generally you will, you'll be a-okay. So it's more like the next 2 minutes are really important. First items on the side lanes, maybe the first active rune, perhaps Nature's Prophet, like he gets to TP mid, if Pippi can hit 6 before the Pango. So my eyes for now are gonna be on some 6-minute first blood on the active rune.
About a minute away from that, as some more harassment at the top lane with the Sprout being used on the Mars, but he's fine. Yeah, we're just keeping an eye on this mid lane matchup here. But top lane, the dagger's in, and Adrian wants to close the gap. He's going to get turned though by Lion. Vitality choosing to back off. Now, Phantom Assassin has a 1, but only 4 charges, so if they committed there, that could have potentially been a turn, but not worth the risk.
Yeah, looks like they don't have any regen yet on this top lane, so Adrian on this PA is going to be very low HP. Red Monster does get a couple tango, so he can finally share it, because you don't really want to be playing on too low HP against a Lion Mars lane.
Yeah. And Nature's Prophet had pretty good HP. Will it matter? The Sprout comes out, the Blood Grenade, the TP coming in for Grimstroke. It's not going to matter. First Blood going the way of Infinity. Michael going to fall to Grimstroke, but with Faker showing up, they want more. And Gardic also coming in the flank right here, puts down the arena. He gets taken out himself, but allows for the kill on Phantom Assassin to take place. The roll from Faker. He wants Grimstroke as well. So Crash, the Spirit, it doesn't connect though. Faker has another swashbuckle. Meanwhile, Earth Spirit turns on to the Mars, and Genic is going to survive for now. He does. The Magnetize coming out, and Faker's going to fall. It took him way too long to kill that Grimstroke. Ends up being a double kill for Pippi, and he'll surf on back to the mid lane.
A very strange engagement, but I think Pippi will gladly receive all of these kills and the experience. First, easy TP, Magnetize, double kill. It's going to rush a Vessel, which honestly in this game is going to be pretty nice. Sure, it doesn't really help you deal with the Slark, but really great against all the other heroes.
Especially for, I mean, Earth Spirit, it's kind of just a natural build on him anyways.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's just as a core, you get it that much quicker, so that many more charges adding up earlier on. It certainly feels pretty good, so understandable why he wants to go that direction. But yeah, quite the clash at the top lane, but the big picture is a 2,000 net worth lead right now in favor of this Dire side. And
I would
Earth Spirit
also
leading the way.
Yeah, I would also love if Genic could continue to play through this top lane, which, yeah, he feels the same way. He's going to TP here. Because I think your Underlord is pretty safe down bottom, so if you can just play with your PA, like Inkswell and shut down this Mars, I think your Earth Spirit will do well mid, your Underlord will do well bottom, and if you force a 3-on-3 up here, you're probably going to win that.
Well, 3 versus 3 is certainly happening. Grimstroke off to the side. Access to everything, including that Phantom's Embrace Silence, and there we go. Lion gonna be silenced. Did not have a chance to escape from that. The Sprout, the silence comes out from Grimstroke. It really is a deadly combo. And even Earth Spirit rotating in the flank. Thought about making a play.
Yeah, he's about to... I mean, one of the cool things about some of these heroes that have high mobility, you can just rush Vessel on them. Like, he's gonna have a Spirit Vessel soon here on the Earth Spirit already.
Oh, Arctic. Disruptor gets out.
Oh, Oscar down bottom in some trouble.
Underlord, is he going to go for the TP play? I mean, that Fiendskate put down, but it's just not going to matter. Can't use it to success, and in the end, it's a pretty easy kill. However, just north of that, you got Pippi finding Lion. Magnetize is down, but Faker and Gardic show up, and they're here to defend. Michael.
Good kick.
May end up dying. The nice kick is mentioned. The boulder smash on top, and Disruptor is going to fall as well as Lion. They do take out Grimstroke, and now Pango, he wants the Earth Spirit. Has Lemire to assist. Good leash right there, preventing him from getting away for now. Has a rolling boulder, though. The kick away. The boulder, no, the block from Faker comes out, and the swashbuckle. A double kill for Pango.
Oh, really big stuff here for Infinity to, like, get these bonus kills on Faker, on the Pango, also Lemire, on the Slark. Like, I feel like his lane went well, but now they killed the Underlord bottom. He goes to mid, gets himself involved even more, because as Slark, yeah, you want to be snowballing. So being able to go into these kills and, yeah, 8-minute Vessel on Earth Spirit, that is disgusting.
Pretty damn good. Does have the 2 charges
got more
on
blades.
it now. That's top lane. Vitality getting taken out. Stroke and Phantom Assassin take advantage of him being solo.
Yeah, that's just great. Treads, you've got the cornucopia as well. So both teams starting to use their heroes really nicely already in this game. We have Lemire kind of pushing forward, checking if there's any vision. Looks like there is none.
Yeah, using that Shadow Dance off to get some insight. And Underlord, he finds insight. He finds 4 heroes on the other side. And here is power. That's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Like level 7 now in the Slark, you've got the max out Dark Pact, of course, to continue your farm. And sure, like Underlord is a bit annoying for you throughout the game, but he's never going to pressure you. As up top, big dives.
Oh, Mars is not level 6 yet, though, so no arena threat at this point. And you see Mad Kings is just going to retreat. Pippi, take over the Watcher just prior. Over here to the left, you have Red Monster still trying to run. Mars in pursuit, though. Catch up, Michael. He's also coming in with the smoke. Eventually it's going to happen. There's the Earth Spike. Here's the Spear. And the inevitable kill will take place. It's a matter of who gets the last hit. There you go. It's going to be Mars. Took them a while, though. And now the bottom lane, they're trying to take advantage of that. They're going for Slark, but Lemire's a little too slippery.
It's going to be hard to kill this Slark. And not only that, he is doing well on the net worth, as is Faker on the Pango. And sure, Vitaly not having the best early game, but Mars, as long as he drops the arena later on like these supports, then his job is just going to be done for sure.
Underlord having some support now here at the bottom lane just to start praising how it's been a much better game. He's had those back-to-back deaths. I mean, not his fault certainly, just good priority from Infinity. But he will be here to push in this bottom tower and farm a little bit of the jungle, maybe even make a twin gate play. Well, sorry, Vanguard is in play though. Earth Spirit going to be using the twin gate himself and seeing how he can set up here.
Okay, I mean he's got a shield rune as well, so he's very tanky on this Earth Spirit. Good kick.
Boulder smash in, the rolls continue, and Phantom Assassin also joins as well as Oscar using the Fiend's Gate to cut off every which direction for Mars. At that point, all they can do is just accept fate.
Time to go back bottom with the Fiend's Gate, as you can always just easily get over on the map. Looks like Infinity might want to be aiming for a smoke soon, I think, because you've got the defusal completed on Faker. So both mid heroes really strong in this game right now.
Yeah. Defusal blade you mentioned, just being delivered right there to Pango, so has that now to perhaps defend this mid lane, because right now Mad King's putting some priority, is pushing the mid lane, TP in from Mars. Earth Spirit with that shield rune active. He's going to roll out for the time being. The river. Oh, we got glimpsed though. That spot to be glimpsed to.
He's very tanky though. Oh, that's a roll. Soulbind. See ya.
And the silence as well on a Mars just prior to that prevents the arena from coming out too. Oh, good getaway from Earth Spirit there.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a bunch of people in this mid lane, but not too much happening. At least we've got Slarks in the bottom lane. Faker now, he gets sprouted up. Inks will roll.
Magnetize in. As
another roll.
Spirit Vessel as well says, all right, you got to glimpse me back. I'll come right back in. He's going to be hexed up though. Good save on a Faker in the end. They are diving this tier 1 tower. Got to be careful about that. Kick back on a Slark. Slark though, he is ready to fight. Has another Dark Pack to use. There's the arena coming out, cutting off the supporting cast. But Mars is slow himself, but the Finger of Death will finish off the 1, and they get the 2. Grimstroke and Nature's Prophet both are kills. So the support's going down, and this is a hell of a game. 19 hero kills in 13 minutes right now.
Those were some very needed kills for Infinity, because they had a lot of heroes linger around this area. But again, Lumiere on the Slark, he's just the receiver from all of these plays. Again, in a couple of more kills. He's already got the Echo. He's working on his Aghanim's, which, of course, if you have Echo, you can split it. So the Slark is definitely getting to some dangerous territory.
Yeah. Of course, Adrian, Battle Fury, needs just the Claymore, and he's going to have to kill a couple more creeps to get it. So the Battle Fury timing still going to be overall pretty good, as he gets level 10 there as well. But smoke play coming out from Infinity, the 3 heroes. Heading towards the top lane, wrapping around Vitality, but look at just behind them to the left. Nature's Prophet, okay, I guess that's more for vision. Chilling up here for now, not sure what the game plan is.
He probably wants to be ready to steal the Wisdom Rune here at minute 14, and honestly, he might just be doing that, because they're trying to kill the PA, which it looks like they will with 5 heroes.
Is that worth the trade? I don't know. I mean, not that he could have done much right here, to be fair, but yeah, all 5 heroes just collapsed. I mean, they just basically walked up to the Phantom Assassin.
I mean, I guess with him, with Slark getting the kill, yeah, I feel like that's a big deal. As okay, he didn't actually try to commit.
He's stuck. That's what I'm saying. How does he get down?
Oh, I thought he was just like around, but he stuck himself on the high ground. Okay, sorry, didn't realize that. I mean, maybe he's just cosplaying a tree or a ward.
He's vision right now. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just misclicked. Didn't mean to go actually
out there. He is cosplaying on top of the ward that he already has. That if they de-ward it, he's still there. Checks out.
Awkward moment indeed, but he's going to have a teleport now ready to go. Just trying to figure out where exactly he wants to go with it. Bottom lane though, Faker pushing out Grape Wave. We mentioned the defusal has Boots of Travel queued up, so gonna be going for that next. Blink picked up by Mars as he dies at the top lane, so at least he makes the purchase there. But
yep, I mean, he's touched on it earlier. Isn't having the best of all games, but his 2 other cores are. As long as he can blink in arena, they'll be pretty happy still with what he's giving them, and a pretty even game now, at least at 50 minutes. Your PA has a Battle Fury. Most cores are fairly happy in the game as well, so we'll get a couple of teamfights going on in the next couple of minutes.
So Earth Spirit prioritizing the BKB follow-up to the Spirit Vessel, which, by the way, he doesn't even have brown boots. I mean, I know he's got an Arcane Rune, it's Earth Spirit, he can just roll, but still feel it's that Weaver effect, right? That's like another hero that comes to mind where it's maybe you wouldn't see boots on, but still always feels odd to me.
Yeah, honestly, it looks funky, but if you think about it, it's like, yeah, actually, okay, that checks out.
Smoking up. Infinity. Michael's leading the way. Vision down, the glimpse. Not the greatest glimpse, though. Phantom Assassin's going to be fine. Our response, Earth Spirit, he gets the response. Static Storm immediately, however, but he couldn't kinetic field. He didn't have the cooldown for it. Able to get out and destroy.
Right, stuff is happening. We'll get Disruptor. It's a little bit of lag. I hope the players didn't feel too much of that.
Was that okay? Yeah, it was fine on my end, so I don't know if it was you or whatever. But either way, Disruptor Yeah, Static Storm, unfortunately, wasted right there. He couldn't kinetic field as well, so.
Looks like Michael is looking at, well, either finishing a Blink or forced us to decide for the Blink. I think that is a good one. Lumiere running into 2 heroes. Silence. That's a good level silence.
That is, and I mean, look at the damage from Earth Spirit. Also assisting, the Soulbind comes out. Down goes Slark. Faker able to roll away at least. He was soulbound initially, but with Slark dying, he can get out.
All right.
On the Slark, though.
Genic, what a chat. You know, 3 levels in the Phantom's Embrace means you need 3 hits, not 2. So with the Echo Saber, Lumiere couldn't instantly kill it, and then too many silences, and also a nice Soulbind. So great pick.
Well, and that's, I think, worth reiterating right there. And again, correct me if I'm wrong in this, but as I'm sure we just saw right there too, Dark Pact does not remove that. You have to kill the Phantom's Embrace.
You've got to kill that pesky little thing.
Mid lane, Oscar helping to push in the creep wave before trying to get away. Lion has other plans. There's a glimpse back. Here's the combo. No Static Storm just yet, though. This is a tanky hero. Finger of Death does a lot of damage, however. And Lumiere will come in to clean up the job. So they do eventually kill the Underlord. Just took quite a bit. In fact, all 5 heroes coming together.
Well, at least the Underlord getting him killed is pretty good. He's high level, he's high XP, you slow down his next aura, but as well, Adrian. These PAs, man, they just farm so quick. Like, he's got his next item already. As we have a glimpse. That's an easy kill.
Infinity not shutting down. They are just going to keep that throttle pushed down, and they get another kill, so now they're going to kill the tower as well. And yeah, the net worth lead closing a little bit right there, but you are right. I mean, during all this, Phantom Assassin just farming away. And just about has the BKB, and certainly an item where she'll feel a bit more confident as far as participating in fights.
Yeah, he's definitely ready to fight now, right? Level 15, BKB, you've got the Orb of Destruction as well. Of course, you're going to want to work on your next item, as you always do as a carry, but you've got the BKB and Earth Spirit as well, so double BKB timing, your supports have good levels, your Underlord got what he wants, so it's definitely go time for Mad Kings.
Yeah. Pink's coming out on the high ground. Oh, Adrian, though. Adrian, bad spot. He doesn't have the BKB yet. Oh, no. The Static Storm. He's in trouble. Team support. It's coming. Will it be enough, however? There's the Fiend's Gate in there. They're combo together. The Soulbind is up, but it doesn't matter. It can't save Phantom Assassin, nor can it save the Nature's Prophet. Pippi, he shows up a bit late with the Magnetize. It's going to do a lot of damage himself, but the BKB is going to be wearing off soon. He tries to kill Mars. He can't do it. Double kill for Lumiere, and you knew with that jump, the Phantom Assassin was in trouble.
I mean, he got the BKB delivered when he had like 100 HP or something like that. I was just clutch timing by Infinity to get this play off right before he gets it. As Lumiere now, he doesn't have a Battle Fury, and he's a Slark with the same net worth as the PA. He's looking for, he knows that Oscar is here with this deep ward that they have. They got him.
He's got him. And now Oscar in full panic mode.
Oh, look at the stacks, baby. Oh yeah, more.
Please stay alive longer.
21 stacks. It does go down a little bit, but yeah, Slark is just a snowbally hero. And it's nighttime, you gotta respect that.
Axe is so good on this hero too. It feels so good on a hero like Slark. Just the double pounce, but also the increased range. And that's the reason I was able to catch the Underlord right there. They're gonna join Roshan in the Twin Gate as they had bottom to perhaps do that. But oh, Adrian, again, this time he's got the BKB though. We can see the difference. He's able to stand up against Mars. However, holding his ground with the bulwark, backing on up and allowing his teammates to come in. Slark is going to be slowed down immediately.
Oh, he died.
However, it's just too much damage. Phantom Assassin just melts. The Finger of Death comes out. He just zaps dead. Nature's Prophet teleported as well, but Lumiere, the stacks continuing to add up. So many stacks for this Slark. That is not what you want to see if you're Mad King.
I mean, they die and then they finish 2 4-stars on the side of Mad Kings. It's just always a little bit disjointed with how they're playing. Like Infinity are just abusing them on the map by not letting them breathe and being too fast. Like if you wait for your Underlord to be up, maybe double 4-stars, these fights could look so different.
No, you're right. They're just not letting them get in a comfortable spot. I mean, early on, obviously a lead for Mad Kings and a lot of fighting. They weren't afraid to fight, but there's a couple of these items that they just really wanted. Pango, by the way, he's found over here, is camping for the Wisdom Rune. And did he get it? He actually did get it. Okay. He bottled it up, so good steal there. It's going to cost him his life. And Disruptor apparently also get caught too.
See ya. Okay, so it's 21 minutes. You get 2 kills around this area. You have an Orb of Corrosion at Pia. I feel like they could think about Roshing. You also have a Solar Crest. It had that for a while. So if you can get that on the deck, I think Mad Kings have got to be more than happy.
Now, they know this is happening. They just scan it.
Yep.
Slark, he's killing the tier 2. Will they look to TP down here quickly after that? I mean, probably going to be too late if they tried that, so doesn't look like it.
Yeah, maybe if Mars had like TP, a slightly better game, and BKB ready, you could do this. But yeah, these kills are huge. Your Pango had a crazy kill streak, so sure, you steal the Wisdom Rune, but I feel like all the XP you stole, you gave back with the Death and the Gold as well. So yeah, Mad Kings, great fight back here.
Yeah, again, Phantom Assassin, before that BKB purchase, the timing was great from Infinity. But now she has it, and even though the previous fight didn't go the way necessarily, with an Aegis on top of that, you got to think, okay, finally feeling comfortable once again if you're Phantom Assassin. And the chance is coming up. Earth Spirit's also making a little bit of progress here. He's got a point booster. That's going to be built towards an Octa-Ring Core eventually. Yeah. But still a ways to go. Okay, just less cooldown, of course, always great on Earth Spirit, as Adrian is working on an Aghanim's. Will, of course, help him. I feel like maybe a Deathstorm would be cool to try and snipe these heroes on the backline, but he probably feels like he has enough damage anyway, especially with like this Grimstroke helping him, your Earth Spirit goes in, so I don't mind it. Yeah. So fallback time for Mad Kings. Slark's still living at this top lane, in fact. Yeah. Oh, he might jump here. Red Monster has no clue. Lurking in the shadow. Shadow Play gonna wear off. There's the Legion. This is a Dead Nature's Prophet. Fiend's Kick gonna be used. They come through. Doesn't look like it. Just showing it off. It's like, hopefully this will help you. Oh, sorry. Not quite enough as well. Lemire, 13 permanent agi already and 14 stolen Essence Shift sacks. And I mean, you gotta remember, sure, PA isn't like horrible against Slark because you can get out a lot of burst damage, but if he stays on high agi and more stolen agi, he's just gonna have perhaps too much armor for you to deal with. Yeah, and level 20 is coming. You know, that +1 agility talent as well. With those stacks, if he chooses to go that direction, that's just even more that he'll have benefit from. So yeah, this Slark is certainly proven to be not only a great pick, but the execution is there from Lemire, who is also showing to be one of the best carry players so far throughout this event. I was looking at the stats during the break there. He's had some of the most successful games as far as net worth goes and kills, etc. So. I mean, Lemire, I remember even hearing about this guy like more than a year ago. So I think he's just been steadily improving. He's playing well right now. I think he's putting on a very nice game here on the Slark, right? Like playing aggressive. It's also nighttime again soon where Slark just always thrives. So we'll probably see Infinity like kind of strike back, maybe even like into the Aegis if they see a decent opportunity.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mars gets his shard. So thanks to the Tormentor kill. But mentioned the Aegis, 2.5 minutes now remaining on PA. They are pushing the tier 2 bottom objective. Blink just purchased by Pango, I believe I saw that at least. Gonna be coming out here for him. Yeah, Manta, Diffu. Interesting about the Manta style, but yeah, I guess the Grimstroke, Embrace, you can get out of the root, the Silence as well, so it's pretty good. Also, you're universal nowadays, so that helps too. Oh, BKB just finished by Slark, so if you already thought he was difficult to deal with, now he's got the BKB for even more freedom in these fights. And great against the nighttime. Well, you've got 1 Force Staff, but he's got 2 pounces. Yeah, Ags again coming into play. Here comes that Earth Spirit, though, but with the BKB as mentioned on Slark, going to be used eventually. Not just yet, though. Figure of Death trying to get the kill on Nature's Prophet. However, he can't. It's not enough damage. Static Storm is down. Earth Spirit doing what he can with the Shield Rune as well. Slark will manage to survive. Got the kill on Nature's Prophet, but now it's PA's turn. BKB's activated. Going to avoid the roll. Beautiful Phantom Assassin right there. Going through with the strike and secures the double kill. Looking for more. Where are they hunting? That's Pango. Should be okay. Right. It's very slippery as well, a good fight for Mad Kings, but we need to remember that every time there's a small fight like this, Slark will keep stacks. So if they can find a good fight within like the next 1 minute-ish or like 40 seconds, you'll have 21 stacks remaining on him. So still need to be a little careful. And so that was their Aegis fight, because still has it, but only 50 more seconds remaining. So not likely to get much more value out of it now as Adrian. We'll have Nature's Prophet nearby, teleporting in to assist. But yeah, Phantom Assassin is going to be finishing an Ags, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, he's nearly got to complete his Faker. Looking for more. They have vision here.
Okay. Well, maybe the Aegis will come into play. It's still 30 more seconds, by the way. Slark jumps on a Nature's Prophet, but in a very vulnerable spot. They burn. They make him pay for it. With no BKB, he's in trouble. The Shadow Dance only going to last so long. They know exactly where he's at, and he is dead. Their hand in the cookie jar. Infinity. It just seemed unnecessary.
Ooh, that is a big slip up. Not only are you giving away the Slark kill with like this entire killing spree, but he had a gem as well. Now, so you just hand a free gem to Mad Kings, Aegis expires, and they still get to push forward.
I'm sitting here talking about how it's the Aegis is just about to run out, and that'll be the end of it. And sure enough, Infinity decides it's still time to try to make the fight. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about that too, as you mentioned, no BKB yet. I mean,
yeah, he still had like 15-second cooldown or so, so the Grimstroke silence, super annoying. He got super low HP. Sure, you get off the Dark Pack, but then you're just surrounded by everyone from Mad Kings.
Yeah, it felt way too forced, but in the end, Mad Kings is very happy with the outcome there, and they certainly kind of grab momentum themselves now, bumping up to about a 3,000 net worth lead. This Phantom Assassin also getting close to hitting level 20. She's got the Ags now, so I don't even think she had it during that fight, but has it delivered.
Yeah,
it's official, and is already working towards her next item, which is the Nullifier coming to mind.
Okay, looks like they still want to look for more as it is nighttime. Sure, I don't mind it too much. Yeah, Nullifier on PA is going to be great. You have all these defensive items that will come out on your Infinity Heroes, on the line, on the Disruptors. Just make sure you get those guys killed.
Grouping up as Mad Kings. You saw right there Infinity against Slark trying to find that Phantom Assassin, but the blur being nighttime, etc., just not able to catch up to her in the end. Maybe you're going to see a smoke play, perhaps, as they're all kind of grouped up here on the dire side of their jungle, but not just yet. Letting Phantom Assassin farm some more. Tier 3 neutral items are starting to pop out as well. Well,
it looks teams. Like Infinity will need Faker to start scaling very well, as, I mean, he's kind of doing so, being top network of his team. I like what Mad Kings are doing here. We've got some good items on our supports, right? We talk about the double force staff. We've got the Solar Crest as well. Oscar is pumping out some auras. And Pippi and Adrian, they just keep getting in there with their PA and Earth Spirit. As now, another smoke.
Yeah, they're smoking down. Heaven's Halberd just delivered to Underlord as well, as they're going into an engagement here. In fact, Mars...
Oh, Vitaly.
Blink. Went right, Blink left. Juke, and so he actually escapes. That's a big one, because yeah, that was a big smoke right there to get a guaranteed kill, they felt like, and ends up escaping.
Yeah, maybe the map will slow down a little bit, as, well, second Roche is not too far away for either team to really play for, but should definitely be, it's a lot easier for Mad Kings to try and take that down. You have the Nature's Prophet, who's always global, he can help with waves, you have the Solar Crest, and, well, you've got PA, one of the best Roche-taking heroes.
Yeah. Who has another 3,000 gold now saved up as well. Farming some more Ancients. So yeah, Roshan paying attention to that red timer. Done in 5 seconds. We'll see here in a second what it's going to look like. But the Nullifier actually is finished by the PA now. Gets it delivered. So she has their next tool. It is going to be a very long Roshan respawn. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. So another team going to have the chance to do it for a while. That's probably to the benefit, though, of Infinity.
Yeah, I would say so as well, right? Like, especially with this Nullifier just coming out on PA, whoever he goes on, they will die. Nullify, blink on them. You will instantly refresh all your spells with the Aghanim, so you just jump on the second hero. And Infinity, they just love that they can have some time to breathe, I think, at this point.
Well, Mars thinking that, but may not have time to breathe. Gonna have to BKB and just go for the immediate TP, hope that he doesn't get crit too hard. He knew it was coming. Just
the next hit was going to be a crit. My god, he would have died. Skardic, he will die.
Yeah, they do get Disruptor at least, so consolation prize there for the side of Mad Kings. Does have a buyback, though, in a Disruptor, still has Static Storm, so if they do commit, you got to figure that'll be happening.
They got to be careful. Like Pippi's in a nice position. He saw him earlier.
Oh, kickback, forcing the arena. He is going to die shortly after, but he gets the arena up at least. They do have multiple buybacks, but nobody else here just, they have to TP back in.
Pippi, what a beast. This guy is doing some good stuff. Okay, Glyph is popped.
There's the go. The buyback happening. Stun on a Phantom Assassin.
Oh,
rolling.
the Soulbind.
But against the Soulbind with Slark. Yeah, it's a bad spot, actually. Going to be pulled around, and she's just standing still as Pango. Not really rolling on top of anyone. The Magnetize taking them down as well. But it does feel like Mad King wants to retreat out of this. BKB, of course, on cooldown now for Phantom Assassin. Rest of the team making their way out. Who do they catch over here? Nature's Prophet going to be left behind as a lone man standing.
If that's the only kill they get, that was a triple buyback, both supports and the offlaner. The next time these heroes die, they'll be gone forever. Like, and now the next fight, you can play around buybacks if you're Mad Kings. And Roche is not up for another 40 seconds as well.
Infinity sitting here hoping that Roshan would respawn to maybe go for it, but it's not going to be the case. And, oh, double damage. This is big, actually. Slark gets the double damage before Phantom Assassin at the bottom. So a little more comfortable to potentially find out. He even picks up a Mage Slayer, by the way, to go with a Silver Edge. So yeah, this Slark, got to respect that damage potential. Beans Gate, going to be used, by the way, at the Roshan pit.
I guess you can eventually build the mission into Bloodthorn against the PA as well. But okay, let's see. Gardic in not the right neighborhood. And speaking of the earlier buyback, that's 70 seconds gone. That means Roshan is a goner.
Similar to last game where we talked about that Snapfire kill that took place around the Roshan area, and then I wonder if this is going to delay Infinity now, but maybe not. Oh, they get the opening. Phantom Assassin, the blow up with the break, the Silver Red from Lumiere. Proves to be worthwhile. Oscar in trouble. He's got to run now. Lumiere, he is slippery though, as a Slark is. The dark
as well.
The charge is adding up again. He's so tanky. But Slark is like,
brothers.
Yummy, yummy, yummy. Feed me those charges. Double kill from Michael. Nature's Prophet, he's going to try to escape out of this. Glimmer Cape, may help him. Yeah, it's just going to delay it, though. No way he actually gets out of this. Even more charges.
More stacks. Oh, boy. And now they can easily take Roche with all the stacks of the lucky. What a great play by them to find the PA there, as Mad Kings definitely, they got caught slipping.
Yep. Just as I'm going on about how with this no buyback, Disruptor dead, no static storm threat, do they really want to defend Roshan? Not only did they want to defend, they found a blow-up opportunity on Phantom Assassin, and we saw, I mean, the Silver Edge value, absolutely worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, they just cannot let that happen. Right, like your most important hero, most net worth, highest damage, getting caught out like that. Maybe you have someone else with buyback, but, you know, happened, whatever. Gonna have to talk about the next fight, and now Infinity. Aegis, Cheese. It's got double top net worth coming up soon as well, so really nice stuff.
And you talked about that Bloodthorn potentially coming as well for Slark, and he's making great progress towards that now too, as well. So, yeah, just the Silver Edge alone, obviously you're going to keep going back to so much value from that. You have Pango, who's building up quite a bit himself. He's level 23. Also has the Ags now. The Lincolns is coming.
I mean, we've got the Shard now in Genic, and I really think that the Grimstroke Shard is so strong, because you just put it on someone, you just pop the inks whenever you want, and you just dispel your ally. Like, potentially in the next fight, you can try to save one of your teammates by doing so. So maybe those plays are not possible again, because it is a strong dispel. You will just break out of anything. Okay.
Yeah, certainly a great tool. Something that, you know, potentially could have saved the Phantom Assassin in that previous fight, if he happened to have it there. You got Pippi rolling around mid lane. He's almost level 20. Sure, he wants to get that as soon as possible, but again, he's the one with the gem currently, and Ethereal Blade is queued up for Fear Spirit.
Yeah, honestly, E-Blade's pretty cool, right? You can, excuse me, save people from the Slark, you get the Spell Amp, you can also use it aggressively to increase your damage even more, so overall, it kind of checks out. You did touch on his level 20 being ever so close, so some more stuff on that. Generally, I think the Boulder Smash talent is just pretty damn good. You generally take that over the Silence, so yeah, he's also a Quickening Charm, feels great. Talked about all the added CDR, pretty nasty.
Yeah. You're on the discussion of Quickening Charm, made me look at the timer there, and tier 4 items are about a minute away now as well, so another one of those impactful points in the game. You got
Hex on Mars as well, another really big item. Can help you try to find perhaps, well, now it's not all on your Lion to just find this quick and nice initiation, right? If Lumiere can give you the vision, Mars can now do it too.
Infinity grouping up as if maybe a smoke could be coming. Doesn't look like it yet. How about Lion, by the way? His own Shadow Blade has been picked up.
Interesting.
So really just wants to make sure to get the positioning, I guess.
It's been a while since I've seen a Lion with Shadow Blade. Okay. Yeah, it's just all about the positioning, I guess. I mean, it's more like... actually, I kind of like it. If he buys a Glimmer Cape or Gold Scepter, he just dies with a PA against a Nullifier, right? But with Shadow Blade, you just... I don't know, just stay hidden in the back. Don't even allow him to jump you in the first place.
Yeah, it's like him and Disruptor are clearly the targets that Phantom Assassin would love to just jump and kill in 2 hits, if not 1. So, makes sense when you think about it that way. Slark pushing out the bottom lane. Of course, he got the Aegis for about another 2 minutes, but as I mentioned, 37 minutes is coming up here, and that means those tier 4 items. And you see Phantom Assassin immediately killing neutrals.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, we're a little bit stuck together. Maybe some tier 2. It's also still nighttime, so you've got the Aegis and all the vision with your Slark. So if you're Infinity, you probably want to try to maybe invade a little bit, get a little deeper on the map, try and look for something.
I got a question I want to ask you, but we'll wait here because clearly a fight has taken place. Phantom's Embrace immediately on a Slark. Fear Vessel also applied to Lion in the back lines. Looked like both teams were head-on collision course right there, but
yeah,
end up backing off. Smoke.
Okay. Oh, they're kind of trying to smoke around, it looks like.
Obviously, that's an illusion over there that they quickly realize. Oh, Grimstoke's going to be found, though. He tries to Glimmer Cape and get away, but he was pinged out, so he's not being as sneaky. Adrian finds his opportunity and the blow up on Disruptor, but the turn kill. Phantom Assassin, no, he gets out. BKB, that aesthetics cap that he picked up as well, certainly helping. Turning on Mars, the arena, not going to matter, but no, BKB's worn off now. Adrian has to be careful. Can he get out of this? Sark's sitting on top and now opens up with the break. Gets pushed back as well. He's still alive. The Inkswell saves are definitely coming to play, but it's just too much damage. When it's all said and done, Sark goes down. Aegis gonna bring him back up, of course. They also kill Mars. He's out for 100, but the cores are still alive and very healthy for Infinity. This Slark, he wants more.
It's actually a 3 for 2 at the moment. Okay, they might look for more. Lumire's hunting. Another pounce, maybe. Nope, cooldown. All right. Pippi in these long, drawn-out fights actually doing a lot. And also the Inkswells. Yeah, they did a lot in that fight.
Yep. Yeah, I kept sitting here, how the hell is he living so long? But you mentioned the shard itself. I mean, the Inkswell value is certainly there. Oh, well, look at this, Slark. Interesting. What happens? Slark? Oh, he's in trouble.
BKB. Silence.
He's dead.
Oh! Is that...
He's out for 100 seconds almost. Faker trying to get some revenge for his teammate, but he needs to be careful for his own life. He has to get out. No more Rolling Thunder for 10 seconds.
Shard?
He's got the roll up, but it's not going to matter. He's out for 100. What just happened? The supports of Mad King. I say supports. What am I saying? This is a core Earth Spirit. Good work.
Doing more than work. I don't know, putting his team on his back with the supports and him. He's just kind of owning. Like, even the last fight, he's the reason why they ended up, like, holding their own ground and now even winning it.
Yeah, so the one thing, it's interesting how it played out like that, because the one thing I was going to address as, actually might be happening here soon again, but the tier 4 item pickups, and the one that they did get was Phantom Assassin picking up that aesthetics cap, and I was curious, the idea of going much more of a defensive route. It clearly paid dividends in that last fight.
Yeah, honestly, as long as he doesn't get bursted, he's going to be so strong, right? Just BKBs, it's going to kill whoever he sees, like 1-2 on the deck, just making it look pretty easy. And if that isn't enough, you've got the Inkswell. Well, no, okay, tier 3 is gone. Your Pango's set for 40. You get another glyph, but you're losing at least one lane. They're going to be trucking down a second one.
I mean, the shift in this game is just crazy. After that last fight, I mean, even with the fight ending, you figure, okay, maybe an even fight would. But then the Earth Spirit doing what he did against the Slark, you mentioned carrying his team on his back and setting up all of this momentum now as they take out Slark, they kill the Pango, no buybacks to be had. And just like that, a set of racks and even more is taken out. Now, Underlord will be pulled back in. Pango's still dead for another 5 seconds, though.
Okay, nice E-Blade.
Arena, the E-Blade save initially. Static Storm put down, and now Underlord likely dead. Red Monster needs to get out as well. There's a kill on Underlord, and it looks like Nature's Prophet will too be caught. They want more. Pango, oh, that's fine even.
Slark quickly up to 20 essence shift stacks and 22 permanent now, even though he just respawned. So they're definitely one to try and look for more. I mean, Mad Kings need to be careful too. Like one misstep from them and they'll be gone in a second as well.
He's getting greedy. PA's getting greedy.
He's there.
He wanted to farm. Yep, the double pounce, and now the opening, the finger of death, but it gets the BKB off. The crit's coming out, goes on the line. Lion's quickly killed, and Lumire's in trouble now. They did not get the initial blow up, and as a result, Slark will die. So I said PA was getting greedy. Oh, maybe it was Infinite all along.
All right. To neutral item as well. The Sketics cap was doing so much in this game as, okay, we're trying with a roll. I don't think we can do anything.
No, I don't know why you're even attempting at this point if you're Infinity without a Slark dead. You need Slark to have any hope.
Yeah, and he will not be alive for 70 seconds no matter what you do. Unless he's close. No, he's 1,100 gold short of a buyback. You'd have to pick up like 11 bounty runes.
That's not happening. So he's staying dead for another minute, and Mad Kings know this. They know that he certainly would have bought back by now if he had it, and they're just going to easily take out this top tower, go for the racks, went up with the pressure on as well. Soulbind on Pango. Luckily, it's just himself. They say it's go time. You got to try something.
Nope.
Lacking damage. I mean, that's going to be the name of the game here. Without Slark, how do you actually kill things? The crowd control's solid, but the damage just is not there for this team.
Looks like we'll be getting Megas here, and also 2 heroes with a dieback, right, on Mars and Lion, so Mad Kings are striking back for now.
Yep, and looks like game 3 is very, very possible now between these two teams. Mad Kings on the verge of forcing it. Good job with the Manta style there. Avoiding the E-Blade, but the tier 4 towers are falling, so Slark is back up. This is the absolute last go chance. Who's going to jump? He's going to jump with the Earth Spirit, gets stunned immediately.
Oh, the Soulbind again.
The BKB is finally going to be coming out. That Soulbind's causing so much issue for this Pango, though. He's just stuck in his damn place, even though he doesn't want to be. And now Slark, the BKB is worn off. Earth Spirit's constantly rolling on top of him. You got the crits coming out, and it's official, KZU. Game 3, we're going to it.
All right. GG is just called. They just do it. I feel like Mad Kings really put on some momentum and fire in this game. PP on his Earth Spirit rolling around, they play fast, they kept punishing them when they had to. It looked a little strange at a few moments in the game, but few overplays as well, maybe from Lumire, but just clawed themselves back in the game.
You can see the sense of relief there in a lot of ways from Mad Kings at the very end. Taking a look at their camera shots, I'll always love to see that, but understandably, because again, this is certainly a game that another one of these teeter-totter, it could have definitely gone out of the way. And Infinity, a team that we talked about, they looked very good for so much of this game. There were a couple of those moments, though, where, maybe a bit too ambitious as far as trying to make some plays. And clearly backfiring. So as farmed as the Slark was, especially when you see earlier on in the game right here, going for that kill, but not able to upfront burst, and welcome to the PA turnaround. This was actually later on, excuse me. Yeah, this is the fight where they kept him alive for as long as they did.
He lives for so long, with the cap and the ink swells that are not just breaking him out of stuns, but also healing him, damaging, and stunning the enemies. And in the meantime, Pippi is just rolling. He's just having super free fights because they're trying so hard to kill the PA. I should have maybe looked at the fight recaps more, but there were probably fights where he got off 10 rolls, 4 kicks, multiple magnetizers with refreshes. So yeah, this mid Earth Spirit, man, you cannot underestimate it.
Absolutely not. I mean, and we'll talk about that later a little bit more, I'm sure. But yeah, again, this fight, this is the after effect too. This is one of those cases of, you know what? You did kill the Phantom Assassin in the end. She didn't have a buyback at that point. You still your 2 cores alive. Let's just call it, what it is, and back off. Give ourselves more time here to figure out the game. But they wanted more, and Earth Spirit specifically made them pay. You're right, Pippi on that Earth Spirit. It was fascinating to watch. A role that we do not going to see this hero in often in the mid roll, and he certainly made it work. And this is, of course, the inevitable final push that was taking place as Slark waiting to resurrect the whole time.
I mean, Infinity were doing good stuff, but when you have some of these heroes, especially Slark, it's the type of hero where you need to stay on the board. You have your stacks, you take another small skirmish, and you just keep it up. The moment you make 1 or 2 of these big mistakes where you die, the map resets, you lose all your stacks, you lose your timing, it just really hurts you.
Phantom Assassin, what is it now? 5-1 or more so 6-1, I want to say.
6-1 now?
In these games. Underlord's apparently also up there, 5-1, 6-1 himself. Like, hey, these are two heroes. We haven't really hyped up too much about these qualifiers, but starting to maybe get more and more attention for obviously good reason. And you got to think now they're going to be addressed as we go into game number 3 here. Specifically, the Phantom Assassin has to be.
The PA just looks like even like his stat line is 12-6. You know, it's not like it's some insane stat line, but he did a lot. Also, the fact that he chose that neutral item paid off a lot in this game. Like you talked about it, I think it saved him at least twice or helped his team to help him in return. But yeah, I think there's only one real MVP in this game.
And it's not one of those, he did something different. That's why, again, he absolutely was dare I say, a wrecking ball on the Earth Spirit. That's what we're getting at here, Pippi. Deserving of the MVP, certainly with his Earth Spirit play. And it's I think you kind of touched on it as well. As an observer, it's almost difficult to appreciate how much he was doing in those fights. As if you're playing against it, I'm sure Infinity was certainly
you feel
feeling
that.
it.
Yeah.
But
this 4K HP rolling stone is just coming around, like 83% kill participation, 30k plus damage. I would like to give an honorable mention, I think, to Genic. His Grimstroke was also sick.
Oh, yeah.
The Ink Swells, but most importantly, the Soul Binds, keeping together Slark and Pango. Yeah, honestly, some great stuff.
I like the idea of a Grimstroke too as even a better counter, honestly, than like a Bloodseeker. The problem with the Bloodseeker is you're committing him to a position of 1, which it's like your carry choice, which on the carry list right now, I feel like he isn't necessarily as strong as, several of these other options. So Grimstroke, on the other hand, is just a good support option. We get another example right here, the Zinc Souls you're mentioning as well. So in that matchup against Pango, it seems like teams, maybe could start leaning more towards that direction if they haven't already. Obviously, Mad Kings did here.
It's just Mad Kings showing up, after this game. It's just kind of showing that, okay, we keep talking about it and we'll keep doing the same thing. It's just one game at a time. Learn something from the last game, take it into the next one, keep your momentum, and just go for it. Well,
the theme continues just like it has these last couple of days here in these South American qualifiers. Why not another game 3 as we continue to advance on here in them? I mean, and here we go yet again. This is our first of 3 best of 3s that are coming at you for today. This one being an elimination match, and these two teams once again going to a game number 3. So I think we're ready for the break, though, of Infinity versus Mad Kings. Speaking of that, I'm Brick CPK, joined by KZ once again. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. That game number 3 will be coming up next.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to what is game number 3. This is it, elimination time for these two teams, Infinity versus Mad King Esports. One of these teams keeping hope alive, the other, their journey will be done for TI-12. I'm PrickyCBK, joined by Kizu once again. Here we go, the draft underway, and as always, intrigued to see the band, started with that, and there's a spirit band coming out from Infinity. Yeah,
that's probably one of the first time we've seen a first phase Earth Spirit band. I guess we've seen some other heroes popping. Gyro is making the cut, and Volker made the cut. Gyro not banned yet in this game, but yeah, taking out this Earth Spirit, my man Pippi kind of, I feel like he was owning in game 1 even as well with the Earthshaker, or like he tried his damn best at least to keep his team in it. So yeah, understandable ban.
Gyrocopter is going to be the first pick though. So here we go. There he is, the good Gyrocopter. Mad King Esports will pick it up themselves this time around. So again, the hero of the tournament in a lot of ways, and now it's up to Infinity to be up for the challenge, and they'll start with the Pango once again. This is, they ran all 3 games.
Faker is getting to play his 3rd game of Pango in a row.
He's sitting there like laid back, like, all right, here he is.
He's like, oh. At Mad Kings, they were smiling. They were like patting Pippi on the shoulder. They were like, yeah, you get another easy mid lane. You get to choose your matchup. Maybe another Shaker. No Earth Spirit this time around though. But yeah, so it's on Mad Kings. Buff up your Gyro, help him out. And it's on Infinity to, well, show us a way to beat this hero with more of like different answers, because Razor, he ain't here.
Yeah, Razor's obviously already banned out. Another hero that maybe comes to mind is something like that Faceless Void as a carry option, because it kind of goes back to the idea of getting on top of the Gyro and doing things to him, and certainly Faceless Void is good at that, so maybe something of thought at least.
Yeah. Yeah, Void is, I really like Void against Gyro overall. It just needs a little bit of time, so we'll have to make sure that the rest of the heroes can kind of deal with that. Well, yeah, we'll have to see, because as we said for now, most of the Gyro answers didn't, I don't know, they've not really been looking that impressive.
Yeah, Gyrocopter sitting there comfortably, but the final ban to come for Infinity as the TA as well as the Morphling bans taken away from Mad Kings, but got the next ban for Infinity, and then those surge of picks to come through. So again, it's how early do you want to go your own carry option? I will say the one thing thinking about it too, though, for something like a Faceless Void, the Pango synergy maybe not as strong though, because them rolling around obviously can cause issue. But the Chronosphere down, and he's stuck in it too. But
yeah, I guess it's like semi okay. Like he can maybe swashbuckle into the Chrono, give you some minus armor, but yeah, not maybe the best. As okay, we do get ourselves another Grimstroke in the game.
That is another Grimstroke, and we were mentioning in last game it felt really good, especially against the Pango himself because of that Soulbind, but obviously going to be his teammate this time around. But hey, Inkswell and the Pango also feels pretty good.
10 seconds.
Oh, absolutely. So yeah, just kind of taking it away maybe at least a little bit. But I mean, I think in this patch, most of us know that yeah, Grimstroke just looks pretty good. Like the fact that you get to control your Inkswell, the shard is good, so just going to have some solid impact.
So 2 picks to come for Mad King now. Their support options certainly on the list. We'll see what they decide to go with. And ooh, yeah, Trian hasn't really been seen throughout this series. Yeah, right. Yeah, none of the first 2 games
is true.
Picked up. So we hyped up this hero going into it. So
yeah, kind of forgot he existed until he showed up on my screen a moment ago.
So Trian option so far. And now who do you pair that with as well? Do they want to get their offlane even in the books here, or should they just go with another support option?
I guess. I feel like you just take the support. And then the closing pick, I guess, you then decide, okay, do I want to pick my carry, or what other core do Infinity show that we then get to counter pick that one? So yeah, it should make it fairly simple for them.
This is another hero, Rubik, that I meant to bring up earlier too, because again, we ourselves and even in South America has only been seen 5 times so far, so not the most, but overall in the qualifiers, it's actually the 4th most picked hero throughout all these regions. So
we have not seen him a single time.
Yeah, ourselves at least for the several seasons that we've cast.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that it's kind of been that long. But Mad Kings, they finally do snatch him up here.
Okay, yeah. I mean, overall, Rubik is just... I feel like he's generally just like a chill hero. I think if you have some decent spells to steal, you know, you generally are going to have that. If you just want a 4 that is like a decent laner and gives follow-up damage, but maybe with a bit more defensive capability, I think Rubik is your go-to.
Yeah. So now it's back to Infinity, digging into that reserve time. Let's see what they want to go with. We mentioned Disruptor is a very comfortable support option for them. So... wouldn't be surprised, although especially with another loss added to the books, we saw that a win loss earlier was a 1-6 now, so kind of the other side of things. You know, maybe it's time to go a different direction. But yeah, Visage gonna come out and the Tusk with it.
Okay, so you get the like melee 4, you get the Visage offlane, you're gonna get some auras, which I think is decent, but we have seen it before. I feel like Treant matches up very well against Tusk. Tusk has to like stick on you, like snowball in, then tag team to get the kill. But then Treant, well, you have living armor against the tag team. You have leech seed when the Tusk goes close to kind of fight back against whoever you want. So even though I think this is good for Infinity's draft, I don't think Mad Kings mind this double pick too much.
Yeah, the laning stages specifically still feels like it should be pretty good for gyrocopters you're getting out there, yeah. Which, again, that sets up for a tough time down the line if you're Infinity, but other ways to deal with them later on, I suppose. But yeah, now Mad Kings, they are going to go back to the Underlord. Oscar will be able to play that once again. And as we've talked about, also proves to be a successful hero as of late here in this region, at least.
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised that you didn't want to choose your mid here, but I guess you won't really see the carry anyway, so you just take the most valuable hero. You take Underlord, you ban for it. Kind of checks out with me. They ban the Slark once more. I mean, I know that if they pick TB, like you have Underlord who deals with it, but I still feel like that is like one of the better bans anyway. So let's see if Mad Kings want to think about it or if Infinity even want it. And then Infinity, yeah, they need you need a last pick carry that takes use of auras. And you need to be able to fight into this gyro later.
Yeah, you fight into the gyro, and you're relying on him to be the true carry. You know, there is no like kind of secondary carry necessarily. Talking about things like a Dawnbreaker, where it's like, oh yeah, she could actually do some big damage herself, but they don't really have that. It's a team that's great, you know, running us 4 together, building auras, especially. But yeah, they rely on that carry to be the money maker for the team. So yeah, interesting to note that and see what direction they go as a result. You talked about, hey, Terrorblade certainly fits that mold. So.
Yeah, I think so. Because, like, also against Treant, you want heroes that put, like, waves into control. Same with, like, Rubik. I feel like there's, like, very low... Like, how do you not get Sunder off in this game so far? There's, like, barely any stuns. Sure, like, you're going to have to deal with some counters, because Underlord's a bit annoying for you, but you have so much team fight from Pango. You've got the auras from Visage, so just need a hero that is going to be, like, stationary and gets to, like, help you deal damage in the fight. But it's going to be on Mad Kings first to... take Pippi's mid this time around. He's showing us some cool stuff in the last 2 games. Let's see if he can do it a 3rd game in a row.
Yeah, playing more the melees as well. So kind of wondering if that's some insight there as far as maybe what we'll see of him this time around or not. But again, usual options, maybe leaning more towards like a Quap. But you got a Gyrocopter actually. So honestly, more of like a in-your-face mid-hero might not be a bad idea. Tiny definitely come to mind.
Yeah, you would probably want to... never mind. This time it is the Quap, so you're doing it against already putting Faker to sleep during the draft, who has to play the 3rd Pango game. So your Queen's gonna do well there. You can get out of Tusk ganks, or Tusk can't really gank you. So unless you get Soulbound or Silenced, yeah, it's a pretty nice Quap game.
All right, so they agree there. I feel pretty good about it, and it may deter the Terrorblade a little bit too, because that's a lot of heavy magic burst, right?
Yeah.
So
another hero that looks decent now that isn't picked as much. You need like maybe not a special, someone who likes it. I think Lifestealer has a pretty good matchup into Gyro. You just rage and you run in. You go against Underlord. I feel like this is not a real SA carry, so I'm gonna just wait 5 seconds and get surprised. Let's see what it is. Oh, it's the magic SA troll. It's worked out both times before, so I ain't gonna question it.
I want to say that was Costabile playing it those times, so right there, I want to recall at least. So, yeah, the Troll Warlord definitely has been a specialty here in this region. I'm looking right now. Yeah, 4 games overall. So really, again, not picked up a lot, but 3-1 in those 4 games.
Yeah, I'm actually okay with the troll. I think it's like a hybrid in terms of, I think he has better early game and better laning than TB, which could shut down the Underlord. And we've seen more of the Aghanim Scepter. And the purging yourself in this game is really nice. You can get out of Pit, you can get out of the daggers, you can take away Fate Bolt, you can also get out of the Treant route, you can dispel the living armor aggressively later, you can play fast with your Visage. So yeah, this is one of the nicer troll picks I've seen.
All right, yeah, it feels pretty good setup here for Lemire. So the players getting upright, getting ready to go, because again, this is a big deal. This is elimination time once again. Infinity and Mad King Esports. Which team is going to keep hopes alive and which team is going to end their journey? We're about to find out as we're loading into game number 3 of this series. So the Troll Warlord, entertaining to watch, and definitely some good points made there. I mean, that Ags especially to come. You'd figure with what we have been seeing of that lately.
Yeah. Also, like one thing we've talked about Gyro before, you want heroes that either outrange him or that you need to force him to run, or basically he needs to lose the man fight. Troll, he can get there. If you get a Blink Basher or you just get on top of Gyro, you press ult, I think you're probably good to go if you get there.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but Troll certainly can get to that stage.
Yeah, I'm trying to think in those matchups. I don't believe we saw Troll matched up against a Gyro specifically in that carry versus carry, though.
True.
So would have to look back for it. But anyway, the point is, that's if you can get on top, press R, battle trans, get some bash stuns, and certainly can deal with the gyrocopter in that way. So
yeah.
All right, here we go. Smoked up, head to the mid lane. Say hi to one another.
Okay,
team's going.
What do we have here in terms of level 1s? You've got Troll, we have Tusk, Pango. Yeah, I would say Mad King's level 1 is pretty damn strong.
I also look at Rubik at the bottom lane, what he did all the way down there, actually getting a Observer Ward down at the Twin Gate, as well as even taking over the Watcher. South.
I kind of like that. Like, of course, people like to use the Twin Gates early, but when you play against like some Earth Spirit 4, Tusk 4, Bounty Hunter, Riki, whatever it may be, I mean, there's always a chance that, Tusk wants to go through a Twin Gate, ruin this Underlord's game, and this way, you just kind of secure it.
Speaking of securing, trying to secure some bounty runes, Rubik and Underlord going to move up into the Radiant jungle. You're going to run into Troll, going to push him off, and we'll grab that bounty rune. So the one up here in the Radiant jungle, more so the Dire jungle, is actually left for now. Michael will say, all right, I'll pick this one up, and does make it a 2-for-2 in the end. So left behind, but even in terms of the bounty runes, and now into the lanes we go.
Okay, so we've got the Pango Quap matchup. Certainly at least slightly Quap favored. Should be like some 60-40. You just get to keep hitting him. Of course, you have the dagger as well to kind of region up. But I think Faker, he's played Pango 3 games in a row now. He's warmed up.
Yeah, safe to say. So keep an eye on that CS as always. Looking at all 3 lanes. Top lane, getting some good pressure there. Red Monster nearly finding himself dead, but manages to stay alive, and he's got a healing potion to pop, and he'll be good to go.
Okay, I mean, it's you kind of need a salve early on against some of these lanes. Like when you trade, they pop all their spells, they drop you low. If you need to stay low HP, suddenly you can't fight, but heads up from him to have the salve. Can make sure to go turn around and fight, because your Gyro, he needs to have a good lane. Like we've seen these Visage Tusk lanes, they can pop off.
Yeah. So it's up to Treant to be that protector that we know he can be.
Yeah.
For the Gyro. Pushing the lane quite a bit right there, but going to have the courier deliver, finish the Wraith Band for the Gyrocopter. But yeah, bottom lane, you got Troll Warlord, that Underlord, and Oscar having the creep wave pushed up himself. But Troll 7-0, Underlord 6-1, so it is a very even back and forth currently between the two.
Yeah, I guess you also have like the Rubik lift slightly defensively this time around against the Inkswell later. Of course, if you're the Grimstroke, you can like pop it before the lift back goes off, but overall, so another like slight, pro for the Rubik in this lane. I would just assume Lemire, he's going to be free farming this lane.
In lane, 8-4 Quap, 7-0 Pango. So Quap is starting to get the advantage there, especially on the deny side, as we saw Troll Warlord continues to hit the Underlord.
I'm just gonna get the full bottle, refill. Like, as long as your first, like, 3 minutes go well on Pango, you'll be A-okay. Like, this is the time where it could go bad. As looks like Mad King's up top, doing a pretty nice job so far.
Yeah, it's some good damage, but again, pushing into the tower, so we gotta respect that. And well, in fact, Adrian, every time it seems like he's unafraid to just pop this flat cannon and keep the lane pushed up. And so again, right here.
Why not? We'll just queue up the Falcon Blade, get yourself some more damage since you have such low base damage early on. So just get that going. I feel like it's not gonna be... Yeah, they're also getting like through this scary timing. Like Tusk, Visage, like level 1, 2, 3. That's like the scary stuff here for Gyro.
Still alive for the time being, and other than that early exchange we saw on the Treant, in fact, speaking of that, at the top lane, Treant getting low. He's at half-life, puts a living armor up, holding his ground with the lead seed. Homing missile comes out, the flat cannon auto attacks as well from Gyrocopter, but the nuke from Visage of the Soul Assumption does finish the job, so well played there. And of course, Tusk is, well, he's just going to sacrifice himself to the tower, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, it's very nicely done. Like, giving these First Bloods to... Like, getting this XP and early gold on some of these snowbally offlane heroes is, like, huge. It's like giving a First Blood to, like, a Quap or Tiny in the mid lane.
Yeah, so Treant unable to hold his ground long enough. Good First Blood for the side of Infinity. And Queen of Pain, keep looking back at that mid lane. I mean, Bango's actually, again, holding his own against
doing very well. If you can see like a Treant armor being casted on Pippi to like try and help him out even more, but even so, Faker on the Pango holding his ground, and if that's what you're doing in this matchup, then you're doing very well.
Bottom, you have Underlord currently by himself. Grimstroke is coming back over, but it looks like he's more concerned about doing some pulls rather than making a play on anything. Not sure what that was about right there.
I mean,
either way,
a lot of damage on your Visage here, so not too much pressure probably coming out from them. But with Oscar's doing very well bottom on the Underlord, while Genic on Rubik, he's been getting off a lot of stacks from the triangle. And that can, I mean, Underlord can take it, it's good for your Gyro later, it's good for your Quap as well. So I think Mad Kings early on are, I would say both teams pretty happy with this early game.
Yeah. You see those stacks, certainly. Gyrocopter has the idea that he wants to go take those in the near future, but yeah, we'll see if he's able to do so, or if Underlord may take it as well, if not snatched away. So, of course, if you're Infinity, you're certainly aware of that too. That you have Gyrocopter on the other side, stacking is certainly going to be happening. Maybe they'll make some aggressive plays as a result, but early on still, as we hit 5 minutes, so we're back to nighttime now. As it's been a fairly passive game overall.
Well, Faker has to be very careful here. If Pippi wanted to go for a big mana play, could have maybe popped the stick and gone in, but he's going to just take the W where Pango has to run back to base. And active rune, as in every game. First active rune, crucial for both mid heroes.
Yeah. Oh, top lane. Adrian's going to be popped in the Oz shards, but getting the flat cannons popped, and all of a sudden Tusk is the one that's getting low. Not the fight he maybe wanted to take in the end, especially with that living armor. So Nature's Treant Protector more so doing his job.
Needs one more smack.
Damage. No, Michael will survive. Just barely.
Okay. As yeah, you just gotta be like, it just goes to show the leech seed, right? Like, you snowball in, you attack him, you feel like you can go on the gyro, but it seems like he just doesn't take any HP at all.
Yeah. And that's kind of that sign of, yeah, we got to be careful now as far as picking and choosing when we want to initiate. Yeah. It's not, as you mentioned, maybe the first couple of levels, you have your chances, but it's starting to go away now as far as that kill potential goes. Oh, Rubik picks up the bounty rune, but runs right into a Grimstroke. Going to go for the TP play on the uphill, pops the one. He's good.
We'll be fine. Yeah, so he gets out. I think Pippi was able to get himself the Invis runes to refill his bottle. He's got the max Shadow Strike build, so he's definitely looking to keep pressuring Faker here, but... Oh, I mean, a moment ago he was only up 200 net worth. Now suddenly it's 600, so... Okay. I must have missed something there.
Yeah.
So, skill build is working out.
So Pippi feeling pretty good about how this is going right now. We saw their Underlord.
Up top.
Oh, yep, they're going up top. It's what, Pango and Tusk. Adrian? This positioning He's a little too confident here. Again, obviously doesn't know that Pango's necessarily up here, although Pango's been missing for a while.
Well, he has Lotus, Fairy Fire, Living Armor, and Queen can TP. They need to be careful. Okay, they're going on Adrian.
There we go. Everything's used by Treant, and Gyrocopter holding his ground, and Tusk is going to end up falling. Here's that turn. Finally, they do kill Gyro, though. So far, it's actually worth that sacrifice, I think it's fair to say. Red Monster?
Yeah.
He's being dove now. Faker, another swashbuckle in 2 seconds. Likely to be the end. There we go, especially with that kill. Absolutely. Well, the Faker, had to pop the stick there.
I must have... that was a good move, but I think that Gardic got a TP cancel on Pippi on mid. I feel like he would have come in and cleaned them up, but maybe like dropped an Inkswell on a creep and insta blew it up to cancel the TP. Very clutch.
Yeah, I was wondering where the Queen of Pig, because it seemed like they certainly had some time to do that, but that would make more sense.
Someone TP'd and it got cancelled, and he's the only one without one, so I figured that it's gonna be him, as Wisdom Rune is bottled up and used right away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Both sides taking control there. Double damage on Queen of Pain, though. Gonna try to use it for the kill on a Grimstroke, and maybe getting some revenge of what happened earlier.
Yeah.
Free kill.
I think Gardic will kind of take that. You know, you canceled his TP earlier. You're in his head. You kill his mid ward. He's like, goddamn, Sonic waves you as well. He'll be like, yeah, look, I'm in this guy's head rent free.
Yeah. He's going to resurrect and head back to the bottom lane or elsewhere and be just fine in that sense. But yeah, Queen of Pain's still a good kill. And she's going to assist at least in cleaning up some of the jungle stack over here. So at least the smaller jungle stack taking that for themselves, but you got to think the Ancients is going to be safe for Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I think so too. Like later, Adrian is in a lot of trouble. Roll is here too.
Well, speaking of Gyro, he's going to have a chance maybe because he's going to be dead having to resurrect. Treant's also dead, and Infinity knowing that they need to have this early tempo going, and they are certainly going. Another kill on a Rubik. They get all 3, and they're going to pressure the tower now. So map control being taken over by Infinity.
Quick pause. Yeah, Mad Kings have got to be careful. Like your Gyro had a really, really good early game, but now kind of back-to-back deaths. Your Queen was not ready to rotate this time around. He's farming stacks, so Infinity just abusing that.
Yeah. 6-3 hero kill lead. That's looking pretty good for them. Overall net worth is suggesting to be pretty even, and I think a bit of that has to do with the 3 cores of Mad Kings are all doing all right. But I mean, Gyrocopter, it's not often we see him that far down the list, and that's back-to-back deaths. Certainly to play for that. And I keep going back to this ancient stack. I mean, is he going to resurrect and go do that? Can he do that right now? Does he have the farm? I mean, he's going to need help.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, he needs help with it. Like, I guess Oscar's going to be here. We'll pop the Firestorm, you pop in the Flag Cannon. You do a Spark of Courage, so basically your damage just goes up by like 20% just from a neutral item, so that helps. So the answer is yes, with help he can.
Okay, yeah, we see him. Sure enough, the quick answer coming out, and they do clear it. So it's a nice surge of farm there for the Gyrocopter, but yeah, he's still a bit behind, certainly, than where he wants to be. But that's to the credit of Infinity once again, and Troll Warlord, he's comfortable. He's bottom lane. This is what we've seen out of these Troll Warlords. Battle Fury's coming.
Yeah, he's doing good, right? Used the ult earlier to refill his stuff as well, to get the rune onto Faker. He's in most of these games, he's not the highest net worth and not the highest XP, but he's helping everyone else, right? He makes all these moves. He slows down the Gyro's game. He helps his Visage. So just doing the right things for his team here.
Yeah. Yeah, to clarify, when I said it's coming in, not yet. That would be crazy if you already had it. But
he's queuing it.
He's working on it. He's got the Cornucopia and Broadsword, as we can see. So still a little bit of time, but still going to be a fast timing, as we see again, top in the net worth chart. Having a very cozy game, but I think Queen of Pain agrees and wants to change that. Although, how much commitment? Yeah, by herself, not really much you can do.
Yeah. Because he wants to try and push bottom. You have Oscar there too. Probably will slowly kick out the troll here. I don't know if he wants to stay too long unless they really want to defend the tower, but he is pinging it. But I think, yeah, you just traded for the mid-tier one. Faker's already here. Oh, all right, get it.
Rolling around. Rubik doing a good job at dodging right there. He is at level 6 yet, so I can't spell steal anything, unfortunately. And eventually is going to be just simply walked down. So he stayed alive as long as he could.
Okay, as looks like we have Vitaly. He wants to buy a phylactery on Visage. I've seen it before. It's pretty good on the hero. You have low cooldown spells. It's Michael gets pitted up. Ooh, dodges the overgrowth.
Nice overgrowth dodge. Michael blocks himself in, and
all good though.
TP is good. Good get away from Michael.
Yeah, nice dodge.
Gets out, and so that rotation to the mid lane, and they don't get the mid tier 1 in the end. But again, they got the Rubik kill at least, and now Troll is actually going to twin gate to the top lane. Interesting. He's going to come up here. Does make his way to the top. Creep wave, so they're going to notice he's here, but...
No, that's the Fury. 12 minutes, it's pretty good. Gyro's pit here onto Faker. Good shield crash.
Holbein is up. Queen of Pain included.
Dodge on the Sonic Wave.
Sonic Wave not going to do as much damage as she hoped for, and she just melts. Faker finally goes down as Gyrocopter shows up, though. The call down and the flat cannon attacks at least get a couple of responses. So, yeah, they blew up Queen of Pain, but they lose the Pango and the Tusk for it.
Good cleanup for Mad Kings. I think some very needed kills, I would say, for the Gyro. He was doing okay, but this just put him a little closer to Lumiere, who now has the Fury, so he's going to start skyrocketing his net worth. Even pops the ult for some faster farming.
Hey, you see right there with the stats, slightly faster even than average when it comes to the Battle Fury in this tournament so far. So that's looking really good for Lumiere, especially when you consider that ancient stack that he just took out on top of that. But yeah, Gyrocopter's recovered.
Yeah, and Oscar's having a good game. A 12-minute Crimson Guard, or like 12:30 Crimson Guard against Troll Visage Tusk. Yeah, he's gonna help his team a lot.
That feels good.
Nope, Swashbuckle.
Bottom. Kinnick is gonna be the sacrificial lamb for his teammate. Winnipeg keeps her distance, but Coach having to watch her Rubik go down. Not much he can do about it. Faker is gonna commit. Never mind, cancels it. He's dealing with a Shadow Strike. In the end, he'll be able to walk it off. When Diffusal, I believe the Diffusal is coming out now. Kaya just delivered a Queen of Pain, but yeah, mid lane, Red Monster trying to get away from this damn Visage. Familiar as the lead seat goes out, turns around with the Nature's Grasp. Fiend's Gate, but Vitality's too far.
Now we're all here. Do we want to push the mid tower? Looks like not really. Just gonna continue to farm, pop some Leech Seeds, keep high HP. Diffuse the Blade Pango, so Faker hitting one of his first power spikes.
And around with the birds.
He's Rune.
Yeah, the phylactery picked up. You were talking about that earlier. We haven't really seen that yet in this event, but it's an item at the same time. It kind of makes sense on the hero. It's just more of that nuke heavy build.
Yeah, like it's easier to stay on top of the target. You're gonna deal a little more damage. Just like more annoying stuff for low gold. Yeah, the Visage does enjoy this item. All right, mid tower wrap around.
Yeah, Tusk leading the way. The tower still has a good chunk of life. They're trying to catch somebody maybe in between the towers, but out by Mad Kings. They're not showing themselves the most, and they understand that it's probably what's happening. Meanwhile, Pippi is having to be careful, and certainly is. Over at the bottom lane, she's potentially going to be twin gating here as feels that they're coming.
Yeah, I like that he's playing on the side lanes. Like when you're Queen of Pain, you're a very mobile hero. You can ooh, Gardic.
Oh, gets stunned out. Here comes Roshan. He's just gonna, don't mind me. I'm just gonna take the twin gate. Queen of Pain. Blink it away. Turns around. Great job with the Sonic Wave to prevent getting stopped.
Okay, I mean, if they still had the Pango around, they could have maybe done that. I don't know how Gardic knew. Maybe there was a ward that then ran out that isn't there anymore, but just maybe had a good read or a ward. But either way, Pippi does get out.
As Visage continues to farm middle, you see Troll Warlord, meanwhile, clearing up more of the jungle. BKB, it's getting close. We talked about the idea of the Ags, but going to BKB priority here, does that mean he's maybe going to pass up on the Ags?
He's probably still going to get it later. Faker
so?
on bottom. Probably okay for now. Yeah, I guess you just need this BKB early on into like all the random stuff and also like lower the damage. You just get the Ags later, or maybe he doesn't like it. You know, there was kind of a Costabile special. I do think for Infinity, you're gonna look like for drums, I think. Like drums and Vlads. Like Troll Warlord is just a type of hero. You want to give him all the early buffs.
Yeah.
Like amplify his early stuff, allow him to build the stacks even more, get his lifesteal up. But first Roche, that's gonna be the easy one.
Yeah, 0 time to react for Mad Kings. It's definitely going to be the Aegis given to, I guess, in Troll.
Yeah, most likely.
Especially with Pango not even
tag
there.
team, Solar Crest, just makes it very easy. Oh, never mind, give it to Qhali.
Oh. You know, I was wondering because he wasn't moving any items, so I'm sitting there like, is he picking it up? Sure enough.
I guess it's the case of I don't need Aegis to hit the tower because he'll have BKB soon. I think you could have given it to Troll either way, but this will just allow your Visage or like help him solidify his game.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with it.
Visage playing pretty aggressive up front. Ward goes down, is going to spot them flying around the area. More so on the side of Mad Kings, and actually Faker on as well, but no jumps necessarily happening, although a smoke play coming in from the Mad Kings, putting Underlord with the illusion, trying to maybe bait something out, but doesn't look like that's going to take place. Pango left behind for now, but he's TP'ing out.
I mean, they know that Lumiere TP'd out earlier, but okay. Looks like they will dodge the smoke. BKB completed on Troll now too, so I think Meteor 1 is just awfully free. It's okay, Allsquare does TP.
Well,
Being
they're
swell on the Pango.
A lot of TP support coming in on the other side. Oscar, he is tanky. The Cryptic Guard you mentioned earlier, doing it.
Oh, nice roll in the back.
Onto Trian and the other support as well. Puts the overgrowth down. In the front lines, Pango went too far though. As soon as that Sonic Wave came out, you just see everyone melt away.
Uh-oh.
Warlord included.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, the Aegis. Sure, it was used, but not used well. This Visage comes back up, only to die again.
That is a Crimson Guard Underlord, my friends, with a mech, an Occult Bracelet, and a Triad Armor on his ass, which is maxed out, so that did not work out.
It did. So he BKB, but to not even get a battle trance off, and obviously that's where you also can have the discussion again of like, oh, maybe they should give him the Aegis. No, you're
Yeah, so we'll see it here again. They're trying so hard to kill this Underlord with a good roll in the back. So, oh, yeah, he just died.
He just died.
Press R.
No,
yeah.
and BKB came out with like a second before his death, and at that point, it just didn't matter. And yeah, it didn't battle trance in time.
Uh-oh. Oh, that really bit him in the ass. So they were like, okay, we can kill this Underlord. You know, he's steeping in like a clown, but he's just baiting you.
That he was. And Mad Kings has full control now. And we talked about how Gyrocopter, it was not often we've seen him as far down on the network chart early on in the game. But Adrian has absolutely recovered. In fact, is now top farm, even above the Troll Warlord.
Well, he ain't down anywhere unless you revert the chart, because he's at the top right now. So, a Shard as well on Pippi with the Kai Assange Pupil's Gift. He's super tanky now as well. Uh-oh. A little bit of, you know, not what you want to have happen.
Yeah, Infinity, again, with the backs against the wall too now, with this being an elimination match, it's a fight like that can really get to you. So for their sake, hopefully shaking it off, you know, the best they can, and know that there is still plenty of game left, and absolutely there is still a good chance, but you just set yourself a little bit further behind now, unfortunately. But on the other side, Mad Kings, very fortunate. They're feeling pretty good. Obviously, Gyrocopter, he's making progress. See what he chooses to go for. He has a Silver Edge even queued up right now.
Well, it's damage. You can get the break against Visage. It's I don't mind him going for something else. I wonder if it's better than Daedalus, but you know, for now, it's kind of looks like he knows what he's doing.
You mentioned Oscar earlier having a great game, and the production has constantly been reflecting that too. With I know the Vanguard, it was the fastest Vanguard so far, and now the Guardian Greaves, the fastest that we've seen on him too. I think the Crimson Guard was even the same. Like, he is just having a ton of good farm, and he's third on his team, by the way.
Yeah, he has not even died yet in this game, and they've been trying to kill him quite a bit, so that already goes to show you something. And I feel like Infinity is definitely losing a little bit of their grip in the game. I know it's only a 5k deficit at this point, but some of the items, like Visage is starting to go for an Axe, so we're trying to do a bit more himself, and I don't know if that will really help Troll to carry this game.
Troll Warlord gonna take the homing missile as they attempted to jump in the mid lane, but Inkswell protection there from Grimstroke. And he is able to walk it off without really having to use too much. So yeah, Visage.
Ooh.
Close there. Tusk manages to survive just barely, but teleports back to base. But yeah, I've seen the smoke play. Cool. Oh, they want to commit to. They know Queen of Pain's top, but of course you can twink a bottom and get here quickly, and the flat cannon. Oh my God!
I'll see ya.
That Silver Edge coming through as mentioned.
Yeah.
Doesn't stand a chance. Now push out bottom lane, I suppose. I mean, obviously Roshan's still a ways away, but I think if you're Mad Kings, you're feeling pretty good about where you're at right now.
Yeah, I think so. If you're just Gyro, you just gotta be feeling good. You're getting a Solar Crest from your tree, you're getting a tree armor from your tree, you're getting all the other defensive auras from your Underlord. Everyone's giving you some lockdown. You also have Pippi on the Queen, who will definitely be a backup carry. So I feel like there's nothing stopping you from feeling great in this game.
Adrian in the front lines. Pops the Silver Edge, though. Knows something's up. It's a jump in two. I don't know if they saw them smoke or something, but clearly they got some evidence that something was about to happen. Red Monster. Gonna be the go target. Can he overgrowth in time? Yes, he can. He gets the overgrowth off the call down as well, and Tusk is in trouble. Tusk is gonna melt away. Troll Warlord in the meantime.
Well, even Troll is low.
He can be anything. He just is gonna try to
the side gunner! The side gunner!
It's not gonna matter. The side gunner just runs him down. Another fight without a battle trance, and boy, did he have more than enough time to use it there. Queen of Pain, familiar lockdown on her. She flicks forward, but it's not going to matter. This is just dead too. Oh, it is all Mad Kings now.
Infinity are crumbling, as Mad Kings just gonna owning them. Red Monster, he just walks it off, cool, gets to pop the overgrowth, flag cannon, right clicks, and as soon as you know, you're all dead, and your Troll didn't do anything again. He has the lowest hero damage in this game. He looks pathetic.
I get why he didn't want a battle trance there, because it would have put himself in a bad position, but man.
Well, it's better than being dead.
Exactly. you got to go for it. You got to say, team, we have to try something here. I don't know, but obviously, well played by Mad Kings with the chase.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, Mad Kings are doing great. They've got all the things they need. Looks like he's going to go for a Pike next on Gyro, so a bit more of the defensive item build, but as long as he gets to live, he will deal out damage over time, so it's good enough. And Infinity, it's gotta be crunch time. So your Troll picked up a Basher. You can still teamfight if you do it nicely, but so you cannot go on Underlord first. I don't know if you can go on Queen first. I feel like these heroes will not die. Perhaps you just need to try to like kill the supports or find the Gyro on his own. I don't know what it is, but they need to find a way to include everyone in the next fight. Yeah. Because Lumiere, he's 0-2-0. He's been top network for his team, and they've not been getting him involved in a game to any capacity.
And, you know, again, I'm not saying this is the big difference maker too, but this is, you talked about when the draft happened for it. It's a hero that will bring auras to the team, right? You know, he went the Solar Crest, but then Phylactery and Ags, those are not that. That is more of a selfish build, which it kind of makes sense. You know, it's understandable, but at the same time, it's not giving those auras to your Troll Warlord, especially in these fights either. So
it's not what we want. I think it's a bit of a disconnect, which it doesn't lose you the game, but it will certainly make it harder. So it's gonna be even harder for them to like just find this fight that they need. Honestly, you're down 13k at 25 minutes, and you're just getting out controlled on the map right now. You're getting outmaneuvered as well. This Roche I think this Roche will make or break the game.
Absolutely. 13,000 net worth lead for Mad Kings right now. It's about 30 more seconds on the Roshan, so overall it's actually going to be a pretty quick one. And you see Mad Kings is pushing out the top lane in anticipation, I'm sure, that Roshan could be spawning soon. And of course he'll be at the north side, so they're going to get the tier 1 at least. Wouldn't be surprised if they fall back from here. Maybe check Roshan, but no, they're still going to scout out for now, see if anyone on the Infinity side happens to be hanging around. But as we can see, Infinity is all on the right side of the map. They're avoiding fights at all costs right now. I don't know if there's specific items. I guess the Ags on Visage is almost finished. So
I guess they can help you. Yeah, to like help you deal with the Rubik maybe, like kind of go around and do that. I can see that, but Underlord's finishing a Halberd already. That's gonna make it even harder for the Troll. And this is gonna come down to execution, I think. You're gonna have to out-team fight Mad Kings here.
Been a lot of crazy things throughout these qualifiers, so definitely it can happen, but Mad Kings in very confident in control, and it will be the free Roshan as expected. So the Aegis, I'm sure, gonna go, well, I guess Queen of Pink could be an argument, but no, it's gonna be Gyrocopter. Swaps out the Falcon Blade.
He's looking to build Nullifier on Troll, which he will take off Living Armor into Solar Crest. I feel like that's kind of about it. Faker.
Oh yeah, Queen of Pain. They found Faker initially by herself, and now whole team comes here in Fiend's Gate to cut him off going north. Faker is still running. Homing missile.
Got a rocket on his butt.
Oh man.
All right.
A tickling going on there, but makes it out. Close call.
Yeah, well, playing well around the map so far to like try and give yourself more time to pick up some of these items. Or maybe you can surprise them with the Ags. Find a bystander somewhere on the map, allow your troll to get a couple more items. Because, well, you need it.
Yeah, easier said than done, but exactly the case. Tier 3 items are dropping, and Paladin Sword picked up by Troll Warlord, so he'll certainly benefit from that. Upcoming fight, Visage. That Axe, of course, as mentioned, has it now. Queen of Pain's just chilling around, wondering about, maybe looking to make a play, but the rest of her team is currently south as they're pushing the bottom lane. As Darkopter, very comfortable, of course, is Aegis in hand, so here we go. It's what do you do if you're Infinity now?
Well, even if you disarm him, Side Gunner is popping.
Axe is pretty good. Visage, like, is this the go? The familiars. And the animation's going out. Looks funny there.
Yep, that is Rax number 1. And I think Rax number 2 is going to be pushed soon.
Yeah, it feels like Mad Kings can certainly just do the same thing. As we say, the rinse and repeat. They're going to head mid now. Start pushing out that lane. They still have to kill the tier 2 mid, but once they break through that. So, yeah, if you're Infinity, maybe try to catch them off guard beforehand, and that's exactly what they're going for. Gyro. Solar Crest applied. This is an illusion, by the way, Queen of Pain. Are they going to bite? Are they going to bite? Are they going to bite? They're going to bite! Oh, no!
Good overgrowth.
Jump, and now the return, the overgrowth, the Sonic Wave for the real Queen of Pain, and that's an absolute disaster for Infinity. What a bait with the illusion for Queen of Pain. It was just too tempting, Kizu.
Oh my god. Pippi, you madman. Continues to get off great Sonic Waves. Plays well in every game, gets off the illusion bait. And yeah, Lumiere with just another fight where he can't do anything. Once again, no battle trance.
Yeah, no BKB even there. Again, we'll have to see a replay on that one exact. But I mean, when they jumped and committed as much as they did,
it's done.
You knew
the fight is done.
Yeah,
the fight is done.
That it just 100% was that. It's well played by Pippi, kind of maneuvering the illusion to make it look real. Wasn't oh, check out me, I totally did in a bad position.
Oh man,
wasn't him. And that's the Rax. It's not Mega Creeps yet. You still got the bottom range, but that's just one Rax away. And of course, this being the elimination match, it's
here comes the wrap. Let's see if he'll do anything.
Not wrapping around. Catch Quap. That's the real Quap. But now they're indecisive. It's like, is it actually? Oh man, the flat cannon.
Oh my god.
He had double damage room, by the way. And it's going to be
gating to it. I love it.
Yep, I was just about to say they have the vision on the double damage room. Gyrocopter is like, I'll go take this real quickly.
Back to mid. Smoked up. Movement speed. Let's go. Silver Edge as well. And yep, you're dead to Side Gunner when you come out of this one.
Press R. Press R. Press R. Thank you. Okay, got the battle trance off. So, but it's just not going to matter. Obviously, it's too late now.
And dealing some damage, but yeah, he will just end up dying.
That Underlord is not
My
done
god,
himself.
he's just shredding them.
Yes, he is. The GG's come out, and that will be official. Mad King staying alive, and they're moving on in the lower bracket as far as Infinity's concerned, their journey. And
damn. After that first game, I was not sure if they had it in them to do this. I feel like, I mean, I must not be the only one. I feel like this is a little bit of an upset, so pretty happy for Mad Kings to just strike back from game 1 to game 3 and game 2 and game 3 and just kind of show up like that. That's not bad.
I'm with you. No, I certainly think there is a good argument to be made that this was an upset, and obviously credit to Mad Kings. With that said, extra credit even. But yeah, Infinity, number 2 seed coming in. They got to the winner bracket semifinals before being knocked down in here in a 3-game series. In the first game, as you mentioned, the game that they took, they looked pretty good. But Mad Kings perseveres. And we see earlier on in the game in this one. And this is when they dove that Underlord and, well, they couldn't kill him.
This is where I think the entire game turned. They had Aegis, they had the momentum on Infinity, but then they just dived the tier 1 like so hard on Oscar, who was having like a good time. And yeah, instantly from 1k gold lead Aegis, it went to like a 5k lead in the other direction.
As impressive as Troll Warlord has been in this event several times, we've seen him. Again, you were fine with the pick, but
yeah,
to have a stat line of 0-4-0 at the end, this is the other side of Troll, right? The meme side, the side that's like where you get your analysts suggesting why they maybe don't like this hero a lot of the time, because sometimes he just completely flops.
Yeah, well, he actually did nothing in this game, which is, it happens. Sometimes you don't have the best game. Your team misplays a little bit, because this is definitely it's a team effort loss at this point. But Mad Kings, it's just, they can take the credit when they outplay you. You hand them these opportunities, they will take it. And I don't know, Pippi just impressing in these games. They're supporting cast as well. And yeah, this is just the type of games we want to see.
Absolutely. So again, Mad Kings, this is the final fight right here. I mean, by now it obviously just didn't even matter. Troll Warlord able to get the battle trance off in BKB, but he turns to Oscar, and it's like, wait, that life pool isn't going down at all. But then especially he was what literally felt like unkillable, and the stat line even suggesting that. Again, Oscar actually on that Underlord, 2-0-17, as we'll see here in a second with the stats popping up. So yeah, he's proved to be a very, very effective pick, and the success of that hero continues here in the South American qualifiers. Another one of these maybe a little bit surprising going into the qualifiers, not as highly valued, but as it's been moving on, boy, is he impactful.
I mean, Underlord just looking good. There must be something about this Underlord plus Gyro combo. Like, a lot of the heroes are good against Gyro. I think they suck against Underlord. Just take them together. You also give him the auras. I feel like when you just have this good carry and he gets buffed up more than the other, your game just becomes, so much safer to play.
So yeah, again, Pippi, great performance there yet again, 5-1-9. Obviously, again, the supports and just all across the board a team effort. But speaking of Underlord, let's go ahead and throw the MVP the way of Oscar over there playing the Underlord. Because again, I also go back to in the earlier games in the series, especially that first game where he was playing the Doom, he was just getting locked down completely. Last game, he also had his struggles even on Underlord as well earlier on. But this game, it was just from the beginning. He found his groove, and clearly very impactful. Again, you mentioned that mid-fight where they dove on top of him, he stayed alive.
Yeah.
That's kind of the turning tide of this game here.
Yeah, and that will, if you don't TP there, that play cannot happen. So, like, you can blame Infinity for making a bad play, which, sure, in hindsight it is, but if Oscar doesn't TP in there and, like, he's semi-baiting them, then this play has no chance of ever happening. Yeah. So you need to put yourself in the right spot at the right time, and good things will happen.
Good things happening to Mad Kings. Again, keeping hope alive. They are moving on. They will play the winner of Thunder Awaken versus Qhali. That is the next series that'll be coming up. Also, an elimination match once again. So we're starting to wind down from this series, though, Keizu. Yep. And for ourselves as commentators, going to be wrapping up not only for today, but even for our South American coverage. It's been a blast, though. I want to give you the chance to kind of any final thoughts of not only today, but just in general how these qualifiers have been going.
Just don't underestimate anyone. I can see Mad Kings take down number 2 seed just now in Infinity. They can beat Thunder Awaken too, and then suddenly, again, we go to it. No one cares what your seed is. Yeah. At the end of the day, you got to play your heroes. You need to play your lineups and just be better than your opponents.
Got to get the job done. But it has been a pleasure. With that said, Wagamama and Moxie, they'll be joining you next. And like I said, another great series ahead. Of course, Thunder Awaken versus Qhali elimination match. We'll see what happens there. The winner plays Mad Kings. And then Keed Stars versus AcatSuki to finish things off for today, where that TI spot is on the line between those two teams. So it's been a pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of the coverage, though. There's definitely some great matches to be had. We're going to go on that break, though. More coverage coming up next.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the stream. We have more South American Dota coming for you, and we've got some more lower bracket action. I'm here with Waga, and Waga, we've got Thunder Awaken versus Qhali coming up, and I feel like a lot of people are a bit surprised that Thunder got knocked down this early.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Thunder, one of the big names here in this qualifier, and so far not looking too hot. They have a chance here, though, in the lower bracket to keep going, of course, but it's a bit of a journey. They need to first go through the Qhali lineup here, who have looked at times very strong, but maybe not tested so much against the opposition that they've had thus far. So this will be, I think, a very decisive game. We just saw the other lower bracket match where Mad Kings, in a surprising fashion, managed to take out Infinity as well there. So winner of this will go up against them and then fight on. You know, whoever advances gets to fight in that final match in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were a bit surprised, too, to see Qhali moving forward the way they have. In fact, we can take a look at those brackets right here, right now. And you can see that up. You will have this later on today. This will be our third series. It's Vivo Keystars versus AcatSuki. That should be an amazing match. And, of course, winner of that will be qualified for the International. And then if you take a look at these bottom brackets, you've got Infinity versus Mad Kings. I think a lot of people figured that Infinity, being a DPC team, being the former, you know, Qhali, Alliance Latam, like they figured, okay, they should probably take this. But Mad Kings, they struck back. And as you and I were saying, you know, maybe it's their year. Maybe this is, you know, the Qhali miracle run that we saw last year. You never know. And of course, down here, Thunder Awaken versus Qhali. And I think a big thing, we've had this discussion a couple times, Waga, is that sometimes the drafts in South America have just felt very shaky. And I will say Qhali really came up with some excellent drafts in the couple games that we have watched.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we're a little bit past most of the teams with the really shaky drafts now. Like Mad Kings had some moment where they got strange draft, but they also did perform really well in the series that they just played in terms of draft. So going up against Thunder Awaken here, though, Qhali, they have to be on top of their game, make sure that they get the good laning stage and get the matchups that they want. Same thing, though. Thunder Awaken, they can't really be asleep at the wheel here, dropping down from the upper brackets. They need to immediately recover here. This is, you know, you don't have any extra life anymore.
Yeah, this is a good litmus test for me when I look at Thunder Awaken, just because I did expect them to be in the upper finals, to be perfectly honest, because they have had a lot of, you know, international play and like had the chance to be up towards that top spot. But I think it's going to be interesting to see what happens against Qhali, and also just seeing, you know, do they just not have a great grasp on the draft just yet, or, you know, what's going on with this team and the patch?
So you mean for Thunder Awaken?
For Thunder, yeah, because again, I expected them to progress further than they have. Honestly.
I mean, it's one series. Honestly, I think Keystars played really good in the series that they dropped down Thunder Awaken. I think it wasn't so much that Thunder Awaken did something very poorly. I think they just got outplayed overall, to be honest. And even the one game that they won was very, very shaky, very sketch. So, I don't know, Vivo Keystars, I think they've just gone under the radar a little bit for me, that they were at that power level. And now they have already secured the upper spot OC. The match, like you said, later on will decide either Keystars or AcatSuki. One of the team is gonna go to TI, guaranteed, and that is a great feeling for them. Down here, though, we have the struggle run, right? It's a lot of teams fighting for one position possible down here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a fight for survival down here. Nobody wants to get knocked out. Everybody wants a chance to get into TI. So they're going to be bringing their A game. I know in the past when we watched Qhali, they had some really nice Visage plays coming out from Hermit. He did a great job in just his positioning, getting the right items. It made a pretty big difference in a lot of those fights. So I'm curious to see if that's something that will get picked up for Qhali, if they're going to ban it, if they have a solution to it. But for me, that is one hero that is on my radar if I'm going to be drafting against them.
Yeah, I think so. Visage is an important hero to keep in mind, and at least if you're not going to ban it out, you know, pick stuff that works well against it. There are a lot of popular carries right now that match well against it, though. We just saw the Gyrocopter. There's also, like, on the other side, we were talking about the game that Troll would also be good against the Visage. But we will see exactly what they end up with here. For me, a big thing is looking towards mid in this matchup and see how the mid players are going to perform, because watching Thunder Awaken, I've not been as impressed as I have been by Qhali. Their mid has stood out quite a lot and has had pretty big sway on the games. And I think with mid being the tempo hero currently in the current patch, it's very much about mid playmakers. I just think Qhali have played that a little bit better.
I would say that RoboZ has a lot of experience. He's played on multiple teams. I think he was on the Infamous Young team like years ago, back when Infamous had a young team. I'm not sure if they've had like Infamous R. They've had a couple different instances of it. But yeah, he has been on my radar for a while now. Just kind of one of those mid players that keeps coming up, kind of like that Guerrilla Mercenary in a sense, but just never necessarily finding that success that he needs. Sometimes a little bit inconsistent. Sometimes it just seemed like, you know, your teammates and you just don't jive. It can be difficult. Whereas Slatum, I haven't seen a lot of him. I'm not as positive towards, you know, what we're going to see in that mid lane, because he seems like he's pretty solid, but he doesn't seem like he shines. And I feel like right now, especially with these teams coming forward, like having a mid laner who shines is important. I mean, that's another thing too. We talked about PP before on the side of Mad Kings, right? This is a guy that like occasionally would absolutely blow it out of the water for the mid lane, but sometimes the teams he's been on just haven't been able to capitalize on it. So hopefully, you know, for the side of Thunder, that, you know, they can all work together, but it definitely feels like Qhali, they have that little bit of an edge with RoboZ as we get into the draft.
Yeah, heading into a draft, looking at what we've got right now, it's Thunder Awaken leading the way with a Visage, Lycan ban, so two very similar heroes on that offlane that they don't want to deal with. Also banning out the Nature's Prophet, or the Turn Protector, sorry, as he's just very successful in the current patch, and Monkey being removed. But that leaves Nature's Prophet here. Qhali have banned Invoker and Gyrocopter, also very, very powerful heroes, but they might get their hands on Nature's Prophet first pick here. Even gonna ignore it and go Brewmaster over that. That surprises me a little bit.
Yeah, I am surprised. I know that Luis plays a lot of Tree, and he's been very successful a couple times he's had that, which definitely helps warrant that Tree ban. But that also leaves open Razor. That leaves open Nature's Prophet. And those are two heroes that I feel are not to be underestimated at all. In fact, that's exactly, you know, Thunder's like, you're going to leave us Nature's Prophet? We'll take it then.
Yeah, I think they're more than
boys.
happy with that.
Wake up, boys, wake up.
Yeah, we... I mean, I did not expect to see the hero go through like that, but I guess it comes down to as well Thunder Awaken going for that early ban here on the Monkey King as well, another hero that has been quite popular. We've seen different players enjoy. Cook definitely wants to play as Monkey here.
Is Hermit in like a pod? Like look at, like he's got like some sheets up or something, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's interesting. Yeah, Kukahook looks like he's right by a window. It's always interesting to see like where everyone's playing from.
I mean, some teams are playing from boot camps. These guys, you know, sadly don't get to be in the same room and get to have that luxury. It's a nice thing to have your entire team in the same environment. It makes it much easier to really gel for the games. But at the same time, they're, you know, playing from the comfort of their usual gaming locations. Don't have to switch
RoboZ's got them sick bunk beds too. Like that's a kid whose parents were like, "Yo, let's go and get the bunk beds." Like,
well, I had that too growing up.
Did you?
Yep.
Oh man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I didn't have that. But yeah, going back to this draft, you know, Nature's Prophet showing up for Thunder, it was not banned, so they pick it up. But also, they've played Nature's Prophet before. We've been playing it, and it did not yield a success. It was not an insta win. I don't remember watching all of that game. There was a lot of Dota being played, but I remember just being like, oh yeah, there's Nature's Prophet. And like after a certain point, it just felt like he kind of fell off in a sense. Like they didn't know what to do with him.
I mean, I see it sort of similar to Undying. You get similar level lane winning as an Undying provides, but then it's just a bit easier to transition out of it to do a lot of ganks. And I like the way, the direction here that Thunder Awaken take this game. They're going to pick up the Vengeful Spirit, band out the PA as well. Another hero that Kukahook would be happy to get his hands on. But Vengeful and Nature's Prophet together, tons of right-click damage potential now with minus armor. And Nature's Prophet just being such a great right-clicker.
Well, that also gives them a security policy against the Void, because we have been seeing an uptick on Faceless Void recently. And so now with the Vengeful Spirit, it'll make it a little bit harder if they decided that that's something they wanted for Kukahook.
It's also a little bit preemptive in the event. The Qhali want to go for a Razor, possibly. Another hero that is quite popular. Then Vengeful Spirit can easily put him out of position or put him too deep that he can easily get brought down. So normally playing against Vengeful, I like having heroes with high mobility, so we'll see if Qhali gets some stuff like that. They're gonna go for a Dawnbreaker and get that ulti. We've seen great success from Dawnbreaker in the Southern Regionals here.
This is really funny because this morning I was reading, someone on Reddit was just like, hey, Nature's Prophet Spammer here. You want to learn how to defeat this hero in lane? Let me tell you. And one of the first ones he says is like, Dawnbreaker, I hate this hero. Just breaks right through, has high armor, lanes really well against Nature's Prophet. Pick this hero. It makes my life hell.
Yep.
So it's kind of funny to see her just crop up. And again, she has been in the meta as, you know, not that it's just good against the Nature's Prophet, but the healing feels really, really good. Warlock, another hero I feel like we have not seen an abundance of, but the change with his Fatal Bonds is so good now with those little imps that explode.
Yeah, it's way stronger for sure. And even upheaval build, like getting Shard on Warlock feels amazing because the imps get stronger. Even the imps from the Fatal Bonds get higher damage output, which is a good feeling. And in general, the team fight right now from Qhali that they've drafted is insane. Having Brewmaster for general control, you have Dawnbreaker to join globally, Warlock with that great Fatal Bonds and Chaotic Offering. At the same time, though, Thunder Awaken, looking like they could build for good pickoffs, you know, split type gameplay, but that Dawnbreaker could be a thorn in their side.
I will say that right now it's a little awkward and just like they've got really good counter initiation coming out from the side of Qhali, but like generally, you know, you don't want to be using, I guess you could use like the Brewmaster going with the split, but a lot of the times, like, you know, your Warlock has to be in the right position. Your Dawnbreaker doesn't want to use the Solar Guardian to initiate through, so.
I was going to say, the moment we see the Pango here, it's Ember time, because they need a hero that jumps in and enables the Dawn to click ulti, and that's Ember's job here. Ember matches really well against Pango in lane. It's a fantastic lane. And against Nature's Prophet and Venge as well, pretty easy for him to still have clear mobility here. Could be a great game, by the way, for Aghanim, so Nature's Prophet against Ember, get those random roots. It can mess him up a lot. But on support Nature's Prophet, usually just see a Solar Crest. You don't really get too many items early on.
Yeah, I will say that they've got a lot of mobility going on with their draft too on the side of Qhali, right? Because Brewmaster eventually will get a Blink Dagger. You've got Dawnbreaker, even just the hammer alone, like being able to drag herself in, and then Ember Spirit, like shaping up really nicely. On the flip side of that too, though, you've got, you know, ways to punish any sort of bad positioning with the Vengeful Spirit. You've got a Pangolier who's going to be able to like roll around, swashbuckle his way in. Nature's Prophet obviously having a lot of mobility just with the teleportation, so it should be an action-packed draft so far. I'm curious now what the final pick is for both these teams because they do not have their position ones. The Bloodseeker's already been removed, although I feel like it makes sense, right? You don't want to have a Pangolier going into a Bloodseeker. Do you think we see something like a Chaos Knight for the side of Qhali?
They could go for that. I think their team could still definitely go for something like even into Venge. I think they could go for something like Faceless Void here, just because time dilation is extremely good against the Pango, and also having more big team fight spells for them is not a bad idea. For Thunder Awaken, though, I'm more curious what carry that they're thinking about. They banned out a lot of carry options. So PA Bloodseeker, TB removed. Morph was also removed by Qhali here, so limiting the options a little bit. I think you could go Illusion here on the side of Thunder Awaken here as well.
Do you want that though with the Brew though? It's going to be able to dispel?
Yeah, he's annoying, but the split push value is still nice. For team fights, it's very annoying. The dispel is really strong, but being able to split up the lineup of Qhali a little bit when they have such good team fights might be an important ability to have. So they go Troll.
They're going to go Naga here then or something like that?
Curious because this Troll you usually struggle to man fight into. Naga Siren doesn't really enjoy playing against Troll either, so I think I would be more keen on Sven for them. Doesn't really win the man fight against Troll either, but pairs well with the Venge and Tusk that they already have on the lineup. And also, you get a hero to clear out the Brewmaster ulti. We've seen it before. The Sven three-shotting the Brewmaster ulti feels pretty amazing. Just get rid of that immediately.
Poor Vitaly had no game. I believe that was Vitaly who was struggling with that one. Oof.
Oh yeah, it was an absolutely painful game. Other than that, they could maybe go for even... I could see a Luna working here for them. Not really a super popular hero, but Luna Venge combos or Drow.
They go Medusa.
Okay, so they get Medusa. This is a useful thing about Medusa here is that you can ulti the troll. When he comes running at you, you just press the ulti on Medusa and you stone form him. And you can kind of disengage the troll's chase. You also have the Venge to help positioning the Medusa. If she ever gets caught, you can swap her out. So that's a pretty classic 1-2 combo as well. Late game here, I would say probably favors Thunder Awaken, actually. Despite Qhali having some great team fight and troll scaling very well, the Medusa can get to a very annoying point for them here, with both the Tusk and Venge being able to save.
Yeah, I'm curious. It looks like Illich's going to be playing the Nature's Prophet, so that's going to be an off-lane Prophet. Not going to be run in that safe lane position as a support. MJZ will be on the Vengeful.
This is interesting. So this opens up the opportunity to do what I was talking about, the very popular, at least in North America, popular Aghanims build on offlane Nature's Prophet, which I think is really, really strong in this game. I hope that he will go for that build. And the decision to not put him as pos 5 is probably a good idea in this game, I would say.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Like, why would you think it's better in a position for that Aghanims and whatnot?
It gave them the opportunity to get both the Venge and the Tusk as supports here, and it's a little bit awkward to run core Tusk on the offlane here, and core Venge, while I am a fan of it in general, it's just a little bit too rough. You can't really push lanes well enough. And as for the Nature's Prophet, I think it's just about the ability to get to the point of having that Aghanims, the amount of gold that you can build up. So now in the mid game, he can actually provide some form of lockdown that they desperately need. They have good disables, but Ember, he can really juke and jive against Tusk and Venge quite easily, and you need something to be able to catch him. So if you get the Aghs later on, you can maybe get Orchid or Hex as well. This Ember's life is going to be a little bit more difficult.
All right. Well, going into this game number 1, which team are you favoring right now, Waga? Who do you think is going to come out on top?
I would probably still say Qhali overall, actually, just from the hero picks. It's, you know, I'm a huge proponent for ease of execution. Their lineup is very like point and click, team fight ultis kind of thing. Whereas Thunder Awaken, they run into each other.
Right into RoboZ here. And MJZ now in an awkward position. They've got the Starbreaker. A little snowball coming into play. Gonna try to buy just a bit more time. Turn their attention over to Monty. It looks like MJZ will survive. These fatal bonds though on everyone. Those are some value fatal bonds.
Yeah, they managed to rescue the Venge there. I thought they was dead for sure, but the snowball keeps him alive. It's a little bit less than ideal to have snowball level 1. You usually want to have the shards. So small sacrifice to skill and ability to save Venge there. Better than giving away first blood though.
I was just thinking, so they have 2 players on their team same Knight, right? Because one is Smiling Knight, that, like you said, is from Europe. And then the other Knight is, I believe he's also Peruvian. But it's funny because I was looking at their social media. They actually made a little, like, video about him. And they made it very, like, mafioso, kind of. It's really funny. You'll have to check it out. But I guess MJZ found him and brought him onto the team.
Gonna have to call him Knight and Knight.
Knight and Knight.
Yeah.
And then there's a whole thread about how we're both illiterate and can't speak English.
Well, look at Knight Medusa.
Oh, yes. All right. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. It's going to be the Nature's Prophet Tusk going top against the Troll and Warlock.
Yeah, standard bounty rune split as well, so nothing too unfair. And we see this Ember versus Pango mid matchup. It's pretty skill-based still, but I do think RoboZ has a bit of an advantage, and also he's very happy to play Ember. We saw him play it before.
Yeah, I definitely feel like this is one of those setups where the hero matchup lends itself over to the Ember, and also I feel like RoboZ, from what we've seen recently anyways, might just be a little bit more skilled, so it's just going to be a little bit rough for Slottom in this middle lane, but doing fine right off the bat here.
Yeah, we'll see how he plays it. Flame Guard is up now, which is annoying for the Pango. So we see top, bit of fatal bonds harass.
So talk to me here. Talk to me about what we need to see. So Thunder, obviously, they've got they've got Nature's Prophet. Like, they're going to scale really well into this late game. Qhali They still have really good potential, but I feel like their timing's a bit earlier. What are the items like? What's the go time win condition for them here?
For them, they just need to continuously make plays once they get all the ultis available and look for pickoffs with the Dawn ulti a lot. They can still go towards late game, but they need to go there in a fighting manner. You can't just sit back and farm. So definitely expecting Qhali to be the more aggressive ones come mid game to be looking for those fights. At the same time, though, the Nature's Prophet lineup of Thunder Awaken here, they have the potential to make moves and gank as well. But Medusa is a pretty inactive carry compared to Troll, who's going to be looking for more brawling.
So they need to at least be at the same pace, if not higher, is what I'm getting from Monty.
Monty
No,
taking
he's got a stick. It's all
a
right.
beating there, though. Does not feel good.
But yeah, they need to be on the side of Qhali. They need to just at least be breaking even, if not ahead, it sounds like, as it gets further and further late game, if it gets to that point, because otherwise they will have a problem, I think.
Yeah, definitely. But right now, Qhali, this offlane is not feeling very good for them. The double Venge Medusa double ranged lane is doing a great job harassing here. You still need to deward their
double
small
melee. Gotta be a little bit difficult when you're going up when you've only got 2 melee people. But speaking of, like, you know, item timings or particular, like, spikes, when do you think we'll see Qhali start to get super aggressive?
I mean, there's probably just gonna start exploding once the laning stage is over for Ember. If he gets any good 6-minute rune, then he can make a lot of rotations. But overall, like in the post 10 minutes is when they're gonna look for fights nonstop with Ember and Dawn ulti.
Do you think we'll see any sort of rotations before RoboZ hits that level 6?
Probably not.
In terms of ganking him, just because of the fact that, you know, once he gets those the remnants up, it is much more difficult to lock him into place.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see that. It's too hard to make early moves towards mid nowadays in terms of actually ganking and shutting down.
Okay.
And the moment you leave a lane, it's gonna just open up a lot of things for the side lanes anyway. So for now, both teams just doing the best they can, focusing, and mid lane, the CS is almost dead even, 21-3 and 22-2 here on the Pango and Ember respectively. So good job by Sladem not falling behind against Ember.
He is very low on those bottle charges, though, and we are going to be seeing the water runes come up again. Yeah, it looks like Knight is making his way over, maybe trying to go and secure one of these for the Pangolier. No one moving, though, on the side of Qhali. In fact, Autumn is going to try to get a little bit ahead, and ooh, this is actually a great move, because now there's just no water rune available for this Ember Spirit, so nicely done from the side of Thunder.
Yeah, that small move to just secure a rune is so big, and also coming in, taking the bounty rune away, so making sure there's no way for him to refill the bottle on his own. So unless someone dies in side lane, he is going to go without a bottle refill until 6 minutes.
Well, he is going to make Sladam burn through that bottle charge already, though, so he's already back to 0. So he continues the harass, but they're trading quite well here in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Orb of Corrosion is up on Ember now, so Slide of Fist spams gonna hurt a little bit more. And interesting they didn't put a single point in Searing Chain by level 5. Means he can't stop the Pango from rolling. Top, MJC going behind.
Nice. He's got some nice shards in places, though. Put more pressure onto Kuka Hook. Luis can't do too much other than just slow them down, but it's enough because they can turn back. Got the snowball over onto the tomato creep. Looks like they're not going to chase after him, but it is an unsuccessful gank coming out for the side of Thunder. A nice try, but just not quite enough just yet, although
now they come in
Monty's
here.
in kind of an interesting position.
Yeah, Monty swinging over as well, looking to make something happen here as we see Nature's Prophet just farming the big camp and pulling away. Has to be careful not to get caught out of position as his support is going base.
I'm sure they realize something's up because he's not showing in that bottom lane at all, so...
I feel like Knight went base with a lot of resources here. 220 mana and 470 HP. Like, he barely needed healing on Tusk and opted to go all the way back. It's a little bit costly to take the time to go back like this. At least it does give a bottle refill for Pango. Now that he TPs out from mid.
So we're going to see a little bit of a skirmish here for the action rune whenever it is that it shows up. And Monty trying to use that Star Breaker, but not going to land over on Knight. Still have Luis nearby. MJZ trying to get some vision. Monty in a bit of an awkward situation as he's starting to get chased down. They've got the shards. Throw out the magic missile, and that's a dead Dawnbreaker. And actually our first blood, it's pretty late. But it does allow RoboZ to get himself the double damage rune, so seems worthwhile.
Yeah, that's a good start for Pango, though, getting the first blood here. And yeah, Robo is going to be fine, but not going to be too happy about the first blood, giving Pango a little bit of an edge in the net worth here. Bottom lane has turned into pretty much a farm trade now, as the Brewmaster and Medusa are just hitting creeps together.
Do we see a move to put pressure down onto this
Lewis
Medusa?
is caught.
Oh, top lane. This is not looking good for him. It looks like this Nature's Prophet is going to be very dead. But they did manage to get a kill on Luis.
Yeah, at the same time over there, they found him in the jungle. Got a nice shard to trap him into the small camp there. He was stuck between trees and ice shards. Couldn't really move at all. But leaving Nature's Prophet alone top, you know, against this troll is a dangerous thing to do. He can easily get run up on by the whirling axes.
7-minute wisdom runes are up. It's going to be Brew who snaps it up. He's going to have that level 6 online shortly. So I'm curious if we're going to see him start to get very active or if they're just going to wait. And I really would like to see them get active, like you were saying earlier.
I'm not sure about the build, though, that Illich is going for on Nature's Prophet. 0 point Sprout in current patch. Like,
That's weird.
I feel like you're just not utilizing how strong the hero is now with the Q. Sure, you want those treants, but...
Well, Tusk will be coming right back up again. Nice shard play here coming out from Knight, avoiding to that Starbreaker as Slatum is top, and so he's got Rolling Thunder. Starts rolling on through, has his sights set on Kukahuk. Kukahuk is level 6, but has not opted for that ultimate. RoboZ also joining into the fray. They've got some really nice fatal bombs, trying to slow down Knight just a bit. A little bit more damage will be able to do the trick as they'll finish him off.
Good punishment there. Nice movement to come and join in top there. And back towards the rune again. RoboZ is going to get another power rune. So Pango not getting his hands on any of the power runes so far. It's just an illusion this time. Not the worst rune to give away to Ember, but any rune control is important.
What do we have now? Looks like we've got the level 6 online for Brewmaster. Do we see some aggression come out down here? Do they try to take this tower and open up the jungle to take away from Medusa, do you think?
I think so. I think you should go down there and play with the Ember now as well. They already bring over the Dawnbreaker. The two of them could put some hurt on her, but she has a full magic wand, pretty much 14 charges and a healing lotus. So you definitely need a lot more to bring her down. Warlock
Maybe they
comes
can
in.
try to at least force some TPs perhaps. But yeah, we've got Luis joining in the fray. Does not have that level 6 online just yet, but they're poking at Knight. They want to feel very uncomfortable and just make him call out for reinforcements to free up other spaces.
MJC coming in as well, running in under tower here and joining his friend.
Monty gonna be right in the way over here as Knight makes his way over.
I mean, drop the deep ward. So you see Medusa farming here. It's just hanging around.
Question is, do they do anything about it though? She is level 7.
Yeah, I don't think they
Has
can
not
really
put
kill
any
her.
points in the Stone Gaze.
Yeah, Ember is finally moving now. He's coming down bottom.
Alright, indeed here. Okay, they'll stun up Hermit. They want to burst him down before he can get the split off, but he's got it. And there it is. There's the point here in the Stone Gaze. So they've got to back off. A nice Wrath of Nature coming in. So they'll continue to roll around. They've got their eyes on the Dawnbreaker. They'll be able to finish. So there's going to be a snowball coming into effect. A little magic missile play over onto RoboZ. He's sliding around. He really wants this Dusa. Shards coming in place. Cinderbrew gets dropped. The chase. And they managed to finish off Luis there. Looking at Hermit. He'll go down too. It's a double kill now for Latums. As now RoboZ is going to have to use that remnant to try to run away. And he'll turn his attention back around. He's hoping to get at least something here, but it's a little bit scary. They got the snowball. Monty, though, will be able to apply some assistance. Misses the Starbreaker. Is trading a bit with Slatums.
That Medusa got so many magic stick charges in the fight, by the way. She used 2 magic sticks during the first fight, and I think she got a total of like 30 charges used. So her mana just kept going up.
There is no Rolling Thunder on Slatums, and they're still putting the pressure on this tower. They're also deforesting a little bit too along the way.
I think finally Thunder Awaken realized that sticking around here might be dangerous, but really great defense by them. Not initially losing the Medusa. Slatum just gonna play it safe here as well, backing away from bottom. And that means that, again, Power Rune going the way of Ember. Got a haste rune this time.
And you know, even though we were kind of criticizing a little bit on Illick for not picking up the Sprout during laning, he is putting a decent amount of damage on the tower because he does have the treants that are just wailing away, so...
This is the advantage. He can actually force people to react. It's going to be Ember running up there to try and deal with this Nature's Prophet pressure. But yeah, at the same time, I think in lane he could maybe have had more impact if he had at least 1 point in Sprout. It's such a cheap ability, and no matter if you instantly Quelling Blade the trees, you just take extra damage all the time.
Right. Robozy doing a little casual jungling, does have himself the haste rune that's been bottled up, and will have the Mithril Hammer fairly soon to finish up his Maelstrom.
Yeah, he's ready to fight, just kind of waiting for something to happen on the map. He keeps his TP ready. Bottom, Knight has come back to farm on Medusa again here, not giving up the tier 1 tower.
Monty almost has his level 6 online now too, so they'll be able to have that counter initiation if needed. A little bit of an invis rune. Robo-Z is just getting all the action runes. Right place, right time.
Yeah, meanwhile, Pango, this bottle is just in the backpack, never used, you know. It's
poor guy.
Unfortunate. All it's seen is some water rune at the start. Midas up on Brewmaster. We've seen a little bit of different builds. We've seen the Spirit Vessel rush on Brewmaster before. Not a very good item against Medusa, so probably a reason why he didn't go for it in this game. And just early Midas going to be playing pretty greedy here, and Agnim's coming up next for him.
MJZ starting to get pressured by Monty a little bit. Hermit's also here. I don't believe he'd be able to survive this, though he's pretty fast. He's got those boots going. But all they need is a little bit more damage, and they have it.
Yeah, Drunken Brawler finally slows him down enough. I like how he was holding his stun for the Dawnbreaker, but Dawnbreaker also just held her Starbreaker, so just right-clicking into the Venge, almost bringing her down without using a skill. And right now is a good power spike timing for Thunder Awaken. They have the Diffusal and Orb of Corrosion on Pango, whereas the Maelstrom is not completed yet over on the side of Ember Spirit. So I think they should really take engagements, look for fights, and that's what we're seeing. They're smoking up to bottom.
They have an Orchid completed for the Nature's Prophet too, so they are quite strong at this time, especially if they can get their hands on Robo-Z. They're going to send Hermit first, though, and he has the Primal Split available. Smoke gets broken. Robo-Z's still hidden in this tree line. Gets a little bit of a slight, manages to land the chains over onto the Pango. Nature's Prophet was considering joining in on this fight.
Too deep to TP there. If he TP'd in, he would just get immediately blown up by the Warlock and Ember, so thinks better of it, doesn't jump in.
A little bit of that burst damage on Hermit. And he goes for the split because they dropped the Chaotic Offering. They also drop those wards, but still get the kill. In comes the Dawnbreaker. They're looking to finish off on Slotums here, and it should be able to do so. Did they put? It looked like the Fatal Bonds came after the Chaotic Offering there. Was I seeing things?
Yeah, he
just... as Nature's Prophet is dead.
He just needed to lock them down as soon as possible, get the golem down, and I think there was a great usage of their abilities coming in with the big team fight spells here, but a little bit of an undercommitted move by Thunder, not bringing over the Medusa, not having the Stone Gaze available. I like the idea of them fighting and using their power spike here with Diffu and Orchid, but you can't really fight into the full team of Qhali without bringing Medusa as well.
Do you think they suspected that it was the whole team there, or did they think it was just going to be a little, three-man kind of gank push?
I think they definitely knew that the entire team was there. I just think they underestimated their opponents a bit, like thinking they can fight without bringing everything. It just doesn't work.
That is costly. A lot of people are showing up for this mid tower. Illick even TPing over. They know that they don't have the Chaotic Offering, so some nice chains though and some good slides. MJZ, he's lower than half health right now.
Fatal Bombs and Sleight of Fist doing some work there. And Warlock just sitting back, casting that max level upheaval.
With that Maelstrom completed too, those little lightning procs, they hurt.
Yeah, we see Avenge.
A little weird bursty pops, huh?
Yeah, Avenge queuing up the Tranquil Boots now as well. Needs some HP regen to sustain this harassment.
Now they have Stone Gaze, they do not have Split. I think they're gonna have to just lose this tower. In fact, yeah, Knight will be able to take the mid.
Yeah, I would like to see him really utilize this timing because you still have 50 seconds on Golem, so try and take away as much farm area as possible. Use this Manta style to cut waves.
Brewmaster's next item. Pretty typical going for that Agnum Scepter. Get that extra little Brewling.
Yeah, the good part about this is he's going to be able to spam Dispel on the illusions of the Mantha from Medusa, but also just having the Storm Panda nonstop to lift her nonstop through the fight. It is a great way to deal with one super farmed hero.
Looks like the Dawnbreaker will be going for a Lotus Orb.
Yeah, a little bit interesting to see that he's going for Lotus instead of Agnems here. I thought this would be a very strong game for Agnems for the mischance against Furion, Medusa, even against the right clicks of the rest of the team as well. But it's not a bad Lotus Orb game against Snowball, against Venge, and of course get rid of the Orchid as well.
Yeah, it also
Radiant are scanning.
gives you a little bit more armor, right, too? Which is good against that minus armor coming out from Venge. And eventually Prophet goes for a Deso or something.
Yeah, it's a natural item still. Just thought that would be more of a second item. Going on Medusa now. Is Smoker.
Exactly where Knight is, but they need to lock her down. That's the thing. Stone Gaze is going to get used. Teleports are coming out in mass. Even the Wrath of Nature gets used, so they're gonna... Oh no, they know that the Warlock's here. He's trying to get in a good position to go and drop the Chaotic Offering, but his team just left him so fast. He put himself in an awkward position there.
Yeah, it's so tough to kill the Medusa when she's that close to a tier 1 and tier 2 tower. And of course, the moment they go on the carry, the full team just reacts to like, nope, you're not getting our Medusa for free. The saves are coming in. We spoke about those Tusk Snowballs and Venge swaps. They have great tools. Oh, I like this Venge picking up the Lotuses. Getting greater healing Lotuses can be insane with Medusa on your team. So hope to see him pass that over to Medusa later on or use it on Medusa in a team fight.
These core players, they always think everything that we get belongs to them.
Oh, it does. It does. The entire map is Medusa.
Who harvested the Lotuses? You know, this is a little red hen thing going on. Do you have that tale?
The what?
The little red hen, do you have that story in your language?
I am not familiar, no.
Oh, okay. So the whole thing is basically there's this little red hen, and she's making like a pie or bread or something like that. And she keeps saying, like, who will help me harvest the grain? Who will help me, you know, do this or this? And they're like, no, I will not. No, I will not. And then when it comes time to, like, who will help me eat this bread? They're all like, oh, I will. And she's like, no, you did not help me do this, 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 and this. And she basically tells them to sod off.
Sounds like a bad support player, is what I'm hearing. That's a bad support. That hen would get fired immediately. Bottom.
Nice with that Orchid. They even go, though, and they use the Chaotic Offering. They think that Illic is just too good of a kill. And they will indeed get it.
Juicy enough. May as well use early game ultis like this. Doesn't feel bad at all, in my opinion. And mid lane, bit of a dive as well.
It's a dead Monty.
Yeah, they get a counter kill there. And the Warlock Golem using the portal to go top and is gonna try and push out top lane. So nice way to utilize it to stabilize the map a little bit.
So some summons can go through and some summons cannot.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
It's such a weird like rule as to who can and who can't.
Yeah, TA traps used to be able to go through in the first version, even Venom wards. So if you just put the things next to a portal, they could go through. Now
That's
I think
silly.
it's only like hero summons that can go through. I don't think Lycan Wolves can take it, but the Bear can and the Visage Birds can, Golem can. So basically hero creeps.
All right, well, they're still just neck and neck with the Troll sitting at 11k. Same thing for this Medusa. The BKB is completed, though, for Troll, which is a pretty big power spike. Eagle Song's completed, though, on the side of Thunder for the Medusa. So
she's basically at full butterfly now. Yeah, it's coming out in just a second. She purchased it now. So big power spike with the evasion now available. Maybe they want to take a full team fight. The looks of Thunder here is that they're going to go straight towards Roche with Medusa.
I think that's important to control, right? You just don't want to let that Troll get it in his hands.
This has to be contested, though. Even if you don't have Warlock ulti, I think you can't give away Aegis for free. This is going to cost you so much.
Yeah, they do a scan.
Yeah, but they scanned it once already, but they're giving it up. They're not contesting.
That seems like... Well, no, they're trying to. They're trying to get over there. But again, when you have a Vengeful Spirit that has the medallion, has that Wave of Terror, they need to get over there fast. And the Downbreaker can't do anything until someone gets in.
It's a little bit late here as they walk back to the Ancients first.
It's too late. It's too late.
Age is still down. Ember?
Yeah, Robo? Okay. He was trying to do something cheeky, but not gonna work out. MJC just throwing that magic missile. Oh no. He's alright. He's alright. He's gonna just slide on out, but they should have got there way faster.
Yeah.
Like you said.
Now the Medusa is just the strongest player in the field by far, able to really pressure these tier 2 towers, and they're gonna portal straight to top, and goal is set on that tier 2. I don't know why they backed up to the Ancients area before smoking. They already scanned Roche once and saw it was a positive scan. And then they, I don't know, just took longer than I expected them to.
I have no idea. No idea. BKB completed for the Nature's Prophet, so also going to have more freedom of movement in these fights. Looks like we've also got, what just showed up?
Oh,
I just saw another item. Well, there's the Agnum Scepter for the Brewmaster, so that will also help, but...
Yeah,
I'm curious how they're going to approach us when she has the Aegis, and they've got just nice vision coming out from MJZ every time he uses that Wave of Terror.
Yeah, the Aghanims on Brew, able to lift this Medusa here, even going on Tusk, opening up the possibility to focus Medusa.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just, you know, not having that snowball available, but again, she has an Aegis. So MJZ, he will go for the swap. They've got the Lotus Fall with the Chaotic Offering, thinking about it, but gonna just keep chasing after him. They lose MJZ. He was already ticking down. Knight continuing to give these clicks out over onto Kuka Hook. And they'll go in with the Dawnbreaker. Panda just flying up into the air. Illik's just trying to TP away. He doesn't want anything to do with this any longer. This poor Medusa just spending all of her time in the air. So they'll turn right back around again. They'll cancel out the TP. This is going to be an Aegis that is going to get removed, and I'm not sure if they can save her a second time here.
Yeah, Pango has to get out. He can't save her. Just abandon this.
So they get themselves that early Aegis, but maybe, can they get Luis? Nah, he realized, he's like, I just gotta get out of here. So early Aegis for the side of Thunder, but is immediately used up with just some quick play coming out from the side of Qhali.
Yeah, that Aghanims was crucial on Hermits. Sure, during the ulti, he can control the Medusa, but before the ulti, just having that Storm Panda going around, finding the Tusk, lifting it, gave them an opening to take the fight and actually start something. Looked a little bit shaky there for a while. Kuka Hook was going really low HP, his ulti and BKB was running out, but they stabilized the fight with the Dawnbreaker coming in, with that extra bit of healing. And this has to feel like a big blow to Thunder Awaken, because they were supposed to be strong there in that fight. They had the Aegis, they had the, Medusa Rage to take the fight, but we see the value of Brewmaster.
Yeah, definitely. Having that other Brewling has made such a huge difference in so many of the games that we've watched. Like, we've seen a lot of Chaos Knight going up against Brew. Having that Panda just makes it so much harder, because you just don't have those illusions to rely on when it comes around.
This is where you always have to wonder, though, if Medusa was the right choice. They picked Medusa into the Brewmaster, so you have to foresee this possibility. During the draft, we were discussing the possibility for them going for something like a Sven for that BKB, just fight and kill off the Brew. Now you have a hero that instead is pretty countered by Brew.
I mean, that's why we didn't even mention the...
Medusa, yeah.
Any sort of, like, illusion hero, because they had the Brewmaster.
I think illusion heroes in general is fine. It's just having a hero like Medusa who she enjoys not going BKB, and she's very slow in the way that she takes the fight. I think she should customize her itemization here, though. Just throw in a BKB so that you can actually have a power spike to fight in the team fight. Because right now, you just can't sit back and watch your teammates die. We are not seeing that, though. He's going for a Silver Edge build. Got the Blitz Knuckles already.
Do you like this?
Not a great fan, I must say. But it could be okay if his next item is going to be a BKB afterwards. But seems like he has a 4-staff queued up for the Hurricane Pike. So we'll see how that's going to work out. I don't think that is the best for the team fights. And we got the shards coming out now, so shard over on the Brew, giving him the ability to end ulti whenever he wants, and also extending the duration is really impactful. 30-second ulti duration means he can constantly lift up the Medusa in the fight.
So looking at some of the itemization choices, you already talked about the Dawnbreaker going for the Lotus early, and you were a little surprised. You're like, I would like to see the Ags. It's going back for the Ags now, but also, what about the Shard? I feel like that could be potentially like
the
very, very
Penguin's in
useful.
trouble.
Yeah, he is in trouble. RoboZ scouting him out. They'll drop the chaotic offering. They just want to finish him off quickly, and they'll take the tower. It's going to easily translate into a tier 3 push.
Yeah, they're going up high ground. Split push is happening right now, but I mean, they have to go back and defend. This is not an easy defense. The Brew ulti has such long duration to keep going here.
Oh man, Wind Panda already finding its mark here. Just throwing the Medusa up in the air so they can get some more damage down. They fortified. Walrus punch over on the Panda. But Kukahook just focused, eyes on the prize. Oh, a good swap coming out. But are they going to be able to take down this Troll's a question, because MJZ, he is absolutely toast. They've already taken the tower. They've used the stone gates, but Qhali, they smell blood in the water. They're still going for more. Knight, all right, they'll go use the Sprout. It'll hold RoboZ in place a little bit longer, but he's going to be fine.
The Medusa can't do anything here.
Back up. I mean, she's just spending all of her time in the air. This Panda, very value. And they smoke up, and they start headed over towards that mid lane. They're like, all right, we already cracked their base at like 20-something minutes. Let's go get this mid tower. They might see this double damage along the way. Yeah, ooh, tasty.
Yeah, DD room for Ember is going to allow him to do a little bit extra damage next fight as well. And he already has the Kaya as well, so doing great in terms of item scaling here. Pango is working hard to try and finish up his Aghanim Scepter before the next fight. Only needs 300 gold. Getting the Aghanims is a huge difference in the amount of damage that he can do in the fight. But overall right now, Thunder Awaken, they need to find some way to handle the control coming out from Brew. They just don't have a hero that can kill him.
What's the solution for them right now, then? Because if they don't have a hero that can kill them, how do they protect this Medusa? How do they approach these fights?
To me, it's all about Medusa's itemization. He has to get this BKB. He actually added it now. He took away the Force Staff, but he wants to get Silver Edge into BKB. That is an intention. Like, at least he is prioritizing the item. But
right.
I don't know if he will have that much time. As Qhali now, they're starting to go like a well-oiled machinery, going towards mid.
I mean, this is exactly how we said we wanted to see them play. Dusa is teleporting in. And try to put some more pressure. Nice Lotus immediately bouncing back over to MJZ. And they want to just remove him as quickly as possible. Don't want any sort of swaps. Good tough snowball coming into play. Followed up with this Dawnbreaker, though. It's not looking good for them as they will be able to get MJZ. They get Knight, too. And now the other Knight fighting away. Kills Monty, but Kukahook and Hermit, they've got their eyes on the prize. Another changeover here from MJZ, but it's in vain because they still end up losing the dude. So that's a dieback on MJZ. And they want Illic. They're like, that's a cute BKB, but you know what? We can wait. We can be patient. And they rip them apart. It's a triple kill for RoboZ. And this tower belongs to the side of Qhali.
Yeah, they're just going down mid now. This push is so fast as well when you have a troll in your team. This death time, this means you're definitely losing mid. You're losing bottom as well. Tusk is gonna respawn, but he has no team when he does so. I think they just have found themselves at a power disadvantage here in terms of item builds, in terms of hero matchups. They just don't have the tools to deal with what Qhali have right now.
I mean, I was not expecting this. Like, I knew that they would be playing ferocious, but this is like a next level aggression. Honestly, I'm here for it. I love it.
Yeah, Qhali are looking fantastic. We spoke about it a bit earlier, how they have been looking pretty good in this regional so far in the lower bracket, but maybe they weren't tested that well against, you know, more seasoned teams. But Thunder Awaken, they're supposed to be one of the top dogs here, and they're getting absolutely handled in 29 minutes. They're super far behind against the troll lineup. Late game isn't even secure because, sure, you have Medusa, but this troll is just so far ahead.
Yeah, losing 2 lanes of racks in under 30 minutes is never a good sign. I will say one thing, though, to keep in mind is that a lot of the times when you have teams that become very dominant early, sometimes if they're just not as experienced, they will tend to have problems. They will waffle and try to struggle to figure out how to close out the game. That being said, though, looking at the way that Qhali has these very clear intentions marked on the map saying, this is our lane, this is the lane, this is what we're doing. They're not having that problem, and I think it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I think they're doing a good job now. All they need to do, right, is play towards the next Aegis, get the Aegis for themselves. They won against the Aegis last time when Medusa had it, but if they can get that in the hands of Troll or even on Ember, and he can just dive in and create space for the Troll, I think the team fight is going to be super easy for them. They already are running over Thunder Awaken, and Thunder Awaken, he's not finishing up on the Medusa, not finishing up the Silver Edge yet, even though he has the gold for it. So I think maybe he's realizing that, hey, I need to be able to play the game. I need to get this BKB so I can actually spend time not in a tornado, because that's basically his team fight experience.
That feels bad, man, for sure. Hanging out near the Roche Pit, though, that's definitely their next win condition here for the side of Qhali. They want to make sure that they have that extra life available if needed.
Yeah, it's going to be spawning in 20 seconds from now. Thunder Awaken doing a little bit of poking towards the high ground here, trying to prompt a reaction. But
Said the Wind Panda.
Yeah, having both the Ember as well as the Dawnbreaker as well, though, they have great heroes for defending this kind of push.
Just a little bit of scouting. Right, another 4 seconds, and they'll be rewarded for their patience on the side of Qhali.
Is under attack.
Yeah, finally, Roche is going to spawn, and Thunder Awaken at the same time. They don't really have something coming up. Okay, so finally, you know, been harping on it, talking about a lot, but it's so important. The Medusa has now purchased the BKB without going Silver Edge, so he has a power spike. He actually has 9 seconds where he cannot be controlled that easily. There's still the Golem to try and stun him.
They're not going to get here in time, though. There's no way. They need to probably just reset, go back to their base.
Yeah, there's going to be Aegis on Troll, she's on the Ember, so back to base they go, and Thunder, they need to find a way to take the fight. They're already drawing. They're saying, okay, they're going to come push top. You can see the drawings here happening by Knights. They want to try and defend instead of a stab for top when the tier 1 push comes.
I'm disappointed in them. Look at all these Lotuses here in the Radiant Pool. Nobody stopped to go look at them. Those could be very useful. Those might come back to bite you in the butt, not picking them up.
Yeah, always a good thing to collect. I mean, Knight on Tusk does have 2 Lotuses. Could get some more there, get a greater healing Lotus.
I just watched Qhali just walk right past it and no one went to look. It's like one of my first things I do as a support. I'm like, ooh, anything free here? Because I'm a poor sport.
Yeah, feels like they're just rushing around, grouping as a team and focusing on playing towards the 5-man so much now.
Oh, yeah. They have the eyes on the prize, for sure. They do have a nice ward over here on the side, so they're going to spot out Kukahook. They'll also see that he's just picked up that Monkey King bar.
Yeah,
yeah, they're smoked up.
He's not an easy target to go on, though. Having that Aegis, they have to go on someone else on the back line.
Dire's middle tower.
They do have the blink on the Tusk and on the Pango. But yeah, look at this. They have to realize something's... And they're going to try to go around the side. Look at the way Robo-Z and Hermit are positioned. They see MGZ first. This is a good kill if they can get it. That's that insurance policy. Just remove from the map right away. And a stun. So he is just obliterated. Robo-Z on the hunt. They're going behind now. Seeing if there's anybody else straggling. But Kukahook only knows one thing. And that's go forward, hit creeps, hit heroes, hit towers.
Yeah,
there is no backwards for this man right now.
Game is looking very straightforward for him, so they're getting the tier 1 tower gone in mid. At the same time, Monty
goes and uses the dust just in case that there's a Glimmer Cape or whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. Monty getting harassed a bit there, but he can stick around if he wants. The Warlock can heal him. He could TP base as well and have the ulti to rejoin the fight if he really wants to get full HP.
That is the perk of having a Dawnbreaker, for sure. Have the completed Disperser now on Kukahook. They're just a machine. Gonna go walk into the base now. They still have an Aegis on Kukahook. They have Cheese on the Ember. I don't know how you get these guys to leave your base.
I mean, they need to try and make something happen with like a swap play into them focusing, but I guess the Aegis troll, you can't start on him. This is a very tricky fight.
Well, they'll try to get rid of the Wind Panda at least, so that'll be a little less time that Knight spends in the air. But again, there's the split. They've got their eyes on this Medusa. Stonecase is going to get used, but look at this. Okay, they're going to have to use the swap. Stonecase does come in, but they were just chunking through her. Dawnbreaker showing up, trying to use that ultimate. They finish off the Medusa. They'll finish off MJZ. They're going after Illic now. And they just have to run into their base. Robo-Z has to be careful. Does have the cheese. They'll buy back on Tusk. There is no buyback on Deuce, no buyback on MJZ as they get themselves those mega creeps at 34 minutes in this game. They call GG Qhali. They have shown up, and man, I'm loving what I'm seeing here, Waga.
Yeah, this was a really, really clean game won by Qhali. I mean, they didn't die a single time on their post 1, they didn't die a single time on their post 2. And while bottom lane started out a little bit rough there for Brewmaster, you could later on see that matchup, Brewmaster versus Medusa, favoring him so much that farm doesn't really matter. You can have all the farm in the world. If you are spinning up in the air, you're not going to be able to help your team. And I think Thunder Awaken, they just... You know, we're not prepared for what was going to happen in that one top push that Brewmaster just completely won that fight alone.
I mean, we talked about how they needed to play with absolute ferocity throughout this game on the side of Qhali, and I think they definitely proved it. It was an awful game for poor Knight, Smiling Knight, however you want to call his name, but the Deuce had just spent so much time like not able to hit anything. And the rest of the time, you know, you just have these heroes that are all up in your business. I don't know. I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing from the side of Qhali. I was not expecting this, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, Qhali are looking like they, you know, understand how to play the map in a very good way. They play towards their power spikes as well in a great way, identifying when there's weakness on the enemy side. Even into Aegis, they recognize we can just go and take this fight. This is not even difficult. So I love that they are, you know, playing a very active mindset, not just trying to fall back and you know, give up space when the enemy has Aegis, but actually questioning, like, are you strong enough to take our tower? Are you know, should we allow this?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, who impressed you the most here? Because it felt like a very even sort of thing where everybody was doing their part, but...
Everyone was doing their part, but to me, it's still the same thing that I said before the game started. That difference on impact from the mid-diff here. RoboC 10, 0, and 13 on his Ember, and Sladem just didn't really have the same level of impact in these fights, I want to say, on his Pango. Even though he was rolling around doing some work, I think the Ember was just absolutely clinical with a lot of these fights.
All right, well, RoboZ definitely proving his worth here. We've talked about him before, how we've seen him throughout many of the qualifiers over the years. I think, like I said, he was on the infamous Young Squad at one point. So he's really, you know, showing how he's matured as a player, showing up and just making everyone take notice. I'll say, too, that I felt like Hermit did a really great job in the way that, you know, he played his Brewmaster. He was always kind of in the right place, right time. And he was active. That's one thing that I also liked is I feel we see a lot of Brewmasters, and sometimes they just kind of don't show up when I feel like they could be using their split, and maybe there was something tactical on that. Like, I'm not a pro player by any means, but I do like how active he was moving around the map with his team. Same thing goes for Kukahook. They were just, it wasn't a slay back and just farm the entire time. They were, okay, this is what we need. We're ready. Let's go.
Yeah, I agree.
Love
that. They identified how to play the game, and they basically played towards their power spike. Their team was drafted to have these big ultimates and to be able to take team fights in a very convincing manner, whereas Thunder, they didn't really utilize the tools that they had. If we go back to Thunder for just a second here, I want to say that this offlane Nature's Prophet, the entire reason I felt like it can be nice was hinging very heavily around getting that Aghanim Scepter and opting not to go for it, going for this Orchid. It's basically a window where you can have great opportunity to fight when the Orchid is good, but the moment Lotus comes out, the moment BKBs come up, that Orchid feels pretty useless, whereas the Aghanim Scepter would still have been nice to force the BKB usages in awkward positions or just randomly lock down people. So I'm not too impressed with the offlane Nature's Prophet. I don't think they should run this again. It didn't work at all the way that they played it. Also, I'm still suspicious on skipping Sprout entirely in the laning stage. I feel like it's too strong of a tool to win the lane really hard and maybe, you know, shut down the enemy carry a bit, because Kukahook got way too big here.
Yeah, that would have been something that would have been able to slow him down just a little bit. And again, you know, it could have worked maybe a little bit different. They have a bit different item choices and skill builds. But someone who played the game really well is, of course, RoboZ, who is our MVP of this match. And again, we talk about being very active. We talk about moving around with your team. This guy, he was there. He was there. He was ready. He had some great just searing chains that came out. And he just dished out.
He was part of 23 out of 25 fights, or 25 kills. That is just absolutely amazing. Only missing 2 kills on the map. So everything really revolved around him. He was the one, you know, the catalyst for every single fight pretty much. And while the Brewmaster, you know, gets a bit of an honorable mention in terms of impact on the game, just lifting that Medusa, I still think it was the play of Robo that allowed them to really crush this game this hard.
So going into the next game here between Thunder and Qhali, what do you think needs to change for the side of Thunder? And then what should Qhali consider, you know, going into this match?
I mean, if you're Qhali, you don't really need to change anything. You're drafting good, you're playing good, everything is looking smooth. On the side of Thunder, though, I'm starting to question, like, what is going to be the thing that they excel at? And a little bit that was the question for me in their draft as well. I said at the start of the game that I like the ease of execution. The idea is clear for Qhali, how they're going to play. Their team fights are very point and click. And Thunder Awaken, yeah, you have good late game, but what's your team really fantastic at doing here? It's not standing out too much. So I don't want to say they lost because of draft, but I do think that they need to really consider getting a lineup that excels at something in a great way for game number 2.
Okay, well, it sounds like they just need to activate a little bit more, that they've got the talent, they've got the players. Obviously, they wouldn't be here if they didn't have the talent and the drive, but it just felt like things were a little bit too clunky and they felt a little lost. And this isn't the time to be lost, guys. You want to be here. You want to fight for a spot for the international. We get 4 SA teams there. This is huge. You want to be a part of that history. So they're going to have to regroup, bring their A game in this next fight, and just see if they can knock Qhali off of their balance. But Qhali, you know, you got to be feeling real good right now. And they're making me into a fan. So I am super excited to see game number 2. But we are going to have to go to a short break. So go grab yourself some snacks, some water, stand up and stretch, and don't miss this game number 2 coming up soon. Today has been a day of surprises so far for South American Dota, Waga. We're seeing that Mad Kings are progressing further on into the brackets, knocking out Infinity, and now Qhali has taken game number 1 against Thunder Awaken, and I think a lot of people will be surprised by that news. Are you?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are surprised. Many people expected Thunder Awaken to be stronger here, but I'm starting to feel like, Thunder Awaken, they're old news. There's new stuff going on here. They are 1 game down in the series already and not feeling too great after being knocked down from the upper bracket as well. And Qhali, I just like what I'm seeing from them. They're playing some really structured style of Dota. It's not looking like they're making too many obvious mistakes. Like last game, there weren't really any moment where someone on their team wasn't on the same page as the rest of the players. Like very much playing with intention, playing with focus, and their draft also looks solid. I think if Thunder Awaken are going to take the game 2 here against them, they need to really get a nice draft that is going to suit them a little bit better.
They felt very mechanical on the side of Qhali, the way that they realized, okay, we're strong now, take this lane. You immediately saw the drawing on the map, we're going to take this lane. And then they just sat back for a little bit, and then they went back for the other just lane. Honestly, it was beautiful. It was beautiful the way that they played. They strategized quite well with their draft. A little bit of a question mark, we said, against the fact that, they picked the Medusa into the Brewmaster. This time, we're not going to see that Brew. They have a lot of respect for Hermit. So they have removed that and banned it. But I'm curious to see now how Thunder Awaken is going to approach this next game and what they're going to pick, as well as ban what they don't want to see against themselves here.
Yeah, I also see a bit of stuff going through right now. I mean, with the bans coming out, you have Invoker, Gyro, Doom being removed, Brewmaster, and then Monkey being removed. But this means that Lycan is still in the pool, Visage is still in the pool.
Razor.
The Razor is still available, of course, and as well as the Nature's Prophet. But the fact that both Visage and Lycan are still there would have me a little bit concerned here if you're Thunder Awaken. Of course, they can play it as well. Illich can play.
Oh, do you see Luis's cat?
Oh, you got a cat?
Yeah, he's got a little calico cat. Sorry, I'm real dumb for cats. It's when I was doing Dream League, a cat would show up on screen and I could hear Purge just be like, I'm surprised I don't hear Moxie's screaming cat yet in the background. I usually was, though. He just couldn't hear me. But yeah, no, we're seeing a lot of respect coming out from the side of Thunder Awaken. They did not like having to deal with the Warlock. They did not like the Brew. These are valuable bans for them, and I'm curious if they're going to go for that Nature's Prophet again. If they do, you said you would not like to see Illich play it. Or maybe, if he does play it, skill that Sprout. Skill Sprout, and make sure that, you go for that Ags. They'll go for the Beastmaster, which I still think is very, very good.
Different opening here, yeah. Getting the Beast, getting a little bit of Zoo strat for themselves. This also is a nice way to start out the draft because you know that you have that single target lockdown. If there's going to be one strong enemy hero that you need to deal with, Brew is always great for it. Also sets up a little bit for the Venge pick to follow up by Thunder Awaken, so we might see that banned out by Qhali after this. But they now have the choice what they want to go for. Generally, Nature's Prophet, not that great against Beast. If you play a post 5 as a support against a post 3 Beastmaster, then he just keeps throwing the Wild Axes to get out of your Sprout. Doesn't even need to have the Quelling Blade ready or anything. So they could still go for it, but I wonder what Qhali are going to snag as their first pick here.
I wouldn't mind seeing something like the Grimstroke or the Tree. Those are 2 heroes that... Oh, never mind. We can't see the Tree. It's already banned. It was banned by Qhali. The Grimstroke, though, we've been seeing some pretty good results with recently, depending on how they want to... just draft. Could do the Grim with an Earth Spirit. They've run that before, or anything that's just going to get up in their faces. But they opt to go for the Visage. We've seen them have very good results with Hermit on this hero before.
You have to expect that one of these heroes would come out, the Lycan or the Visage, possibly coming out early for Hermit here, as they were ignored in the ban phase. And Visage does give them a lot of push power as well. Both teams getting similar impact offlane heroes. But Thunder Awaken now, they have to be worried about all the stuff that Visage enables. The level 1 moves with the Soul Assumption could always be a big threat as well, getting yourself some first bloods. We've seen Visage absolutely destroy some fights.
Absolutely. We saw them actually, I forget exactly which game it was where the Visage, just giant nukes coming through, ended up getting the first blood and just having a great game because of it.
Yeah, I feel like it's, the damage is always so impressive. If you just get a 5v5 engagement, then having Visage on your team almost secures that you're going to win it, is the level of power. But we'll see what Thunder want to remove here. Removing the Dawnbreaker as well. They're really respecting the big ultimate combinations that Qhali had in the previous game, and almost banning out the entire draft here.
Oh, this is really cool. So I was trying to look up how old some of these guys are. Especially Robozia, because I know I've seen his name for so long, but he is pretty young, if I understand. Hermit's actually Argentinian, which is pretty cool because we have not had much Argentinian representation in South American Dota in a while. Like the biggest one, obviously, that people think of was Papita, going like way back, but now he's in the coaching position. So it's pretty neat when you see these different countries start to have players show up.
Yeah, it's always good to have, diversity from the region, different teams having players from different spots. And I think he's been doing a good job so far here in this regional as well. Hermit doesn't seem to be crumbling under any form of pressure. I mean, this is a big opportunity for the players. This is some of the most important games that you played as a player in the TI qualifiers. But so far, he's doing great.
Slatims looks like very concerned. His eyes almost fell out of his head there. It is an Elder Titan pick. That is a little bit surprising. I'm sure Fogd is very happy if he's watching these calls right now. This is his boy.
It's a good combination. The Visage and ET do really well together. You get the magic resistance reduction from the ET being near, and the Stomp with the Visage birds as well. It's just a pretty nice way to set up.
We are seeing all sorts of things come out now. You can tell, like, I feel like Thunder feels like its back's against the wall a little bit because they're opting to go pick up an Enchantress. Have not seen Enchantress, I don't think, really at all in this qualifier. Have you?
No, we have not cast a game of Ench at least so far, and even in the games that I've been watching the other casters do, I have not seen Enchantress be a priority, and picking it this early as well is surprising, especially into Visage, who has so much magic damage nuke. Usually you pick Enchantress to dominate lanes. The pairing of Beastmaster and Enchantress on the offlane can be pretty damn good, but they don't know what they're going to be laning against yet, as Qhali have that Visage ET most likely going to be dueling on the offlane themselves, so they can customize the lineup that will deal with Ench.
Man, it smells like desperation a little bit. Like, I'm seeing all these heroes coming out that, like, are designed to, like, win the lanes. They've got saves. It feels like we're going to see a strong 4 Protect 1 coming out from the side of Thunder Awaken so far.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. And Oracle as well is a pretty nice pickup here into the Visage. I like the W to protect against the Soul Assumption. Also gives you a great save for the team now. But Qhali, I think they could go for just some heavy right-click damage build here with ET and Visage already on your team. They even have the option themselves to take up the Vengeful Spirit here and just add more physical damage from every single position.
Yeah, I would not mind that because that would give them another couple. Like, so you've got the save coming out now with the Echo Stomp, Vengeful Spirit having Swamp. It gives you another stun. Stuns are always very value. And then also, like you're saying, the damage amp in the form of just removing that armor would not be bad to see at all.
This is a PA game for them as well.
I still think...
Yeah, sorry. I think this is just a great PA game for them. If they go for like Venge PA on the safe lane here, that would be fantastic against the Beastmaster. You can kill the boar easily. You get great stuff for bursting Ench and Oracle.
I don't know. I still kind of like Grim. Again, like just the fact that you have that ink swell that you can put like on your heroes or whatnot. I feel like that could be very, very powerful. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So we're going for an Elder Titan and an Earth Spirit. That's a lot of melee boys.
Yeah, it can still be a mid Earth Spirit as well.
That's true.
Even though they pick it already. Then we'll see if they want to run it support or not. Most likely the next pick will already tell us what it's going to be, unless they want to pick up their carry. But I doubt they're going to show the carry here. I think they're saving it for last pick.
Okay, they go for the Quap. That's a very strong hero right now. Gives them some nice burst damage. So that'll determine. I believe that this Elder Titan is going to be the position 5 with the Earth Spirit 4, because I know Monty plays Earth Spirit. Yeah,
that's a more natural way to run it. That suggests a little bit that it most likely will be some form of ranged carry coming out from Qhali. They could still go for some hybrid as well. I mean, Troll is still in the pool. I like Troll against the Oracle as well. You can get the Aghanims at some point and get the Dispel on the Axis. Great to remove the healing of Oracle, remove the W even, and it would fit well into this game. But they have some options. There are multiple good carries right now that come to mind for Qhali.
10 seconds.
Ember Spirit getting picked up for the side of Thunder Awaken. The Slatum playing that up against the Queen of Pain.
Ember is just so popular right now. Absolutely amazing. And
Has he never gotten out of fashion, though, honestly? I feel like no matter what, you always see Ember Spirit.
I mean, last like 18 months, he's been very popular overall. But there have been metas where he's been kind of missing from the mid lane.
And it's Void Spirit, though, then, which is essentially just like a not as good Ember Spirit.
Yeah, Void Spirit is more physical damage oriented, with at least now with his universal stats. Whereas the Ember does a ton of magical damage with just the Maelstrom. But Thunder Awaken, they do remove the Troll that I was suggesting here for Qhali, so at least that's not an option anymore. And meanwhile, Qhali, they don't want to give away some big team fights. So first of all, they banned out the SF earlier, and then banning out the Void as well. They're trying to secure that the Thunder Awaken team don't really get the Wombo combo going here.
And before a random sniper pick at the very end, they just go full on into that ranged carry that you were talking about.
Oh, and Qhali? Yeah. I don't think we're going to see that, but we could see Drow, though. We could definitely see a Drow from them. Again, nice hero to have against Ember Spirits, and also lanes pretty easily against Beastmaster. They ban out the Bloodseeker. A hero that would be pretty neat to have for Thunder Awaken against the Earth Spirit and the Queen. Deal with some of that mobility.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what Knight would want to play into this particular lineup. Need something that can kind of deal with that bird. Deal with the birds, rather.
Yeah.
You don't want to go too agi, though, either, because there's an Elder Titan, so you don't want to, like, look at something that's, like, a Morph, really.
Yeah, I'm unsure. Morph would be difficult just because of the Earth Spirit's existence as well, with the silence and the stun from Fog War quickly with rolling in. I think looking towards his hero, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him play a real tempo carry as well. Something like Razor can still work as a carry, but it is tricky when you don't know what the carry-to-carry matchup is going to be yet.
I mean, there's always the good old faithful, the Jug.
Yeah, that's a hero they could fall back on for the Oracle, but I think more likely Slark could come out. Okay, they go Sven even.
All right.
Well, that is the hero I suggested for them in the last game, so they pick it only one game late. It does give them great damage to clear out the Visage Birds, and also Warcry is very, very good against Elder Titan, since he removes base armor. You don't really want to go for a lot of agi carries, but Sven gives that armor and will provide some survivability for his team.
We go for the PA. All right.
Yeah, I was calling for it the moment I saw the Ench and the Oracle. PA is so good, and even laning against Beast feels amazing. The PA makes a lot of sense here. Also a pretty annoying hero for Sven to deal with. Yeah, he can buy a Silver Edge, and you can get MKB later on as well, but it's still tough. If you don't have your items and PA takes the evasion talent, you just can't fight her at all.
Goodness.
So how do these lanes look? Because I know they picked some lane-dominating heroes. Obviously, you know, the Enchantress, the pickup here. You've got a strong laner in Beastmaster. You have a couple different like stuns and roots coming out for Sven and the Oracle, but on the flip side of that, very strong laning too on the other side. Like, who comes out on top? Because I feel like that is going to be incredibly important in slowing down Qhali, because I feel like this draft moves fast. And if Thunder Awaken don't secure these lanes, if they don't come out on top, they're going to struggle with the way that they just ran over them last game.
I mean, I think mid lane is going to be pretty even in general. It's a skill-based matchup. We saw an Ember lose the lane pretty hard yesterday, but Queen versus Ember is not really a lane where one guy should come out ahead by a huge margin. As for the side lanes, though, I think the bottom, or the Visage versus Visage Earth Spirit versus the Sven and Oracle is going to be a pretty competitive lane. Both teams have quite a bit of power. I do favor the PA Elder Titan a little bit going up against the Beastmaster. I just think it's a little bit easier for him to get ahead on that lane, and PA shouldn't really get shut down here.
Okay, well, a lot of this is going to come down to, who can get that advantage, who's going to be able to start running away with the game, and it's going to be up to Qhali to kind of keep up this high tempo, because Thunder, they've got themselves a plan, but they need to be able to execute it appropriately.
Yeah, they have some nice combinations. They do have the Enchantress for extra pushing power, Beastmaster as well as a Sven to bring all that damage. So we'll see if they can go for objectives. Both the teams are smoking up early here for some ward placements as we're heading into the game. We'll see RoboZ going in and dropping a ward on the opponent side of the river here.
Yeah, we are seeing Qhali go for the smoke play as well as Thunder. So they are going to run into each other if they're not careful. In fact, they see themselves Knight. Kikahuk does have a point in that dagger, but not going to opt to use it just yet. Will allow the rest of his team to file in behind him.
Yeah, pretty deep move to check behind the enemy here. And Lewis is going in to block the Ancients already. So understanding that you're playing as Beastmaster, they're blocking up both the Ancient spawns, not allowing him to get easy stacks for himself. That's usually what we see Beastmasters do, just using the boar.
Just all sorts of doodles here on the map now. They know that they've secured this bottom area on the side of Qhali, and Thunder making sure that they at least get themselves the Watcher over in the buy angle.
Yeah, interesting. The Beastmaster skilling the boar level 1 instead of the wild axis. That's usually, the play for a lot of Beastmaster lanes is that you spam the axis over and over and try and get yourself an advantage. We could see Qhali stick around here for a first blood attempt with Monty on his Earth Spirit if he wants to. They do have the PA, great first blood hero, but looks like he's going to head over.
I was wondering if they wanted to just ensure that this PA has an excellent start, but maybe they can make a play up here, although they do see them with the Watcher. Oh, actually, no, they didn't get their Watcher just yet, so Monty will show up and just start supporting Hermit.
Yep, the lane is going to be a lot of trading hits here on top as the Earth Spirit has to try and provide some safety for Hermit. The early levels on Visage are usually the hardest. Until you get your level 6, you aren't that strong on lane. Bottom, we already see the boar taking damage from the Stifling Dagger. It's the reason the hero is nice to have against the Beastmaster. You can actually try and focus down the boars.
How big of a mistake is it to be taking that boar instead of opting for the axis like you're talking about?
Oh, I'm not necessarily saying that it is a mistake. It's just curious that he's not going for the wild axis spam straight from level 1 here. It does preserve his mana a little bit, and he can hold for level 3 and then start spamming a lot of axis the moment he gets there with a healthier mana pool. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a preference of the player, I guess.
Okay. Middle lane, pretty quiet between the two mids. Very neck and neck. 8-0 over on Queen of Pain, 8-1 on Slottum, so we're not seeing anyone run away with that advantage just yet.
Yeah, Enchantress getting run at down bottom, but she should be fine with her movement speed. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, he's got the dagger. That's the first blood. Knight will end up going night-night.
Yeah, tries to cross the bridge, but PA does get vision there.
Pressure on Knight here top. They've got plenty of slows. Just don't quite have enough damage, though, to finish him.
Yeah, the harass is doing pretty well. Earth Spirit is playing the lane nicely. They do have the pull, though, on Dire, so MJC gonna go for a pull here on the Vools. Not gonna do a half pull, though. I would have preferred if he didn't pull the full creep wave here. Then he can keep more of the Vool Assassins alive and deny more of the creep wave. They do get the banner removed, at least.
Monty's just gonna take a peek at what they're doing. See if he can
Radiant's courier.
reach over, and they'll be able to get themselves a D-ward over on the side.
Yeah, mid looking pretty even. No player really falling too far behind in the harassment here. As bottom, we saw a little bit of a courier kill by Enchantress.
It's pretty quiet, though, for the time being. Not seeing any hyper aggression coming out from either side. Nice little cancel on the salve with that harpy.
Yeah, I think top lane is, to me, the most interesting right now in the sense that the Sven is getting a very good amount of farm, and the Visage is not really getting quite as much CS. So Knight could get to that point of just maxing out Great Cleave and clearing jungle, pushing lane, clearing jungle, pushing lane, which every Sven wants.
So what does Qhali need to do to address this?
I mean, it's probably going to come towards having an open mind on Queen towards actually throwing ganks towards top. The early rotations need to be towards shutting down Sven, I think.
Okay. Otherwise, it feels like they're having a great time here on the side of Thunder. I would like to see maybe some stacks being made, although it is a little bit early. And I'm sure MJZ will take care. Oh, that's a dead courier. And that's a decent amount of stuff for Monty. Not going to have the Sage's Mask, the Smoke and Deceit, or the Clarity, which are pretty important things if he wants to make these rotations early and put pressure onto Slatums.
Yeah, losing a little bit there. And meanwhile, something that they need to get going as well in Thunder is actually unblocking their ancient camps. They haven't done that yet, and both the ancients are, you know, not spawning right now. And that's a crucial part for Beastmaster. To get your gold and really get going, Beastmasters usually want to fall back and clear some big juicy 5 stacks on ancients. And without that, he's just going to have a much slower timing.
Got level 5 online for Queen of Pain. Actually doing a bit better than Ember Spirit here. It's just a little bit ahead. So you're getting closer and closer to that ultimate timing. And like you said, RoboZ hoping that, you know, he'll get this level 6, potentially find himself a good action rune and make a play over at the top area.
Yeah, it's nice to see as well. He went for a Falcon Blade on the Queen, something we have seen a little bit more lately on both Storms and Queens. It's not always that we see it on Queen, as a lot of players still want to just get Power Treads early and then into the Witchblade. But the Falcon Blade, I'm personally a fan. You get a bit of extra mana regen, feels pretty amazing for Queen.
You have a Hellbear Smasher making its way down now, and the does get spot up at least. It's interesting though because they do send the Enchantress over to take a look over at the biangle for the Dire, and she should have realized like, we're not getting any creeps over in that ancient camp like you're saying.
Yeah.
So
they also haven't been sending their boars over to attempt to stack that much. So I think they just saw that it was blocked and haven't, you know, cared, which I think is really a mistake. Missing out these first 6 minutes of potential spawns on the Ancients. It's going to unblock after this next spawn, but it's just value gone. Minute 6, power runes.
Ooh, regen rune. It's not necessarily the best one for ganking, but we'll be able to provide RoboZ a little bit more mana and health to work with.
Yeah, he's gonna pop it immediately, I think. Even he has so much regening to do. He's holding it for now, but just clearing out this wave and then being able to refill to full, it's gonna feel really nice for him.
Is it a situation now where he wants to kind of shove out his lane and then make this rotation, or?
Yeah, definitely. At this point, mid lane is just, it's no longer where you want to be. It's a responsibility to try and hold the mid tower, but what you really want to do is get active, get involved, and make your moves. Ember is gonna take a little base trip as well to get himself healed up. Since he didn't get the regen rune, he has to use this. Wisdom runes is gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, as there's no stealing or shenanigans going on.
There's no Nature's Prophet in this game, so you don't get to see quite as much. Oh, man. Well, it will follow Luis down to the bottom. I think it would have been nice if they were able to cancel out the channeling, because I feel like it takes so long sometimes to get through those twin gates.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the nuke coming in, finally gonna hit him. He's still gonna be able to get the pull off.
A little bit too late here to try to get that dewarding, but is starting to pay attention to those ancients now.
Yeah, dropping down the sentry, you know, the dewarding just not really on time, but we'll see if they can get some action going with the next power rune here in 20 seconds. It's gonna come up again. Visage just about to get his ulti.
That's big. It's gonna have a drum soon on top of everything else. I would like to see, and I think we are seeing it now, MJZ taking more control of this jungle, trying to get these stacks up, and that's something that top lane, putting pressure over onto Knight, uses the Stormhammer, but they've got the roll. They're coming in hot. Follow up here, MJZ forced to teleport, save him. But that was a lot of damage all at once for Sven.
Yeah, and Sven gonna pop ulti now and just go jungle here. This is like how you play Sven in current patch. You just ulti non-stop and flash farm, so clearing out the stack there. And he will be ramping up his farm speed in the jungle here. Meanwhile, Luis going a little bit too deep.
He's got a TP, but there's a centaur. Okay, the stomp is down, but I think he's still dead even if he tries to TP at this point. So just trying to buy himself as much time as he can. Waste some time, and eventually they get him.
Radiant's bottom
Bring him down, but he was just really going in there trying to stop the Ancients from spawning again. It's understandable that they are prioritizing this against the Beastmaster, but Beast has his Dominator and is currently cracking into a tower here on bottom. Ember joining.
Yeah, not much mana over here on Kukahook. The roll forward, though, onto Illich. Get nice silence onto Teus. Latims is looking a little bit scared here. In comes the roar. Luis punching down the Wild Wing, taking care of Illich over here because he's nice and slow. Thanks for RoboZ making this rotation. And they'll finish off Monty and just zip right back to the mid lane, though. So it's a quick skirmish in the bottom lane. And everybody got a little something, but I think you're happier for the side of Qhali because you're able to get the first roar out of the Beastmaster, and you're also able to take down the off-laner of your enemy team.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. They also got the kill without using the Sonic Wave, so Queen still able to make another rotation soon with the ulti available. And he gets himself Fairy Trinket, very nice neutral item to get some extra damage on the Queen. And we see the jungle stacks actually being cleared by Ember, so Beastmaster really not getting farm priority yet. They are making ancient stacks though. I'm gonna have a 3 stack now at least.
I feel like there's so many people that really enjoy stacks on their team. It's like you want to make sure that you're putting those down. There's no excuse not to.
Yeah,
You gotta spend a Beastmaster and an Ember. Like someone's gonna be able to take them.
Queen was spotted going in towards the enemy territory
Some
here.
nice stacks here. They should try to fight for these. Z gonna just blink away, force him to use that God Strength to go and clear through all these stacks.
Yeah, he turns around, stick around a little bit through the experience there, but this is a lot of farm for Knight here. His a rogue Knight this game is getting real farmed.
And the bottom tower is going to fall to Illich. So the power of the Beastmaster, when he has control of his lane, they're just going to be able to start getting themselves a lot of map control early on.
Yeah. At the same time, Qhali are not being any slouches. They have the drums available as well on Visage now, and don't even need to use it as they take down top tower. Mid is being pressured by Thunder, but the Dieterun on Queen means they could defend pretty strongly here if they want to.
I think they want to bring some more people, though. It's like people just aren't in a good position at this time. Queen of Pain, she's gonna start making her way.
is under attack.
A couple clicks over onto the Cardi.
Yeah, not really in time to try and defend that, as Visage, of course, can't really TP in as easily as some other offlane heroes, so they're gonna lose the mid-tier 1 for pretty cheap there, I want to say.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them move maybe a bit earlier, like you were saying. But
This opens up bottom part of the map a lot, and with Sven now having this amount of farm, he's already made the move down to start clearing the Ancients and inhabit this bottom part. I think they're in a good spot to keep pulling ahead in farm. The only concern is, once PA finishes that Battle Fury, she's actually going to start getting closer towards, her dream scenario of actually being farming as fast as this one.
yeah, I like the wards that they placed down in the bottom area from the side of Qhali. I really like that they're trying to keep tabs on, who's moving around. Are there Ancients being put on? Look at this. Sven's like, you guys, you got to unblock this. I need these camps. Because they just constantly try to be a thorn in his side.
Yeah, it's Luis. He's run in there and placed a lot of deep wards to block the enemy jungle up, spamming those sentry wards.
Meanwhile, Hermit in this top lane. So we have 2 sets of offlaners, right? You've got Hermit, who's just continuously pushing. He's got these birds. They have to devote quite a bit to go and just remove him from this area. But on the bottom lane, too, you've got Illich, who's just had a lot of freedom, has died that one time, but for the most part is just getting a lot of just movement around the map.
He's doing a good job recovering. And as for the Helm of the Overlord that he's working on right now, a good timing usually is about 13, maybe 14 minutes on the Helm of the Overlord completion. He still has a little while to go here. He needs the Morbid Mask and recipes as well. So he's like maybe 1,500 gold behind where you would ideally want to be in a really good game. But he's getting pretty strong right now.
I would really like to see this Queen of Pain be a little bit more active. I don't think we've seen a Sonic Wave yet.
Yeah, no, he didn't get to use it yet. And so far, it feels like Qhali are getting a little bit complacent and haven't really made a smoke move together with Visage yet.
I would like to see them be more dominant, maybe in this top lane. Because you can see, you know, Knight's having a great time. He's able to go hit creeps. He's got the freedom of this bottom area. And they're not really applying much pressure to him, which could come back to bite them.
This is what happens. If you just sit back, you're going to fall behind to Sven. Sven will outfarm the PA unless that PA has a crazy laning stage. And so far, Thunder Awaken are doing a good job just playing the map.
Yeah, it feels a little odd considering what we saw out of Qhali in game number 1. But Slotum, it's over here. There's a little bit of a stack you could opt to go for.
He's invading a bit.
Yeah, they can find themselves Luis. It's in an awkward position because there's a lot of lockdown, so Knight will get himself a part of a kill.
Good ward that they had on the cliff there. They saw them walking up, trying to fight for, you know, some form of fight in their own jungle, but they should realize that that was warded with how fast he was taken down.
It's a little bit different of a build on the Visage, I think. We've seen him go a little bit more utility before in the past. Do you like this current build that he's going?
This is a very common build as well. The drums into Vlad's here. Vlad's is nice for his PA as well, and it does buff up your team a little bit. That delays the Aghanims a little bit for him as well. I like the Boots of Bearing on Visage. It's absolutely amazing for DPS.
So many scribbles all over the map. Finally seeing a smoke play come out with the Queen of Pain. Looks like they've got their attention over on Slutums. I still feel like the Sven is the one to look for. As the
silence
forward with the silence, and they've got plenty of damage. So it's a successful hit, and will allow them to push their advantage here on the top lane, because Roche just rotated over.
Yeah, they're going for it. There's an opportunity that presented itself, and they're going for it immediately. I like this. They recognize normally going this early Roche feels a bit weird, but they happen to have 5 heroes around. They just got an enemy hero taken down. What's the reaction here from Thunder? They have no real reaction. They're just farming.
But
yeah. So this is going to be a free Aegis for them, and that's going to be very, very nice for the PA, getting themselves some security.
Yeah, I'm curious now if this is where we see them put their foot on the gas pedal on the side of Qhali. I think they probably prefer to wait until the PA has this Desolator, and again, this Aegis will give them that time.
Okay, they use it for Queen instead, for fighting.
Okay. All right, jump forward, immediate slap. They just rip apart Monty. Cookahug now in. Oh, God. There was a PA there.
Yeah, that was
a
good.
very, very good hit coming out from Thunder to recognize that. I thought they were going to be a bit too late to do much, but they weren't expecting it on the side of Qhali.
Qhali should probably have sensed something coming, because nobody was showing on lanes for, 30 seconds before that. You picked off the Ember, sure, but with everyone playing off map for that long, the fact that they went kill Roche and then immediately go out on the lane, they lost a lot in that. And of course now, losing control of your own side of the map, the Sven stealing your Ancients, not a good feeling.
Do you like the fact that they gave the Aegis to Robo-Z instead of Cookahug?
I would have preferred it on PA, to be honest. It's great on Queen, but I think PA is more important in this game to secure her a little bit. And then you can try and use her as a bait, have her push a lane with Aegis, and then go over there and punish. Slotum is chasing.
Yeah, Cookahug is here. He's trying to get that Desolator. They ping it out. They're rotating in the hot tub area. Doesn't quite manage to land those searing chains, though, so Cookahug's going to be able to escape.
Wow, that was
They're
crazy. He blurred right as he searing chained.
They're looking for a fight. The roll in over onto MJZ. They want to get rid of the support, and they get rid of him very quickly. There's going to be no saves available. As Illic trying to teleport away, not going to be able to with the birds, and the follow-up is intense. That is yet another hero who's going to fall.
Yeah, 2 quick takedowns, and they quickly start licking their wounds and run away from this area here on Thunder. Have to be careful about the Earth Spirit chasing, though. Oh, that's not too far off. Rolling after the Ember to try and cancel the stun, or cancel the TP.
Well, they're getting very, very close now to this Desolator timing for Cookahug. And that's another good thing to mention, is that in terms of skirmishing, it feels like Qhali has a very nice timing here, whereas the Sven's a little bit more determined. Like, you've got to kind of have that god strength up to feel confident in fighting. PA doesn't have that same worry.
Yeah, she doesn't. They will have a nice timing as well when they get the BKB fully completed here on Sven. He can disassemble the Echo Saber and basically has the full BKB right now. Just needs the recipe 200 gold away. So I expect him to try and take some fight with that. On the side of Qhali, though, in just 3 levels on the PA, he can have the Blur Evasion talent, and that will be a massive timing for him, as there's not going to be any real true strike on the side of Thunder Awaken.
What has this Enchantress been up to? What's her role right now that she should be trying to get done?
He's trying to do the transition into just doing a lot of damage as Ench, not actually just falling behind, but building towards the Hurricane Pike, and then gonna go for full damage build, probably with like a Moonshard even. Is not an uncommon build for support Enches. The problem is playing against PA. Normally you want to be able to kill carries with this build, but playing as PA, that evasion.
Ooh, that was a big crit, but not a big enough one.
Yeah, the Sleight of Fist finally. Sladam gets that takedown. He's been pretty proactive here, hunting the PA. Engine
A little
trouble.
bit of a skirmish in the bottom lane. RoboZ was poking at Knight. They'll find their attention, though, drawn over to Monty, so no more Earth Spirit. Some quick and furious hits coming out from the side of Thunder.
I like the way Knight is playing Sven here. This early Blink Dagger that he purchased really has given him the confidence to just jump into a fight. And having the BKB as well, he is not wasting any time here going for a tier 2 tower.
Are you sure it's the Blink giving him the confidence, or is it that sweet hat he's wearing?
It's a very nice one. You inspect this a little bit. Ah, yes, he's got the little event hats, the party.
He's here to party. He's having a good time.
They should have some party hats for the Visage Birds here as well in this game. Come on, man. Put on the hats.
RoboZ, that was a very aggressive move. And again, he does have the Aegis, but has to be careful because Knight's doing a decent amount of damage over here with that one little Centaur. They still will be able to get Knight. As Monty sitting a bit low, the roll forward. They want MJZ, and in comes RoboZ. Needs to get off a little bit more damage over on MJZ. Doesn't quite have it as these creeps just blocking their way, stomping them down. Goes right into the Sven. Hermit, though, with the birds roll forward here from Monty, but there's the roar coming into play. They should end up losing that Earth Spirit.
A little bit too deep of a dive there. You can't really run up that ramp with all your heroes. If you get too stacked up, the Sven will just punish you. And he's chasing right now. He wants to ET.
Poor Luis. He just feels like he's being toyed with right now. It's like, team, anybody? Anybody? And Quap's nearby, but...
He's being kept safe by his Gossamer Cape, though. So good against this Sleight of Fist and also by the Sven jump. Not getting hit immediately. Does keep him alive a little bit.
And just with that one fight, they're able to put pressure on the mid tower. Does RoboZ feel like... I don't know. I feel like watching him play, like, there was no... Like, there's no Sonic Wave during that, right? Like, I feel like there were opportunities where he could have used it to, like, get a little bit more of an advantage. Does he feel a bit, like, shy about it right now? Or, like, cautious?
Yeah, he may be holding it a little bit much. He basically wants to land it on some core hero as well there. They started by bursting down the Enchantress, but at the same time, it's fine the way he's playing it. It's just a little bit unfortunate that they don't get a full grab onto the core heroes. But a lot of that comes down to this BKB on Sven. He's not that easy to lock down in place now. But yeah, ideally you would want to be able to get this on cooldown more frequently.
Just thinking, because he did have the Aegis too. He dove into so many. It felt like that would be an opportunity to offload a bunch, but...
Yeah, the big timing now is that the Aghanims is up on Visage. So Visage finally going to have the Silent as the Grave start roaming the map a little bit with his invisibility and look for pickoffs. This could be a menace to the Oracle. Oh, Monty's just going to die here.
Yep. And they have a gem picked up on Luis too, so do have to be a little bit careful, right? Because you don't want to end up losing that right away just as your Visage gets his Aghanims. But this will give them a little bit more control because the vision game is so incredibly important.
You got to pass that gem over right now. There's no way you're keeping it on the ET. Visage is 100% better carrier for it. Because Sven is pretty deep in top.
Sven's alone. Like, the rest of his team's on their way, but I guess they don't really want to make the play on him. Because they don't see anyone else on the map, and I think that's
correctly identifying that they're not going to split up too much. Thunder Awaken still sticking close to each other. grouping up and could even start forcing towards towers. But for now, just building towards more items. Sven is going for that silver edge to counter out the PA. And Assault Cuirass is almost complete on the Beastmaster. Just a few hundred more gold, 600 more. He's gonna have that.
There's almost a completed, well, could buy out and get the Agnum Scepter for Robo-Z, which will also be... They just have so many projectiles. They're going to be coming out of their cores here, right? Because you've got the PA. It's going to have the Fan of Knives eventually and whatnot. And then, of course, you know, that Agnum Scepter on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, can be swarming nicely. I think the Ags on Queen is fantastic timing to play around as well. Once that's complete, your 5-man team fight is just way stronger. It takes Queen from being, you know, sort of okay at team fighting to be absolutely amazing if the enemy stack up. Tormentor call here by Thunder Awaken. They're going to go and try and get themselves one of their early shards. We'll see which one is going to be.
Oh, that's good carriers here for it.
It's no longer Little Friends for Enchantress. It used to be the most useless shard. Now she has Sproink, which is pretty damn decent. Not going to get the shard, though. It's going to be Oracle getting the healing Rain of Destiny. Which I think...
liked Little Friends. It was useless, but it was very funny.
It was funny. Now it's still there. It's just an Aghanims now. And now I would say it's pretty strong. It's actually really good if the enemy have some summon strat, because it can be a 5-second route.
Reminds me a little bit of back when you'd play like Winter Wyvern and you'd go up against Beastmaster and his whole zoo would murder him.
Yep.
That was a good time. Oh, okay. Hi, Ember. Bye, Ember.
Ember, stay safe. Not gonna go down to that, but pretty close, pretty close. They don't have the greatest lockdown against him. No Orchid or anything like that.
Big smoke, though. They have the Agnum Scepter on Phantom Assassin, so now's the time to utilize that, as well as the fact that Visage having the Ags. I'm not sure if they've noticed that just yet. I don't think we've had any like full-on fights.
Yeah, he's showed, though. He's showed on lane, so...
And I'm sure they expect it at this point, too, but...
Yeah, no, they're aware that he has it. And the move coming up top, though, he does run over the Sentry and Observer Ward with his birds. Even if he was smoked, his birds are revealing how he's
Monty
moving.
will show. Knight running into Robo-Z. Look at that. The jump forward just blows up Monty. There will be no Earth Spirit. And just with that one kill, looks like Qhali, they back off. They don't want this. Rocha's up. Hermit's in a good position if he wants to try to...
He's in a good spot, but
Take
his
a peek.
Silent as the Grave is running out, so I don't think we're going to see him be able to make a steal here. He has 10 seconds cooldown, and Roche is going to fall before then.
I've got the Reigns going too from Dizzy.
Could maybe have tried to go for a cheese deny there with one of his birds, but it's going to be taken up here. And honestly, it feels like every fight is starting out by Sven just jumping someone, deleting that hero, and then Qhali just don't feel confident to take the fight anymore. So really doing a good job on Knight so far.
Is this a situation where you feel like they just kind of need to man up, so to speak? Like, even though you end up losing one hero right off the bat, do you still try to fight? Do you try to make something happen? Obviously not with an Aegis, but... Because it just seems like it's the same thing, right? Rinse and repeat over and over. And of course, ideally, you start off the fight with all 5 of your heroes and you have the numbers advantage, but it's just not happening for them.
It's not so much a matter of manning up, it's a matter of them bleeding too many kills before the fight starts. Like, their positioning has been a little bit off in this game. Monty, in particular, has, died 6 times, and it's usually these last 3 fights that we saw, it's been him getting picked off very early. And they need to try and play in better position, utilize that Visage Aghanims to try and get themselves a good initiation, instead of just getting jumped like this all the time.
Birds, spying Knight. They have a gem of their own now, so Visage has to be careful. He's not going to be safe as long as they have that vision. And it's on the Beastmaster too, who's a great carrier for this.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I mean, he can still sneak around a lot on Visage, and I'm really surprised that they haven't swapped over the gem from the Elder Titan. He hasn't dropped it yet, but not having a single real item on him apart from his Tranquil Boots, I just get so worried seeing the lowest net worth hero by far run around with the gem instead of Visage.
That's fair.
Move towards...
Poor Illic. Can't get past his own creeps.
Well, at that point, it's a you problem, it's the micro.
Yeah.
the
Oh, they're going
Beastmaster
top.
going through top and looking for a roar target here together with the rotation by the rest of his team coming top.
Are scanning.
The flames rush forth.
Fortunately for them, it is RoboZ that they run into, and RoboZ should be able to just blink out and teleport away.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He plays
is under
safely,
attack.
gonna get himself out of this situation. And Thunder Awaken, they don't want to bleed anything right now. They're just going as 5, recognizing that they're very strong and trying to go together everywhere they make moves. So they forced Queen to TP out from top, and now quickly they go bottom. This is a good call. This is a really pivotal moment.
I feel like this Elder Titan is just so far forward. Find their opening, they find themselves RoboZ, and RoboZ is just dead immediately. Hermit, yeah, the rest of the team is like, we gotta get out of here.
Yeah, now again we have this, you know, someone gets picked off and then everyone has to just bail out. So the Sven, again, just making good calls, going to the right place and getting another pick off for his team. His ulti was expended there, but he could go Hagra and hit a little bit if he wants to. No backdoor protection right now.
He's got the harpoon online too, so Luis has to keep pretty far back. And this tower just melts. So go, use fortification, give a little bit of heal back up.
Still have the Aegis on Ember as well, so he can safely push out the mid lane and also clear towards top. But with that ulti on Sven, I think they're just gonna back off, be happy with the pick off they got. And again, back to hunting. Sven.
He sees himself a hermit.
Oh, he doesn't have
Got
the
this.
gem on Visage. He could have known. He could have known about this.
Look how patient he is, just waiting here as the rest of the team shows up and just a dead Visage.
I feel like this is so avoidable, though. This, again, I'm just in big disagreement in Visage not carrying the gem himself, because that will keep him safe against the Silver Edge ganks. It will keep him safe against running over random sentry wards. But they lose him top, and this is just Thunder making moves across the map right now. And
Feels like a completely like a swapping of roles in a sense, right? Because like we saw in game number 1, Qhali was doing this sort of just constant movement, constant realizing like we are strong, let's do this, let's move. And this time they look lost, whereas Thunder, it's very clear. They're like, follow Knight, follow our Knight. Our Knight knows what he's doing.
yeah, he's the strongest player in the field by far. The PA is still building up a lot, though. He has the Aghanims and the Basher, but doesn't have that BKB, doesn't have Satanic yet either, so he can get bursted against the Silver Edge here, and a Primal Roar could be sufficient to lock him down in the fights.
My question is just like, this PA, like you said, getting bigger and bigger, but at the end of the day, if you're always starting fights 4v5, is it enough?
No, it's truly about positioning, and like
Right.
they don't have the same pick-off potential on their team. And sadly, I don't feel like Queen has really been able to get too much going here. This is basically just them waiting for PA to get big enough that they will win the late game. And they do a better late game, but they're also 16,000 gold behind right now. Every single hero on the side of the Thunder Awaken is getting so farmed. Even the Beastmaster has 18,000 net worth. He's absolutely huge at this point with AC, Helm of the Overlord, and BKB completed.
Yeah, all 3 cores on the side of Thunder, pretty close to the top. It's just the PA nestled in between the Sven and the Beastmaster, sitting at 19k, and it's all the eggs in one basket right now. And we talked about a 4 protect 1 strat earlier on. It has definitely become that now for Qhali. As they smoke up on the side of Thunder, they can see that there's something going on.
Both
Want
teams
to
smoke.
protect this Monty very far forward, hoping to break that. Yeah, look at this. They ping it out. Monty's got to roll out of there as fast as possible. But the chase is on. Knight, he's looking. It doesn't manage to quite get his hands on him.
Oh, they have to
Uses
run
that
so
Silver
fast.
Edge. Yeah, there's the harpoon though. Monty, he's stuck around a little too long. He's going to get tossed up into the air using that Yules, and it doesn't matter. He's just toast.
A quick takedown.
And Kukook.
Kukuk trying to be sneaky here with the Aghanims, just going behind the enemy lines. PA can play like this, but again, they, can't find the right initiation for a fight and lose a hero. Always this ES finding himself out of position.
Salt is on the tower. Hermit trying to slow him down a little bit, using those birds. Got those healing rains being tossed out.
Sven still has ulti as well if he wants to.
Goes for the harpoon on the bird. Go and they land the
He
splitter.
isn't.
Okay, it's a big sonic wave that comes through. It's exactly what they need. They blow up MJZ, but it looks like, ooh, it's a little bit scarier. Kuko, he's sitting solo. This like not going to be enough to beat Kimmy's user slump. He has no mana left, and they've got themselves the heals away patiently. Get the stop follow up. The patience is paying off. They'll find Knight over here on the side. That should be a dead Enchantress. 3 dead on the side of Thunder.
Wow, initiating like that with PA, Cook had some amazing confidence there going into the fight. It could have backfired super hard. It could also have been even more amazing. He didn't get the last hit on the first pickoff that they got there. The Queen ulti stole the kill on the Oracle. If PA got the kill, he could cast Phantom Knives again. If you watch the replay here that's coming up, I think we're going to see it again. So if he got the first kill there, he'd spam more Phantom Knives, and we've seen it before how PA can just melt multiple heroes. Look at the Queen ulti, gets that last hit. Imagine if he cast more Phantom Knives there.
Yeah.
Multiple heroes would just absolutely explode. And then Sleight of Fist here, gets unlucky, gets the miss. No Maelstrom proc on the PA.
I can't believe he survived that. That like was so close.
That was the hold they needed. That was the first good fight for Qhali, and it made a big swing as well. They were like 18,000 gold behind, now 11,000 gold behind, looking a lot more manageable.
They definitely feel more confident to get themselves back out onto this map, because I feel like they were kind of crouched into a very small corner for a while now. And that's not the end here for the side of Thunder by any means. They're still looking very, very formidable. It was one bad fight, but...
Yeah, Roche is going to spawn after he would move towards top here. So Thunder, they need to get towards top, but going through this portal is possibly a death trap.
Birds.
Oh,
The
this is
birds
risky.
see.
They see they're coming
spotted
through.
out the Sven. Oh, MJZ the first one out, sending him as the sacrificial lamb. Look out. So they'll put the pressure over onto MJZ, and he's just dead. So they're like, yeah, guys, we probably should go up there.
Oh boy. Is that what happened? I think he sent through his spirit on Lewis and then used the stomp on the other side. I was wondering why they went through so disjointed. I think that he actually just counterplayed them by sending his spirit through and stomping them over there on the bottom part of the map. I was wondering what this half-assed jump through was. But
I thought it was just like, hey, MJC, go look. Do we have a replay of that? Can we see that? I'm really curious now, because that is some next level. Because I saw the birds going through, like they were trying to send it back.
Yeah, no, I think he used Stomp as they were trying to go through the portal, so they only got through with a little bit there. And
That's awesome.
Was nice usage of the ET. ET very good at fighting this area anyway. If you do come through, you might just get multi-hero stomped. Would definitely be a multi-hero spirit at least. And such a good area to fight here for Qhali. And now this means that it's going to be hard for him to contest Roche. They don't know how soon he's going to spawn. 1 minute on the clock for it, but they don't want to give those up for free.
It's going to be hard, though, not having MJZ there to assist if they try to go for any sort of skirmishes, right? Because he is so important in just providing these heals and saves.
Yeah, he's crucial for saving, but if they get the right initiation, they could still burst some important hero quickly with the Sven and the Beastmaster. It's possible for him to take the fight anyway. The alternative is that you just don't play the area and might lose yourself the Roche. So we'll see how they react here, if they just kind of sacrifice it or if they want to stay competitive.
Lotus Sword picked up now for Monty.
They're going to fight for it. The TP up top here, they're definitely making a move.
25 seconds, and Roche isn't going to respond for another 44. Curious how they want to position themselves. Yeah, you see the TP coming out from the Beastmaster.
For all they know, the enemy might be doing Roche right now, so there's stress for Thunder in this moment.
They have a smoke. They could potentially try to do some sneaky, cheeky plays.
Just gonna rush in and check this area and see that it's not spawned yet. Qhali at the same time.
Rejoining. Oh, the Satanic's done on PA. That's a big timing.
Yeah, massive for him. And now they have a smoke themselves. Visage keeping the Roche area with the birds sitting in the pit.
Look at this army, just like, all right, guys, I need you to go comb through this area, make sure that we don't have any interlopers.
Yeah. Oh my God, Visage is playing some sneaky door. Look at Hermit, he's just sitting up there hiding.
That's sneaky cheeky. Yeah, they get the birds, but he summons them. All right, there it is. There's the initiation. They're gonna try to just blow up whoever they can. Luis trying to get over here in the corner. Fancy Echo Step still will end up falling. Kukahuk in the middle of everyone here as Knight trying to cleave through. Kukahuk, he's doing too much damage. He gets the kill on PA, she is down. Knight is just absolutely dominating through this fight. When they're grouped up like this, there's so much cleave damage to have happen.
Oh my god. He got the silver edge onto the PA there. Knight on point in every single engagement in this game so far. Knight has been carrying these fights really, really hard. Visage also lost his birds there afterwards, so 100 seconds or 80 seconds now until he can summon them. So this is gonna be a few Aegis and Cheese and Refresher over on the side of Thunder. Cheese, not gonna get left. They take it on the Enchantress as well.
Knight has been impressing me so much with the way that he's been playing and realizing, you know, this is our time, this is our moment, let's go.
Yeah, he's
identifying the right targets during all the chaotic fights. Like he's looking really good.
It was easy to get distracted by anything else there in that fight. There was an ES rolling in, there was Queen blinking in, doing stuff. The Visage was behind them, but he stayed on target, got the PA, the real important hero to bring down. And also the saving items, right? PA tried to jump in and get a kill over on the Oracle, but the Ghost Scepter kept him alive, so PA couldn't get that initial kill. And that means that she can't keep blurring and jumping around and be obnoxious. Now they steal the enemy Tormentor. They get the free Sprung here for Enchantress.
It's a good shard now, like you're saying, no longer the little friends. Interesting that they opt to just back off, though. I guess because the PA is back up, but it looks like they want to take their own Tormentor, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of value getting both the free shards here and just playing the map for a little bit. I don't like the early high ground push. If you get Aegis, ideally you play the map for a little bit, and then towards the end of the Aegis, only then do you go high ground, so that you have like 1 minute remaining when you start going to high ground, because that way you don't accidentally throw away the advantage.
Right.
Otherwise, you see some teams, more inexperienced teams generally, push high ground with a like 4 minute Aegis, and you could just choke the map during that time. They're definitely going to outfarm Qhali right now. Qhali are going to be reluctant to take fights.
I think Qhali's been reluctant to take fights for a little while now, to be perfectly honest.
At this point, though, as they see heroes pushing out top, they could just go high ground bottom to force them back home as well.
Do you get a little bit of a pause?
We learn from this.
It's an appropriate voice line there after the last couple fights.
This is a good opportunity to learn, as Gaben would say.
Every opportunity is a good opportunity to learn.
So almost full Assault Cuirass on the Visage, but he does need 150 gold to finish it up entirely. That is a big offset right now in the fight that Beastmaster had the Assault Cuirass, and you don't have it on the side of Qhali. There's so much physical damage for both these teams. The Visage, the PA, the Sven, you know, there's way too much. So having or not having it is a big difference.
Going into this next battle, we just saw the buyback status up. It looks like there's not a lot of buyback available for the side of Qhali. You have it for Robozy, you've got it for Hermit, don't have it on the two supports, and the PA is not going to have that available either. So they have to play this very, very carefully going forwards.
PA, yeah, I mean, he's queuing up a rapier right now on the PA, by the way. He knows that this game is looking pretty grim, looking pretty desperate. If he gets himself a rapier, he might be able to get those quick surprise kills, though. But he has a long way to farm until he gets this full item. Definitely gonna need to survive for a little bit longer. And the pressure is on, with Thunder Awaken right outside your base at this point.
I mean, we've seen what a PA can do when her back's against the wall, when she's got herself a rapier, sometimes two rapiers, so... It's tricky, but it's not completely out of hand just yet. But this Sven is so scary, honestly. Like, he's got so much healing coming out from MJZ. He's going to have himself the Satanic soon. This is a very big boy that you should be very scared of.
Yeah. He also bought himself the shard in this game. I like that choice, because they got the shard for Enchantress as well as the shard for Ember from taking the Tormentors. But he purchased the shard in this game, giving him and his team 6 extra armor, as well as making the Warcry undispellable. It's another just layer of protection that they have here.
What makes the Assault Cuirass... Well, I mean, yeah, the Assault Cuirass is just...
It's like an extra AC. It's extra juicy, yeah.
Even more valuable when you have all of this armor. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, they're still sitting bottom and controlling the area, but a little bit reluctant to go high ground just yet. Looks like they're finally going to move up.
17 extra armor here for Knight. When he's in the... next to that Assault Cuirass.
Yeah, no defense yet, as they are still working on just finishing items. I mean, you gotta fight. You can't just lose your racks like this.
They're just trying to figure out how they make it over there, because look at the way that they're playing. Thunder, you know, they're just throwing Knight forward. They're like, yeah, go ahead, try to kill him.
I think PA has to go and join the fight. He's cutting mid creep wave, but there's bottom wave anyway.
Do you think he's going to try to make the move, like go behind, kill MJZ first? Like, look at the way that they're moving, though. They're backing off. They're like, maybe we can grab this PA. But she does have the blur on with the Ags.
He's in a good position to try and stab from behind, but that was still a very clean push for them. And as the God Strength is running out, they just back out and play it safe and reset on the side of Thunder. They will have one more shot to high ground push with Aegis when the ulti comes off cooldown here for Sven. And Qhali just kind of immobilized her right now. Don't really have anything going for them. They're waiting for that rapier, but it's so far away.
They also have plans to go and try to get the Abyssal Blade for some more lockdown. So it feels like the Sven is just so powerful. Got some daggers, slow him down just a little bit, land the Echo Stomp, but it's immediately going to get purged off.
Yeah, he's just going up and
Trying to figure out the angle. No, lands a stun. Assumption over onto Knight, and Spams is a little bit deep here, but doesn't seem to have any fear. Just continual dagger spam, both the Shadow variety and the Stifling.
Ember is looking ready to jump in again. He has that Refresher Shard still with BKB.
He lands the Searing Chains over onto Robo-Z, but they're frozen in place right now, although they'll still jump in. Robo-Z, he's stunned. He's got to get out, and he cannot do it fast enough. Does have buyback. Drops the gem in the meanwhile. Hermit's going to go look to pick it back up, seems. Maybe not.
PA's behind, trying to jump Oracle.
Buy back, yeah, looking to get something to happen on the backlines, but they suspect it.
They
so
stand
they're
him.
split up currently. And while this is going on, Knight just continues to slice through these buildings. They got to do something. They're going to have Megas very, very shortly. What's your play here, Qhali? As you can see, again, backlines. Kuko, he's looking for this opening, but it gets roared by Illic. This is not looking good. Lotus Orb's going to get placed over onto the Phantom Assassin yet again. Big Sonic Wave pushes everybody back. MJZ, he's dead. He's not going to be able to go and keep his team alive. Illic getting cut away by Kuko. They need a little bit more damage. They've got it. As they'll continue, they turn their attention now tonight. He is isolated. They don't have anyone here. The Ember could potentially come back, but I don't think he wants to risk it, as they'll chase after Knight.
Oh,
they're looking. They gotta get a little bit closer. Yeah, it's a good stun, but again, this PA, she does so much damage when it's just, well, I mean, it was like 1 on 5 there, so not really a fair fight, but.
Yeah, 2,500 gold for killing this Sven, by the way. A lot of gold on this man's head. Big bounty, but at the same time, they lost mega creeps. They're now in a position that's very desperate. And when things get desperate, that rapier looking even better. He could sell his power treads right now and get it, and that's what he's going to do. He puts them over on the courier, sends them over, and that's going to give him the full rapier on PA. They're still not completely out here. Losing megas usually does mean that you have very low probability of winning, but a PA with rapier, she can turn games around in a crazy manner.
Are we concerned at all that she doesn't have any, like, BKB or Lincolns or anything?
To a degree, but that also means he's more straightly itemized for damage output, right? It's usually what you do. If you buy the early Aghanim Scepter, you're not going to be able to go Aghanims and BKB. It's a bit too defensive, or, adding a Lincolns. Instead, he has full aggressive itemization. His kill potential is now absurd. The problem is they got to deal with these big creeps on every single lane. The mega creeps are definitely making it awkward, and since they now have to make a concerted effort to push out the lanes, that opens up more for Thunder Awaken to go for those pickoffs.
It's a double damage rune over here. It should get spotted by Luis. Do they hand the bottle over to the PA, I'm guessing?
Yeah,
PA just picks it up. All right.
They could, but use it immediately.
They need the Visage.
Yeah, lanes are decent here. They can go down towards mid. Looks like Thunder Awaken want to take the fight, though. Sven respawns TP's bottom.
I mean, if they can separate them, potentially.
Oh,
They do a scan. Sladum jumps forward. Robo-Z already blinks away, but there it is. There's Knight. There's the Lotus getting used and the BKB. They're fighting here with Illic. Knight taking a lot of damage, but they're in a really awkward position right now with that Sonic Wave coming into play. He's going to man fight Kuko. He could do a whole lot. gonna try to go fight his way through. Goes up onto the high ground. The roll from Monty turns back around over onto Knight. They managed to do it. They killed the Sven. They go after MJC. He's gonna be the next one to fall. Slottom's also just being held into place. Tries to get out, but he goes right back
Ember's gonna
towards
die
that
too.
remnant, and he is dead. There are 4 dead on the side of Thunder. Only 1 with buyback. But while this is going on, they gotta go back to their base. At least a couple of them to go and deal with these creeps.
They have to rush mid right now, quickly. Queen needs to push out the mid creep wave and get this going. This range creep, don't allow it to die. Oh, she didn't save the range creep. If they kept that alive, just faster push. They need to get down mid immediately. 2, like post 1 and post 2 dead with no buyback. PA having a rapier. This is the time to actually equalize the rack situation a bit.
They were so incredibly lucky that that Queen of Pain opted to get that Lincoln's, get the BKB, those defensive items, because that if she had done something just a little bit out of just order or whatever, she would have been very, very dead.
Yeah, Queen is going back to fill up her resources now. 40 seconds and ticking right now as we see a replay of what happened. There were a lot of saves coming in as well. The Earth Spirit pulled the PA up to the high ground there after she was in a little bit of a dicey spot against the Sven. The Roar came in here. Like right now, the Earth Spirit is going to pull him away from the Sven, just not risking Sven getting some big double crits. And Sven was just too immobilized. He couldn't keep chasing and just gets brought down.
This is a fantastic fight for the side of Qhali, and they're walking towards this top area, but Roche will not respawn for another minute. And unfortunately, they were only able to do so much to capitalize on the fact that these dire heroes did not have buyback. I'm sure they're not 100% sure or clear about that, but this is giving them some hope, right? It's a 4K lead right now. They saw that with the ward, too. This is
Oracle's
scary.
gonna die.
Monty rolling forward. They see MJC. They want to blow him up immediately. Kukahook, he's waiting so patiently on the back lines, waiting for the chance to jump in. Knight, they spread out. Monty not looking too good. He's going to end up dying, but Kukahook here. Roar coming in over onto Kukahook. This is looking really bad for him. Oh, they end up losing the PA. As now the rest of the team, they're trying. Hermit's going to be absolutely sliced to ribbons, though.
Yeah, Divine Rapier now on the Sven.
They see Luis. Oh, they see Luis now if they didn't see him before.
Oh boy, I think that's the final nail in the coffin. Losing the Aegis, or losing the Rapier there.
Rapier, yeah.
This is not going to be a good news for them. They can just sit back and take Roche here as well. It's going to spawn in 5 seconds. They did just check it. Ember goes back in, walks out. It just spawned now. Go back in again. He does see it.
Yeah, you go back and you get that for sure.
Yeah, this is all but over now for Qhali as they lost the one hope they had there was the Rapier on PA to, keep them in the game. They're going to be missing all the damage now, basically.
It was funny because, we saw that Rapier come up, but at the same time, immediately we see it change again. We saw that Kukahook was considering BKB as his next item or Lincoln's as his next item. And now he's gone back just for straight up Rapier. He's like, man, I got to get another one of those.
Yeah, he's desperately missing damage the moment it's leaving his inventory. And having it would have been great there. He did elect to jump into the Sven again. If we look at the replay of this fight, you can see the fight starts out. He has, the pick of his choice here, who he wants to jump on the PA. He tries to jump in and save his Earth Spirit from Sven, but is unable to do so, and then just gets roared up by the Beastmaster right next to Sven. Worst case scenario. I think ideally he doesn't want to start by going on Sven on the PA. Just throw some daggers on him, slow him down, and go for someone else as your initial target.
I think what you want MJZ there, because if MJZ's not there, they don't get off the false promise and they don't have all this healing to bring him back up. The Roar was very, very good though. The positioning of Beastmaster was on point. Just really kind of clunky.
Yeah,
Towers are going down. They got to do something.
They're cautious about how they push this. They have Sven ulti available and he has his Aegis in hand. I think he can just go for the throw.
I don't think they can stop him. But again, playing this very carefully. One false move, they could be in a big, big trouble. They don't want to be disqualified. Look at Knight. He's like, all right, I'm going to just start hitting here. Slottom's getting a couple of these searing chains into place.
Throne is so low already. I mean, Sven can just end this right now. They have Glyph, but
He's thinking about it. Jump over onto the back, and Lotus getting poked right back again. They're putting up a fight, but this is probably going to be the last one. Nice little bit of a splitter Hermit. Buy a bit more time. There it is, though. They'll take down Illick. They'll turn their attention. They just slice through Knight as the other Knight now trying to find this opening, trying to figure out, okay, we need to get the creeps off the base, but we also have to stop the Sven. And Sven says, what the heck with this? But they have the fortification. They've got maybe this little bit of advantage, this little shred of hope. They have to go and disarm him. They have to do something. They get him one time. They'll turn around, get MJZ. Somehow the throne is still alive. Illick, he's looking for the opportunity. Knight, though, trying to focus down, just trying to hit the base, and he will be able to do it.
They do bring down the throne eventually there. I was a little bit worried towards the end here. I think if they all just went throne and focused purely on that instead of fighting, that would have looked a lot easier for them. But they do secure the game 2 here against Qhali. Thunder Awaken even out the score 1-1 on the back of a very impressive performance overall by Knight on his Sven. Overall, the team fights were just always looking a little bit cleaner for them. They get the blink initiations, and quick pickoffs were basically the story of the game here, as we see some of the highlights of what happened here.
Yeah, Knight is absolutely my MVP, just the way that he moved throughout this game and identified, what is it that we need to get done? We're strong now, let's do it. It's always really nice to see effective Dota and efficiency coming out. It just seems so incredibly hard for them to get anything done on the side of Qhali, because it's just consistently just always starting fights down one man. And that, again, came down to the Sven just always recognizing, hey, I can get this real quick, let's go.
Yeah, positioning was definitely the bane of Qhali in this game. They were not really careful enough about getting jumped. That's also a danger, though. You play against this Silver Edge plus Blink Dagger Sven. He can run around in Invis and then blink onto a target and get the pick off. At the same time, I feel like that's what they were trying to do with the Aghanims on Visage. Sneaking around and ideally getting someone to jump on with the birds, like getting onto the Oracle. But we just didn't see that much this game. They didn't get too many moves of their own. And we see here this fight as well, where PA just got a little bit too close to his Sven, lost the Rapier, final fight that really decided the outcome of this game.
I was about to say, is that the one that put the nail in the coffin at that point?
Yeah, that was the final stroke, right? But, I mean, already being down Mega Creeps, they were in a very tough spot, but it was just, the last hope they had was the Rapier and maybe carrying the fight. This is where, the throne goes down to like 20% HP almost without them focusing it. And I think the attention on fighting heroes gave maybe a little bit of hope here for Qhali. Like, oh, maybe we can do this, keep kiting them, keep the throne alive. Finally, Sven chooses to go for it. Glyph immediately comes out. But yeah, at the end of the day, they had enough resources. Beastmaster came back in as well.
It was super impressive, though, just because of the fact they were against the ropes for so long, just consistently starting these fights, or not even starting the fights, just finding themselves one man down because one person got jumped by the Sven. But that hold at the end, that looked like maybe it was really like, a Hail Mary sort of play. But also, the couple times they did take the good fights, all of a sudden they really kind of ramped it back up again. And unfortunately, they just got that shot of adrenaline, but they couldn't keep it going on the side of Qhali. So yeah, Thunder looking very impressive this time around.
Yeah.
Definitely looked very clean with the early movements coming out from them. And as it got later and later, Qhali, they were desperate. They were doing a decent enough time trying to keep up, but they just weren't able to maintain it.
Yeah, Qhali were, trying to play towards their strengths, but a lot of the time it felt like they were just waiting for PA to build enough items to go for a move. And I wish that they could have enabled their heroes a little bit earlier, just make moves together with the Visage, enable the Queen ulti a little bit more frequently, and actually get something done. But I think they got shut down a little bit by Monty often getting caught out by Knight on his Sven, just finding him whenever they try and make a move, and then losing one hero, they always just elected to immediately run away, which probably is the right choice, but at that point, it's just positioning that kind of brought you down. So tough game 2 here for Qhali, but Thunder, they bring it back, and now it's essentially a best of 1 for advancing here in this TI regional lower bracket.
Who would you like to see? My problem that I was looking at with Qhali, right, because Monty kept consistently tanking the gank, breaking the smokes. Who do you send in that case, though? Because is that just an error with the draft in a sense, or should they be using like the Elder Titan to scout a little bit more? What's the situation with that?
It's not really about sending someone in to sacrifice. It's more about how they move, how they smoke up, how they position when they go for these takedowns. And also perhaps use the Visage a little bit more to lead the way so that you can have an Invis hero going in first. That's what they were doing a lot on the side of Thunder. They had that Silver Edge Sven leading the way. They know that he's not going to be spotted as easily and he could pick his target. But at the same time, Qhali could do that with the Aghanims on Visage. I just feel like they didn't really play towards their strength. And similarly, they could do it with PA as well. With the Blur during Aghanims, he can go first and sort of break smokes. Because smoke breaks at a bigger range than the PA Blur breaks, so she would see them first.
Well, like you said, Sven, you know, high value hero, high value target, and he wasn't afraid. He went in there with his Silver Edge, no fear. Of course, it helps when you're ahead, but if we take a look at the MVP status, he was pretty far ahead for a lot of that game, which I guess always gives you a little extra shot of courage, like you were saying. And, you know, very impressive play coming out from the side of Smiling Knight.
Yeah,
I feel like we have to distinguish him from the other knight.
Yeah, Smiling Knight, the rogue knight in this game, definitely delivered, you know, making EU Dota proud here, as it's representing a little bit, tiny bit here in this match as well, joining in on the Southern American qualifiers. But yeah, he definitely played fantastic. I think that overall he understood what he needed to get done in this game and kind of led his team in a very, very strong way here. And also I appreciate the fact that he bought the shard on Sven in this game. A lot of carries hate buying shards on different heroes, but it was a fantastic game to buy it, and he elected to go for it on Sven, which is just, you know, it shows good understanding. He bought it before he even got the Satanic or the Swift Blink.
It was very impressive too. If you look at the kill participation, 77%. Like, that's huge for a core, which shows that he was very, very active. He was in a lot of these fights, and like we said, he was the main initiator, which is not like commonly what you would think of for your position one. But he was everywhere that the enemy team wanted to be, and it really ended up biting them in the butt.
Yeah, we'll see if they can have similar performance in Game 3, but at least they tie out the series here, and we will see exactly how Qhali react, if they're going to be able to bounce back from this, Moxie.
I feel like they'll be able to. I feel like, judging from what we saw, like, their backs were up against the wall multiple times. But I also feel like whenever they saw the opportunity, they made the most that they could out of it. Was it enough? No, it wasn't. But this seems like a team that, like, is definitely hungry, definitely learning quickly from the mistakes and realizing, like, now's our chance, we need to take this. So I'm curious how this next game's gonna play out. I really want it to be a really, like, action-packed, very even sort of thing, because it's always way more fun that way. And it is an elimination match. Nobody wants to go home. Bring your A game. Let's see what they can do. But we'll find out when we come back with the game number 3. So you don't want to miss it.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
an explosive day of South American Dota. We're going to go to all 3 games here for this particular matchup where Qhali is facing off with Thunder, and I think early it could be anyone's game in this last game, Hwaga.
Yeah, I really think so. It comes down to who wants it more at this point, right? Moxie will see the draft and execution. Who's going to be sharper here? Qhali versus Thunder. It was, 2 pretty one-sided games, I want to say. Overall, the last game was pretty handedly in the side of Thunder, even though there was some hope with this Rapier PA. And in the first game, Qhali just looked like they outplayed Thunder as well. So we'll see who can really take it here and what drafts the teams are going to get their hands on. We're already well into the draft here with the bans. So Jarrow, Doom, Invoker banned out by Qhali so far. Brewmaster, again, removed by Thunder Awaken, as well as Kukahook's Monkey King.
I think that in game number 1, Thunder Awaken looked like they were a little bit asleep, and I definitely think they are wide awake after that explosive game number 2 with the Smiling Knight just exploding everyone. I'm using the word exploding a lot, but that's honestly what ended up happening, Hwaga. This guy just blew up everyone when he jumped in and just got a couple big hits. But yeah, no, we've got one more game here, and I think both of these teams, they're hungry, they want to be here, they want the chance to go forward and face off with, I believe they're facing off with Mad Kings, correct?
Yeah, Mad Kings are waiting for the winner of this, so whoever wins this will advance to play 2 more best of 3s, and if they win both of those, then that will be it. You will have advanced, or advanced qualified for TI. So they're very close already here. This is the crucial final game, though. Treant was the last removal by Qhali and Warlock. Again, Thunder respecting some of the stuff that we saw in game 1. The Brewmaster and the Warlock, the big team fight ultis.
I think they have to. I think that they did so much with those heroes in the first game that you really do need to respect. But again, that leaves the door open. That leaves the door open for something like a Nature's Prophet. It leaves it open for a Razor. Lots of different options here. The Beastmaster, though, it is a run back. They'll pick that up, but this time it'll be, or rather, no, it's still going to be on Thunder. Qhali, though, will get themselves the Ember Spirit, which they had for RoboZ in game number 1 when they really took off. So
yeah,
we'll have to see if he does as well this time around. It's very early to pick up.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of picking it as first phase pick like this. When the enemy went with Beastmaster as well, you have a natural combination of Beast and Sky available, and Sky Silence is so good for locking down the Ember Spirit. You get some instant lockdown against him in the fights, forces him to get an early Dispel as well. Most Embers don't want to buy a super early BKB or Yule Scepter or something like that, so we'll see if this is going to come back to bite them, if Thunder will draft something to punish it, as they ban out the PA here, respecting Kukahook a lot from last game.
I'm curious to see now what they're going to opt to pick up for their support duos. Do we see something that's mobile again? I feel like you can't really do the Earth Spirit again just because it's a little too much of kind of, not necessarily the same, but it just doesn't feel like it's the most value when you already have an Ember.
It can function okay, but it all comes down to what they have in mind for running on the off lane, really. And it looks like they're going to go for Visage again, so that does mean that, in my eyes, it's pretty possible to go for it. Could also go for something that does a bit more damage in the lane to enable the Soul Assumption spam more easily. As Ember or Earth Spirit struggles a bit, he has to run up close and do a lot of auto attacks.
Yeah, I didn't feel the presence of the Visage nearly as much as I did in the other games that we saw him play before. I don't know. What needs to happen this time? Does it just need to get farmed faster, or?
I don't even think it's necessarily about farm. It's just how they moved on the map last game. Qhali just looked like they couldn't really find the proper way to enable their heroes, be it Visage or the Queen of Pain, really. And I think it comes down a little bit to how they grouped and how they decided to try to go for moves. But Thunder Awaken, they're going to go for the Beast and Oracle. Similar heroes to what we saw in last game.
I mean, MJZ was on point with those saves. If he's just in a good position and they can't get to him, he's just dishing out heal after heal after heal. And that was very important because a lot of it came down to just protecting Knight, just making sure that he could, continuously hit and not have anything to worry about. And that is a great hero if you're able to make that work. And the Earth Spirit gets picked up this time for the side of Thunder.
Yeah, so they're gonna take it for themselves, get access to that silence against the Ember Spirits. So not going for the Skywrath that I suggested, but instead they have Earth Spirit who can do a similar role. You also get a little bit of lockdown in the form of the Q from Oracle, which can remove the Flame Guard and possibly root the Ember. This does mean that their offlane though is gonna not be the strongest in terms of dual laning. The Beast and Earth Spirit, in my opinion, can be punished by quite a few different safe lane combinations.
Looks like they pick up the Dawnbreaker here. Is that going to be a Dawn 5, do you think, or is that going to be a Dawn 4?
I like Dawn 4 here together with Visage. It's definitely a nice combination. But Dawn 5 against the double melee could also be pretty good against what Thunder are running. So I'm curious to see exactly how they want to lane it. Either way, I think it's going to be fine. They have a lot of freedom on Qhali with how they want to put the heroes. Depends what support duo they're going to go with. So where they put the Dawn.
It's interesting how the Nature's Prophet has just been completely ignored this time around. Usually that's a pick ban, always. But this time they're going to opt to go for Grimstroke. I like this. I'm assuming now that the Dawnbreaker is going to be a position 4 along with the Visage. But this gives you some really nice combinations, right? Because Dawnbreaker with the Inkswell, same thing with the Ember Spirit going into these fights. Or just in general, like being able to tether some of these heroes together so they can't dodge in and out as cleanly.
Yeah, definitely. And they get a lot of nice combinations they can go with here. Okay, so Huskar does get picked up against that Ember. It's Huskar with Oracle on team as well, which is way more scary than just your average Huskar, because now you have the false promise to save him. And I think right now there's a very natural hero in my eyes for Qhali that has to be banned out. Thunder, they start by banning out Bloodseeker, but in my eyes you have to respect the Chaos Knight. Chaos Knight brings so much physical damage against Huskar, and it's a Chaos Knight Grimstroke combination. If they don't ban it here, I think it's a snap pick for Qhali.
Okay. It's so scary too because they have the Oracle, right? A lot of the times people are like, not sure if I necessarily want to grab that Huskar, but whenever you have some sort of healing component, it makes him so much more formidable.
Yeah, it really does. It really, really does. And the Grimstroke on the side of Qhali here will be nice together with the Visage that they have. So not just for the laning pairing. And we see their banouts. They removed the Faceless Void as well as the Sven.
Some respect right there. That was a scary Sven.
Yeah, I think this is smart. The Sven was definitely well played by Knight in the previous game, and you know, the Sven Oracle would be a pretty hard lane for Visage to bully, so it makes a lot of sense to remove it. Thunder.
Moment of truth. What you gonna ban here, Thunder? They've got to be thinking the CK, right?
I mean, that's what I feel, but the amount of times the teams will, you know, surprise you by either not thinking about a hero or, you know, have a different idea of what's annoying to deal with. Maybe there's something else on their mind that they don't want to play against. There could be frustrating stuff like Slark Grimstroke is also not a bad combination. Juggernaut can be problematic for Huskar with the Omnislash as well.
What about a Wraith King? That gives you the 2 lives to work with.
It does. I just feel like the damage output is too slow. Against Huskar, I like having like really fast damage and also getting some range. So CK kind of ticks the boxes there, especially if you get a Blink Dagger. He's the type of hero who can blow up the Oracle as well. But we'll see if there's something else.
You might see a Troll?
Yeah, Troll could work for Qhali as well. Because Troll is strong at man fighting. The only downside is Troll doesn't have as easy time to pick his target, since he doesn't have a way to pull the enemy close and usually doesn't go blink super early. So he might
get a harpoon.
He can, but he can fall into a trap of just pressing ulti, and then Oracle presses false promise, and you waste your entire Troll ulti just attempting to lay into something and not really hitting.
They banned the Troll.
Yeah,
They're more afraid of the Troll than they are of a CK. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I think it's going to be very important that they get onto the back lines, they get rid of MJZ. And MJZ's positioning has been very, very good, and they have a very aggressive frontliner in the form of a Huskar and a
10 seconds remaining.
and a Beastmaster, so it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to back up the 2 cores with here as well. What's going to be their carry going into this. Thunder Awaken don't have too much time to think for their final pick.
Radiant team pick.
Final choice is Morphling. It's a little slow.
It's a little bit slow, but it's a hero that can abuse Visage early game, in my opinion, because Morphling has fantastic right-click damage, so you can win the CS battle pretty hard. And later on, there's some nice stuff for him to turn into here. I mean, you can even turn yourself into Grimstroke and buff yourself and then wave for him in. But I think Qhali, they do have pretty good tools to be able to kill the Morphling as well. The silence on Grimstroke can be useful.
So is it still just a very clear cut? Just give him the CK?
To me, CK looks amazing here, yeah. I think that's the best. Kind of hard pressed to find something stronger in this game. Otherwise, I would have said that PA would be fantastic, but it was banned out earlier by Thunder Awaken. If that was available, I know Kuka would have wanted to play it as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of physical damage would be really nice, and bursty physical damage as well, but... Moment of truth here for Qhali. They're taking their time. Got 40-something seconds left to make a decision, and you can see that they're really just kind of mulling it over. This is, of course, elimination from the TI South American Regional Qualifiers. Nobody wants to go home. Everybody wants the chance to fight here. So this decision, you know, there's a lot of pressure. There's so much pressure when you're drafting. You don't want to be the reason that your team doesn't win because of a bad draft. And they go for Lina.
Oh, boy. I'm okay, interesting. This is a switch up on the Ember, so they do not want to deal with. This is gonna be a carry Dawn, by the way.
Oh, it's Monty. It's a 4 Ember.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with the
Ember.
Huskar versus Ember matchup. It's so bad. It's really, really awful. So they switch up the Ember to be a support instead. And instead get the Lina versus Huskar, which is a very nice matchup here. Lina is not bad against Huskar or Morphling. You get tons of burst damage to bring them down quickly. And with Aghanims later on, she can also look for the Oracle even. This is a cool switch up they did. I actually like it a lot.
I was going to ask if you felt like this was... You said that you like it. Is it enough to win, though? I guess that's what it's going to come down to, right?
Well, I mean, it's probably more to win than having Ember mid against Huskar, in my opinion. So they basically solve a terrible situation in the best way they can. And I think it was very creative by them, recognizing that the Dawnbreaker can actually be played as a +1 here by Kukahook, and that Monty is fine playing the +4 Ember as well. So yeah, this was probably not the initial plan, but they do react very well to what Thunder Awaken were doing. Now the question is, can they execute this? Because it is a bit wonky. Ember +4 is not terrible at all, but it's not an ideal +4 usually.
I mean, this is a region that has been running, like, I think Matthew and Michael both would run +4 Ember and +4 Void Spirit, like, very interchangeably for, like, the longest time. This is, like, I'm talking way back at this point in time, back when Matthew was pretty much a no one, and I think Michael was on Thunder Awaken along with MNZ and all them. But, like, this is a region that's no stranger to having these kind of interesting spirit heroes being run as the position 4. So I'm pretty excited to see what they can do with it. It is a little bit harder to execute just because you've had this shift. But, you know, this is technically it's the best of 1, Wog, all right? Anything that you can do to throw your opponents off guard, you do it, you take it. And if you're feeling good about it, then you know what? Run away with it. Run away with the game. I want to see what happens.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to say that I think I favor Qhali a little bit here just going into this. With the switch up there, putting Robo-C in a comfortable Lina versus Huskar matchup. I also think that Sladem in general has been, you know, lacking a little bit versus Robo-C on the mid lane. And now having to play the Huskar against Lina, it's a pretty high pressure situation to have to perform on this, you know, non-favorable mid matchup. I think we could see a mid difference here if Robo-Z gets a good game going.
I'm curious to see what the reaction was, because we had some of those cams up, but we couldn't see both the teams at the same time. I'm curious what the reaction from Thunder ended up being, because it does get spotted. They're a little bit off the mark, though.
They found him.
But he is stuck on the cliff side. Knight's in a good position. We'll just give him the old boot.
Yeah, that's cool. Kicking him from the low ground off the cliff there, making sure they stay safe.
30 seconds to battle.
And then back towards mid they go. So Invasion was, you know, there to just see if they could find something, but not gonna block up the Ancients immediately. Now coming mid to try and D-ward.
I feel like MJZ should be more than just a gold tier Oracle. I feel like I've seen this guy play him a lot.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't enjoy playing it in pubs. He prefers playing it in scrims and tournament games because playing Oracle and protecting your randoms in a pub maybe is frustrating at times.
Oh yeah, that is that and playing Dazzle, and they're like, "Oh my god, why didn't you shallow gravy? Just ping, 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 ping," and you're like, "It's on cooldown, bro." Ugh, I'm not salty.
You just gotta get level 25 and just not have cooldown permagrade.
Yeah, right from level 1. Just make that jump. Be the better support.
Exactly. Good support would have done it.
Oh my god, I hate you. Anyways, looks like for the time being, just gonna see a pretty even matchup here. We've got, as expected, now as expected, right after we've seen the shift, got AcatSuki playing that position 1 Dawn paired up with Grim, facing off with Illic, and of course Knight on this Earth Spirit.
Yeah, for me, the interesting lane is going to be this mid lane here, the Lina versus Huskar. How can they play on this lane and try and get ahead? Huskar getting too nice under a tower here, playing aggressively and looking for a way to, stifle the Lina's progress towards that bottle, but she gets 4 lasted, so she's completely fine.
Yeah, that range definitely helping out, but it hurts every time the Huskar throws out some of those clicks there. Top lane should be fairly quiet. I don't think we're going to see anything too aggressive, considering.
Yeah, it's a tough lane to burst the Morphling. He should be fine overall. It should be pretty CS oriented. We see all 4 players basically power denying, power CSing. Bottom lane though, they're brawling a bit.
Yeah, looks like Luis and Illic both are quite low. Illic doing a good job of being able to harass, as it is very important to make sure that Illic does not have the super comfortable game that he had in game number 2.
Yeah.
Let's see some of the games. I'm like, wait, which game was he in that? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mid lane so far, Sledham is doing a really good job on his Huskar. 10-4, 10-5 even in CS versus the 6-0. So Robocy not really getting any denies here against Huskar. Doesn't mean they quickly gets leveled up.
Oh, and there it is. There is the kill in the bottom lane. Luis finishing off Illic. So the pressure is on this Beastmaster this time around, whereas I felt like it was fairly even.
Yeah, this is previously. I mean, this is a strong lane. The Dawnbreaker is very, very potent in laning stage compared to your usual carries who, compare her to something like a PA or a Void who wouldn't have nearly the same kill potential. And level 2 power spike hitting hard.
So for our viewers that don't typically... Oh, man, Monty, they're making plays over on that Oracle. Hold that thought. So Monty needs to be a little bit careful here. Soul Assumption doing a lot of damage like we said. It will be a kill for Hermit, but they'll be able to get themselves return as they take down Monty. But what I was going to ask is, for our viewers that don't watch a lot of Pro Dota, maybe they're just showing up because, it's TI time. This is when we get a lot of viewers that don't necessarily follow the main scene. What's going to be the build for this Position 1 Dawnbreaker?
You go pretty similar items to the way you would play it if you were on POS 3 nowadays. Very different from how we see it played POS 5, which is, all around the ulti and trying to heal up people. But now it's going to be an Echo Saber, Echo Dessel with face boots type of build. Probably a pretty early Harpoon is what I'm expecting from him. And he's electing to go for the Soul Ring as well, queuing that up already.
Yeah, I know sometimes that Echo really depends on the person trying to land the Inkswell. Not going to be able to quite manage it, but they'll take down the boar. I know for some times, like, people were, you could opt to go for the Echo, or you could just go into straight death. So do you have a preference?
I think nowadays definitely Echo Saber is worth more, getting that as soon as possible, because you benefit a lot from having that little bit of extra mana, and the double hit feels amazing with Luminosity crits. Control towards the runes here. Gotta make sure that Lina doesn't get the bottom rune.
Saddam's doing a great job of just kind of pushing back Robozy, making him feel very unsafe. We'll be able to go get the other water rune top, so this Lina is going to be a little bit empty. Does have the enchanted mango, though, for a little extra regen, and of course that quick burst of mana if needed.
Yeah, he's done a good job recovering his CS, because he was falling behind a bit, but now mid is looking pretty even. 18-7 versus 21-9. Still Huskar getting a little bit of an edge here.
We'll take a couple of shots here from the tower.
Bottom lane is being pretty firmly controlled by the Grimstroke and Dawn, though, as the Beastmaster he's got decent CS, but it feels dangerous for him to come close. Every time that he approaches the lane, this Dawnbreaker is just on his case immediately.
One thing I really do enjoy about Dawnbreaker, especially being run as a position 1, is the fact that, you know, she wants to be farming, but she's also one of those heroes that just naturally can be so aggressive early, just because she's strong, but then also you can farm. You can farm up in the jungle, and then if your team gets into, like, you know, some sort of scrap, you're immediately able to follow up and be a part of that, which is so incredibly important.
It's so Spectre-esque in how it plays. It's the Nightfall, Dawnbreaker style of carry, just non-stop auto-attack stuff, either in lane or in jungle. It doesn't really matter.
Latam's being held into place. And get a couple clicks. We don't have the Laguna just yet. So there'll be a roll forward. We'll land over to Luis, but I don't know if he was expecting that there was going to be another support here. So the Inkswell will land onto Knight. They'll follow it up. They've got the LSA if they need it, but they'll just use a Dragon Slave. So RoboZ gets himself a nice kill.
Yeah, that's
and that's
nice.
all before he hits that level 6 too.
A good takedown, and the 6-minute runes also up now. Yeah, Hermit was left alone as they TP'd in towards mid there.
Yeah, that's good identification, realizing, oh, well, if they're all going to go mid, then we can definitely get a kill. Look at Monty. Look at this.
Yeah,
Like,
he's going in.
hello.
Inkswell.
Gains the silence, the Inkswell, and he's just dead. Very nicely done by the supports.
Yeah, the 2 supports together are just going in and finding this kill. Some crucial move towards mid, so now you're not going to be too unhappy about Visage dying top. You at least get some big payoff, getting 2 kills mid, controlling the runes. Lina getting a good start here.
Yeah, she'll have her 6 very, very shortly, too, and I expect to see her making some plays.
Yeah, same with the Dawnbreaker on bottom. If she manages to clear out the lane here and then maybe kill the stacked camp, she could also get her level 6 pretty fast.
Yeah, Luis just keeping an eye over here on the side. Sees that the Ancients are stacked. Knight making his way over to him. Look, the boars are...
Prepping the camps. Yeah.
Yeah, as expected.
I mean, this is what
They
you
have
want to
vision.
have.
They have a nice ward over here, so they do see a little bit of them moving over. Yeah, and they go for a scan too, so they know what's going on, but they know that Illich's alone, and if he's alone, that means there's nobody here to really save him. The roll in from Knight isn't gonna quite be enough, I think. As now the follow-up, Monty's here. He says, all right, who we killing? All right, sees his brother. They'll keep going. They've got the hammer, the drag forward, gets a nice silence off, but they're just gonna try to body block him into the corner. A blood grenade gets used, and he's dead. I'm loving this aggression coming out from the side of Qhali.
Yeah, this is really amazing by them. The way they're moving their support so far has been really great. Both Monty and Luis are doing a good job moving around top. Top now, a little bit of a dive by the Morphling. Not really gonna get the kill on Visage.
I mean, I will say that Hermit is suffering because of the fact that these supports are moving around so much, but I think it's okay. What do you think?
It's acceptable. I mean, it's not ideal. The Visage is not getting more farm in the lane here. Mid now, a lot of
Getting
folks.
kills, so I think it's all right. If they weren't achieving anything, I would say it's a problem. But MJZ over here getting chased by RoboZ. He's gonna step forward. Monty takes some damage. Dawnbreaker ulti coming in the Laguna. It does right for Huskar's face. And now MJZ in a world of hurt as they'll continue to chase after him. They need one more hit, and that's gonna be your position 1 Dawnbreaker getting the final hit.
Yeah, Knight did get a kill though. Meanwhile, he killed off Luis thanks to the DD rune he found over on the Earth Spirit there. He managed to get a solo kill over on the support. And this rotation mid does make some space for Beastmaster to push out bottom all the way. Gonna get himself his level 6 there as well.
They're gonna try to make a play for it. Look again, look at this. They're teleporting down, they're pinging it out, they see the boar.
He's backing up. He wants his ancient stacks. Like, he's sending over his board to one of the camps and running towards the other camp. This juicy camp right here, this ancient stack, can he get another one? Oh, I think the timing is good. I think it might work. Yeah, he got it.
Nice, that's tricky.
So it's a 6 stack right now. That's a lot.
Look at this though,
of
look at
creeps.
they know. They're like, he's not showing. There was a big stack over there.
Oh,
They
if,
still have that ward? Yeah, they have the ward over on top
oh,
of
the
everything.
creeps are so low. Dawn could steal a lot with W here even. If they get vision, plant a ward.
They have the vision, they've got the sentry. Oh.
Very tempting.
He's gotta know, like, look at the way he's moving. He has to know. Yeah, look at this, the Dawnbreaker going right through. The TPs are instant, but it's too late. They get the kill on there. Look, the roll forward though onto Kuko. They want to try to punish him here. They'll drop the... Gotta keep trying to say the wrong thing here for the bind, but Cook looks like he's gonna be just fine as in comes Robo Z. He's like, oh, look at this juicy stack, guys. Let's take it. Let's deward and let's put some pressure on them. Make them sweat a bit.
Stick around, keep stealing.
And the follow up, a good magnetize. Knight though, it's not looking great for. Oh, a good save though from MJZ. Now Cookie's gonna end up dying for this. That is not ideal. The roar gets used on the backlines on Luis, and they'll end up losing Knight during all of this.
I think that was still ultimately worth it for him, though. They get the kill immediately when they get in there and kill the Beastmaster. They get to steal a lot of the Ancients there. I mean, the majority went to them. And yeah, sure, they did lose 2 heroes on the exit there, but Lina also getting a lot of farm. And yeah, I think overall, better to make this invasion and steal this away from Beastmaster than just letting him have it.
Mm. So what kind of build do you think we're going to see for Hermit this time around? He's got himself a medallion.
Jumps straight onto Beastmaster again. Gotta bring him down quickly.
Yeah. That's a dead Illic. Not having any luck here, and MJZ didn't have anything to save him. He's already used that false promise. He's going to try to use some of the spells to prolong his life, but it's not looking like he can outrun this.
Yeah, just getting caught. This Ember support is working out pretty well so far. I mean, he's been in 8 kills out of 12 right now. Only died the 1 time, so Monty showing that he's clearly proficient at running this as a support even. I wonder if this was a... I actually think that this could have been a preparation move that they're like, okay, you know what? If we first phase pick Ember, we can rely on doing this as a support. And it's working out really well.
Like I said, it was fairly popular in the South American region several years ago, but everything changes, right? With patches, it's always a bit of a crapshoot. They find Knight. Got that ward there, and they'll realize this.
Dewarded immediately as the Ember confidently just walking around in the enemy territory here. This is pretty big, scouting out the enemy ancient stacks and see how, what the status is and where people are farming. And Beastmaster now, even at 11 minutes, 12 minutes almost, doesn't have Dominator yet.
Making moves towards this middle area. I will say it feels bad when you're playing Huskar because it feels like he has not been able to make any sort of moves. He's just gotten killed twice now. Whereas Robo Z, he's been active. He's had 4 different fights. They are going to teleport down the Huskar. Everybody's going to try to run out. Lewis is left behind a little bit. He is holding on to the Inkswell, and Monty's still nearby, though, in case they do decide to continue going. Robo-Z on the high ground will make them back off, so...
Yeah, just backing out.
Unsuccessful rotation for Slatums.
Unsuccessful, but, Qhali are going to just back out here as well and get themselves the travels coming out on Lina. So now he can be way more open to TPing and top, maybe making plays together with a Visage. And I would like to see them just start to make a rotation towards top lane, perhaps. Mm-hmm. Mid tower is also pretty low, though, and Huskar is farming jungle, so they could opt to take this tower out.
Yeah, I would think, maybe take out the mid tower and then rotate top. Remember when the mid tower was like so incredibly important because of the Roche position? What a time that was. Look at those chains. Slatum's in position though, looking like he wants to fight. They've got the Laguna Blade on Lina. Monty.
Not gonna overextend though.
Away from the nuke.
Dangerous to go a little bit too close there. If the Earth Spirit gets a nice roll and then kicks you back in under your tower, could get a bit too deep. They do have the possibility to reinforce with the Dawn though, so maybe they will keep going for a mid push here. We'll see.
How concerned are we of the fact that Knight has just been left completely alone, uncontested?
I would say it's a pretty big issue here for Qhali, and they should be the ones playing with more sense of urgency in this game. They do have some good stuff if the game goes late. They can get the Aghanims on Grimstroke and create a Morphling illusion that just destroys everything. But at the same time, Morphling will be able to shred through your heroes pretty fast with the amount of farm that he's getting here.
Curious if they go for something like a smoke, although they're hanging out by the bottom rune spot. It is a haste, so that is a lovely rune for Alina to pick up, or any mid, honestly. But they do go for the smoke play. It looks like they're going to try going bottom, looking out this Roche as a possibility, or maybe going through the gate.
Successfully been scanned. They're looking to try and defend the tower and maybe pick off the Beast, but he's already far away out of here. And since they did scan out this rotation, I feel like Beast shouldn't go down, but maybe...
Look, he's still here.
He's a bit greedy staying around here.
Well, he's going to end up paying for it with his life, unless they have... Nope, never mind. TPs do come out immediately. They'll turn back around. Nice soulbind over onto Knight and MJZ. That's not how a Morph wants to play. He doesn't want to be tethered. Luis gonna try to teleport away. Monty is gonna be left behind. So they do end up getting themselves a return kill, but it's just the position for Ember, and they've already lost Illick. Illick's died how many times now? He's had a rough time, 5 times.
Yeah, his offlane game is not doing too great here. And that was close that the Ember Spirit almost jumped out, but nice silence as well coming out by Knight on his Earth Spirit, making sure that they get that kill. All this attention towards bottom though is freeing up a little bit of space for the Visage to take over more area. So he's getting himself some farm as the Morphling made a move out of the lane now.
The supports on the side of Qhali are making the rotation top. Poor Illick. This guy's like, guys, I don't want to be here anymore. I just keep getting murdered. So he's like, maybe I can go top. Maybe I can be a little safer. But the team of Qhali still very, very aggressive. And this is what we needed to see from them. We need to see them making these plays and not allowing Knight to have this freedom that he has had so far. We need to see them apply more pressure.
I think if they just finish up farming the Deso on the side of Cookhook now, we might see a Roche attempt early by Qhali again as well. They have the Solar Crest already and get the Deso as well for some more Minus Armor. They could start thinking about that Roche. At the same time, there's a Huskar on the side of Thunder Awaken, so they want the Roche for themselves. They want to get that Aegis, but currently don't really have control of the area.
See, Monty's been working on getting an Orchid as his next item. We'll get the Roar get used on Monty and should be able to stun lock him long enough that they can get this kill. But now there's no Roar available.
Yeah, this opens up the possibility. We also see the drawing here by Luis. He's like, yep, they're gonna go into Roche now, guys. Because of that one guy dying, this opens up the opportunity to go Roche.
Dawn has the Deso coming out right now. Although they're gonna get aggressive, Knight going forward is silenced up. Lina in a good position, Soul Assumption. They've already lost Luis, but a nice save here coming out from the side of Thunder will keep them alive just a little bit longer. Knight, he's healed up to about half. Deso gets delivered now for Dawn.
A little bit
They
slow
still attempt to try this.
A little bit slow on using the Lina ulti there. If they burst it quicker, then Oracle wouldn't be able to save the Earth Spirit there. But now, pretty hard position to wrap around on.
This feels fairly reminiscent of when they had the Queen of Pain and Robozy just felt like too hesitant to use the ulti. We'll get a slide off, seeing Slatums over here on the side, knowing that they don't have the Roar could be very advantageous. So they're gonna have the Grimstroke rejoining shortly.
Coming back in, there's a great ward for Dire here. The low ward dropped, gives them nice vision. They're playing away from it on Radiant though. Qhali going around.
In the opening, gonna jump onto MJZ. They recognize that this is someone that cannot be allowed to continue to live, so he'll be the first one to fall.
Oh, this is tricky now. Tricky for Thunder. They're all scrappling, trying to run away.
Yeah, you
Searing
can see
Chains?
that this... Oh, he's not gonna be able to teleport out. That's a very dead Slatums. And can they grab 9 in time? No, but this means this Roche belongs to Qhali. They have the Fresh Desolator on their Dawnbreaker. This feels really good.
Yeah, this is such a fast Roche now for them as well. And Thunder, they just have to back out. Can't really keep fighting. The moment Oracle died, you could see everyone just saying, okay, we're not winning this fight anymore. We don't have our save. And rightfully, they get out of the area. This gives the Aegis over on the side of Lina, though. And she also has that full Aghanim Scepter completed with a Roche kill.
Radiant's top tower.
Big power spike here for them.
Get that Flame Cloak online.
Makes sense that he's going for the Orchid on Ember. I'm a little bit surprised at first that he's going for it, but it just gives him a way to deal with the Oracle and actually silence him, get on top of him, because Ember has all the mobility, but he doesn't have a way to kill Oracle on his own until he gets something like Orchid here.
And I feel like that's so important that they addressed MJZ, right? Because he is the one who's going to continuously make these fights be elongated. So if they can get the jump on him early, if they can send that Oracle, even if they don't kill him right away, right? If they can at least lock him down for long enough that they can burst off a key player, it's all worth it. So yeah, definitely the Orchid's nice. I was wondering if they should pick up something like a Halberd, but it doesn't feel like they have necessarily the best heroes to kind of carry that.
Yeah, no, Halberd would be fine for them. Maybe later on they could think about it, but I think more likely we're going to see something like Hex on Visage, right?
Yeah.
To just get that sort of lockdown and disable. He's going for a Shivas next, though. Solar Crest into straight Shivas to try and mitigate all the healing, because look what you're playing against. He's playing as Huskar, Oracle, Morphling, so much healing mechanics going on, so quickly rushing for that Shivas.
Feels like it's been a while since we've checked in with the Morphling. He hightailed it out of that last fight the second he felt that it was not going in their favor. So he's got himself the Mantle Style, he's got the Falcon Blade.
Yeah, he's building towards the Eye of Skadi. Gonna be good timing for him to actually be able to stick on targets. Also good for man fighting against the Dawnbreaker, since you take away a lot of her healing capabilities as well with Luminosity.
She does just pick up that Blink Dagger too, so Hook, even more mobility, even more chances for him to get into those backlines on these fights. Very important.
Yeah, it's nice because he can now ulti in when a fight starts, and then he can blink towards the correct target when he lands as well with ulti. So pretty useful for him. We're gonna see early Tormentor take here, 20, 24, getting the value immediately of taking it down, and it's gonna go towards the Visage in
nice.
this game. Yeah, they already bought the shard over on the side of Lewis on his Grimstroke, so he doesn't have any real items, but the shard alone is so powerful, getting that strong dispel, getting the heal, and of course 40% more damage is not a bad deal either, with the 5-second duration now on it.
I like the way that Qhali's moving this time around. They're really kind of just moving in the general direction of one another. They're not really being too spaced out. And again, that's one of the benefits of having this Dawnbreaker too. As long as you have the ulti up, you're going to be able to just show up anywhere. So also the combination of this Grimstroke Ember, even if this Ember is only a position 4, it's just so good.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great hero to carry the Inkswell. It's pretty fantastic. You put it on him, he dives in, and they're wrapping around. They might find the Huskar here, but a little bit too late. Or perhaps not.
Perhaps not, because there's also the Inkswell, there's the Silence.
Yeah.
TPs are coming out, though. They're like, that's a little too close to our base. We shouldn't allow this to happen. But they will be able to put the pressure on the tier 2.
Oracle was nearby enough to save anyway, so didn't feel too worried, I guess. But Lina just happily right-clicking into this tower, and right now, no lane pressure being put by Thunder. They are pushing bottom with the Dragon, sorry, so the bottom tier 2 is being taken just by the big old Black Dragon.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Blink Dagger's almost completed for Lina, so we talked about having this nice positioning. She's going to be able to
Dire's top tower
sit back even a little bit more and find these openings to the favorable.
I would like to see her buy a shard though as well. Like, the Blink Dagger is nice, but I've spoken about it before. The shard is such a big damage increase for the spellcaster Lina. I wish he would pick it up earlier here in this game.
has fallen.
Yeah, I don't think it was... I'm trying to remember which game that was, but I definitely remember you being like, I don't understand why they're not picking up the shard.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players underestimate it on Lina. It's definitely worth the purchase, but it could be a case, you know, one of those, I will get it from the Tormentor eventually, but yeah, you didn't get the first one, and you definitely want to have it as soon as possible, so just extra bit of damage. But the mobility from Blink is going to be useful for him to follow up on the jump of Ember, as well as the Dawnbreaker ulting in. Now you have Lina as well, able to close the distance a bit. So
Look, Lina just needs to, you know, be a hard worker and use her hard-earned pennies, just like Luis did. Like, look at poor Luis. Boy's got himself arcane boots, a windlace, some wards, and then bought himself a shard. You know, you've got a lot more money here, Lina. You can afford your own shard.
Going back about that Luis shard as well on Grimstroke, it used to be bugged and not heal from creeps, and that has been fixed now. So it does again heal, but for a very long time, it was just not working, which is weird because initially it did work, then they broke it, and then silently at some point they fixed it.
Radiant's middle tower
They were hoping you didn't notice, Waga. Now you're bringing it to light here on this stream where all the international people are watching.
Yeah, well, buy your shards in Grimstroke. That's the message.
has fallen.
Good spin, good spin. This was just a PSA to say buy it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, well, the push is on here in the bottom half of the map, coming from the side of Radiant. I will say, it definitely feels like Qhali is the one who is just forcing them into tight positions on the side of Thunder. We haven't seen Slatoms be able to make any sort of really aggressive movements. MJC is doing the best he can to keep everybody alive. They are making their way over. They are smoked up, but it always seems like they're in response. It never feels like they're the ones in the driver's seat in this game so far.
Yeah, we'll see if they can catch someone as they try to go for a wraparound here, but only the Ember sticking around. The rest of his team is already out. He does get Orchid delivered on his courier. His courier might die as it comes back here.
Okay, it's a good silence, a good stun. Uses the Orchid, but he's already dead.
Nearly got out, but gets caught there. No way for him to get away, but only a support after all, but still feeds, 700 gold there as he dies, so...
He stayed there a little too long, too, I feel. Everybody else had backed out of the area.
Yeah, he was definitely pushing his limits. Perhaps with the pre-nerf change to the activate Fire Remnants, the 0.1 second difference for activating, he could perhaps have gone out. I want to touch on the Huskar's itemization here with the Oracle on his team. He went for a Hurricane Pike in this game. So trying to have some pushback. I feel like this is because of Inkswell and, wanting to have some mobility against the Searing Chain, get out of the Lina stun. But I'm really missing both the BKB and the Aghanim Scepter in his inventory right now. Like, those are the items that really make a Huskar come to life, I feel, and start taking over the game.
Yeah, I feel like BKB is a must-have, especially when you're facing something like a Spellcaster Lina. In this particular case, you kind of want to be able to just start fighting, make the space early for your Morph. And to be fair, Morph really has, again, just been allowed to do whatever he wants. They haven't put a lot of pressure on him. He's joined up with a couple ganks that just have gone a little sideways, but honestly hasn't felt very pressured. He's 2-0-2 right now, hasn't died, just hitting creeps, showing up when it's, appropriate.
Yeah, so far a pretty clean game for Knight, but hasn't had the biggest impact in terms of fighting yet. We'll see if he can transition that to more. I mean, right now, Thunder Awaken are just waiting for their BKB timings. The Morphling is building BKB right now. He's, 1,400 gold away, and the Huskar is also working on his own. At the same time, though, Qhali, they're not really waiting for timings. They have everything they want. They can just keep going. They got that Aghanim's Blink Ethelance on Lina. She's getting pretty damn big. And of course,
they're waiting for the Roche, which is going to be up right here, right now. But they're smoked up on the side of Thunder. They realize that something's up. There's a fresh BKB online now for Dawnbreaker. Monty, this time he's on a hero that is going to be able to escape if he's frontlining. So he'll poke, break the smoke.
Yeah, they're going up on the high ground, dewarding a bit.
Deward? How do they approach this, I guess, is the question. They've got this Beastmaster very forward here. See Slotham's on the side. They go for another little mini smoke, trying to find the correct angle to approach.
Qhali need to find the Oracle or just poke.
With the silence, jumping onto the Huskar, just poking again, just trying to bait out whatever they can.
The position is pretty good right now for Thunder Awaken as they got the ward on the high ground here. They feel a little bit better position. They got smoke up around here.
Luis is hidden in the back lines. He still has the smoke on him.
Oh, they saw the Ember.
How far around do they swing?
Ember's in danger.
He's
Nice
all right,
dukes.
though. He knows. He's like, guys, get ready. They're coming from the other side. Dawnbreaker's like, whatever, guys. If you're just going to keep doing this little ring around the rosy, I will just ulti in and see you later. Knight finding an opening over onto Monty. Get a couple of those slights going. Axes get tossed out. There's a Laguna that gets used over on Huskar. So they have the Soulbind over onto 2, and they'll be able to just keep Knight and Illic together. Big Roar coming into play, though, as they give the kick back. They'll end up losing Louis. Robozy taking a lot of damage from Knight. He's trying to find the way to get out, but it's not looking great for him as they manage to keep the Huskar alive using that false promise. Monty, he's going to have to teleport away, and Kuko, he's so low. We'll be able to land the Starvik, but it's not looking good for him because they have these vessel charges, and he's just dead. It's a very expensive fight around the Roche Pit for them.
That was a big mistake by Kukahook. He cast his ulti in a way that it didn't really catch anything. He was just ulting in on his own team in the backline there, but there were no enemies nearby. In general, we've talked about it a bit, how you want to have Dawnbreaker able to ulti in onto an Ember, aggressively get in the middle of the opponents, and I don't know if he misclicked or if he just, didn't consider it, but his ulti got basically no value there, and that was costly for them, for their teamfight abilities. Because that's the biggest teamfight spell they have, is the Dawnbreaker ulti coming in.
Good positioning coming out from MJZ yet again, being able to get his ultimate off onto Slotham's, keeping him alive during that duration. In fact, here we go. We can take a look. Oh, 1 second. Monty is dead.
Quick pick off, and then we can go back to that replay.
Go back to the replay.
Yep. So we see them kind of push in and take the enemy jungle. But yeah, here we see the fight and how it started out. So look at the Dawn ulti coming in at the top of the fight here. He tried to go in thinking that, we can go on the Huskar, but that was the Hurricane Pike. So I suppose the Hurricane Pike on Huskar actually was the value there that he wanted, being able to get out of a bad spot.
Let's look at the position of MJZ during all of this, too. Like, he's in such a good spot to ensure that he can keep him alive, because he was getting a bit low during that.
Radiant's top
Yeah.
tower.
Back in the game, we see a tier 2 tower push now by Thunder as they have that Aegis in hand still on the Morphling. Definitely feeling confident and starting to take over the area. Also, only about 30 seconds until the Tormentor spawn.
Still got the Aegis on the Morphling. They have the Dawnbreaker ultimate. They want to try to jump in, but it's a little bit awkward for them when they're positioning right now. Lina has a Laguna Blade, but you don't really want to Laguna Blade this Morphling.
Now Morpheus just standing his ground there, so strong on the high ground, pretty much impossible to jump on top of him here, and finally they do push them away, but that was a lot of damage, 2,200 damage to that tower.
They grab MJZ with that chains, but everybody's like, I don't want to risk it. That's not the time or the place.
Such a tough spot to be in right now for the side of Qhali, falling behind in net worth against a Morphling carry. When you have Dawnbreaker carry, it's tough.
I mean, they did a good job early on with the aggression, but they never actually got their hands on this Morphling, and it's coming back to bite them pretty hard.
We'll see if Earth Spirit can get a catch with his Aghanim Scepter and kick someone back into his team as well now, as he has that Axe ready to enchant people.
Did he have that earlier? I felt like he did during that last fight. There was just a lot of particles flying around. It was pretty hard to...
He may have had it for a top fight. I think he got it afterwards, but
Okay.
he may already have had it.
Even these illusions are, like, problematic for them.
Morphling now going in for the steal on the Tormentor here. He's gonna go towards Oracle, who can use the Tormentor shard to heal them back up against after taking the Tormentor.
Good old Reign of Destiny coming in again.
Yeah, that shard is super value, I feel. For 1,400 gold, that is a crazy strong one.
I remember when it first came out, it was just like, what? People were, like, very concerned.
Well,
It's
that's...
like, this was actually the shard? Like, this seems...
Well, when it first came out, it was an Aghanim
Monty?
Scepter.
Silenced. Let's turn into that stone, but it gives him enough time to get out, so... Actually, doing him a favor by doing that. Yeah, the whoops comes out from Knight.
Yeah, they're trying to combo the Fortune's End to root the enemy there, but it's not really in time, or a little bit off timing at least on the storm form ending. But right now, very scary for the side of Qhali to push out lanes at all, as we see Thunder Awaken just kind of herding them back into their base, moving as basically an unstoppable force here across the map.
High ground defense is pretty good for the side of Qhali, but I'm just concerned that when Knight starts really, hammering away, it's going to be difficult for them to push them off, especially with MJZ's positioning and having all the heals.
Yeah, normally this Lina, like Spellcaster Lina, does a lot of damage, but the Oracle is offsetting so much of it, just spamming the W and now having the shard as well. He can keep the Morphling healthy and happy very easily here.
Try to nuke up Slatum, but again, with this Oracle making it very difficult damage negation. Ooh, but they do find Illic on the back line, so that is a nice little pick right there. So give the kick over to Kukahook. He was in stone form. He's going to try to go up into there, jumps right back down, lands over onto two. They've got the soul bind, so it looks like Kukahook, he will actually survive. They'll buy themselves just a little bit more time. Another big nuke being used over onto Slatum.
Oh no, he's silenced.
They end up pushing it back with Monty. He's silenced. Can he survive this? Does he have a remnant up? Is he going to be able to make it out? No, he's not. He will get blown up.
I think they're gonna just back up now and try and solidify the situation a bit, but yeah, good pickoff there to start the fight, getting down the Beastmaster before he could really group with the team. That made it so important, or that was such an important pickoff because that's the pipe carrier, right? So a lot of the magic damage will not be mitigated anymore, and that's the value of the mid Lina. You have that shard, you have the Aghanims, and you just blow someone up with the Laguna Blade. Even with a pipe on the Beastmaster, he took so much damage from it.
All right, well, it's a 17k net worth lead going over to the side of Thunder. So they're firmly in the driver's seat here, but they're taking their time. They lost Illic. It was a little bit unfortunate, but looks like they're ready to just go again for round two, almost the way that they're positioned.
I feel like a lot of net worth is just on the side of the supports as well. Like, look at the Earth Spirit. The support Earth Spirit is ahead of the Visage in this game. Yeah, he's got BKB, got Aghanims, got Spear Vessel. This looks a lot like a mid Earth Spirit at this point. He's so farmed. So essentially, you're playing as 4 cores at this point if you're Qhali.
Look at the way they're positioned. I love this. Look at MGZ and Illic. They're going to try to blow up Slatoms quickly, but there it is. There's the roll forward here from Knight, giving the kick back. As they'll wait patiently to re-engage Hermit. Set his own little stones form for the moment, but the roar comes through.
Oh, he has the gem
and they
too.
just blow him up. This is not looking good here as Robo Z, he is being held into place. They've got so much damage. In comes the Dawnbreaker. Has to blink away immediately, even though landing over on 3 because he just can't afford to be in the middle of all this. And look at this. The kick back. BKB is going to get used from Cook. Slatoms, he's back and he's healthy again. They need to put more damage out. It just doesn't feel like they have it right now.
Chasing after them, trying to get something as they use the buybacks here. Feels so bad to just buy back like this, but...
Blink forward. Can they grab anyone? No. Cuckoo says, no, we got to back off. Expensive fight for the side of Qhali.
If he had a harpoon, maybe he could have pulled that Oracle there, but not electing to go for it in this game. And yeah, double buyback situation here on 2 cores. Visage was already so far behind in net worth as well. This is just going to dig even more into his already low bank account.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing because we've seen Hermit and we've seen him play this Visage quite well in another series, but this time I'm just not feeling that presence of him. And I think a lot of it goes back to the fact that you had these supports that were making these rotations, which looked good. They were getting, kills, but then Visage ended up just suffering quite badly without not getting the farm that he would have liked to. And then also the fact that the Morphling just had too much freedom.
Yeah, but a lot of it comes back to the Morphling just being a smart pick. I mean, he's a Grandmaster Morphling, so he recognized the situation. Morphling against Visage takes advantage of Visage weak laning stage in terms of last hits, and you just get power denied so much. I mean, look at the Morphling CS even at this point. Like, he has 39 denies. It tells a lot of a story of how the laning stage went, and Visage was just not allowed to get anything. So, yeah, maybe if he could have had a stronger lane, they could have had a better position in the game right now. Morphling, gotta go for Tormentor. Gets a little bit of help.
I think I would have liked to see this, dynamic duo, because it was a strong combo, right? The Ember and the Grim, and they just spent so much time hunting Illic, which I get, that's a priority. I think I would have liked to see them put more pressure on Morphling, though. After you've killed Illic 4 times, then maybe go pick another target. But
yeah,
he was playing very smart too, the Morphling. So that is also a testament to his own map positioning.
I think early smoke rotations from the Lina could have been the big thing to show him down. Normally, it can be hard to just bring 2 supports over with a Visage. You're not really gonna kill the Morphling, but if you can get a surprise stun from Fog of War with Lina, it could have maybe given them a way to shut down his growth a little bit. But yeah, right now, 25,000 gold lead, Thunder Awaken. They basically have everything they need to take this game. Good scan.
They go and they find themselves Luis. Soulbound up. The little hawk just, I'm helping.
Yeah, those birds, pesky birds, just non-stop rooting you and keeping you in place. They also get back there to get the D ward.
Our kettle of hawks.
Yes.
As we've discovered.
our cast of hawks, yes. Kettle, or what was the last one? Kettle, cast, or...
Kettle cauldron? I don't remember.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Something weird.
A boil. A boil,
that's it.
Yeah.
Something related to cauldron. Look how fast this Roshan goes down. Oh boy. This is going to be hard for the side of Qhali now.
Yeah, Refresher.
Got the Aegis on Knight. Oof.
Refresher over on the Beastmaster, who has the Blink and BKB as well. I think he's gonna keep it for himself. I mean, this is looking monstrous right now. I do not know how you get a team fight going. Key items here. The Assault Cuirass is super close for Dawn, so she's gonna have AC for this high ground defense at least. That's gonna be something.
Yeah, but he's so close to... I mean, it looks like they're going to make the moves anyways, but they're so close to getting the Satanic on the Morphling, who honestly has felt unkillable. They just look like they don't have enough damage at this point.
And this is an exposed Rax as well, so it's just going to disappear quickly here. You're not in position to defend.
No. Yeah, you can see that, Robozy trying to put some pressure over onto the mid tower, but they got to come home. They got to deal with this. They can't afford to just be second out there.
ultimately, the only thing they need is to catch this Oracle, but he's sitting behind such a wall of tanky heroes.
Yeah, nice little kick here coming out from Knights behind Kukoc with a roar. A lot of damage getting dropped over onto this Dawnbreaker's gonna try to survive, but too much damage. They'll end up losing out. Monty on the back lines was trying to find this opening, not gonna be able to as Robozy uses that BKB, but they have another roar because of the refresher.
No buyback on either of them.
This is looking bad right now.
That's this game.
I think so. There's no buyback on Dawn. There's no buyback on Lena, and they have done almost nothing here tonight. Who MJZ just keeps giving them a little bit more health and says, keep on going.
Yeah, they brought down the Earth Spirit, but it's not going to be enough. They want to try and fight here. This is your tournament life. No reason to call GG here. Might as well try, but it's just a Visage and his 2 supports.
It's not enough. They're lacking the damage at this point. You know, I saw some really nice plays coming out for Monty early on, but it's just gotten to this point where you have a raid boss and his name is Morphling. Look at poor Luis. They'll use the birds, they'll slow him down. They'll use the soul bind too, Slatums. Just turn around, they click Monty.
Yeah, only 2 of them alive now as the building's starting to fall. They're keeping them pinned in their fountain here, and Beastmaster working away at getting these towers down as well.
Honestly, at this point, just secure yourself this victory.
Yeah, they're not gonna mess around too much. Not too much fountain farming to be done, but
I mean, they have a Huskar. I feel like if you have a player who plays Huskar, he's
going in
always
for a
gonna
bit of a
wanna
dive.
die.
The Oracle
They'll
ulti.
jump into the fountain. They'll take a little bath here, but they will eventually back out a little bit. Knight, he's having a little bit of fun. They'll buy back on the Grimstroke. Knight just gonna man fight here. He's got himself a Satanic Kukoc. He's almost dead in his own fountain. They'll turn their attention over to the Ancient.
Morphling so massive though, trying to finish him. Not gonna really happen. As the throne will
He's
fall.
trying. Kuko's really trying, but it's not gonna be enough. Unfortunately for Qhali, they have been knocked out of these regional qualifiers, and it's gonna be Thunder Awaken who will be going forward.
Yeah, Thunder Awaken. We had a few questions about them. You know, are they going to perform well enough here? Are they going to advance? And they are, you know, the team that we want to see advance. We see them here, of course, in their boot camp. All the players feeling pretty good about advancing forward here. So they're going to be the ones going up against Mad Kings in the next series. But, you know, shout out to Qhali. They may have been knocked out here, but honestly, I think they played pretty damn well here in this qualifier. Tough for them at the end, though. I feel like they didn't really get any moves done with their offlaner in either game 2 or game 3. They couldn't really group up and play around him. As we see some of the highlights here.
Yeah, I mean, Qhali, they had these moments of brilliance where they start to look like really, really good. But unfortunately, it just felt like Thunder, they woke up and they knew exactly what they needed to get done.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes back down to this first pick as well from Thunder in this game. Going for that Beastmaster just gave them that simplicity. Just put the Roar onto the Dawnbreaker in the fight or onto the Lina, whoever you can really get a reach on, and then let your Huskar and your Morphling do all the damage. And they were just laying in fire. So this was a game that started out pretty decent for Qhali if you don't focus too much on their off lane. They were getting a lot done on mid lane. They were getting a really good start bottom. And they were stealing some stacks as well from the Beastmaster. But ultimately, they didn't have a tool to stop Morphling. Morphling is just going to be the harder carry compared to a Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I would have liked to also have seen RoboZ maybe get a little bit more active early, and that's something that we had mentioned earlier. Just because, you know, he has these nice starts, but it almost feels like he holds on to the ultimates just a little bit too long. And I don't know how much of that is TI pressure, where he's like, oh, but I want to make sure it's a sure thing or whatnot. And there were a couple times that if he had just used the Laguna Blade a little bit earlier on, they would have secured themselves a little bit more of an advantage. But, you know, hats off to the side of Thunder because they didn't look like that stable early on. And they've had a couple games where I think a lot of us have been like, that's not what I expected to see from this team. But they've proven in these last two, like, they know what they're doing. Knight's very, very impressive the way he's been playing, especially in his Sven game earlier. This time with the Morphling, 0 deaths on this guy. Partially in part because of MJZ, right? You know, let's give credit where credit's due. But he really seems like the really strong player here coming out from Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of players have, or what a lot of people have said, that, Thunder Awaken, their carry is really, really solid. He generally delivers at a good level, and that's what we saw in this series as well. That was another deathless performance here in the third game, and he also played fantastic in the Sven previously. So definitely, I think that he did everything that he needed to, but a lot of it comes back to that laning stage. Just having a matchup against Visage, he understood that this is going to be a good lane for him, and Qhali basically just abandoned the lane and pretended like Morphling doesn't exist. If you do that, you better hope that you have some good tools to deal with him later on, but they didn't really have the best stuff. They have Lina, which is a lot of burst, but they don't have, they didn't get enough farm to get like an Aghanims on Grimstroke, which I suggested could be a thing. So yeah, maybe if Grim had more farm, they could have had something to deal with Morph.
I feel like they fell into this trap of just like, oh, well, we're killing Beastmaster over and over. Like, we're getting kills. Like, this is good. We're slowing him down. But it was just a momentary moment of relief, right? That was such a redundant thing to say. Sorry. But it was a brief respite because there was this bigger problem looming on the horizon that they just did not address. And that's why, we have our MVP. It is, of course, the big boy himself, the Morphling here. So Knight really proving that, he deserves to be here. He deserves all the praise. And really kind of just sealing the deal for him.
No, I completely agree. I mean, he played a very phenomenal game. He overall understood his positioning really well, and he didn't have the most active early game, but you are a Morphling. You are a hard carry late game, and he basically felt completely unbreakable. He did some nice things that we didn't have time to mention as well. At some point in this game, he, found himself a shield rune, went full strength morph, and abused the huge strength barrier that you get, and then morphing back to Agi when they pushed high ground on mid. But overall, yeah, his impact in this game was just very, very reliable and exactly what you want from a carry.
I definitely felt that feeling of leadership in the game number 2 where he was playing the Sven and just started running at everyone and was like, all right, guys, catch up. But yeah, looking very, very strong. When you take a look at him versus what they're going to be facing coming up, right? They're going to be facing off with Mad Kings. Which team do you feel is stronger?
I think Thunder Awaken are probably the team that I would say is stronger for sure. They have had a little bit of a shaky performance, and this series wasn't a clean 2-0 either. But Qhali are a pretty powerful team from what I've seen here. They played pretty damn good in this qualifier. And Mad Kings, while they did take down Infinity, I'm still not fully sold on Mad Kings because they had some moments where I felt like, they just look one step weaker than what I've seen from AcatSuki or Thunder Awaken or even against Keedstars.
Well, we'll see if Waga's going to end up eating those words, but that'll be tomorrow that we'll see that matchup, and that'll be a great one because I'm sure there's a lot of Mad Kings fans that are super psyched that they're making it as far as they are, and there's some Thunder fans that are probably a little nervous but also psyched that their team has not been knocked out. But that's it from Waga and I today. We do have one more match coming up. It is going to be a great match too, so you want to make sure you stick around because it's AcatSuki versus Viva Keystars. The winner of this match is going to TI, so this is the big one. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, you better be here because you don't want to miss it.
Radiant's bottom tower is
big series coming up here at the South American Regional Qualifiers. And of course, T-Panda and Fear, we're going to be taking you people on a journey, an experience that is going to be upon us. But before we start talking about that big series matchup that's coming up, today, again, you know, the best of threes going threes. There is a whole variety of those in this qualifier so far, and the trend continues, Fear. I believe what we've seen so far the finish of this day is not going to be anything less than what we've experienced in the last few days.
Yeah, the competition, it seemed from day number one that this might be a one-sided qualifier. We'd have a very top-heavy and a very bottom-heavy bracket, but that was only the upper bracket quarterfinals. Since then, it's gone the distance, all 3 games. It's been very close. Even teams where I thought, like, such a Qhali, we talked about this team being the worst seed going into here, took a game off of Thunder Awaken, threatened them to knock them out here. So every game seems to be really tense, really close, and especially in this upper bracket final, we're going to have 2 teams that have nothing but wins under their belt. So confidence going the whole way, and whoever wins this, they're going to go to TI.
And
South America, they've got 2 slots.
It's literally one series away for either of these teams to go through. But let's take a quick recap of what has happened today, because we did play 2 series before. We just finished the previous one between Thunder Awaken and Qhali. And of course, before that, people were still asleep because, you know, it's been yesterday especially. It was a very, very long, drawn-out day, so people were probably still sleeping by the time Infinity versus Mad Kings was going on, and one of the top favorites to qualify for TI out by Mad Kings 2-1, and then followed up was the series where Qhali were able to snatch a map win off of Thunder Awaken in game number 2, but as we saw in that third game, they kind of run out of firepower with their draft. It was capable early on, but you know, that Morphlink, that looming doom, so to say, still awakening there and basically just closing out the game there for the side of Thunder Awaken, and they will be going up against Mad Kings in that lower bracket semi-final. But we're going to be talking about Vivo Keystars and AcatSuki. We're going to be going up against each other's neck and neck. Qualifying for TI is the prize. Big series, big players on the server, and we can take some assistance here with some of the graphics about a matchup between these 2 teams. Like you said, undefeated so far. Both teams have dropped a singular map, AcatSuki to Infinity and Keystars versus Thunder Awaken, but I wouldn't say the hunger is missing from either of these 2 teams. They know what's at stake, and they're so damn close to it.
They definitely are, and this is going to be a nice showdown versus your full Brazilian squad and against your full Peruvian squad. So a bit of a battle between the 2, see which of the regions here is going to be representing South America as a whole. And I don't know who to pick, because both these teams, they've got their star-studded rosters. Costa Bili's been around for a while, Analog, KJ, King, RD, some of Brazil's best players. And then on AcatSuki, you've got Minos, you got Leo Style, Frank, Prada, a lot of players, household names here. Maybe they might not be on the big sponsorships anymore, but they got some players that's been on every single one of these teams at one point. So you already know that they've got the experience to boot.
And they kind of reformed this roster as well on the side of the X-Infinity team. They had Adrian back as their carry player, but they wanted to get Minos instead as their pause 1 for this fresh new team. Everybody else is from that X-Infinity roster, pulling themselves together. Keystars as well, the roster has changed a little bit in the course of time. Analog coming into their mid position with that Hokori disband going out there. And of course, Costa Bile, FCR, King RD, KJ, they have a star-studded roster, like you said. A very exciting matchup, but what's the better way for us to continue talking and watch the draft that is going on as well as game number 1 is live. Back you up with all the facts that you need to know about this series. But definitely, both of these teams already scored some DPC points in the past. Those player points accumulating them to get themselves a high seed for the upper bracket, and now at the finals.
You definitely are, and there's going to be a lot of mind games here. As kind of to expect, these are going to be the 2 teams that were at the top of the meta in this patch, getting the wins. Everyone's been kind of studying their tape. And of course, the momentum is both on their side, so this series should be quite exciting here. Very interested to see what the first overall pick is going to be, because we never know what these teams. So we've seen a lot of different things. We've seen a lot of the Treant Protector, of course, Invoker, Undying, but all those are out of the pool now, and they're going to force them most likely into something new, or perhaps they're going to play against the best and try to demoralize them from the beginning here. You have to keep in mind, if you manage to lose this series, things don't go your way, you still have one other chance in that lower bracket final. So plenty of chances for both these teams, but you just like to just knock it out, right? And be like, oh, we're going to sleep well tonight. We got the TI qualification. So both teams going to be trying their best here, but it wouldn't hurt to make some risks to pay out big rewards.
Also an interesting factor with only 5 games played for both of these two teams. Vivo Keystars Radiant win percent is 100 out of the 3 games they've played there. And AcatSuki, their 4 games on Dire, also all pure victories. And we've swapped things around a little bit, haven't we? We've got AcatSuki on Radiant and Vivo Keystars playing on Dire. But of course, the side doesn't always tell you the full story. We're going to kick things off with a Tusk and a Furion to bring us on the board. A lot of those first phase bans and potentially even those first phase picks that we might have been expecting still actually in the pool. Some have been leaning towards, well, not the Treant Protector, but like the Gyrocopter types have been showing up from time to time. The Bat Rider, very, very coveted hero, very looked after. And of course, spicy thing is that Undying is now a first phase ban, like literal first ban.
It's not super surprising. I think Undying and Treant Protector have proven themselves in this patch right now as being the super strong heroes of the patch, being able to pick any carry you want, especially these Terrorblades, these Trolls, type of PA heroes that get into the late game and they're complete monsters as long as they have a good laning stage. Those heroes really enable it, but NP does too in a lot of ways. And I think at AcatSuki here, they decided to take an approach. They want to play against the NP. This hero we see get banned all the time because of how strong it is. And I think this approach is pretty good as well, because if you look back to some of the strongest laning heroes in the game, we can go back to like the Lina patches, the Medusa ones. You're not really going to win them in just a CS battle because they trade too efficiently, but their biggest weakness is they die very easily if you get on top of them. And Tusk is a great hero to exploit that, and I think their plan here is going to be like, all right, we're not going to win the CS battle against you, but we're going to get our gold not through hitting the creeps, but from killing your heroes here. And that's an interesting approach. It's going to be a bit of a gamble if they can execute it, but if it does work, it could look pretty good.
Some of the spicy hero picks with their good win rates as well. Underlord and SA 6-1. The Skywrath Mage also 5-1. Have been very successful so far in this particular tournament. We are looking at a Disruptor coming out, which hasn't been that successful. It's 1-5 currently in the tournament, but Disruptor, obviously a hero that the skill set is great, somewhat easy to play, very high stakes abilities, and great scalability as well with his Ags. Your household support.
And I think it's a response to the Nature's Prophet as well. One of the things this NP does as a support is you have this early teleport, right? You can just show up anywhere you want on the map, gank the safe lane. Big reason why it's strong, you're winning multiple lanes at once, but with that glimpse, you just send the NP right back, and you won't have to worry about that.
Also, you can just bring him straight back with that glimpse. It's always pretty handy. Interrupt his teleports as well with the ult. If that's a target you really want to ult, that is. And now we're looking at some scary heroes. We're looking at the Brewmaster. I think it was Avo who, I think it's been a bit of a meme in a way where he says every single patch, okay, this is Brewmaster's patch. Okay, this is Brewmaster's patch. But he is onto something because the hero is actually pretty darn good right now.
I mean, if you say one hero that is like not picked over and over again, eventually it's going to be good, because that's just the cycle of Dota. The developers over there, they're keeping a close eye on the balance of all things here, and if a hero's bad, eventually they will keep pushing it up and up until it's good again. So yeah, eventually it will be good. Meepo, it was trash for the longest time, but it had its patch back in the dumpster now, unfortunately. But that's just how it goes. When heroes are bad, they'll keep getting buffed until the point where they're good, and Brewmaster, without a doubt, is a good hero right now. However, I might be questioning just a little bit the Brewmaster plus Earthshaker lane. Not the strongest lane of all time here. 2 melees. Earthshaker doesn't really help the Brewmaster be super aggressive here unless you can get a nice fissure block off. But overall, it should be a pretty free lane. And then we get a Shadow Fiend pick really early from AcatSuki. And this is a hero that I know Leo style absolutely loves. This hero. It's his favorite hero in Dota by far. And of course, Frank here, or Frank tagging up as Devil, his new alternate ID here. We'll be picking up that Underlord. But you can always play the SF safe lane if you wanted to. Pretty good versus the Brewmaster. But whenever I see Leo style in the game, when I see an SF, I just have to know that's always an option.
Yeah, I was trying to look for Leo style there on the cameras about his reaction, but production, can we actually take a look at Qhali? Can we look at Qhali for a second? Because I saw he's got some kind of TI magic going on there. Some kind of, I don't know if it's a ritual or something that he's doing there, but by the looks of it, I think he had a Naruto headband or something like that going on. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. He's channeled some kind of inner spirit into this one.
That might be their coach, by the way. I don't think...
Actually, true. True.
I don't think that's the player. I don't know who their coach is, but I noticed he's been coming in and out. He's very animated. I do like that about him. He's very animated. Yeah, no pun intended, I guess. But you can see that he's trying to hype the team up. He's drafting for the team. He's stepping in. And unfortunately, I don't know who that is just based off of the look, and it doesn't look like it's updated either.
Oh, but we'll find out in due
time.
time.
Have to figure it out later.
For a moment, I thought it was Qhali, but I was like, Qhali's camera. I see something going on here. But yeah, you know, if there's any kind of magic you want to pull in, kind of every player, some of them have their pre-game rituals, some of them have their after-game rituals. And potentially when you're looking at a TI spot, the biggest coveted prize for this entire year to get to play in the world's biggest esports tournament, might as well just kind of go along with the vibes of like, oh, our coach he's invested. We should be invested as well. If he wants to win it, we got to win it for him.
Yeah, it could work. And meanwhile, Keyed Stars, they pick up the Lina. This is a matchup that it can go either lane. Of course, we had mini patches where Lina carry was a thing, and we've seen it fairly recent with the W under it. Not in the SA qualifier, but this is them reading into Leo style thing. It's like, oh, you want your SF? I'm going to make sure that I'm not going to give you a good matchup here. Lina, one of the better heroes, if not the best hero, against SF in that middle lane. Some would argue potentially TA, but I've seen that one go both ways. But Lina versus SF, they should at least trade the farm here. But we can't lock them in. You can always keep this SF safe lane on the table, and same with Lina. It potentially could be a safe lane carry. Pretty good against the Underlord as well. At some point, you will outrange him. You'll buy a Silver Edge. Can definitely work.
5 seconds remaining.
Definitely like the PA ban as well. You got these ranged heroes that are... PA used to be one of the best heroes versus Brewmaster, because Brewmaster, he'll throw the Drunken Haze on you or whatever it's called nowadays, and then you can just blink out and just disengage that. And that's pretty nice. Same when he's trying to run away. The dagger slow is quite annoying for him. And when you're playing versus Lina and NP, those heroes will just die in a couple hits later on in the game. So I really do like that ban there.
The thing with this Underlord aura as well, you've got this 900 radius damage reduction in a sense, which does hurt the Lina quite a lot, actually. So I'm kind of surprised they wanted to pick up this hero, but at least you have the range you can live off of. Lina's high attack range, high range on her abilities as well. So you can kind of live out of the threat of Underlord, just reducing everything that you do. The classic, we pick Wind Ranger, but they've got Underlord, and I'm just tickling them all over again. But at least this is a hero that punches through that damage reduction, the Sven.
And I think if you're AcatSuki now, TA looks really good. You're playing versus Lina, you're playing versus Sven. Just throw the TA mid, in my opinion. Go against the Lina, and then just do SF against the Brewmaster double melee lane, and you have yourself pretty much a win condition there. But they're going to go for a different hero that is a win condition, and that'll be the Terrorblade. Good matchup against everyone minus... I mean, the Brewmaster is the questionable one, right? In most cases, you can have Dispel, the illusions there. Lina does have some long range. I think the TA would have been a better pick. However, Leo Style loves his Shadow Fiend. So he's going to play it no matter what here. And it looks like this Terrorblade should have a fairly decent lane, just because I mentioned before. This double melee lane from Brew Shaker, probably not the scariest thing ever that you can get away with picking a Terrorblade here.
Kind of trying to look at how well this Sven finally fits into the picture, and then you got Analog as well with this Lina. Physical damage-based lineup that could also be buffed up with a potential Lina Maelstrom if they feel like they wanted to get the kind of extra magical added into the mix, which they probably even need versus the Underlord in this game. It's like trying to burst through that. Terrorblade, Sven, not looking like the greatest hero for it. Lina, decent at the job, high attack speed. I think that already kind of talks about we need Maelstrom as well, maybe for illusion clear, but also it goes straight through to the Terrorblade, just try to nuke down the hero as fast as possible. And they could have plenty of damage dealers on Vivo Keystars. Does that mean that this TB doesn't really, get the fight? Is it constantly him just trying to reposition? Like, there's so many damage sources on the side of Vivo Keystars.
I think you have options when you're this Lina, right? You could go the magic build too. That one's been buffed a lot, and Terrorblade is a hero that doesn't like playing versus magic damage. And you have plenty of stuns as well, so it's not a free TB game by any means, but TB's TB if he gets farm. I feel like both these drafts are crazy similar. You both have your carry style mid laner with a Lina versus SF matchup. You both have your flash farming hard carries, Sven versus Terrorblade. Your Pos 4s are these melee guys with big stuns, Tusk and Earthshaker, and then you have your Pos 5s, who are going to be your ranged magical dealers here. And of course the offlaners, same thing. These aura building, kind of like team fighting oriented type of heroes. This team, they mirrored each other's drafts, doing something very similar. And normally when it comes down to similar drafts, it's execution wise. But I actually do value I rate their draft a bit higher on Keystones here. I think it's slightly better just because they have more tools to deal with things. The Underlord is great and all, but he's going to be lacking the control, or the Brewmaster. I think he's going to be able to put in a lot of work this game, because I think his ultimate is very difficult to kill. Terrorblade doesn't kill it very well. SF won't kill it super easily. And then you're going to be dispelling the illusions from the Terrorblade. You'll have that lockdown with the Shaker, with the Brewmaster to eventually burst heroes like SF and this Terrorblade. Whereas your lockdown and burst potential, it's going to be a lot worse on AcatSuki until you get like some Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor, stuff like that.
That is very true. There's a lot of similarities with both of these drafts, but also kind of looking at the big engagement levels. You got the level 6 for the Brewmaster, can already start pushing the lane, but the thing is, the Terrorblade's probably not even there anymore by the time this Brewmaster would like to start brawling with level 6. TB also knows it. Not the highest amount of max HP. A couple magical spells available with those Brewlings. They will hurt. It will hurt that TB for sure. Plus, he doesn't have a Sunder target as well at that point. So, Kataro, Minos, gonna have to be careful with that. But we are looking at a first level 1 brawl here onto the Nature's Prophet, brought back with that glimpse as well, and that's going to be Leo style.
And that goes to SF, yeah.
SF First Blood, that's huge.
That is a massive First Blood. He's going to have an instant bottle. This is a matchup where the Lina, you'll have an advantage, and you get to some point in this matchup if you play the first couple waves really well, where SF can't step up, but when he gets First Blood like that, I think it's almost impossible to shut this hero down unless you get some type of rotation. But we'll have to see. This Lina has been buffed a bit. The Dragon Slave does do a damage over time now, just pure free damage on top of it.
Yep.
Maybe it'll be too much for this SF to take. And that goes back to like this First Blood being so valuable, being able to get extra region early on here.
Yeah, mid lane battle is going to be pretty huge. Like, we've got two talented mid players of this region going up against each other, is fighting for the pride of not only just their country, but their region at the same time, trying to, win over the region's fans over their side. And a coveted, you could almost say this is kind of like the grand finals in the upper bracket final session, because this is truly two teams that would deserve the spot, but only one can take it in this series. The loser still has a second chance in the lower bracket finals, but they're not looking at that. They're looking at winning this one right away, marching through and taking that TI spot for themselves.
Yeah, and to cover really quickly on the laning stage and how I thought it would go, they actually decided to put King RD, their 4-player in the safe lane was Sven, just being like, okay, we don't really prioritize our Sven's laning so much because he can always catch up and farm. Instead, they put this NP, the strong laner, into the bot lane here. And we'll see if it makes any difference here. It looks like they're still doing a great job on Kataro and Prada here. Yeah, especially with that Metamorphosis being popped.
They got that level 2 right away, went straight up on the Brewmaster, poked him down a half HP. And now KJ going to be poking Prada here a little bit. Brewmaster a bit too far away to help out. Can't really look for their first kill there, which could have been an opportunity. Both mid laners have their bottles pretty much exhausted. They've got the water runes, but at the same time, TB getting poked around with the Cinder Brew. Doesn't do a heck of a lot of damage, but it does mitigate versus that Tango. That's also just 2 Tangos left for Prada.
Well, it does proc it.
Oh, they TP mid, actually, with KJ going on to Leo style here. Gonna have to take the long route out. The Blood Grenade slowed him down. He is too far away for the Sprout. But if he gets a good cut from the corner, trying to cut down the trees as well with Tangos,
no. Could kill him, but yeah, okay. They're gonna back it up. Unfortunately, that TP does not result in the Sprout, and that would have been his death, as he has no way of getting outside of the
King
Sprout.
RD, though, very low on the top lane. Costabile has to interrupt with the stun, so his Shaker can make his way out. A lot of brawling going on here. Not only just the top lane, the mid lane rotations in the bottom lane as well. FCR, that might just be another kill for the side of AcatSuki as they bring him in with the glimpse, and Prada will secure it. Top lane at the same time, Fissure onto 2, followed up with the Sven stun, but he is low. The tag team, he's too far away. Just got stuck on the spot with that Enchanto, and King RD trying to make a run for it, and he's actually gonna survive with 50 HP. Snowball diving under the tower, still going for the attempt. The stun comes out from the Aftershock. Qhali, he will get the kill with the help of Devil, but he will drop, and Devil now, he's stuck in the Sprout. KJ coming in for the rescue, and you got 2 split kills, Fear. No one actually gets those 2 kills on the side of Vivo Keystars.
Or you can look at it, everyone gets them. Depends on how you want to look at it. But either way, like, yeah, this is the kind of like the Nature's Prophet that we see being banned so much. She's everywhere. If he would have teleported slightly better in that mid lane, Leostar would be dead as well. But it was pressure nonetheless. You have to run all the way back to base on Leostar. He's prioritizing winning his safe lane here. But that's going to leave Brewmaster out to dry. And I think it's the correct choice because they kind of tried to play to win on the bot lane, but then they realized this lane is not winnable. So we're just going to cut our losses here, and we're going to try to win our other 2 lanes rather hard here.
Yeah, Kataro throwing in a bit of a tip to the Nature's Prophet, I believe. That was Leo style, calling on conflict.
Here they go on top
What is
again.
this Furion doing here? And now he's in the top lane, all over the place. This Furion just bullying. And Vivo Keystars will find themselves a kill off this Underlord, left all by himself in the lane.
And you'll see FCR realizing he has no one to lane with is going to just take the bounty rune. And, I thought he'd try and cut the wave there, but I guess versus a level 2 glimpse, quite hard to do. Metamorphosis up. So Brewmaster's game is more than done.
And he's surrounded.
For sure here. Yeah, and he's getting ganked on top of it.
If he can connect this kill, that is definitely Brewmaster in absolute, he's in the trash. That's what AcatSuki's doing. They grab the Brewmaster, they put him inside the trash, they close the can. You ain't coming out of there just quite soon.
And this has to be worth it for them at some point. Not saying it is yet, but with these NP rotations, if they can kill SF a couple more times, if they can kill this Underlord another time or 2, then it'll be worth it. But at the current point in time, I would say this is not really worth it. But still plenty of time to make things happen.
It's definitely a perspective to take a look at. As Analog, Prada's going to be there, going to go for the glimpse play. Qhali gets the body block out, but the Fissure interrupts. He still gets it off. And Leostar was already thinking, yeah, he's probably not going to make his way here. And Analog turn around to fight versus Qhali, and they will take Prada. And now they're going to look for this second kill as well. They will kill off KJ. Leostar will be able to solo him. Qhali dodging that Dragon Slave, but still Analog close enough for a right click. King RD also low on HP. Leostar wanting the chase here, but King RD's got a bit too much HP. And with that long raise on cooldown, won't be able to secure him. 5-5. We got 10 kills in 6 minutes, and you wouldn't expect less.
Yeah, and this NP is just making this game a bloodbath. I'm surprised. He just TP'd right on the SF. He, of course, gave his life, but maybe bought a little bit of space to allow this Lina to get those 2 kills and back out. And I think the Lina is going to be going for more of that magical build this game. It did get buffed a lot, like I mentioned, with the Dragon Slave just doing extra damage now. And on top of that, the Aghanims a long time ago was buffed. So until he's not committing yet, he has no... Okay, it's a commitment now. He got the Arcane Boots. We're going to have ourselves a magic DPS hero in top lane with Billy.
Gonna try and snipe Devil here. Fissure block. He does have an avenue to escape.
No on Devil.
But he's too slow. He's too slow. The Snowball coming in. Oh, the herself coming on the road as well. Costa Vida is still going to get pushed in. Still with the Underlord. We'll locate him. Leo style. He's also around. Prada will bring in King RD with that glimpse. And still
no
on the
glimpse
hunt
now, so he should be able to just walk this one out here. Could have probably saved his Underlord there if he really wanted to on the Tusk, but decides to let him die and go for the kill on Shaker instead. Kill for a kill, but that is an offlaner for a position 4 here. A little bit favoring the keyed stars here.
So a bit of a question for you here at this point. Both of the offlaners are struggling this game. They are 1,000 gold already behind the rest. They're starved in experience. Which one is of more use in this particular game? Brewmaster at level 6, of course, he's still got crowd controlling abilities, but would you rather have, would the Underlord still be more effective than the Brewmaster, or is it just, initiation based? As Kataro's being hunted at the same time. Oh, the Laguna Blade.
He's got no Sunder.
Can't get it.
He just doesn't have it available, and Analog is starting to realize, all right, he just doesn't have it. Dragon Save will be used. Tick, tick. Needed one more right click. And I think they were scared of the Sunder there, thinking he might have it.
Don't know about it.
He went just, I'm just going to be greedy and farm build. So kind of got away with his greed here, unpunished. Just always the threat. You can never know if it's skilled or not.
Yeah.
Of course, if he does have that Sunder, pops it and pops meta and Lina dies for that kill, you're going to feel pretty bad about it.
Yeah,
So
or just in general, like throwing a reflection.
And again on this top lane, God's Strength will be expended, and this will be another kill onto Devil here. But Kataro's, he's going to TP and try to make a trade.
He's trying to bully the Snitch's Prophet, and he's actually going to be successful in doing so. Reflection giving vision. So he will be taken down, and at the same time, Analog
Lina goes down.
Hunted down. I was looking at mid when that engagement started in top, and I was like, okay, are they going to go for Analog? I guess they will. Yeah, they will. So one kill on both ends, even if Devil does end up dropping.
I mean, and to answer your question here, it's really hard to say which hero is better sacked, the Brewmaster or the Underlord, as they both can function without a lot of farm, right? So I think they're in similar spots where they're okay being sacked. It's not like some Viper or Nature's Prophet offlane getting sacked. You'll still find your impact, and with with the Brewmaster, it's going to be through your ultimate, through your spells. Same thing for the Underlord. You're not going to be the tankiest or whatever, but eventually you're still going to build items like Crimson Pipe and just mitigate damage. And you can always come back pretty quickly with the Firestorm to get your farm. So it's definitely not the end of the world for either of them here. But really just have to take a big look at, I think the Pos 4s are pretty big here. Shaker daggers, Tusk
They're going
daggers.
again for Devil, maybe?
But the big cores, the mid Lina, the mid Shadow Fiend, the Terrorblade, and the Sven, these guys are going to be the ones that have the network this game, and your offlaners, they're going to be like your true offlaners in this game, just kind of just getting the bad farm and just dealing with it.
The hard lane life. For a very long time, it has seemed that the off lane is the easier lane, at least for the Pos 3s to have their impact. I don't think it's changed too much with this patch compared to the previous one, where it was all about the offlaners creating impact and slowing down the enemy carry, and through that you have an avenue to victory. Maybe it has waned down a little bit now that with these extra camps, the carries can just leave. The offlaners are still going to be big in farm, but so are the carries that are their counterparts.
Yeah, and KJ is going a little bit of a unconventional build here for the support. He's actually maxing the Nature's Call here. A bit more greedy. Normally see Sprout plus teleportation more favored here and just try to be active, but realizing this game is probably going to slow down a little bit because they don't really have a playmaker. I think it may have been Lina if she had a good laning stage, but this hero's not going to run around and gank. Brew had too bad of a game. Sven, of course, is Sven. He's just going to hit creeps until probably around that Blink Dagger or BKB timing. Then he'll want to join. But for now, Brewmaster ult is online. He wants to make something happen. Ideally, they get a core kill. SF is the best hero they could possibly kill just because he is easy to kill. And he's a nice big old piggy bank.
So how often do you see a Terrorblade rushing in this aggressively looking for kills, where Kataro making it work? They found the Furion, and Costabile, all he can do is throw a stun. FCR coming up the back, King Marquis looking up for the stun. Terrorblade, he doesn't have that Sunder just quite yet. Actually, he can't even get a point in Sunder, so he's in huge trouble and will be taken down. And that aggression, KJ, I'll tip you for that. What the hell are you doing here, TV?
Oh, the echo, he tried. Just barely missed it there. Pops
it's just an echo in the wind.
It is indeed, and they're pinging on bot lane here. Like, you might want to get back, but with no echo on the Shaker. I think Shaker just wants to potentially just farm his dagger here. He's getting pretty close, 1,300 gold. That could be a big time problem, and we're kind of seeing the issues with Terrorblade versus Brewmaster. Sure, he didn't have Sunder skilled, but even if he did, I don't think it matters. You can't Sunder these Brewlings. Even if you could, it's like not the biggest deal, right? So he's going to always go in on the Terrorblade, dispel his illusion, stun him up, allow them to get that chain stun. I think this Blink Dagger on Shaker will be really good follow-up to have on TB.
Oh, yeah. It's one of the best things you can get, is just getting as much control and nuke and stuns on top of a Terrorblade. Pretty much his weakness. Every time he's like, well, I'm going to start loading up my Sunder, I'm at 50%, and bam, stun locked. Shaker Fissure. Enchant Totems, Echo Slams.
So yeah, I'd like to see them prioritize that Blink Dagger, right? Give them that farm on the bot lane. It is going to be a big factor in this particular game.
Meanwhile, they have located themselves a potential target of this Tusk.
Dead.
Easy snipe
Aether Lens range. That's a nice little freebie for Analog here, as he is opting to go for Boots of Travel now. Can they get the vision for the glimpse? If they can, he could die. And there it is.
Well, the full-on combo. They even got a Requiem loaded up, but they don't need it. They're just going to right-click Lina down the old-fashioned way, and Costabile, he's coming in, and so is KJ. They've got Leo Star, but a beautiful Requiem into the teleport out. Prada, if he falls, that's fine. They've already got themselves a good kill, and they're happy with this trade-off. They forced 4 heroes to the rescue of a dead Lina, and they also get the Shadow Fiend away. So that was a great play from AcatSuki.
Yeah, I wonder if this Shaker will do a Dendy Slam soon. Just farm neutrals with your first couple echoes here. Could be worth it.
Dubbing it the Dendy Slam now? Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it is the Dendy Slam. Every game he played Shaker, he stacked everything and just used Echo on it.
Yep.
Doesn't really need to do it versus just this big camp since there's no Ancients.
Yeah, I'm just kind of whispering for King. Do it! Do it! Do it! No.
He's not going to do it.
He
will farm it, which I do like to see. And after that, he most likely will pick up the Wisdom Rune, and there you go. You're just 100 gold off Blink Dagger now. You could just income that if you want to.
Good timing for it, too. Now you can really start setting things up with KJ, with this Furion teleporting around. Your Brewmaster is in an okay shape, actually building a comeback Midas for this Brew. I don't think that's a bad idea at all, considering how far behind you had to start in this game. Still bottom net worth of all the cores, behind the Underlord as well by 500. Devil, who's been recovering, well, basically has been in recovery mode for a while. Will be able to surpass him. Just need the auras on the Underlord, and that's all you need to do. Stay alive in fights. Provide the auras for your team. That's it.
That's it.
Meanwhile, Roche.
It's true. With the Tusk really helps out here. Not only just the passive aura of being able to slow it, the attack speed, but the activatable too. And one single train comes through the gate. Like, guys, there's someone coming through the gate. Let's stop. That's pretty
I
funny.
love that. You know, it's a bit of humor in there as well. You know, I'm just sending in a Treant for vision. They might be doing Roche, but, you know, from our perspective, just a single lone Treant shows up. And Leo style for the Aegis. That's the right one to carry it. TB doesn't need it. Shadow Fiend, very good with an Aegis.
Yeah, and I was very curious to see if this SF was going to go the magic build that we've seen before. It's been nerfed, of course, with the Arcane Blink not being quite as good on the hero. It's just not that good on the hero, but you can still do other things to play around your magic damage. But nope, he's going physical damage. No BKB, straight into just mobility. As NP has placed some deep wards here. And he's trying to... He missed attack on the courier, but it doesn't matter. He'll get the kill. Get the Sentry D ward. They're just taking making that their home, the triangle, for a little bit. As Kostabili does have a Blink Dagger available for him.
Is under attack.
And maybe is that a BKB coming out too? No, not just quite yet. But he is very farmed. He's the most farmed hero in the game right now. Let's see what he goes. You know what item I want him to go? Have you learned yet with my Sven praise? What's the item of the game here?
The Revenant?
Revenant's Brooch, that's it. That's the one versus Terrorblade.
You remember something. Maybe I have learned a few things from you.
There you go. I'll still keep preaching it until someone actually does it. But this is the one way Sven can kill a Terrorblade. Get the Revenant's Brooch, get that burst damage through magic damage, and TB will actually melt. But I don't want to see it like right now. I want to see like
it was actually the same matchup with Sven versus TB as well when you were talking about it in the first place. Right now, I see the connection here.
It is, yeah. It's one of the few ways that you can make this matchup bearable, or at least scary for the TB. Because it does give you True Strike, it gives you magic damage, two things that kind of destroyed Terrorblade, because he is a Butterfly enjoyer, high armor enjoyer. And if you go traditional items on the Sven, you're never going to outcarry him. But if you have the Revenant's Brooch, and I'm talking you're going to probably buy it after you have BKB, after you have a Harpoon, and then, of course, after a Daedalus, and then I'd go for it. Kind of like fifth item.
One of the other cool Aghanims in this game, the Lina Flame Cloak, with 35% spell amp, also a pretty frisky one. So it hasn't been built too often when the Lina was played as a position 1 carry, winning games through physical damage right clicks. But now kind of getting a bit of a taste of that, caster Lina, which we did discuss during the draft. You brought it up as well, that it's an avenue, it's a possibility you can look at. And of course, we have this Sven already.
The preferred way to play the hero
preferred way,
now.
maybe in this particular game as well, yeah.
And
maybe even in general.
Lina. Yeah, in general. Like, we haven't seen it carry Lina very frequently just because all the nerfs it has received, but they keep buffing the magic one, and I think that's just how it's going to be. As
setting up in bottom, Kostabili. Oh, that's BKB. A good position. They can grab this Sven right away. Right-clicking already pretty early on, but he gets pushed away from the shards. And with that BKB, he's going to be fine. Nothing to interrupt that.
They wanted to get like some Requiem and Tusk Punch type of combination there, but it's just too hard. They don't have enough lockdown. Underlord won't help at all with that. Neither will Prada on his Disruptor. But what that does mean is BKB's on cooldown. Now it's time to hunt. If you find Sven again, he doesn't have that option to pop BKB and get out of jail free again. But can they find him?
Can they find him indeed? Yeah, that is super hard to actually execute when you think about it, because if you want a Walrus Punch, that's like 1 second of airtime, and your Requiem load up takes a bit longer than that. So if you show yourself with a, Force Staff into Requiem and you see a Tusk blinking in, you've already pressed BKB by then. Like, you're gonna have fat, slow fingers if you haven't pressed BKB by the time they both show up on your screen. That's a pretty difficult combo for them to execute.
And that's why Kostabili was pushing that lane so confidently, because he's like, yeah, they would have to do some crazy execution here to kill me, so I can be a little bit greedier, force them down there, make some space for my team. Sure, the BKB charge going down from 9 to 8 is a little bit annoying, but I think that right now they're just happy with getting a net worth advantage. Already at 4K now here at 20 minutes into the game. Tormentors are now live if teams do want to opt for them. And I've noticed in these type of games that we are seeing a lot of Tormentor kills, because it's been very difficult for them to be aggressive and get on the other side of the map. So if you're already there, you might as well take it. It's a pretty good gold boost for your team.
Well, let's see how things are going to be evolving from here. Lina has just finished her Aghanims. Sven's lining up a Crystallis here. Furion also one step closer to building that point booster.
And that Shaker Shard, if you can get it from the Tormentor, is definitely a good one.
Yeah. And Tusk is like, I want 2 Ags, please.
Yeah.
1 for each hand. Imagine if Aghanim Scepter just kind of replaced the weapon you're using as the model on your hero, Except for the ones who just don't use weapons, like Shadow Fiend,
It gives you a little aura now, at least, so it does give you something.
Yeah,
King RD with the Blink Dagger available, there is a shielded Shadow Fiend here, as he's going to try and get
From the
Is he gonna
hunt
guess
here,
this?
and
Ingardi,
SF
Blink is
spotted.
up. Oh, that was close.
Very, very close. Maybe too close to comfort as well. And KJ, well,
Where is he at? Just NP things, trying to get a deep board
yep,
into feed.
Dire's bottom tower
trying to come out from the other side, but looks like he's found the enemy first. Well, I don't think that's a huge loss. It is a support Nature's Prophet after all.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a lot of that throughout this game, but he's still getting his farm.
He
Might be dying a lot, but he is by farm, and by no surprise, most farmed hero on the map right now. And of course, he is going for that Agnum Scepter, already has the Solar Crest online, and that's going to be more of a nuisance, just rooting this Tusk in place, rooting TB and all of his illusions into place. Sure, maybe you might go BKB or Manta to get out of this root at some point, but it'll still hit your illusions, which is never nice.
And it's going to hit someone. And look at that. King RD thrown into the air. Earthshaker, another pick off going for AcatSuki. And Leo Style, with that assist gold that he's gaining, he's finished his BKB now. It's fully built on the courier, on its way. So that could also be a bit of a surprise element against
Kataro soon as well.
And that too.
And this is an item you're kind of like forced into because, yeah, you're playing versus Lina. The Agnum Scepter no longer is that one that pierces the spell immunity. That one is a level 25 talent now. So when you're playing versus Lina and you're playing versus even Brewmaster Shaker, I think you need a BKB, even though this item isn't super popular right now. But with the draft that VKS does have, kind of a necessity here. But that's also a power spike where you can maybe take this next Roshan. It may respawn in 40 seconds here. We'll see how long of a timer we do get. But if it's a short one, that's going to favor the side of AcatSuki here.
are scanning.
Yeah, we'll see. Want to do a bet again?
And the timer?
Predictions?
Bottom tower
I'm feeling a 120 right now.
You're at 120. I'm gonna say 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Yep.
You are on bold, man.
Can be anything from 0 to 180, so I'm gonna go 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the bottom tier 2 push is happening. AcatSuki, they could let this
I'm
power
saying
go.
120 as 1 minute 20 seconds, not 100.
Well, they could be fighting it.
Let's see.
208. It's a long one. Once again, not surprised.
I win again.
Yeah, so surprised Pikachu here.
Your prediction.
Oh, this Brewmaster going in pretty deep here to surprise by that Disruptor.
Okay.
Costa Bile going to jump onto Qhali as well. The Requiem will connect and will fear out the Sven, but the Snowball will follow through. Analog doing a bit of burst. And the Echo Slam! Big one from King RD. It drops Prada low, but it's not enough for the TB. Costa Bile is going to need some backup as well, but they're running away on the side of Evo Keystars. Qhali, he will get sliced down by Costa Bile. And Tusk coming with a buyback as well. Lina stunning the TB and the Shadow Fiend. Prada will, no, not yet. Gets the clips off just in time. Analog gonna get sundered up. And oh, if only that one right click had finished off the Disruptor right away, that Lina could have walked out. But that right click, it was not enough damage. And that glimpse came back off cooldown, sent the Lina back in and to her death.
And that's your double BKB timing here that we talked about being so strong for AcatSuki. And more than anything is going to be the fact that this Brewmaster just wasn't able to get ulti off, right? The silence from the Disruptor just keeping him locked down. No ultimate there. You get glimpsed back by Costa Bile here. Of course, he has a BKB. I do like the factor at some point that Costa Bile did keep his composure here. You'll see Qhali go in and try to make things happen, but we got action.
Oh no, and it's actually catching the Sven as well. This time the Brewmaster, he's got his ulti available. However, just getting right-clicked. Leo Style has no fear versus these elements.
Brew?
Already lost one. Still got two low HP ones.
Going in.
2 seconds left. And that Void is the final one. There goes your Courier, Shadow Fiend. Meanwhile, the stun onto Devil. Costa Bile, he's got God Strength enabled. Snowball, short range one. Costa Bile, he blinks in for nothing right now. This Sven is in trouble. He's got his BKB though. He's going to go in. He's going to charge and look for the fight against Kotaro battling versus the TB. But there's a Sunder available. FCR going to get pushed away by Leo Style. Leo's not going for the teleport out. Is it enough? Yes, it is. He's out with just a sliver of HP remaining. Devil being chased by Costa Bile. That's going to be the Underlord falling down. And inside the Roche Pit, FCR. Kotaro already teleporting out. They've got the Disruptor glimpsed away. Analog, he wants some payback for that last fight versus the Disruptor. And the connection, it's not there. Prada rolling out. Looks like Prada might be able to get away too. 10 seconds teleport cooldown, but
Just
BKS.
ignore him and go straight into Roshan here.
Yeah, Roche is an opportunity.
And even though Brewmaster got his ulti off there and it didn't look like it did a lot, it did enough. It just bought time for the Shaker to respawn, for the Lina to respawn. And I think that's going to be a top priority for Brew this game. Don't die without getting your ultimate off, because we see the night and day difference with him being alive and with him being dead in these fights.
Now it's a cheese as well on top of the Aegis.
And Lina might just get an Aegis here.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the Aegis. Yeah. I was like, Ags Aegis. A bit of a brain fart there for a second. But yep, Lina for the Aegis, and the cheese, it will be in Brewmaster's hands. Just to prevent that Disruptor ulti from killing him. So that's going to be a bit awkward for Prada. Like, oh, I see Brew. I'm going to ult him. We're going to kill him. But now he has a cheese.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to commit TB right clicks if you do want to kill this hero. Maybe even the Shadow Fiend. And if you're doing that, who's killing the Lina? Who's killing the Sven? This Aegis and Cheese being absolutely huge for VKS. You know, ACAT. Just farming up. They have their BKBs. Kataro is going for the Daedalus. More damage the merrier. And I think Shadow Fiend will be doing something similar in this game.
Yeah.
Maybe a Butterfly, maybe a Daedalus. Maybe a Silver Edge could be good as well, but you know they both want to be these right-clicking carries. At some point, they want to be able to just click these Brew illusions and kill them out of the game.
Yeah, everyone has a role. Everyone has a role in the team. Devil with the auras, stay alive, damage dealing from the SF and the TB. Disruptor, potentially just ulting any non-BKB target right away. And he's got that Aghanims lined up as well for the item mute. That big buff for the Disruptor. That's going to be you get a whole variety of options after that. You built that. You can start Disrupt ulting the Sven. You can start doing it on the Lina. Lina who does not have a BKB,
they have two of some of the best late game supports in Dota 2 right now. You have the Aghanims that you just covered for the Disruptor and how good it is, but then you have the Ags queued up. But there's also progress being made towards it on the Tusk. So you can kick heroes back into that Static Storm.
It's in the works.
Those are win conditions. It's definitely in the works here. He's got a piece.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
He's a fourth of the way there.
Tier 3 token also flying all the way towards him. Empty neutral slot. At that 27-minute marker. Quickening Charm. They're hanging out the top lane. Look across the melee. Oh, surprise.
He got him.
And he shows him, oh, the echo into the fissure. Beautiful execution.
Make it
On
two.
point.
I mean, the Tusk was like, I'm not going to snowball here. You already used your stun, so I'm just going to hit you and we're going to turn this. But the fissure and the echo was right on point there. And that's going to be a concern of this SF here. Maybe this Terrorblade isn't easy for Sven to kill, as we see whenever they get in a head-versus-head engagement, so that Stability always does have to back out from that. It's just going to be too strong, but that won't be the case for the Shadow Fiend. He can burst through SF any day of the week.
That was also death number 1 for Mr. Leo style.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Such a good Shadow Fiend game so far. And Costabile, he's now the only one. 706.
But unfortunately, this style of SF he is playing, it doesn't scale very well when you already have another hard carry. You kind of have to be the star of the show. And he was doing a great job of it, but now it's like, kind of once that BKB blink, sheepstick into like Ags type of build.
Yeah, it feels like he's transitioning. He's transitioning now for sure. Might have to be another damage battery, just exactly what they need.
But will he get the farm to do that? This is the issue I see with this mid SF that goes for these right-click builds. Once you start falling off just a little bit, you fall off really hard. Dreams of a Manta style, it's okay.
They're definitely not new to any of these long late games. In the Thunder Awaken series for Vivo Keat Stars, they had a 51-minute and a 52-minute game versus Thunder Awaken. 56 minutes versus Mad Kings. AcatSuki might have stumped the first series. Also 66 minutes versus their ex-team, Infinity. Don't get bamboozled by the in-game logo. That is AcatSuki, the ex-Infinity roster. So if they can stretch this game far, that would maybe maybe it serves a purpose for them. You talked about the supports with their late game scalability. Terrorblade, of course, a force to be reckoned with. And that Shadow Fiend, you've got so many options. Just got to get there first, right?
Yeah. Well, interesting to see the Brewmaster go for the Aghanims in this game. You will have that permanent extra hero that can dispel more illusions. And that's kind of like the issue for Kotaro here. Like, most all his damage, if not all his damage, is going to be based on his hero and his illusions. You got so many plays of dealing with them. Like, their extra echo damage, the cleave can deal with them, but more importantly, the Brewmaster. As Tusk, he'll just get out of that one.
Well, now that we have the Aegis has been reclaimed, still the cheese for FCR. And it has been a bit of a farm fest for the time being. A 14k lead. Maybe AcatSuki is considered to play a little bit from behind. But I wouldn't say this is still detrimental. Even the win probability graphs kind of agreeing that the next fight is not the end of the game.
Definitely is not. But I do have issues with like how this game is going for ACAT right now. It's this NP is already sneaking up above the Underlord's net worth. He's going into a nullifier, already has a BKB. There's going to be a new carry entering this game the later it goes, and that's going to be the boss 5 here on KJ. He is going to be a carry, BKB up, Aghanims up, Solar Crest up, nullifier up, and then as soon as that nullifier goes up, well, new challenger has entered the ring here that they're going to have to deal with. And that's not going to be an easy task. And you're up 15,000 gold here. And that's just pretty much all gold being on KJ pretty much at that point.
Disruptor showing himself there at the bottom lane. Instantly pinged out, analoged. He's going to lead the troops. That 9-second BKB now finished on the Lina. And KJ literally on top of the Disruptor. Glimpsed out. He is out.
Back to farming. Didn't have a stun anyway to deal with that teleport.
This area is KJ's favorite spot right here. He loves coming back here with that ward placed on that cliff. He's died here like, what, twice, maybe 3 times. He's potentially found some openings. While Devil, talking about openings, already found here by FCR. He's got that Primal Companion, the Storm, ruling, going all around the place. Cyclone, Dispel Magic.
That's the smoke from ACAT here. They want to find something. Not sure what they're looking for, as Roshan can't even possibly be up right now. So even if they do get a kill, the chances of that Rosh being instant spawn, incredibly low.
But you're saying they're looking for something.
There, of course, is. As KJ, he does have a BKB here. Might not be enough to save him, as there's a lot of physical damage coming out. And do you even want to go that deep? That's the other question.
He's going to have to be careful of his positioning here. ACAT's been missing for quite some time, and now Vivo Stars are going to be pushing bottom. Straight to the high ground they
go. Solar Crest him. Oh, yeah. That's damage.
Yeah, Demolish with Solar Crest. Magic Community.
I mean, that's even into the Crimson. Pretty respectable DPS, I gotta say. Gets to the point where you just can't leave this undefended because this little brew.
Yeah, you gotta love it. He's got like what? Oh, that's a fast Rosh. That's a fast Roshan.
That is a very fast one.
It might actually serve ACAT here. Leo style, taking a quick glimpse there into the pit, but
it's so fast that you probably are just like, nah, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah, you wait another minute, and that also allows Vivo Stars, who've literally looked at the clock right now, that Roshan around somewhere right now, or maybe in a minute or 2 minutes, which is the usual one. And now
here comes the tree and scout it out.
They're going to find out first. And
actually, VKS is going to be the first one to know about this Rosh being up. So they're going to have to move quickly and be like, wow, Rosh is actually up. This is a quick spawn. We need to rally the troops here and defend this, as we will see Costabile TPN.
And they also need to push that top wave, so they will also be revealed. But the thing is, ACAT's still not going quite into the pit. Now they are. Rosh is there. Treants are flying through the portal. More scouts. And the information now given, 5-man smoke, they're pushing down the wave. They know they have about 10 seconds, and all hell is about to break loose. Devil, he's in position on the high ground here. Want to be ready to intercept them. And that Roche is down to half HP. You gotta get there fast if you want to interrupt it. Vivo Keatstar's on their way. Devil, he's still, there's his little right there. There's the Storm. Cyclone into the air. Roche down to 800. And they finished it. And they even put themselves with the Requiem just in case. At the same time, the fight's gonna be breaking loose. They've got Brewmaster, 4 heroes stuck right next to each other. Nice stun coming out from Analog. Holding Qhali in place. Holding Devil in place. They've lost Prada. They've lost Kiri. Kiri coming up with the buyback. Kataro. Oh, Kataro down. There's a cheese in the pit. There's a cheese in the pit. They don't care about it. Analog, I want this. He will take it. And there's your Aegis also gone. Shadow Fiend dead. And Vivo Keatstars, thanks to the Treant Scouts, they were just in time, not for Roche, but to interrupt the escape and cut them down.
And we have to question the decision there to continue to take that fight, even though they pop the SF ult immediately to just secure the Roche, right? So you no longer have that for the team fight. You're down a big, sizable lead at this point. They tried to go on the Brewmaster because you did have Agnum Scepter available for the Disruptor, but you just didn't have any follow-up on it, where he tanked the whole Ag Scepter, and he got his cheese off anyway.
Yeah. And they have another cheese. So it's just left in the pit for Analog to pick up, so it's not even that they lost all the items in the Roche pit. They got something out of it. And they saved Echo Slam, which is still up, by the way. Shaker can use it. Devil gonna get controlled, and there we go. Kiri trying to save him with the Blink Snowball. Gets hit by the instant Echo, and King RD worthy of the tip with that. Pixel perfect Echo Slam on that Blink Savior. Glimpse coming out. Prada will bring in Costabile. He's low on HP. But just where's the damage? Where's the damage coming from? Is it enough? Yes, it is. By the looks of it, Leo style. He's angry. He's angry. And he forces out King RD. Prada, 4 seconds for another glimpse. Is he able to get this one? He should be. Thunderstrike's not going to be leaving anytime soon. And he will catch the Shaker. Get themselves something as they've lost the mid-racks inside their base. But it's just not enough. It's a 2-for-2 trade, even with the Sven dying for the first time this game, by the way. But look at that probability.
A godlike streak, though, so that's a lot of gold going into the pocket of Prada, of all people, getting that on the Disruptor. So that actually is pretty big for Prada, because now he's going to have that Blink Dagger on top of that Aghanims. If he can do that again, catch the Sven, maybe the Lina. I mean, the Sven by far is the best. Can't use Satanic, can't use BKB. Of course, all of these other items rendered useless. And we're seeing the Brewmaster do a lot of damage to these illusions here with that Aghanims. And they'll all burn down here to the Lina.
And coast to coast we go. Fury and ult used, they're going to be all rooted up. Leo Style has Requiem available again. So is the Static Storm of cooldown in 6 seconds. Sven still gone for 30, has buyback, but they will let these mid-racks fall. It's 1 lane of racks each per team if they can finish off the melee racks. Shaker's up.
You want to get too greedy
here. Has Echo Slam available again. They got the stun of the TB. A lot of damage with that Laguna Blade. Fisher coming out. Echo Slam as well. Followed up. They wanted to get him. And he gets his BKB off. Just 300 damage short.
And Kataro. Okay.
Oh, the BKB ran out. They didn't see him. Yeah, he's out. Prada, not lucky.
He'll go down. He still has buyback. Decided not to buy the Blink Dagger there, just so he could have buyback. But when he respawns, you might see him purchase that one. And Static Storm was just unfortunately on a little bit of cooldown there, or he would have popped it and tried to kill a hero in that fight there. They did disengage. They got the ranged barracks, so not bad overall. Still down 23k. A lot of game to be played. There's a refresher shard.
That's gone for 70 seconds because they used it for the high ground push. So if EKS can regroup into position for a high ground push, they know the TP is not going to be a threat for a while, even if he does hold a refresher shard.
Yeah, he's got a refresher available if something happens, but most likely, I don't see VKS.
They're not going. Yeah,
going high ground. It seems very unlikely. I think the consensus has been for most teams, just don't force high ground 5 versus 5 in the late game. And that's generally the correct call.
The game has really just come down to contesting Roshan. That's where we're going to see the majority of the team fights, and then the follow-ups where there's a bit of a, I like to call it PMA, but it's called post-mental aftermath, where you've lost a team fight, and somebody suddenly gets caught somewhere, and it's a bit of a, a slight chain feed type of scenario, but the opponent is weak at that point. So you either get to hold better or then they just have less defenders inside the base and it's easier to siege. So yeah, like when you said 5v5, you don't go high ground, it really does feel like it's just down to the Roche fights now.
Yep. Positioning, Roche fights. It's just Roche gives you so many little things nowadays. These refresh shard, cheeses, and of course the Aegis. Almost feels like the Aegis sometimes is the least impactful one, because when it gets to ultra late game, carries or the hero that does the most damage doesn't even have space for it. But there's always space for a refresher shard on like some Shaker or some hero like that can make some big waves in the team fights.
Shaker making literal waves.
That is going to be on the Terrorblade, who's going to have double BKB, which is huge, and double Sunder could be big. And of course, that Metamorphosis getting refreshed is the big one there.
Yeah, Refresher in itself, if it was a shard or an orb, is a huge item for the Terrorblade because of not only just the second BKB, but the Metamorph 150-second cooldown. You're not getting spell prisms or anything like that to reduce that Octarine course. Now, what the hell are you thinking? That's a TB we're talking about. It's just straight up Refresher for this hero that really is worth it.
And if you want to kind of look at difference of the carries here, you got a level 26 Sven versus a level 21 Terrorblade. He's got 5 levels on him, so already unlocked that 25 talent, doing even more damage here on the Sven. He's looking scary, but we saw his one death this game. Where was it? Going to the high ground of the enemy team. He feels like if he probably doesn't go high ground here in a 5v5 situation, he most likely will not die. And look at that. The Nature's Prophet talked about this pos 5 NP eventually scaling into a core.
Absolute stonks. FCR actually found Leo style. Will walk into the Brewmaster. Here comes Devil. Kiri gonna get the jump across the Bile. He will get nothing out at the same time, but the stun's there. Sven controlled. Sven getting killed and deleted off of the server. KJ, he's gonna get trapped inside the shards. He's looking for the TP out. Costabile instant buyback with the Sven. And there goes King RD. Pretty alone there with that Echo Slam on Kataro. But the stun from Analog. Costabile following up with that buyback. Can he get this kill on the TV? He's low on HP. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. And onto the Shadow Fiend they go as well. Leo Style is going to be the next one to drop, and Vivo Key Stars, they are removing them one by one, leashing up the Underlord as well, and bringing him to, well, I mean, taking him back to Graveyard.
They gave the Refresher, by the way, to the Shadow Fiend there. Maybe if you had Refresher still on this Terrorblade, because he did buy out a full Swift Blink, we're going all in here. And I think Costabile knew that, and he's like, oh, you're going to buy out your items here. I'm just going to buy back. You've got no Static Storm. And unfortunately, for the Terrorblade, he had no Refresher.
The Refresher shard is on the SF. It's on the SF.
That's what I'm saying.
That is kind of painful when you think about it, that it could have actually been pretty helpful there, but what can you do? What can you do? You have to give up this first game, and you're giving it to Vivo Keat Stars, one step away from TI.
Yeah, VKS, they looked really good in this game. I gotta say, Costabile Sven didn't really miss a beat in this game. Maybe that one death going high ground you could look at, but other than that, no problem whatsoever.
44 minutes lapsed in this first game, but Vivo Keat Stars, you could say the economy was definitely on their side with that Furion building up stonks, the Midas with the Brewmaster, but honestly, a very, very somewhat even matchup between the two. I guess some of the weaknesses for AcatSuki do start to show up as this game progresses forward. They're kind of limited with their tools and their options going into these later parts of this game, with the Metamorph cooldown being so long, the Shadow Fiend Requiem also, like you have to rely on like this old school brawl fighting back against your opponent. But Vivo Keat Stars, they have so many more answers than just that. Like Sven will beat pretty much anyone in a 1v1, added on top with Analog and those crazy bursts rendering this TV just kind of, I wouldn't say useless, but very close to it.
This just wasn't like a good Terrorblade game, because when you play Terrorblade, you generally want to be the star of the show. You want to have a lot of stuns on your team, locking heroes down so you can right click, a bunch of support items. But unfortunately, you pick Shadow Fiend with TB here, and which is kind of why I favored VKS's draft just a little bit over it, because you have so much more utility to play around with. You actually had so much utility that your POS 5 could just choose to scale into the game. You have the Shaker stuns, you had a FCR on his Brewmaster constantly with the dispels, the stuns, getting into the fights, getting vision, analog. Even though this is quote-unquote a greedy hero, if you look at the impact he had with all these Lina stuns coming out, all these long-range nukes coming out, it just felt like Leo style with this build. Even though he was 7-3-5 and had a relatively good game, he just couldn't keep up with the pace of the game. It's just SF plus TB, unless you're walking down a lane and ending the game very quickly, it's very hard to take team fights, and that really showed in spades in this particular game. It was really all down to the supports making things happen, but unfortunately we didn't see many kickbacks from the Tusk. Prada did his best with his ultimates, but it just wasn't enough. And unfortunately, Devil just didn't have a game whatsoever. We didn't see his presence on this Underlord at all. I think a lot of that does come down to the fact that their Tri-Core was kind of underwhelming here. You got the Underlord, you got the SF, you got the TB. 3 heroes that you can just kind of disengage away from, pick the fights how you want them to be, and VKS did just that.
Yeah, the game started off with both offlaners absolutely struggling to get themselves back into the game. But when you're playing against Sven and Lina, that Underlord, even as Aura, which seems to be the big cause of stretching fights very, very long, Devil was dying. He was dying very fast. He wasn't the invulnerable, the super tanky Underlord that's super hard to kill. Nobody else is dying because he's around the fights who are taking damage. This was not the case at all. So, you've got one offlaner who was able to recover a bit better into this game and had much more flexible tools on this Brewmaster. But the MVP, in the end, is going to go to Costa Bile. We talk about how well he played this game positioning-wise, the reads he did, the Silver Edge build-up as well with all of his positioning, the hunting he did with this Sven. He did everything correct this game.
Yeah, he definitely did. He deserves MVP. He had a good laning stage, even though he laned with the Shaker, which is a very weak POS 5 to lane with you. So he got out of the lane unscathed there. A lot of it was because of KJ on that NP continuously ganking for him. However, just his decision-making in the fights was pretty spot on. Hero damage was there, itemization was good as well. So yeah, just a solid, good performance from the Sven here. No big mistakes. And that's kind of what we look at when we watch carry players. Was their decision making good this game? And absolutely from Costa Billy, he had great decision making. When to join fights, when not to join fights. And yeah, didn't skip a beat here.
AcatSuki, even with a disruptor, they're going to have to find a way to disrupt the Vivo Keystars from marching over them here in this upper bracket final and denying that direct TI invite. You could even say at this point, you win this qualifier, you are invited for the International. They need to stretch this series alive. They got to get the tie. What do you think is the big thing they're going to be talking during this break? Because obviously the draft could change a tiny bit going into game number 2. But what do you think are the key words that they discussed versus Vivo Keystars?
Well, I don't know what the key words are going to be, but I think you just go back to that Shadow Fiend and be like, was that the correct pick? And was it the correct pick to not audible it? Because I think that TB-SF combo, I wasn't feeling it with the Underlord. When you pick Underlord, you got this Auras, you kind of want a mid laner who can make some space, and then the TB all of a sudden is great, and then you have ways to play this game. So do you want to pick SF blind like this again? I would say probably not. He had a good game, but the hero itself just isn't that strong where you can just pick it blind like this and be okay with it. Maybe a little bit of a weakness of Leo's style. I know he loves this hero, and sometimes he'll call for it in moments that are tense and where they need to get the W because he's just relying on full comfort. But more times than not, it kind of is biting him in the ass.
Well, game 2 is right behind the corner, so we'll take a tiny breather and a bit of a break until we head over to potentially could be the last game of the night, and maybe we know who's going into TI, but it's down to AcatSuki. Can they tie it up? That after the break. In the regional battle of Peru versus Brazil, AcatSuki versus Vivo Stars, it is the Brazilians that take the lead in this upper bracket final and just one step away from qualifying into the international through South America. So it is now really just down to AcatSuki. Can they disrupt this Brazilian team? That game number one, the draft, obviously going to be changing a little bit, but I believe like some of the things they might have been discussing during the break, or at least kind of keep their players in check, you know, because this is a mental game. It's a very heavy mental game, not only just the draft, but the execution side of things, keeping yourself from the ups and downs to know that we have a common goal and our motivation is going into TI. So you just kind of look at what is their, how do they start this second game after the draft is finished? Is it going to be a rapid rolling start, look for instant first blood, just try to, you know, demoralize your opponent, or do you just take it the safe route, which is also another option?
I think you just have to shelve the Leo style SF, honestly. Like, he couldn't have had a better start, right? Got first blood, everything looked good, but this hero kind of ruined the draft for them in so many ways. They went for the Underlord afterwards. And if they can pick more of a stable draft, I mean, Leo style plays lots of heroes here, but like, I'm fine with the SF if you see your matchup. But how often do we see blind SF in the metas nowadays? Almost never, and I think there's a reason for it. And hopefully they learned the lesson from that one, that, yeah, he even had a good game, and they're even banned it for him. That might actually be a blessing for Acat here. Not being able to pick that hero out, but it is annoying to draft against. Maybe Analog is just like, I don't want to lane versus this again. This is so annoying. I don't want to play Lina. I'd rather play one of my space makers. So they're just going to just remove it straight from the pool. And I think if you're Acat here, do you want to ban out that NP, or do you want to just play it yourself?
True.
And the choice will be, drum roll.
Well, as the drum roll
They're
is
deciding.
going.
They'll play it themselves. I mean, they took longer than I expected because it seems like a very obvious thing. And they're going to leave Invoker in the pool as the result.
So this Invoker that has been making a couple appearances, and it has not just been the mid Invoker. Indeed, this hero, 3 picks here in the South American qualifier. And looking at the roles that it has been played in, it actually has a plenty in, well, actually, I'm just looking at the entire region. So wait, where is South America? It has actually been played only as a mid in SA. But if we compare it to NA, where they also had the 3 Invoker, I think that was Lil Nick who played it in one game. We had the Pause 4 Invoker. China has also played it as a support safe lane. So we've even seen a Pause 5 Invoker show up, which is kind of wild that you can do that. So got to keep our options open. Not necessarily your mid Invoker, but definitely a interesting hero coming into this patch.
It is. It's definitely been the flavor of the patch for a while now. Had to get... You know, there's always that one hero that comes out that's like, wow, this hero is a little too good, and then there's a patch immediately after that nerfs everything about it. That was Invoker this patch, but he's still quite good. Not to the extent before. I think he's sitting at like a 53% win rate, whereas before the nerfs he was at like a 59% win rate, which is absolutely absurd. His win rate is sitting, yeah, it's 54% in high-level games, so that's acceptable.
And from these 3 games, it's also 2-1 in South America. And as you can see, 33 Invoker bans. So pretty much almost every single game has included. Well, there's been 34. I'll refresh this. 35 games in total. And the Invoker has been banned in almost every single one of them. Actually, Invoker has been 100% in every single game. 32 or 33 bans with 3 picks.
Not surprising because it does have flexibility. You already mentioned it can play Pause 5. Apparently, I didn't see that game, but more times than not, I've seen this either mid or off lane as potential pickups. And there's going to be a Lone Druid ban from Acat here. A little bit curious, I do want to say. I wonder what they want to pick that screams Lone Druid needs to be banned. Or potentially they just have a bit of information. I'm sure these 2 teams have scrimmed against each other up until the qualifier because you want to play the best teams, right, to get better quicker. So maybe there's been some surprise Lone Druid picks and some scrims that's been like, yeah, we don't want to deal with that one, or potentially they'll reveal here some hero that Lone Druid is just good against.
And they want to bring up the Earth Spirit as well on the side of Evo Keith Stars. Another 2-4 flex here with this Invoker already on the board. So AcatSuki, Leo style,
5 seconds.
he's kind of, he's a bit rubbing his face there. Like, man, which one of these is actually going mid? You know, the rest of the team, you see the coach is yelling his ideas of what this most likely is going to be. He just hopes that he's going to be right as he has to go for the double pick now.
Yeah, and I think you pick Leo Styles' hero here for sure. And the choice is really up to him on what he wants to do against Invoker. I'm not familiar with what the go-tos are against Invoker in the mid lane right now. In the past, you did like going for some TA or something like that. Don't know, not sure if that's like the route you want to go again by having like one of these mids that don't move around too much and kind of just takes up a lot of farm when you have an NP already on your team. So we'll have to see here what Leo Style wants to go for, because I think that would be the most obvious pick here, but they're deciding, maybe there's too much flexibility here from these two heroes, and they're going to save his pick, and they're going to go straight for that Brewmaster here. And Gyrocopter still in the pool. This is a hero that is... They got so much meta. Look at this. These are heroes that you often see. All 4 of these sometimes banned in the first phase.
It sure is, and mostly of these heroes still going all the way through into the second phase as well, now being picked up. Gyrocopter, Vengeful Spirit, kind of contributing to each other's here. Venge can open up a lot of things, already brings up that plus damage, minus damage and attack speed, or well, minus armor and attack speed for his opponents. Or was it attack speed? Wait, now I'm forgetting something. Damage reduction and minus armor with the Venge Wave of 10.
Yeah, it reduces your base attack damage, or total attack damage. Actually, it might be total attack damage, actually.
But
either
still,
way, it removes
a
damage.
duel that works.
Yeah, and I think it's like that AoE Wave of Terror. You use that, right? And it hits all these Brewlings, and you pop Flak on top of it. And now that Aghanim Scepter has an additional hit while Flak is active, this isn't going to be the same type of game where Brewmaster's illusions are unkillable. They will die very quickly, in fact, in a game like this. And TA versus Gyro, this is also not a matchup where I think it's TA favored whatsoever. I think Gyro does really well with the mass amount of damage, the Rocket Barrage, the Side Gunner, Break and Refraction. You have high armor as well. Pop that Rocket on TA, she just kind of has to blink away or use the Pike just to get rid of the Rocket. But maybe this is going to be the mid lane choice this game. Like, all right, it's going to be mid Invoker. We're going to take it now.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
I think they might be paying a little bit for waiting to pick this TA, because now Brewmaster's game got exponentially harder by showing it that early.
Now also kind of looking at what are the options for the off lane for Vivo Keith Stars as well, because if they don't want to play that Invoker as a 3, they could still opt to something here. I'm looking at FCR, who has before he's been a crazy carry. You know, there's a ton of PLs, AMs, Alchemists, Slarks, Lone Druids, and his most played heroes. And his offlane is still, I would say relatively new, but definitely a bit smaller than his core pool, carry pool. So maybe, I'm kind of looking at options here. Primal Beast looks okay.
Well, they have last pick. They get to see where this TA is going.
Yeah,
right?
they definitely do. I'm just kind of going through ideas of like, I'm not sure if the Doom is the best idea necessarily this game, but Primal Beast looks okay. Maybe even something like an Axe, even with this Gyrocopter.
Well, the real question is, was ACAT going to pick here? Because like they have to pick first.
Well, they're carry ban, puck ban coming out as well. They're like, TA, it's either a 1 or a 2. And if I know anything, I feel like Leo Stahl might just be getting his hero last.
He might, but maybe I want to see something like Hataro pick a Morphling here, where this hero does have potentials against the Gyro. We've seen this. This used to be the golden standard to pick against Gyrocopter back in the day here. Still quite good. Put this TA mid. Kind of greed it up again, because that's sort of how you do want to play it here. Because I just don't see this TA solo carrying this game, especially if you have some last pick available here for FCR, as you mentioned, to deal with it. So if you're going all eggs in the basket of TA here and you pick a Space Maker mid, it's a bit of a yikes for me for ACAT. Definitely a bit of a yikes. They're going to have like an incredibly good laning stage when they probably should not. Because I can already tell you with this Venge plus Gyro lane, it's going to do well versus Brew. Unless this NP decides to just camp there. So we'll see what he picks here for either Kataro/Leo style hero. I want to see a Kataro hero personally, and I want to see something that can actually carry this game.
Radiant team
Medusas and stuff are the things that you think about, but it's going to be a Phantom Assassin. Already a proven hero in this qualifier, and an instant Timber Saw is going to be coming out for Vivo Keat Stars. They were already ready with what they wanted.
Definitely a bit of a yikes. That hero is gonna free farm versus PA. There's nothing you can do about that one. Of course, you can get the shard and have that break mechanic at some point. You do enough damage to kill Timber later on in the game when he doesn't have stacks, so there's always that. However, the one thing you do have to look at is going to be the tempo of VKS here. It's going to be fast. Timber should have free farm in this game. What are you going to do to deal with this Timber with a lane like this? It's not going to be incredibly easy. Gives total freedom for this Earth Spirit to gank mid for this TA, which means you probably shouldn't have a free lane on the TA here if you're getting ganked like crazy, right, by the Earth Spirit. But a lot's going to come down on ACAT. What is this NP going to do? Because we saw the last game, KJ just absolutely not caring about his lane and just destroying every other lane in the game here.
Yep.
Will we see something similar here?
Who do you think has the best hero this game, by far? Is it the Timber?
Who has the best hero in the game?
Yeah, who has the easiest route into this game? Normally a question that I don't ask if it's possible to answer because everyone has their own role.
Are we talking about laning stage? If it's laning stage, Timber. If it's like who has the strongest hero in Dota in this particular game, then it's PA.
All right. I'll take that answer. I'll take that. The last pick's definitely coming out strong for both of these sides. But that laning stage, we all know what Timber saw, what the capabilities of this hero is, how far he can stretch out, and of course how difficult he is going to be to kill for AcatSuki with their current draft. But at least, they've got some strengths going their way. Devil this time going to be bringing out the Brewmaster instead of the Underlord from the last game. And there's plenty of heroes to be controlled this game. And also he knows his targets are going to be if I can isolate somebody from the fight, if I can keep somebody out from dealing damage. Cyclone, say, for example, on the Gyrocopter, or even on the Invoker. You got yourself some good openings going in that way. But that laning stage we saw from game number 1, both offlaners did not have a good time.
Yeah, and we're going a bit more greed yet again on ACAT, but I think the Brewmaster will have more impact than the Underlord, even if behind here. However, you have so much AoE damage to deal with these Brewlings. I'm very, very concerned for this Gyrocopter just 1v9ing the game here. Because if you hit some tempo on VKS, you have a lineup where you're going to press Alacrity on Gyro. He's going to shred everything. You've got the Venge Aura on top of it. You can play the map with Analog. Whereas on the side of ACAT, not such a simple path to victory. Of course, Kataro is going to farm. We all see what PAs, sorry, I get those. There's a TA in the game too. The mix of both the TA and the PA in the game here. These heroes are going to be more single target. They are completely single target. NP, very single target. And you don't have that early game aggression with the Clockwork to really play with them. So if the lanes don't go well for you, your play options yet again and the scaling and team fighting is a bit worse here. I do like VKS's draft a lot more here yet again going into the second game. But we'll see what we can do. The NP is always going to be the trump card. Maybe he can just destroy the laning stage by himself.
Very well. I'm very proud of you.
And his TA good against Invoker still, even though Invoker is a completely different hero now that he is universal.
When you put the abbreviations of TA and PA together into one singular word, it means kill in Finnish. So that's what they're looking for, TA-PA combinations. And the 7-minute Wisdom Rune, I think I have to highlight it, particularly this game. It's something that they absolutely need to get on the side of
that's a D word on Analog. Well, I know if you put TA and PA together, you get tapas, which is like a small appetizer dish.
That is also true. I love myself some tapas.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to start things off with a Wex Invoker for Analog against Leo style. Most likely will be the way of the Quas Wex for this Invoker this game. With that improved Midas as well, pretty handy in the hands of a hero like this.
Yeah, this mid-match is going to come a lot down to the rotations of the Earth Spirit. Will he be able to make them? Granted, I'm not going to claim that I know exactly how this mid matchup goes because I'm not sure, but I think Invoker does better than he previously did thanks to universal powers bestowed upon him. And as of now, it's kind of showing he's doing well. And if everything goes according to how I think bot lane will go.
Lane, though, if we look at this, Prada is going to get the connection for FCR, and Prada will be given the first blood, maybe even a second off of King RD, trying to run back to the creep wave, but Kataro slices him down, and AcatSuki will be happy to start off the laning stage with not just 1 or 2 kills, they also get the first blood bonus.
Yeah.
It does go for the clockwork, but still opens up.
And this is the time in which you can kill the Timber, so they're really exploiting it. If Timber gets a few levels here, then all of a sudden I think he's unkillable, but if you can just bully at level 1,
Dire's bottom
kill
tower
him,
is under attack.
now you're in a much better position. So even if you do get forced out of the lane later, which is a possibility, you at least will have more levels, more farm to deal with it. So very important kills here. And only 1 CS on this Timber Saw.
That's rough.
As he's looking for number
2.
What build will he go here? Going into the armor now would be a bit more tanky. I think if he does get to that level 3... Oh, NP's here, though.
Oh, yeah, Qhali's replicating what we saw last game with KJ going all around the map, and this could just lead into a Timber kill. Gets pushed around with the cog, still gets his Timber chain to finish, and he's going to be able to get to the river.
Oh, wow, what a Timber chain.
Also out. Beautiful escape.
Until you make mistakes.
Prada still taking a beating from King
The
RD,
blood
who's
grenade
trying to get
too
this
here.
kill. He's going to get the connection as well, but King RD needs help from FCR. He needs 1 good Timber chain, but that distance is limited. Kataro, he's stretching his limits, will take the kill, and here comes Kiri from the back as well, but Timber already regened up and should be quite fine with this, even though he will lose his buddy. Kataro, Prada, a bit of sigh of relief. They don't end up losing both of their safe laners, but instead another kill going their way.
And that's honestly not that bad on VKS, because if you look at Frank, a bot here, he just can't go to the wave anymore. The double wave has been pulled here. This Venge is just continuously pulling and zoning, so at least you're getting something out of this experience-wise. It's not great, of course, but this Brew is completely zoned out of the bot lane, getting absolutely nothing. He has to resort to stacking the big camp. That's the only thing he can do right now.
Yeah.
This is going to reflect in Gyro's net worth, by the way. You're going to see he's going to be towering above the PA at some point.
Oh, yeah.
Because of this absolute free farm.
Yeah, Devil, a.k.a. Frank. This Brewmaster, just like game 1, had a rough start for the game, but at least Qhali, he's opened up the safe lane. Maybe now he can stay in this bottom lane a bit more, but Vengeful Spirit is going to be very tricky to try and fight against.
Has been killed.
And also Kataro's Courier does get sniped there by King RD.
And now Timber's level 3, 2
Oh,
points.
the Leo style, they go a small TA. Oh, he pushed him away by the looks of it. The boulder smash just pushed Leo style to safety, and maybe the Earth Spirit ends up dying here as well. Prada finally gonna get oh my goodness, I can't even pronounce getting a connection. He does, and it leads into a kill. But he saved the life of the TA there.
Mistakes were made. It just happens. Instead of just kicking the rock to slow him, accidentally just kicks him away. Maybe he tried to kick him into the Invoker, but that's life. Sometimes it happens.
That is life. Yeah, you get kicked in the butt, but you get motivated to fight back.
There you go.
Qhali gonna get slowed up by the grenade. He's got a rocket flying in as well. Wave of Terror reducing his armor. The roll in from King RD. And they will punish this Nature's Prophet. Leave Costa Bile with the kill. Gyrocopter getting his first on the board. And that's also the first for VKS.
And Costa Billy's playing this Gyro quite well.
Going for Frank.
Yeah, Devil, he's done for.
Yeah, Devil targeted
Another
here
one.
for the Gyrocopter.
And King RD making these rotations. Yeah. Meanwhile, FCR on the Timber, he dragged the wave behind the tower, so he's not even getting punished. And I think the difference here, and like why I thought that, sure, they shut down the Timber a lot better than I expected, but it's inevitable. He has eventual pressure in this lane. Where this Timber, he can lane solo versus PA.
Look at Minnesota. They just smoked up for a rotation here. King RD, KJ coming out of the shadows. Right behind the Templar Assassin. 5 seconds for Refraction to be up. We'll be able to get it. The roll will miss, but the stun's there. And Analog will secure him there with the Tornado. He's down. And Prada, Costa Bile falling.
All right.
Trade-off.
Bring 3 heroes.
Leave.
Yeah, bring 3 heroes and you can make something happen. That is Gyrocopter, and one of the weaknesses of the hero in general. Clockwork has always traditionally been good against them, because if you get on top of the gyro, you don't really have a way of defending yourself. So good rotation there, much needed for Frank. He is having a similar net worth game to the Timbersaw, but Timbersaw at this point of the game, he is pretty much untouchable, and he's getting more levels. So I think you're a little bit happier if you are FCR. And Qhali,
yeah.
Analog is online here.
And
We
the
got the
deny.
kickback here.
Deny on Qhali, the Centaur with the stomp. It does 25 damage. But it
I
looked
mean,
like
you
the
don't use your
Centaur.
tornado, right?
Yeah.
Thinking no way that could happen, but that just happened.
Doesn't too much. Maybe it wasn't the Centaur, but the stun landed at the same time. It's a very small AoE. Anyway, the neutral camp will take 1 kill for themselves. And I actually want to ask, since we're talking about Qhali, Mr. Observer, if we take a look at the full item list, how many Quelling Blades do you see on the side of VKS? That's how much they hate the Nature's Prophet.
Oh, you just gotta have it, right? This
Every
does
single
damage
one.
now. It's
That
super
too.
strong.
That too. But the Furion aspect is definitely there. Got a bit of a replay.
then-
Oh, are we looking at the... Okay, it's the Costa Belay kill at the same time, right?
Yeah, that's the big one. But Constabile, sure, you killed him there, but... And don't get me wrong, it's a big kill, but you're not slowing his farm down that much, as he's gonna go do a big fat stack in the meanwhile. Now he has call down available. This could be quite dangerous here. And they'll drop the call down here, but I don't think you can commit to this. It's just gonna be harass.
Oh, that's a nasty
Clock
call
is here,
down
though,
coming out as well.
actually.
We just connect on 2 on Prada. He's inside the cogs with KJ and Costabile, and KJ will fall. Prada going to get hit as well by the cold snap, and the urn picked up by Analog. Some of the heals flying in onto the Clockwork, the flak cannon. It's going to be enough. Calculated
Good
to the last
rotation
right
there.
click.
Good rotation from the Invoker, and this is where we're going to see the difference. TA, the network is currently the same as Invoker, and it will go higher if Analog can't get the kills. If Analog can get the kills and stay up in net worth, you're all of a sudden keeping up with net worth, but on top of that, you're ganking. You're helping your side lanes here, where TA just doesn't have that luxury. And Analog, he's just waiting,
Dire's top tower is under
maybe wanting to go for another kill here.
I mean, you probably should. Look at how high Costabile is in net worth compared to the rest. He's getting away.
And he's going to be the big carry of the team. All the eggs are in the basket here for Costabile to carry this game. And Frank, after this wave, he'll be level 6 here.
Prada getting surprised as well, but the stun, he wasn't
Level 6
expecting this
brew
to
maybe
happen.
here.
And this Clockwork
There it
looks to be
is.
done for. KJ going for the kill here. The Brewling's thrown into the air, but Costabile is still going to be focused on. They got the stun on Qhali. Qhali won't be able to follow up with the damage. Just a couple more for the Gyrocopter to fall. Pushed in as well, and finally taken out. Qhali will drop, and that Brewling's going to be going back together into Brewmaster form in a second. Finding up against KJ, and Analog cold snaps available with another urn charge. And now on the chase for the Vengeful Spirit. Wave of Terror thrown in as well, and this Brewmaster, he's got nowhere to go. Triple
That's a
kill
triple.
for Mr. Analog.
And in the meanwhile, there's just a completely different game going on the top lane here. The Timbersaw, you can't pressure him on the TA. You just can't. It's great that you got a kill, though, on Costabile. And I think that was really well played by Devil there to just wait. He dodged the rocket by getting level 6 just after that wave. Things couldn't have gone more picture perfect for him, that fight, and he still loses his life there. But I'm sure he's not too sad about it. He used his ult, he killed Gyro. Only downside is that you gave Invoker a triple kill.
Now that we're at the first 10 minutes done, big stacks here inside the triangle of the AcatSuki team.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That could also just be easily farmed away by the Gyrocopter if they want to bring in Costabile, but we'll see
Radiant's bottom tower
if the
is under
supports
attack.
get any idea, if they get any information about those. They've also scouted out the
Right.
ward on the cliff, so they are looking to contest this area.
Bottom lane here, Brewmaster. Timber's gonna show up here, misses the chain, but maybe... he's gonna get out, I think.
Up to
Or is
some
he?
extent. Chakram there
We'll
for
have
the
to see how
slow.
much damage you can do.
He's going to drop very, very low here. One more rolling death.
Yeah, he's dead.
And King RT just smacks the stone in his face.
So the name of this game is going to be VKS, Aggression, Aggression, Aggression. On the side of ACAT, it's going to be dodge, 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 try to farm. And that's a little bit worrying here. It's like, when can this TA start making moves on the map? Maybe when you get a Blink Dagger, I suppose that's going to be it. But that's not going to be for another 3 minutes here, most likely. How much damage can you do if you're VKS in that time frame?
Captain of the team just yelling, evasive action, evasive action. And there you go, your stacks.
PA,
they brought Costabile for this. This is what I was afraid of. He's going to get even beefier.
It's not pretty, that's for sure. Definitely not pretty. This is Gyro. It's on his way to Aghanims already with the Crystallis and the Falcon Blade online here. And you kind of have to play around. Oh no.
Doesn't take long.
I'm just afraid for ACAT's timing here, because it's not going to be for another 5 minutes. Sure, this PA can join the right fight, get some kills, but this is a no-boots Battle Fury rush. And I agree with this choice as well, because I don't think this PA would do anything in these fights. If she joins a fight and dies, this game might just be a little too hard, because you are going, yet again, a greedy draft from ACAT here. And of course, Leo style, same story. If he joins these fights and dies, it could be hard. But you're not having the type of game on Devil here where you can just play with your supports and make space for 2 carries, right? Because Devil just had too bad of a game. You made space for your carry, who's going to just not give space back until later. It's going to be an interesting choice, but you're choosing to play at a disadvantage in the early game. And we'll see if VKS can exploit that.
Costabile is pinged out. He's going to teleport away, though, as the whole team looks to regroup towards the top half of the map here for the Radiant side. They've already put down some aggressive wards. They have a very deep obs next to that tier 2 in the top lane. Should show any potential defenders. Also a good signal for the potential Roshan, not just now, but later on in the game. At least if they go for a sub-20 Roshan, that will give them information.
Is a possibility.
But even a sub-20 Roche, I feel like it's pretty hard for VKS to do. I guess with this farm of the Gyrocopter, it's doable.
I feel like the biggest issue with this game is if you look at Analog's net worth, he's higher net worth than this TA, who has only farmed this game.
Yeah, and that's an Invoker, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
And he's going to see...
And he's found Kataro. Blur being used. He knows he's right on top of him. Qhali just deeping out.
Tornado here.
There goes your Phantom Assassin. What can he do here? Surrounded. As FCR is also coming in. Qhali will be taken out first, and FCR slices the Phantom Assassin in half as KJ giving in the tip. VKS, they're feeling it. They're feeling this game right now. They are unstoppable.
So bad. They really are. This, unfortunately, Leo style in the last 2 games here, going for a greedier route
and more.
It's just not paying off. And yeah, that's just a dead clockwork. Invoker hitting for 120 damage on the right clicks. Just shreds him. Midas is now coming on the courier. Your PA's farming, but that's it. Sure, TA's farming too, but this is not the kind of net worth you want to have as a Templar Assassin in this type of game.
And it's a 6k lead. Continues to grow. This Gyrocopter, 2,000 gold ahead of the PA. Invoker, of all things, who normally is like your 4th, 5th net worth hero as a Quaswex builder, currently holding 3rd
Analog,
place.
the hook.
He actually got the jump on Analog here, but he does have some defensive tools available, and the swap, that is one. KJ coming into the rescue. King RG trying to go for the roll-in. It will silence the clockwork. Tornado coming in as well. The Brewmaster thrown into the air. He's out of mana right now. Needs to go for the ult, and he will. And KJ, his life will be given away.
Oh,
Prada,
okay,
the Sunstrike Sipe takes down
That's
Prada.
a level 1 Sunstrike.
Level 1 Sunstrike for the Snipe. And FCR, he's got Devil's Storm Illusion, Storm Remnant right next to him. It looks like he
All right, it's Leo Sal's time to participate. It's been 15 minutes. He has a modest amount of farm. Blink Dagger and Dragonlance, but when you go Blink like this, you do want to join the game. So far, he has not really joined the game. He is focused on his farm. You are playing TA. This is kind of what you do. You get your farm up. Unfortunately, your farm speed is not even greater than Invoker's just because this Invoker is 6-0, right? Just completely picking on everyone on the map here. Minus a TA for the most part. Can you match his aggression with your own aggression? Perhaps you wait for the shard on TA, or perhaps you just wait for late game. I'm not sure what the right play is. You can just send your 3 cores, not cores, your 3 supports at this point, because this Brewmaster might as well be a support. They just go feed over and over again and give minimal amount of gold and EXP while you accumulate gold on this PA, this TA. Then maybe they can join that one key critical fight and kill a big core, because we know how Dota goes. It is a rubber band game. The more you feed the enemy, the more gold you get from killing them later down the line.
Talk about
Not
the
a
good
spot
old,
you want to be, but sometimes it'd be like that.
Talk about the good old money in the bank strats back in like 2018, 2019, when you're behind a net worth, you win a team fight, and you basically get more than the opponent has accumulated in the last 50 minutes of a video game. It just makes you feel awful. So at least it's not that harsh these days. But you
We've
are
seen
right.
this before from NP.
Just the same place.
Deep in the woodwork, but you're playing versus Timbersaw. This hero, all right, he doesn't see you actually.
Yeah, which hero knows the woods better, the Furion or the Timbersaw? One lives amongst them, and the other one just cuts them down.
I think that's definitely going to be Timber favor throughout this game.
Well, that is a Aegis secured for Costabile on this gyrocopter. 10,000 at 60 minutes, and ooh, Dota plus.
Ooh, Dota plus.
Or almost crowning VKS for a victory here.
Oh, Kataro, he got broke on the top lane here.
Oh,
you
no.
missed the ultimate from the... Maybe it doesn't matter.
Oh, we'll see. The backup's coming. They have to abandon this one unless Costabile will take the front. Kataro able to jump out. Rocket will connect. And Sunstrike, level 1. That's actually not even a level 1 at this point. That does do a fair amount of damage, 200. That is actually level 1 Sunstrike, if I saw correctly.
It is level 1, yeah. It was 200 level 1
It just does more
Sunstrike
damage than
50.
before, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty value.
But at least they kind of get to keep Kataro alive. Very important.
They do.
They don't lose.
I mean,
the
Earth Spirit unfortunately missed his ultimate there, so they couldn't chase him down with that damage over time. And it looks like Kataro, he's still going to stick around. Is this a fight you want to take? I feel like it might not be, but the call has been made, or at least he's just trying to buy some space here. Maybe he'll cut the wave from behind.
And they might recognize it. The creeps are low. And the roll-in attempt, almost on point for the PA, but Kataro's fine. Costabile. Teleport out. KJ, swap
see him,
available.
but not enough.
Just not in time.
And then you'll see on the other end, Qhali is just cutting the next wave, so there goes that push, but there goes your NP as well.
Yeah, Qhali scouted out. And that will be kill number 14 for Vivo Keedstars.
Kind of shows you the state of the game, right? Just full rat mode already initiated.
Yeah.
You can expect this next Aegis timer of 3 minutes here going to be
Costabile
fully
found
dominated.
Kataro. Frank's kind of there to just, you know, just a bit of mental support. Not much that he can do here. Leo style.
Same with Leo style.
This has been, you know, the way that this game has been going, Leo style, he's had to be silent, and it's so uncharacteristic of him.
Yep.
He's not enjoying this
Just
game.
kind of how the draft goes. 2 games in a row, you got a hard carry with a hard carry mid.
Yeah.
And they're not making the space required, because if you do this, your offlaner kind of has to be like this Mars.
Oh.
And it also has to be, okay.
A bit late for the jump on Analog, and they're missing everything pretty much on this one. And now he gets the turn, but will he get to keep us alive? No.
They got him.
But can they fight back, though? FCR is on his way. Gyrocopter can't join in the fight. He's got no TP. King RD down Leo style. He will lose his life as he takes 2 kills. And Prada, FCR is going to be there with the slice and dice. And now that Chakram and the Whirling Death will finish his life. Qhali able to get out. Costabile, unfortunately, his TP was still on cooldown by the time that fight broke loose, so he won't get to reap any of these benefits.
Pretty even trade, though. Not that bad, but the point I was making before is if you want to do this hard carry mid and hard carry safe lane type of strategy, your offlaner has to have some type of a game. And normally it has to be a hero like a Mars or a Legion that's running around the map and there's a threat, but unfortunately 2 games in a row here, Frank just hasn't had a game. Can't really make that space, as they will get yet again another NP. And I think that might be just kind of how this game goes. NP's just split pushing, and then FCR, he's just hunting you down. What can you even do against that? He probably kills you before you can even TP out.
Yeah, following his movements while keeping up his farm on this Timbersaw. And you said
And
it
this
as
is
well
the
in the
Timber they
draft.
shut down, right?
Yeah, a shutdown Timbersaw, right? This was the last pick as well for the draft, and it's working out nicely for FCR.
I mean, they tri-laned this Timbersaw. But once he got level 3, they just couldn't do anything anymore. Whereas Brew, he doesn't have the eventual pressure. And by that, it means just that. You don't have... Eventually, you're going to pressure on Timber. Even if you're 0-4, 0-5, it doesn't matter. That's just how the PA Timber matchup works. Where Brew, he'll never have that eventual pressure ever against a Gyrocopter.
And Avenge Shard will be also recovered. That is a pretty big one considering the damage scaling of Vengeful Spirit. That magic missile has always been one of the strongest early game abilities, and it's 360 damage times 2 now
Are scanning.
with the stun duration on top. So that's a 720 damage nuke every time Venge presses Q, 9 seconds apart. So
Radiant's
pretty...
That's the cast range talent too, right? So
too.
cast it from far away. And Kataro, he realizes the situation. He has BKB completed. Not an item you really want to buy on PA. But he has to get it as his second item here, knowing that there will be a time where BKS is gonna want to fight you.
There's
and you're
also a
gonna have to
time
be
when
ready.
Fury is found. Again. This time it's Analog with Boots of Travel, just showing up on top of this Furion.
Definitely not the same type of Furion we saw in game number 1 here. This
at all.
NP is staying at the bottom of the net worth instead of soaring to the top.
And on the hunt again, Vivo Keystars. Prada could be the one they
Satanic
find.
on
They even saw,
Postabile.
they saw Leo stall, but they missed the roll. He blinks out. But Prada
Prada
still
walked
walks
into him,
in. He still walks in.
He's dead.
Oh, yeah.
And his
he's dead.
courier to boot. That's called the and one right there. Dunks him down. Wow, this Gyro is so farmed right now. Do you just go high ground now? I mean, I feel like...
How do you stop?
What's stopping you?
Exactly. I don't think like there's much stopping this Gyrocopter right now. The rest of the team, considering how good of a game FCR and Analog both have, and again they're hunting
Go
the Furion,
NP.
and they will spot Qhali. So that's going to help them out with that push as well. As soon as that
Oh, we got to the
Furion
high ground, actually.
pushed them out with the Sprout there. That is true. But the tier 3 tower falling. Leo style. He's going to initiate. Earth Spirit's going to be able to roll out, and Postabile, he's going to be the big one in between. So they cannot follow suit. And Qhali, he will stay in the trees. Analog and the rest of them, I feel like they're just.
I mean, he
spreading out.
realizes he has to cut these creeps. Because if you get to the high ground here, what can you do? I think Frank's quick buy says all you need to know about the game state for ACAT here is he has
Midas.
2 Midases queued up. 1 won't be enough. They need to go late game.
And they want to finish this tier 3. That's going to leave the racks open. Roll in from a long distance from King RD. Doesn't connect. Prada hook shot onto 2. They've got themselves, but the swap comes out. Prada is down. And that's your initiation. They're all alive. They're all fine. Kataro on the side.
got the
Analog
Satanic,
found him
though.
actually at the same time. And King RD going to be rolling in. Got the connection onto the PA. PA being held busy while FCR doing damage. Devil, Frank. He's got his Brewlings falling one after the other. He's just going to sack the Earth Brewling as well and secure the Storm. As Kataro targeted here, swap in 18 seconds. E-Blade also being popped there.
It's got a
Kataro
BKB.
able to walk out.
And meanwhile, look who's dead again.
we are not surprised.
1 and 8 on this NP. Utterly helpless on what he can do here. This Gyrocopter, we're talking about the 1v9 potential. He's pretty much already there.
And there goes Frank. PA trying to help out. Kataro dies.
Bye-bye.
Instantly. And that's the next one, Leo style. I feel they've had it. This game just might be over right here. What can you do anymore?
Yeah, didn't
Brazil
even get the BKB
dominating
off,
the
not that
server.
it matters.
You can't improve until you make mistakes.
That's the voice line you were probably talking about earlier on.
Yeah. I mean, I think you just didn't get to see the best from ACAT in this game. Like, they tried going extra greedy against a team that will not allow you to be this greedy. They're just not allowing it. And they're hitting their timings 24 minutes into the game. Gyro is sitting at a satanic butterfly, and we're not even going to talk about what's happening bot. He's sitting at a satanic butterfly, Chrysalis Aghanom's Falcon Blade. Unbelievable. I guess King RD might not be the hero that can kill the NB,
Slowly
but perhaps
surely.
he is. It's just going to take a while.
Yeah. Roche is also kind of being a bystander of what's happening down there in the low ground. Oh, you do your thing. I'll just go back
Roche
off.
takes no sides, you know. You don't even have to go Roche right now if you're this gyrocopter. Like, you just go high ground and end the game. I honestly think that is it. You can even go for the throne if you want. Butterfly, Satanic. I mean, they got two sides. I think Gyro's just going to walk down top. If you want, you can make a pit stop for Roche. But I guess the picture I'm painting here is this Gyro is unkillable.
Yeah, very impossible to get to that point anymore. 25 minutes, and he's playing like a 40-minute gyrocopter right now.
I mean, he has to literally waste Satanic, like farming. They have to swap aggressively, and then 4 of his heroes just have to go chase some random hero, and then maybe in a 4v1 situation, you can kill this Gyro with no Satanic and no swap.
Yeah.
You have to make a lot of mistakes for this Gyro to die.
Yeah, maybe Costabile, he needs to also AFK for at least 2 seconds during that fight, you know, have maybe a bit of a disconnect happen, something like that.
But the one thing you can do to kind of mess this up for VKS is not take advantage of this timing. And just wait. Give more time for this TA and this PA to get more items. I think Vrenk has a big job in this game. I think he actually has to dispel this alacrity on the Gyro. Add that on top of the mix. Your Brewlings, I mean, they probably already are just dead in one flat cannon, but they're going to be dead before you can even react if you don't get rid of that. As well as your whole team.
Yeah, that alacrity buff is definitely big at this stage of the game already.
And this is the final defense. Guitarro comes back to base. And be like, all right, guys, I guess we got one more fight in us.
So he gets 58 extra damage.
And
And gets 94 extra attacks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he decided, hey, guys, you know, let me just finish a Daedalus real quick on top of my Satanic, Butterfly, Agatums. It's almost here. We'll wait a second. And you know what? How about a DD? Do you want a DD too?
Yeah. I'll take it.
Has been killed.
Oh, okay.
Just a casual tier 3 token as well in his inventory. What does he decide to get? Vindicator's Axe,
Axe?
more attack speed.
All right.
And this is one more lane of racks for the Mega Creeps. And this is pretty much the end of the game. We're looking at Kotaro. Pops his BKB very early on, and he's committed to the fight. Here comes Prada. He hook shots, but Kotaro PA is already going away. And they will have to sack the clock. He's going to be able to buy back into the fight. Kotaro still trying to make a wrap around to the back line, but VKS, they're very stacked up. The only one who doesn't need to be there is the Timber Saw.
Under attack.
And he's just going to decide to split push. Kiri, been farming the jungle. He's teleporting back in. They've got Prada. Die back. 60 seconds, no clockwork. 5v4, maybe even 6v4 with that Aegis.
And you see they're trying to cut the waves here. Kiri, we got to get these waves out. But there's a wave bottom lane, so you can cut top all you want.
Has fallen.
But inevitably, this is going to be your top barracks. This is unsalvageable. Can
That's
you
Megas.
defend your throne, though? It is
That's
defense
Megas.
of the Ancients here. So they still have the option to defend the Ancients. But for how long?
Delaying the
DPS
inevitable by the
pasting
looks
it.
of it. They have found Kiri. Kiri's about to die, but he's able to teleport home with 60 HP as the Earth Spirit found him. And there for a moment are 5 versus 4. They're just way too far ahead. Levels, items.
And Costabile playing this one very safe, just saying, yeah, let's just back out. Courier dead for 1 minute and 13 seconds here. That
Let's wait for my
Daedalus.
courier.
I mean, I guess he just walks up and picks up the Daedalus himself.
Might as well.
Yeah, might as well. But if VKS, if they don't end soon, I'm not saying they're in any danger of losing, but that is giving your power spike that you do have on Gyro, where I think they could just walk their throne to win. If they don't take advantage of that, things could get crazy, could get weird. So in a lot of ways, I think VKS, they need to have the confidence to just go push right now. This is one of those rare games where I'm saying going high ground is fine. It's just ACAT's lineup. It's just can't defend. You don't have the ability to defend. There's no spam ability. You do have a TA. You have a PA. These heroes aren't going to spam you down. Brew is full commitment. Kiri, I mean, he's sort of in this game, but he's not going to hurt you either, right? And Clockwork, as soon as he goes in, he's going to die. You pretty much have nothing to worry about in this game until big items come out for ACAT. Either way, they'll take it slow here. Aegis has a minute 30 left. Do they want to do something with this? Or do they want another round of items? There's the smoke. I 100% agree with it. Just go. Go take your TI right here, right now.
One more fight away from closing out that spot into the International. And it starts here. Devil, silenced up, stunned up, killed, taken away. Prada is already on a dieback. So he is also out for 40 seconds. And just like that, they're not messing around. They're not taking any prisoners. No mercy whatsoever. The Brazilians, they came to win. They came to take it. And they will be going into the International. Vivo Key Stars, your first SA team from this regional qualifier to go through.
Really well played by them. I really enjoyed their drafting. Their play was phenomenal as well. And they just looked like by far the best team. If you're just going to take this series under a microscope and look like it, they just dominated ACAT here. But I think ACAT, they have a lot to look at here of why they lost this game. I think it really just comes down to strategy. They decided to be a bit more greedy, and it just didn't work out. Hopefully they don't look at this and be like, okay, we're just going to go full hyper aggressive now instead of greedy. It's a game by game basis, but in this particular series, unfortunately, I have to look at Leah's style a little bit. His hero selections, they just didn't have the biggest impact in the games. And of course, Frank, he just didn't have a game whatsoever in either game here, and they didn't give themselves the tools in the draft to be able to recover from rough starts.
Yeah, talking about the history that this team has also had. Their individuals coming in together, looking for that TI spot, able to claim it. We got another first-timer going into the International. FCR, yet to see the bright lights of the International stage. Starting off from 2020 when he's played in a team called Crewmates, into now being in the International, him being a first-timer, again, from Brazil, which is it's a positive storyline, and it's also something that you just love to kind of experience in a way. You've got these young SA stars, one by one, getting their opportunities to enter the International stage, the biggest tournament of the entire esports year, and you could see it from the cameras of the players as well. They were going around, sharing hugs, and just feel like, guys, the big hard work, it's still ahead of us, but we have climbed a mountain. What's stopping us right now? Like that good feel vibe you get from qualifying into TI. Yeah, you could feel it.
Oh, you definitely can. That's probably one of the best feelings for most of these teams, just knowing that they're getting their chance to show what they can do on the big stage here. Of course, that feeling can be taken away really quickly if you do poorly and bomb out, so they're gonna have to practice really hard and make sure they make this count.
That definitely is. Like, all the other players have already had their appearances in TI before. KJ with SG Esports back in TI 10 or TI 11. And of course, Analog, Costa Bile, they've also been around. They've also been around to see what is going on. But a 2-0 victory ends up being the storyline for this Brazilian team. And in what fashion? That game number 2, it was just from start to finish, domination. And they didn't get their nature's profit. They were fine with it. You can play it. Qhali tried his best at the early game. They had some good openers there, especially in the top lane, where they could help out Kotaro, get a couple kills. But that's where it stopped. That was the last moment of AcatSuki kind of establishing dominance. It ended very early.
It did indeed, and I hate to go back to it, just ACAT didn't put up much of a fight this game, right? You saw Devil and the bot lane just didn't have a game. They pressured FCR a little bit. They gave Kotaro a game, but then, of course, Leo style just didn't have much of a game either. And I don't blame the players on this one. They got a bit out-drafted here, and sometimes it definitely does happen. Whereas VKS 2 games in a row, they have a draft that just looks scary. You got your save and the Venge, you got your initiation with the side of King Gardi 2 games in a row, playing Earth Spirit and then Earth Shaker, both the ESs. FCR just doing his best to play a hero that is hard to deal with in the game on the last pick. Qhali just a complete monster in this game. Of course, Analog, where he's kind of showing us why this Invoker doesn't really show up in any of these games. Just playing against a counter matchup, and of course, on top of that, just killing everyone on the map.
And of course, one big contributor as well into having a great game, a great series. The MVP for Vivo Keystars is going to go for Analog on this Invoker. 9-1 and 17 performance. There was not much stopping him. One successful gank in the mid lane, but that also led into them getting a couple kills. This Invoker's net worth, considered to his counterparts, the TA, the PA, the heroes that we know that are going to be top 1, top 2, minimum top 3. He was tying up to them, and he was even ahead. That's how good of a game he had, and that's how bad of a response their opponents had towards this Invoker. There was not much stopping Analog this game.
Oh, there certainly was not. He was everywhere on the map, getting the kills. Did pretty well in the laning stage too, in hard lane. But I think the big thing was he was getting those pickoffs. If you compare the mid laners, Leo style, he did pretty good in mid lane as far as laning goes, but he wasn't able to pick off supports. Didn't use the traps enough to kill heroes on the map. Where Analog, he was killing every hero on the map, including Kataro. He killed mid lane with the help of the rotation of the Earth Spirit. And of course, that bottom lane just really helped Qhali get back into the game and really defend against that NP's aggression, right? We see these NPs early on, they just TP all over the place and be super aggressive. So he kind of counteracted that as a mid laner and got himself very fat because of it.
And that, of course, is Keystars, Vivo Keystars taking that TI spot. But if we look a little bit at AcatSuki, who they definitely gave a fight in game number 1, and they had some ideas coming up at game 2, feeling a bit disarmed. However, that's not their end at the TI qualies. They still have a second shot at the lower bracket final. And if we remember anything from last year's, even all the way to LCQ, the last chance qualifiers, we had Virtus Pro, who went into the upper bracket, but they're a very different mentality type of team. They lost the upper bracket final. They got stomped in the lower bracket final versus Liquid, and it wasn't really even much of a challenge. What do you think AcatSuki has to go through during this night to kind of reset themselves? The mental reset you talked about a lot. What are the tools you have to do? How do you keep your mind straight? Because you know there's still a chance, but maybe this loss haunts you a bit.
It might, but I think you can also be very grateful that there's 2 slots, right? And you have another chance to go in without even having to face VKS again. Just like maybe they're a hard matchup for you. They beat you. It's fine. You don't have to face them in the grand finals. You just have to beat the rest of the teams in the lower bracket here. And I think you just don't over-analyze this game too much to the point where you change your identity. Maybe make a couple changes here and there. I know Leo Style is a quite capable player. The draft was a bit too greedy. Maybe it doesn't work for his VKS, but maybe it'll work against the teams in the lower bracket. So just don't change too much right now. And I still think you have a pretty good shot. You showed in the upper bracket that you belong to be there. And even in this matchup, it just wasn't their day. So just don't overreact.
And of course, the opponent that they're going to be playing up against is going to be someone different from the bracket that they've already played up against, because Universitario is out, Infinity is out. It's going to be either Thunder Awaken or Mad Kings, which they have their matchup before. So they actually get a bit of a benefit of watching that series first until they get to play. So they have these kind of series targeted bans already coming in, of course, with their preparation coming into the series of what they need to be paying attention to, what heroes do they really want to look for, and of course just adaptation, like reaction and adaptation. I think it's a bit harder for the 2 teams preparation wise, because they only prep for that one series and they got to be ready to play another one. But they also, their heroes are spotted, but then they also have that high of we just won the series and we are again in the same spot where AcatSuki was today. You know, we are coming in from a win into the final series of potentially our TI run.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be very, very interesting to see what happens there. But yeah, we can definitely talk a little bit about what teams have qualified in the road to TI, right? And see how that's moving along here.
Yeah, I mean, let's bring it up as well, because we are waiting for a little bit of a surprise for all of you viewers. You probably know what I'm talking about, but I won't mention it out loud. As you can see, that nice purple helmet logo has appeared for South America. 1 out of the 2 slots now taken for
Hell
Vivo
yeah.
Stars, joining the likes of Azure and Nouns from the North American region, which we were covering last week and the start of this week. And Azure, they had a good run going in through the China qualifiers. Nouns unstoppable in the grand finals as well. VKS having that same kind of vibe going their way too, and joining the what have already made a statement throughout this year that they are all hungry for that TI title. None of them looking weak going into TI. Absolutely not. You can't afford to be that weak team either. There's a back-to-back-to-back major winner also in the like. So no matter what the result's going to be, the opposition is going to be the hardest you've probably ever faced.
Oh, it definitely will be. I think if you're looking at all the teams on the left there, it's sometimes hard to believe that those are going to be your competition, because these are the teams that you've been looking at all year long.
Yeah.
You've been studying. You've been kind of imitating to want to like be like them. Now, all of a sudden, for the first time in the entire year, you're going to play against them. And that's going to definitely you're going to have more nerves. If you thought you had nerves in this qualifier, going against some of these top teams here, maybe on VKS, you're looking at, oh wow, Dracio's so good. I'm watching all his replays now. Oh, you get a chance to play him now. And you're probably going to play him pretty early on too, just the way seeding works. The top teams play against the qualified teams very often. So you're not going to be off to some easy start where you're playing against the other regional qualified teams most likely. So you got to get in shape quickly. Luckily, now that you're qualified, a lot of these teams will scrim you, and you'll have plenty of time to improve. But you just entered the big leagues, and you got to put in the effort, you got to put in the time, and you got to take this seriously.
Yeah, the way you put it out, it's like straight out of a movie script, you know? You've got this youngster who's showing a lot of potential, the next rising name, and then you're suddenly pitted against all these behemoths who are like, we already know what we want. Who the heck are you? And if VKS coming out with maybe a couple wins, maybe even going all the way into the final stage of TI, would that be a story for South America indeed? And talking about South America and VKS, we do have a winner interview available for all of you people, and we are bringing in Mr. KJ from the side of Vivo Stars. KJ, congratulations on your win. You've made it to TI. I just want to make sure, can you hear us?
Yes, it's fine. I can hear.
Awesome. Dude, congrats on your win. This was a pretty fast series, but it also felt like a pretty fast week. How's this week felt for you guys going into the South American regional qualifiers? What's the vibe been like?
We were pretty confident. Actually, this was the best preparation for a tournament I did in my entire life. Like, we prepared so well, like 1 month of scrims. And we managed to scrim against very good teams, so we were relaxing. We had some nerves against Thunder because they beat us in the past, but we knew we were better team. We knew we were the better team in the qualifier. Our scrims, our preparation was actually way harder than the qualifier itself, so we were ready for it.
Sometimes it just goes like that. Also talking about South America, your scrims as basically as a region, South America has been improving year after year after year. Have you felt that the competition has been getting tougher in South America?
Yeah, like there was always these 2 teams that were very good, EG and Biscos, and I think that it became a little bit harder, but it was basically them 2. We always had to beat one of the 2, right? So basically, we knew we were the 3rd best team here. So I think the competition here is, of course, there are a lot of good teams, but the best one are still these 2, and we still have to beat them in TI and in next DPC. So we are just aiming on the 2 of them.
All right, that's great to hear. Fear, I have a couple questions for you later, but I'll let Fear throw if he has something spicy for you.
I don't know about spicy, but I definitely have some questions for you here. So this is going to be your first time as a team, like going into like international, like DPC type of thing, because yeah, as you mentioned, EG and Beast Coast have made it to all the majors. What do you think your team is going to bring that's going to be unique on the international stage?
We have players that played TI before, only one of them, only our offlane didn't play, so I don't think we're gonna be that nervous. And this is the most try-hard team I have ever been. So I think we're gonna be fine. We're gonna do well.
All right, and then talk a bit about the game number 1 there. You played the Nature's Prophet, right? You ended up doing a lot on the map, scaling super hard. What was it that you guys were discussing in game 2 when they took the Nature's Prophet away from you, and how you were going to like shut it down so it wouldn't be like that same type of hero that you ended up playing in game 1?
Nah, we actually knew that like this Nature Prophet trend is not like everyone knows how to play it, and it's like it was very hard to practice it because you can't pick it on rankeds. It's banned every game, so we knew that we were the best Nature's Prophet team because I played it before, but the other supports that were playing don't really know how to do it well. So we knew it's annoying in the early game, but they just don't know how to have impact later on the game. So we didn't care about it. We knew it was better on our hands, on my hand actually.
All right, last question for me is going to be like, when did you guys know that you could feel it that you were probably going to TI in that game number 2?
There were 2 moments that I knew it was easy peasy. The first on the draft, I knew they screwed up. on the second phase of the draft, I was like, okay, what are they doing? And with their last pick as well. And after we got the first stages, and I don't remember exactly what happened, but I knew that like after we got the ages and we got mid tower, and we started catching people on the map with Invoker, I knew the game was very, very hard for them to win. So yeah, these 2 times I was very confident.
All right, thank you.
I have one more question for you before I let you go with the celebrations with your team. You mentioned, and we also talked about it, FCR, the first timer in your team to go to TI. You have this roster of everyone has already been there. How has he taken this kind of victory? Did he talk about before the series that, guys, this might be my first time in TI? Was he vocal about it at all, that it might be his first time going into the international? What kind of a guy is he like as well?
He's the guy that like he knows a lot of things about Dota. He's the guy he's high rank on chess, so he's very nerd. I don't know exactly how to translate that, but he's that type of guy. So like he knows when people don't like are doing bad things, when people are doing good things. He knows a lot about Dota, so I think he was a little bit nervous, but more in the Thunder series. But he knew as well that we were the better team, so. It's impossible to be nervous with how much we train for it. So I don't think he had this problem. He's a very smart guy, so he knew that. Like when we see the draft, when we see the game going, he knew what was going on. So he's that type of guy.
Well, he's probably feeling very happy about going into TI with Vivo, Keatstars, and KJ. One more favor, please. Talk to the audience, talk to the fans, the international, the English fans. You can talk in English, you can go in Portuguese, whatever you want. The stage is yours. Talk to your Vivo Keatstars fans.
Thanks for cheering, for Brazil, for Peru, from any other part of the world. Thanks for cheering. We prepared a lot. I'm actually kind of tired because I've trained so much that I'm tired of playing Dota, but I'm going to do it twice, so I have to play it. Thanks everyone, thanks family. Beijo mãe, beijo pai, beijo família. Amo vocês, tô feliz que eu vou pro TI e a gente vai botar os gringos pra mamar. Vou falar aqui que eles nem sabem aqui, os caras nem estão entendendo. KKKKKK. Os gringos vão mamar, é isso aí. Som 5ª série aí, falou, beijo. Kisses. That's it.
Thank you so much, KJ, and congratulations. You're in the international. Go and celebrate with your team.
Okay, bye.
And there we heard from KJ, very relieved, I guess, in a way. Like you said, he's pretty tired, It's been you know everything about prepping for TI and these big tournaments. You guys play for weeks. You play for such a long time preparing for this one big section of games. How do you keep the package together, Fear? How do you become a TI champ?
I mean, it's not easy. You just can't stop. That's all there is to it. Like, if you want to continue to win, you got to put in the effort, because the moment you start slacking, the moment you're not putting your 100% in, that next team that was behind you they've been putting in the work. They're going to surpass you. So you just can't stop the grind if you want to stay the best.
And it definitely is. But hey, one team has qualified, but there's still one slot available in the South American Regional TI qualifiers. And it goes down to just 3 teams to take one more spot as Vivo Keatstars go through. We have the lower bracket semifinals and the lower bracket finals still coming up tomorrow for all of you people. So do not miss out. This is the quali's not over. People would think, oh, that's the grand finals. No. Write this down on your calendar, write it up, put a notification on your phone, because Mad Kings are going to be playing Thunder Awaken, and the winner will face off against AcatSuki, who did drop out from that first opportunity qualification spot. Now to the lower bracket final. 3 teams left, Fear. Who are you rooting for?
Who am I rooting for? I'm definitely rooting for AcatSuki, because I have had the opportunity to coach a lot of their players and get to know them a bit, so just some biased personal feelings into that one, but that's fine. Sometimes it be that way.
It definitely is. And the schedule for tomorrow, what time you should show up to watch Thunder Awaken versus Mad Kings. It's going to be 7 p.m. EEST, aka 12 EDT for all of you people out there, and a rolling schedule. So it's either at 15 or before. As soon as the first series is going to finish, it's going to be the winner versus AcatSuki. But we are done for the day here at the South American Regional Qualifiers. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. And do not miss out. The final day of South America is upon us. One more team gets to join Vivo Keatstars and the rest of the star-studded TI teams waiting for their opponents from all of these regions to go through. My name is T-Panda, joined by my trusty companion, Fear. And we will see you people tomorrow. But until then, take care of yourselves. Good night. Bye-bye.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.